Divine Martial Tyrant Emperor Chapter 471 to Chapter 551. Within the Underworld God Tower, sound waves rippled out, and underworld demons were instantly killed. Gu Chen and Jiang Bourgeois continued to break through the levels. After a few days, they finally arrived at the 15th level of the Underworld God Tower. At this level, the number of underworld demons was estimated to be in the tens of thousands. Moreover, each of them had a high cultivation level, and they were everywhere. Gu Chen had mastered the sound wave killing art, and he harvested the lives of the underworld demons like harvesting rice straws. They screamed and surged forward, not afraid of death. So cold. The surrounding underworld demon aura was too dense, and Jiang Bourgeois' entire body was cold. He was no longer at his peak state. Almost 90% of the underworld demons were killed by Gu Chen. Most of the time, he was only responsible for pointing out the weak points of the various restrictions. Pop. Here, the divine sounds in Gu Chen's body rang out, and he opened his hands wide, killing in and out of the underworld demons. The underworld demons were completely enraged, and they surrounded him. Their roaring screams were earth-shattering, even suppressing Gu Chen's sound waves. At this time, Gu Chen's breathing quickened. He flipped his hand and took out a restriction talisman. Go to hell. He activated the restriction talisman, which turned into a stream of light and flew to the place where the underworld demons were the most concentrated, and then it exploded. Boom, the entire underworld god tower shook, and dust billowed on the 15th level. Jiang Bourgeois' disheveled figure crawled to the staircase leading to the next level. Cough, cough, this is killing me. He complained as he coughed. Activating the restriction talisman in such a small area, even though he had prepared in advance, it was inevitable that he would be affected. Gu Chen walked out of the dust. His black hair was messy, and his deep eyes looked at the staircase. Let's continue. I wonder which level our fellow Taoists are imprisoned on. I hope it's not the last level. Jiang Bourgeois smiled bitterly. Every level they passed was several times more dangerous. If their target was on the last level, the situation would be unimaginable. The two stepped into the 16th level. This level was shrouded in thick black mist, and they felt like they had entered an ice house. Such dense nether demonic energy. Just how many nether demons are there here? Jiang Bourgeois' scalp went numb. He imagined tens of thousands of nether demons rushing toward them. Even if they didn't die, they would be skinned alive. Only one. Gu Chen's expression was grim. His purple eyes pierced through the mist and saw a figure slowly walking towards him. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. When it walked, the ground trembled. In the fog, only its huge and strange shadow could be seen, as well as a total of 18 eyes. Jiang Bourgeois' heart was in his throat. He flipped his hand and took out a scroll. Activate. Chaotic dance of martial arts. He formed a seal with both hands and shouted loudly. The scroll unfurled in the wind, and one weapon after another appeared on it. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, staffs, there were hundreds of weapons of all shapes and sizes, and each of them exuded a destructive aura as they shot towards the black shadow. Boom boom boom, this strike was extremely shocking. It was the weapon saint's ultimate technique, and if it was released without any misgivings, it could easily destroy a city. However, the black shadow in the fog had actually transformed into 18 arms, and each arm was like a huge dragon. Using both fists and palms, it forcefully blocked Jiang Bourgeois' attack. After this wave of attacks, the fog dissipated, and the monster's true appearance was revealed. It had 9 heads and 18 arms, and its ferocious face exuded a sense of majesty. The monster in front of him was exactly the same as the statue of the nether god. It caught Jiang Bourgeois' weapons and grabbed them with a backhand. The red glow in its 18 eyes intensified, and it instantly charged over. Its roar contained a spiritual attack, and Jiang Bourgeois bore the brunt of it. For a moment, the blood in his body froze. Demonic sounds echoed in his mind. It brandished its weapons and charged forward. At this moment, Gu Chen raised his whale-slaying saber and took a step forward. Boom, he clashed head-on with the monster, and the two of them engaged in an earth-shattering battle on the 16th level. Right now, a single arm of Gu Chen's could exert a force of 99 million kilograms, which was close to 100 million kilograms. However, this monster's strength was not the slightest bit inferior. Furthermore, it had 18 arms, which allowed it to take many forms. It was different from the nether demon from before. Its body was especially solid, as if it was made of real flesh and blood. This gave Guchen a lot of trouble. With his battle instincts activated, he was able to use his saber to block the continuous attacks of the monster's 18 arms. His eyes flickered incessantly as he searched for the monster's weakness. This monster was exactly the same as the statue of the Nether God. Clearly, it was the incarnation of some powerful being. 7 Ultimate Tyrant Saber, Overlord Spear, Sun-Embracing Moon-Cradling Hammer. Guchen used multiple killer moves in a row, and with great difficulty, he finally managed to shatter all 18 of the monster's arms. Its body was on the verge of collapse. Its body was riddled with holes from Guchen's attacks, and black blood flowed continuously from the holes. It looked like it could not hold on any longer, and it swayed unsteadily. Guchen heaved a sigh of relief. It was over, right? Buzz. Soon, the monster let out a strange murmur, and the black blood that had dripped onto the ground actually flowed back into its body. Its body also rapidly recovered. It can't be killed? Jiang Bourgeois' expression changed drastically. Seeing that the monster was about to reform, Guchen's eyes revealed a pained expression. He flipped his hand and took out a purple jade gourd. Collect. He activated the purple jade gourd with all his might. The mouth of the gourd emitted a faint light, and a powerful suction force emerged. Swoosh, the monster that was about to reform was pulled by the suction force, and its body shrank. It turned into a stream of light and entered the gourd. At this moment, Guchen sealed the mouth of the gourd and heaved a sigh of relief. Is that the treasure left behind by my senior brother? Jiang Bourgeois looked at Guchen in shock. Guchen nodded. He was in a bad mood. This item is the most powerful treasure in the King of Weapons armory. It is said to be able to absorb anything. Once absorbed, it will be gradually refined into ashes by the deviant fire in the gourd. It's a pity that this treasure is a forbidden treasure and can only be used once. I originally planned to use it to deal with Huangfu Wuji, but I didn't expect to use it here. The monster just now was too powerful, and it seemed to have unlimited self-healing abilities. Guchen had no choice but to use the purple jade gourd. That monster looks exactly like Huangfu Wuji's god of the underworld. I'm afraid it has a special relationship with him. It's worth it to be able to deal with it. Jiang Bourgeois comforted him, but at the same time, he felt a little regretful. It's a pity that this treasure can only be used once. He looked at the gourd with a burning gaze. After this monster is refined, I can give it to you, Master Jiang. Guchen could tell what Jiang Bourgeois was thinking, and he smiled. Every artifact left behind by a weapon king was extremely precious to an artificer. Even if it was a forbidden artifact that could no longer be used, it would still be beneficial for Jiang Bourgeois to study its refining method and the array patterns left on it. There are only 2 levels left in this pagoda. Let's rest for a while before continuing. Guchen heaved a sigh of relief. He had no choice but to use the armory's treasures on this level. Only the heavens knew what awaited them on the next level. He had expended too much energy previously, so it was better to recover first. The 2 of them meditated on the 16th level while recuperating. Meanwhile, on the 17th level. What's going on outside? There has been a series of commotion since a few days ago. Just now, it seems to be very close to us. In the dark prison, the Azurewood Manor's Grand Elder said. It seems like someone is forcing their way into the pagoda. Is someone here to save us? Mystic Arts College's Dean Duanmu's eyes lit up. I hope it's not my disciples and grand disciples, or else there will be heavy casualties. The Xiantian sect's Grand Elder sighed. I wonder what the situation in the continent is like. Back then, Huangfu Wuji invited us to a banquet. We attended because we were afraid of the Kunlun sword, but we never expected to be poisoned and ended up in this state. The Heavens Pivot Sacred Grounds Grand Elder sighed. Ba. I hope the world is at peace. Whitehorse Monastery's Puji holy monk pressed his palms together. World at peace? Abbot, I'm afraid it's good enough that the people outside are not plunged into misery and suffering. South Flower Sacred Ground Sacred Lord, Luo Haicheng, shook his head. We have always known Huangfu Wuji's ambitions. We thought that we had successfully suppressed his momentum during the tournament, but we never expected him to feign weakness. Since he controls the Kunlun Archsword and Kunlun Mirror, and indirectly controls all the major factions, I'm afraid he will become unbridled and do whatever he wants. Skyseed Pavilion's pavilion master sighed faintly. The various lords were silent for a while. They had been imprisoned here for too long, and they were extremely worried about the juniors of their respective sections. The battle on the lower level seems to have ended. True Martial Academy's Dean Ji's eyes suddenly froze. Everyone's expression turned tense. The end of the battle meant that either the intruders were killed by the pagoda's restrictions, or they had successfully cleared the level. Although the latter was extremely unlikely, everyone could not help but feel a glimmer of hope. Everyone held their breaths and looked at the staircase through their cells, hoping that someone would come up. Unfortunately, no one came up even after a while. Looks like the intruder has been killed. Lu Guangsek's great elder's tone was heavy, and the other people's faces also became ugly. The illusion in their hearts was shattered. This underworld god pagoda is where Huangfu Wuji made his fortune. Even though our cultivations have been sealed, with everyone's experience, you should be able to discern how extraordinary this place is. The Heavens Pivot Holy Land Supreme Elder shook his head, not to mention the other restrictions in this tower. Just the countless nether demons are already extremely difficult to deal with, not to mention the nether god incarnation on the 16th floor. Since Huangfu Wuji dared to imprison us here, he naturally has nothing to fear and believes that no one in the continent can barge into this place. Everyone was silent. Just a moment ago, they were still fantasizing that someone could save them, but after thinking about it for a while, they knew that it was impossible. After all, everyone here represented the peak of cultivation in the entire Kunlun continent. The number of people in the outside world who could save them could probably be counted on one hand. After deducting the foreign race saints who had no reason to help them, there were very few of them. Are we really going to be trapped in this dark place forever? Dinga sighed. Damn that Huangfu Wuji. If there's a chance for the old man to escape, we must tear him into pieces. The true Jade Holy Land's Supreme Elder roared angrily. All the heroes felt extremely sullen. They had been glorious their whole lives, but they didn't expect to spend the last moments of their lives in a prison. Originally, it was fine if there was no one to save them and they didn't see any hope. With their temperament, they could still pretend to be calm and communicate with each other here. However, when they saw a glimmer of hope being shattered in front of their eyes, they immediately realized what a pathetic place they were in. If I had known this would happen, I would have scolded Huangfu Wuji when he came a few days ago. Lu Guangsek's Supreme Elder gritted his teeth and said. They were trapped here and couldn't do anything. When Huangfu Wuji came a few days ago, he had to pretend to be calm in order to maintain his image. But now that he thought about it, he might not be able to leave this place for the rest of his life until his lifespan was exhausted. Instead of living such a sullen life, he might as well humiliate Huangfu Wuji back then to vent his anger. In comparison, the mysterious old man that Huangfu Wuji escorted into the last level was much better. His words didn't contain any vulgar words, but it still made Huangfu Wuji feel at a loss. Everyone was filled with a pessimistic mood. At this moment, the Xianxia Holy Land's Holy Lord spoke. My Xianxia Holy Land enshrines my soul lamp. As long as I die, the soul lamp will extinguish. Since we can't see any hope of leaving, we might as well commit suicide here. At least we can prevent our Xianxia Holy Land from being used by Huangfu Wuji and destroying our thousands of years of foundation. The Xianxia Holy Lord said this in a calm tone, and it instantly made everyone's heart tremble. This isn't appropriate. Don't be rash. As long as our lifespan isn't exhausted, there's still a chance. We can't give up hope. Xianxia Holy Lord is right. Instead of dragging out an ignoble existence, we might as well commit suicide. All the heroes had different opinions and were already in a dispute. Tap. Tap. At this moment, the sound of unhurried footsteps suddenly came from the top of the stairs. All the heroes were silent for a moment, and their gazes uniformly looked towards the top of the stairs. All of you are heroes of this era. Isn't it too much of a pity to die in this dark place? Why don't you join hands with me to kill the evil Huangfu Wuji and return peace to the world? A cold voice entered the ears of all the heroes, and it caused all the late stage and peak stage heaven being experts to be shocked. Who is it? Everyone was bewildered. They originally thought that the intruder had already been killed by the underworld god Pagoda's restrictions. They didn't expect that the intruder was still alive, but what they couldn't understand was that there were only a few experts in this world who had the ability to save him. But the voice they heard clearly didn't belong to those few people. Could it be that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this continent, and there was an unknown expert who had the ability to save them? Under the focus of everyone's gazes, a white-robed figure slowly walked up the stairs and stepped into the 17th level. His appearance was too young, so young that it was hard to believe that such a young man had appeared in front of him. Overlord? Everyone cried out involuntarily. Wasn't the person in front of them the Taoist of the Celestial Court that they'd used to suppress Huangfu Wuji during the martial competition? Although he was able to kill geniuses at that time, in their eyes, he was merely a junior with boundless potential. Clang. Clang. Guchen broke the cells of the leaders of the forces one by one and destroyed the shackles that bound them. For a moment, the celestial realm cultivators felt like dragons returning to the sea and regaining their freedom. They had the urge to roar at the sky. Tyrant, why did you save us? Jiang Bourgeois, why are you with the Tyrant? Everyone walked out of the cells and looked at Gu Chen and Jiang Bourgeois beside him. They soon realized that something big must have happened in the outside world. Otherwise, why would the Thousand Smelting Sacred Sect cooperate with the Celestial Court? What reason did the Tyrant have to risk entering this place to save them? My friends, please listen to the old man's explanation. Jiang Bourgeois looked at his old friends and solemnly told them about the war that was happening in the outside world. When they learned that the disciples of their sects were forced to fight on the battlefield for Huangfu Wuji and become enemies of the Five-Clan Alliance, the sages became nervous. Tyrant, you saved us just to end this war? After hearing this, everyone looked at Guchen with shock, doubt, and other emotions in their eyes. They had received too much information from Jiang Bourgeois' words. They didn't expect the Tyrant to become the new Celestial, the Arch of the Heavenly Court, at the age of 18. He had even recruited the 4 major alien races of the continent. They had guessed that there might be war in the outside world, but they didn't expect it to be a war that would engulf the entire continent. That's right. The forces of the 9 states were forced by Huangfu Wuji to become enemies with me. This war is meaningless and will only cause more casualties. Everyone, please come with me to the battlefield and end things with Huangfu Wuji. Guchen said seriously. Hearing this, several sacred sovereigns became excited and eager to give it a try. After being plotted against by Huangfu Wuji with despicable means and being trapped in this damned place for so long, they had long wanted revenge. Now that they were saved by Gu Chen, they should repay his kindness, not to mention that he controlled an army. With the killing gods of the Celestial Court and the beast sages of the southern mountains, even if Huangfu Wuji had 2 great treasures, it was possible to kill him. Therefore, without hesitation, all the holy lords and grand elders agreed. Ba. If we don't deal with Huangfu Wuji, then all living beings in the world will never have a day of peace. Benefactor Gu is kind and generous. To save the world from the flames of war and risk your life to enter the pagoda to rescue us, this old monk will naturally do his part. Even Puji Holy Monk, who had always stood aloof from worldly affairs, lost his usual benevolent countenance. His expression became fierce and dignified. Many people only knew that monks were merciful and did not kill, but they did not know that Buddhism also had a branch of the Vajra Arhat, which took vanquishing demons as their duty. At this moment, even Puji Holy Monk had decided to make a move. Huangfu Wuji had already reached the point where the heavens were enraged and the people resented him. Guchen was secretly excited to see that he had successfully convinced a group of the continent's first-class powerhouses. With the addition of this group of people, there was no longer any suspense in the war. Fellow Taoists, I only found out that Huangfu Wuji was in Azure province when I entered the pagoda. I'm afraid that he has already reached the front lines. We have to set off as soon as possible. Guchen reminded. He was already anxious to return. If he returned a step earlier, he could avoid more casualties. Friend Gu, don't be impatient. We have been trapped here for too long and need a moment to rest. Everyone explained. Their dantians were previously shackled by the essence-binding shackles, causing their bodies to be extremely weak. The next battlefield would most likely be a battle of life and death. They had to recover as much as possible. When Guchen heard this, he also realized that he was a little anxious. Everyone had been trapped here for so long and needed time to recover. He took out elixirs from his storage ring and distributed them to the leaders of the various forces. Many thanks. Everyone gratefully received the elixirs and immediately sat cross-legged to meditate, racing against time to recover. Guchen and Jiang Bourgeois were momentarily free. If they had known that the 17th floor was not dangerous, they would have directly come up. Guchen looked at the staircase leading to the last floor, and the conversation between Xianxia and Xianxia appeared in his mind. Even the leaders of the various forces were only imprisoned on the 17th floor, but the person brought by Sovereign Emperor Fu Wuji a few days ago was actually imprisoned on the 18th floor. Who was that person? Why was he treated like this? Guchen's curiosity was aroused. Waiting here was just a waste of time, so he might as well go upstairs and find out what was going on. Friend Gu, the old man will go with you. Be careful of the restrictions upstairs. Jiang Bourgeois saw that Guchen was about to go upstairs and couldn't help but say. He was also very curious about who was imprisoned on the 18th floor. In this world, who else was more valued by Huangfu Wuji than the leaders of the various forces and needed to be imprisoned at the highest point of the underworld god pagoda? The two walked up the staircase. When they passed by Luo Haiqing, he opened his eyes and kindly reminded them. The person upstairs has a strange temper. You have to be careful. Guchen nodded. He had a good impression of this Luo Haiqing. If it wasn't for this person, they wouldn't have been able to find the location of the underworld god pagoda. He gave the Nanhua pearl to his mother unintentionally, but it saved him and changed the direction of the whole war. The two stepped onto the 18th floor one after the other. When they glanced around, their expressions changed drastically. On both sides of this floor, there were actually 9-headed and 18-armed underworld god incarnations, which were exactly the same as the one they had encountered on the 16th floor. The number was very shocking. The previous incarnation had already made them suffer a lot, and they had to use the Tool King's treasure to subdue it. How could they fight against so many of them now? Guchen felt like he was walking on thin ice. He was about to make a move, but he soon realized something was wrong. No. They are just statues. He came back to his senses and was shocked to find that they were just a bunch of statues. The statues here were vivid and lifelike, and they emitted an extremely cold and gloomy aura. He had misunderstood that they were real. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Bourgeois heaved a sigh of relief. There were at least 100 underworld god statues on this floor. If each of them had the strength of the monster they had encountered earlier, it would be a disaster. The two walked through the group of statues carefully. Jiang Bourgeois couldn't help but study them. What material are these statues made of? They look so real. Guchen nodded with a serious expression. These statues were much more peculiar than those in the branches of the underworld god palace. The difference was like the difference between a real painting and a child's scribble. Even though the statues here were motionless, Guchen could feel a vague pressure lingering around him. It was as if the group of statues would wake up in the next moment. The workmanship of these statues is so extraordinary. Jiang Bourgeois looked at the group of statues and unconsciously became obsessed with them. He risked touching them with his hands. Master Jiang. Ah. This uncanny craftsmanship, this real touch. He had an intoxicated look on his face, as if he had been possessed by a demon. He caressed the statue with both hands. Guchen could vaguely see a dark light flowing in his palms. His entire arm was slowly withering as his blood was being absorbed by the statue. Swoosh! Guchen reacted almost immediately. He grabbed Jiang Bourgeois' shoulder and forcefully pulled him away from the statue. Let go of the old man. Don't stop the old man. Jiang Bourgeois struggled as if he had gone mad. Master Jiang, wake up. Guchen frowned and slapped him in the face. Smack. The sharp pain on his cheek made Jiang Bourgeois quickly sober up. He looked confused. Friend Gu, what just happened? Why does the old man's face hurt so much? Guchen had a strange look on his face. His heart was in turmoil. Those statues were too strange. Jiang Bourgeois had been tricked and lost himself without knowing it. If he had not been there, he did not know what would have happened. Gu Chen told him about Jiang Bourgeois' strange behavior. Jiang Bourgeois looked at the statues as if he had seen a snake or a scorpion. "Friend Gu, let's find the imprisoned man and leave this place as soon as possible." The unknown was always the most frightening. Jiang Bourgeois no longer had any interest in those extraordinary statues. Gu Chen nodded, and the two of them continued forward. This floor looked like a temple. There were many statues on both sides, and strange patterns were carved on the walls, floor, and even the ceiling. The entire temple was eerie and gloomy. A bone-piercing chill followed them like a shadow. The two of them walked to the end and soon found their target. It was an old man with disheveled hair and dirty clothes. He seemed to be tied to a stone tablet. Both his arms were wrapped in chains, and the chains extended to two stone pillars on both sides of the hall. His sternum was also shackled. The bloodstains on his collar had long dried up, and some were still bright red. It was obvious that before he was imprisoned here, he was most likely imprisoned in another place. Looking at his appearance, it was clear that he had suffered inhumane torture for a long time. "Huangfu Wuji, what's wrong? It's only been a few days and you've come looking for me again. Could it be that you want to transfer me away again? Has that child of mine already forced you to become a street rat?" Hearing the sound of someone approaching, the old man raised his head, revealing a pair of turbid old eyes. At this moment, his pupils abruptly shrank to the size of needles. The person in front of him was actually not Huangfu Wuji, but two people, one old and one young, whom he had never seen before. His gaze was instantly attracted by the young man's face. His eyes were filled with shock, doubt, and excitement. "I am not Huangfu Wuji." Gu Chen sized up the old man in front of him and said with an indifferent expression. With a sweep of his divine sense, he discovered that this old man did not have any cultivation at all. There seemed to be hidden injuries in his chest that had not healed even after many years. He could be said to be a cripple. A cripple, yet Huangfu Wuji actually spent so much effort to imprison him in the last level of the underworld god tower. What did he mean by this? "You. What's your name?" The old man stared straight at Gu Chen, and his voice was actually trembling. Too similar. The other person's appearance reminded him of himself when he was young. Those distant memories seemed to have been awakened at this moment. "You should be the one answering my question." Gu Chen did not know this person's background and did not want to tell him anything. He had a cold expression on his face. "Too similar, too similar. What's your surname? How old are you this year? Do you have any relatives in your family?" However, the old man was agitated. He tried his best to break free from the chains and rushed towards Gu Chen. His eyes were completely red, and there seemed to be tears flickering in them. He looked like he had gone crazy. "What does this have to do with you?" Gu Chen frowned. This person asked him a bunch of sensitive questions out of nowhere. How could he answer him? "If you know what's good for you, then answer honestly. We need to know your background and why you're here." Jiang Bourgeois berated. At the same time, he whispered to Gu Chen. "Friend Gu, this person has no cultivation at all, and he looks like a lunatic. Why don't we ignore him and leave this place?" The numerous underworld god statues here were truly terrifying. Jiang Bourgeois did not want to stay any longer. Gu Chen gestured for him not to speak first. Then, he walked forward. This old man's strange reaction confused him. His five senses were sharp, and he could sense that this old man's emotions were surging. There was excitement, joy, and fear, but there was no malice. "My surname is Gu, and my name is Yuan. I've been imprisoned by Huangfu Wuji for dozens of years." The old man realized that his emotions were of no help at this moment. Thus, he took the initiative to introduce himself honestly. "Gu Yuan?" Gu Chen's face was filled with great shock and a great wave of emotions was set off in his heart. His gaze could not help but fall on the old man's chest. The chest that was locked tightly by the chains was clearly incomplete, as if something was missing. Could it be? Gu Chen could not believe it. Seeing the obvious change in this young man's emotions after hearing his name, Gu Yuan's tears flowed down his cheeks. "Child, are you my relative?" What's your father's name? He was like a helpless old man who longed to know the whereabouts of his family. He had not told anyone about this for many years. My father's name is Gu Tianming, Gu Chen blurted out. Tianming, Tianming. Gu Yuan repeated. Gu Yuan muttered repeatedly. 2 strings of tears had unknowingly flowed down his shriveled old face. This was the name he had considered giving his son when his wife was pregnant. He had thought that he would have a lot of time to think of a name for his son, but he did not expect that an accident would happen. He was separated from his wife and was trapped in a dark dungeon for a long time. Your grandmother, she's already, Gu Yuan's heart trembled, and his voice was extremely hoarse. I've never seen my grandmother. My grandfather passed away early, and my grandmother raised my father alone. She became ill from overwork, and she missed my grandfather, so she passed away early. Gu Chen spoke truthfully. Although the person in front of him was extremely old, one could see the elegance of his youth from his facial features. Dead? Who cares if she's already dead? Gu Yuan's face revealed an expression of extreme pain as he asked again. What about your father? Where is he now? Gu Chen looked at the old man who was in extreme pain. Although he found it hard to believe, he was already somewhat certain of the old man's identity. My father is being chased by enemies, and it's unknown whether he's dead or alive. Unknown whether he's dead or alive, these words made the old man feel even more pain. His eyes turned crimson red, as if the emotions that he had suppressed for many years were about to explode at this moment. Huangfu Wuji, you caused my family to be separated, leaving me with eternal regret. I hate it, I hate it. He held at the sky. At this moment, under the influence of intense emotions, something seemed to break out of his body with great difficulty. Boom, a domineering aura that came from the source of Gu Chen crazily overflowed from the old man's body. On his broken chest, a new golden bone grew out. A newly born tyrannical ether bone. Gu Yuan had endured hardships for decades, and at this moment, he broke out of his cocoon and became a butterfly, rising from the ashes. Although the newly grown tyrannical bone was only in its embryonic form, the domineering pressure it emitted was so strong that even sages like Jiang Bourgeois felt their hearts tremble. Even on the 17th floor, the leaders of the major forces opened their eyes and looked up in shock. Gu Chen was shocked as he watched the old man's lost tyrannical bone grow back. While he was in disbelief, he also confirmed the old man's identity. Grandfather, he was definitely her grandfather, there was no doubt about it. Clang. Clang, Gu Chen stepped forward and used his finger as a blade, cutting off all the shackles that bound Gu Yuan. You've suffered. Gu Chen's voice became hoarse. Looking at the old man's appearance, one could imagine how much suffering he had suffered for the past decades. Although Gu Yuan had regrown the mighty Empyrean bone and it was vaguely purer and stronger than Gu Chen's, he had lost all his cultivation after all. He had been suffering from a serious illness for decades and his legs were numb. He could barely stand up after Gu Chen supported him. Huangfu Wuji, you broke up my family. If I don't take revenge, I will not be a man. Gu Yuan was still immersed in pain, and tears flowed down his face. He will pay the price. He owes 3 generations of the Gu clan, and he must pay with his blood. Gu Chen murmured, and madness appeared in his eyes. His hatred towards Huangfu Wuji had reached its limit when he saw his own flesh and blood being trapped in the dungeon for several tens of years and suffering inhuman torture. He quickly took out the best healing pill he had and fed it to his grandfather. Gu Yuan gradually calmed down after the excitement. He swallowed the pill and immediately sat down to heal his wounds. Originally, he had been imprisoned for decades and lost all his cultivation. His body was extremely weak, so Gu Chen was worried that the pill would be too strong for him to bear. However, as soon as Gu Yuan swallowed the pill, the new tyrannical ether bone in front of his chest released a dazzling light. The medicine that was too strong for his weak body was tamed like a sheep. He absorbed the medicine at an astonishing speed and healed his broken body. What an incredible physique. Jiang Bourgeois was surprised to find out that the person before him was Gu Chen's grandfather. He was even more shocked by his physique. That tyrant bone had clearly just been reborn, but it seemed to already possess quite a bit of power. Even when he approached it, he felt his heart palpitate. Even Overlord and Huangfu Wuji wouldn't be able to do this. Although Gu Yuan had lost all of his cultivation, Jiang Bourgeois realized that it was not a problem for him. It was only a matter of time before Gu Yuan reached the same or higher level as him. Gu Yuan was like a bamboo shoot in spring. The longer it was suppressed underground, the faster it would grow when the spring rain came. The tyrannical bone has been passed down in the Gu Chen? Tyrannical ether Gu? Dragon bone of, Jiang said with, Jiang. He had also thought, Chen thought, tyrannical god heart. On God bone, clan, tyrannical heaven, he, and, one, and dragon, Chen, and, one, he, Jiang, and, he, Gu Chen felt both joy and regret in his heart as he stood guard for his grandfather. He was happy that he now had a relative, but regretful that his father's whereabouts were still unknown. If he knew that his grandfather was still alive, how happy would he be? While paying attention to his grandfather's recovery, he looked at the stone tablet where his grandfather had been tied up. He hadn't noticed it earlier because his grandfather had been blocking it. But now, it was clearly standing in front of him. The stone tablet looked very old. Gu Chen couldn't understand the strange words carved on it, which made his heart flutter. It's the same stone tablet as the one in the Yellow Springs, the ancient land of the demon god, and the nine-tiered heavens, Jiang Chen murmured. He muttered to himself. He was already used to it. This underworld god pagoda is so strange. Is it really not from the Kunlun continent? How many such beings came from beyond the heavens and descended on the Kunlun continent in the ancient times? What are their goals? Gu Chen realized that the war that engulfed the entire continent in the ancient times was still affecting the Kunlun continent. The demon race rose because of the ancient land of the demon god, the ghost race was born because of the ghostly ruins, the old celestial emperor changed the course of his life because of the nine-tiered heavens, and Huangfu Wuji found the underworld god pagoda and established the underworld god palace, a huge killer organization. Almost every powerful inheritance on the continent had something to do with the civilization from beyond the heavens. Gu Chen looked at the stone tablet and fell into deep thought. After some time, Puji Holy Monk, the South Flower Saint leader, and the other leaders arrived at the 18th floor. They had recovered most of their strength and could not wait to enter the battlefield. After a while, Gu Yuan also finished his recovery. The hidden injuries in his body were too serious, and he couldn't recover in a short time. As for his cultivation, he needed to cultivate again. Grandfather, I have a lot of things to tell you and many questions to get answers from you, but now is not the right time. The situation on the battlefield is tense. We have to go back as soon as possible to stop Huangfu Wuji and end the war. Gu Chen said to Gu Yuan seriously. I understand. Let's go. I want to see Huangfu Wuji's doomsday with my own eyes. Gu Yuan stood up. He had changed into a clean white robe and tidied up his hair and beard. He looked much more energetic than before. Gu Chen nodded and led the group out of the 18th floor. After the group left, the 18th floor fell into complete darkness and silence. Only the hundreds and thousands of underworld god statues remained, exuding an indescribable eeriness. After stepping out of the underworld god pagoda, Gu Chen, Xin Yushu, and Yi Qingshuang gathered together. Then, they summoned their battleships and rushed to the battlefield at the fastest speed, at the border of Yuzhou and Qingzhou, in the camp of the five-clan coalition army. Countless soldiers ran back and forth in a hurry, their faces filled with fear and anxiety. Many corpses were being carried away on stretchers. Many soldiers were covered in blood and couldn't help but cry out because of the pain. Obviously, the coalition army had just experienced a fierce battle and suffered heavy casualties. The whole army was filled with an unprecedented gloomy atmosphere. In the camp of the commander, the killing gods of the celestial court, the demon saints of the demon clan, and the direct descendants of Gu Chen's heavenly star sect all looked solemn. Just 2 days ago, the Netherworld army, which had been passively defending, suddenly took the offensive. The commander was no longer the man with a bamboo hat, but Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuji caught the Five Races Alliance off guard. With the Kunlun the arch sword in hand, he forcefully tore open a huge gap in the Alliance army's battle formation and reversed the battle situation single-handedly. 2 days ago, almost all the sages in the Alliance army, including Gu Chen's clone, were mobilized and engaged in an earth-shattering battle with Huangfu Wuji in the sky. However, the result of that battle was that 3 demon sages of the demon race were killed, and half of the Ghost King's 10 kings of hell were destroyed. Moreover, Gu Chen's clone was killed by the Kunlun the Arch-Sword in a single move. If it wasn't for the fact that a reclusive god of death from the celestial court who was nearing the end of his lifespan sacrificed himself and burned his essence, qi, and spirit to temporarily force Huangfu Wuji to retreat, the result would have been even more tragic. The battle that day caused the hearts of the sages of the various races to turn cold, and the Alliance army's advantage on the battlefield also turned into a disadvantage. The only thing worth celebrating was that Gu Chen's clone was killed on the spot. As it happened high up in the sky, no one in the Alliance army saw it. Otherwise, the army might even collapse. On the next day, Huangfu Wuji no longer personally went to battle and only commanded the army to fight. The higher-ups of the Alliance army regrouped and started a frontal battle with the Netherworld army. Because Gu Chen's clone had disappeared, in order to prevent the soldiers from being attacked, the Green Qilin killing god disguised himself as Gu Chen and commanded the battle as the Celestial the Arch. They were already prepared for this battle. Originally, both sides were evenly matched, but they didn't expect that a surprise force would appear from the back of the Alliance army. The leader of the Desolate God cult, Dongfang Zhen, personally led 100,000 Desolate God cult death warriors to launch a sneak attack on the Alliance army. Their fearless and crazy fighting style caused great trouble for the Alliance army. On this day, they suffered heavy casualties, and the Alliance army was in an extremely disadvantageous situation. Today, the casualties from the previous 2 days had not yet recovered, but the higher-ups of the Alliance army had already gathered together to discuss the next battle. They had not slept for several days, and their minds were constantly tense. Today, Huangfu Wuji is very likely to attack again. In the battle the day before yesterday, we have a clear understanding of his strength. We must find his weakness as soon as possible, or it will bode ill. The Green Qilin killing god was clad in armor and said solemnly. Weakness? He has 7 types of extreme organs in his body, and the Kunlun Emperor's sword and Kunlun mirror are 2 supreme treasures that can attack and defend at the same time. The battle the day before yesterday has fully proved that unless we don't have to deal with other enemies and join hands to besiege him, we have no chance of winning at all. But that's impossible. There are still quite a few saints in the Tianming army, especially Dongfang Zhen, who just joined them. I never thought that the strength of this cult leader would actually be so strong, and he brought us such a heavy loss yesterday. The killing gods and demon saints present were all depressed. They were sad because of the death of their companions, and they felt heavy because their chances of winning were slim. His Majesty the Celestial the Arch has already gone to rescue the leaders of the various forces for 7 or 8 days. I believe he will return very soon. As long as he brings back reinforcements, the current situation can be changed. Everyone, do your best to hold on. The Green Qilin killing god could only say this when he saw that even the higher-ups were wavering. Everyone nodded. The reinforcements of the Celestial the Arch were their greatest hope. However, would the Celestial the Arch really be able to return in time, with just the 2 of them? Could he and Jiang Bourgeois really break through the heavily guarded underworld god tower and bring back a surprise for them? Woo! Before everyone could discuss the specific battle strategy to deal with Huangfu Wuji today, the bugle horn outside sounded once again. The Tianming army has set out so quickly? Everyone was shocked, and they immediately walked out of the army camp. On the vast expanse of land in the distance, countless tyrant beast flags fluttered in the wind, and millions of soldiers from the Middle-earth were slowly advancing in an orderly manner. The killing intent of that army soared into the sky, causing the sky to be filled with dense dark clouds that couldn't be dispersed. The Tianming army has set out in full force. Many of the generals of the allied army gasped. From the looks of it, Huangfu Wuji had clearly sent out all his forces without holding anything back. This meant that he had decided to finish this battle in one fell swoop, and he wanted to completely defeat the allied army today. All forces, attack! The Green Qilin killing god's gaze was cold as he immediately gave the order. This was a battle with their backs to the wall, and they could only cut off all means of retreat. Either they died, or Huangfu Wuji died. The allied army set out very quickly. The demonic beast army was the vanguard, the assassin army of the celestial court was in the middle, and the zombie army surrounded the Tianming army from both sides. Meanwhile, the cultivators from the major forces of the Middle-earth had integrated into the Tianming army, and their numbers were huge. They were charging over in a sharp horn formation, both sides clashed on the battlefield, and a full-scale battle broke out. Kill! Kill all the 5 races allied army! Kill all the Tianming army soldiers! After many days of bloody battle, both sides were bloodshot, and they wanted to avenge their comrades who had sacrificed themselves. Countless people clashed together, and the sky was filled with flying magical treasures. Thousands of Dharma spells formed a magnificent aurora. At this moment, where the Tianming army was, Huangfu Wuji, dressed in dark red battle armor, walked through the air. He held a golden longsword in his hand, and it exuded a vast and majestic power. The heart protection mirror in front of his chest was replaced by the Kunlun mirror, and there were countless dragon-shaped shadows dancing around it. A pair of black wings grew on his back, and they were the fallen devil wings, an extreme organ. He was fully armed, and a terrifying innate domineering aura was constantly emitted from his body, rushing out like a tidal wave. A casual attack from him would cause a large number of allied army soldiers to faint. Wherever he flew, the dragon's shadows would roar, and their golden claws would tear the bodies of the allied army soldiers into pieces. He was like a god that had descended to the mortal world, so unshakable, so despairing. With the Green Qilin killing god as the leader, many Heaven Realm experts of the allied army saw Huangfu Wuji appear, and their hearts trembled. They immediately soared into the sky and charged toward him. They absolutely could not let Huangfu Wuji do as he pleased. With his battle prowess, it was enough to cause huge casualties to the ordinary soldiers. Only by delaying or even killing him would the allied army have a hope of winning today. Haha Jia, Tianming guards, follow me into battle. However, the Tianming army would not let the 5 races allied armies' wish of encircling and annihilating their commander come true. Under the leadership of the man with a bamboo hat, many Tianming guards also charged over. Kill! In the name of the desolate god, purify these filthy souls. Dongfangzhen also raised his hands high, and he led the higher-ups of the desolate god cult to charge over. Go! We must hold on until the sect leader returns. Huang Pingzhong, Yu Qizhong, and the 7 women all revealed expressions that were unafraid of death. They controlled their battleships and took the initiative to meet the few Tianming guards. Lu Yichen, Chao Xianbin, and even Ji Lanchu also stepped onto the battlefield and joined the chaotic battle. In this kind of situation, no one could stay out of it. Both sides, from the top-notch cultivators to the ordinary soldiers, were engaged in an all-out battle. On the battlefield, blades flashed and swords flashed as flesh and blood flew. As the 2 armies turned out in full force, the war entered a white-hot stage in a very short period of time. The battlefield that stretched for hundreds of miles could be roughly divided into 3 major war zones. In the first war zone, Huangfu Wuji was fighting alone against the top cultivators of the allied army led by killing god Qinglin. As Huangfu Wuji's individual strength was too terrifying, the allied army sent a total of 15 sages to encircle him. Even so, the Kunlun the Arch Sword and Kunlun Mirror combined offense and defense, still forcing the killing gods and demonic beast sages into a dangerous situation. And because Huangfu Wuji had restrained many of the top combat forces, the allied army in the second war zone was clearly lacking in celestial realm experts. The man with a bamboo hat led many dark heaven guards and sages from various factions of the 9 states. He even joined forces with Dongfangzhen, so his strength and numbers were not to be underestimated. And the allied army was led by Nangong Jing and the Ape Race's high priest, launching a battle of sages. As the number of sages was insufficient, the allied army was led by the Heavenly Star sect's Lu Yichen, Zhao Rou, and company, who fought against a few dark heaven guards. Although the people from the Heavenly Star sect had not reached the celestial realm, they all had special physiques and wielded various killing weapons from the Weapon King's armory. They were barely able to fight against sages. These 2 war zones were where the top and first-rate cultivators gathered. The battle of divine powers caused a huge commotion, and the terrifying energy storms could easily destroy the world. As for the third war zone, it was a clash between 2 armies of 1,000,000 soldiers. The flames of war raged for hundreds of miles. Boom, boom. Boom, bang. 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 In the midst of the chaotic battle, Ji Lanchu, who was in the third war zone, was surrounded by Dragon Phoenix fire and was surrounded by many enemy soldiers. And the person leading the enemy was her senior sister, Mu Ziyu. Lanchu, give up resisting. I don't want to hurt you. Mu Ziyu's face revealed a complicated look. She did not wish to attack her junior sister, who was like a sister to her. However, the Azurewood Manor and True Martial Academy were being held hostage. She had no choice but to do so. Senior sister Mu, go ahead and attack. Today, there is only death and no surrender. Ji Lanchu said as she faced death with equanimity. This princess who had grown up in a greenhouse, after experiencing the great changes in the world, was no longer immature and naive. I understand. Mu Ziyu's heart was in pain, but she gritted her teeth and no longer hesitated. Brother Qi, let's fight for our beliefs. Let's see who will survive today. Chen Buki of the Thousand Smelting Saint clan stood on the dazzling light wheel and held a strange self-made weapon in each hand as he faced off against Qi Xian. The Thousand Smelting Saint clan chose to join the Five Clans alliance, while Qi Xian had no choice but to fight against his old friend for the sake of his master. I won't hold back. Qi Xian raised the sword in his hand, letting out a sonorous cry. The myriad of sword techniques of the South Flower Sacred Ground were in his hands, turning into dazzling sword lights. On the entire battlefield, the tragedy of friends facing each other to the death due to different standpoints was happening continuously. Haha Jia, look at how lively this battlefield is. Be it humans or demons, friend or foe, everyone tore off all pretenses and attacked based on their instinctive desires. War is indeed the most beautiful thing. Man with a bamboo hat rode on a strange bird and faced Nangong Zhang's 1,000 layers of poisonous waves with ease. He laughed and commented on the battle. You lunatic. Nangong Zhang furiously chased after the other party. The souls of these people are already unbearably tainted. Their deaths can purify this world. Although Dongfang Jing and Man with a bamboo hat had different thoughts, they were equally crazy. Dongfang Zhang's cultivation technique was extremely strange. There seemed to be an invisible magnetic field around his body. Once someone got close to him, be it their elemental energy or vitality, they would all be stripped clean. This created a huge problem for the sages led by the high priest. Where are the remnants of the Gu clan? Your disguise might be able to fool others, but you can't fool me. High up in the sky, Huangfu Wuji fought against more than 10 sages alone. He stared at the green Qilin killing god with an overbearing gaze. The green Qilin killing god might be able to fool ordinary soldiers by disguising himself as Gu Chen, but he couldn't fool him at all. He already felt it was strange when he killed Gu Chen's clone 2 days ago. Now that the decisive battle was about to begin, the other party still didn't appear. This made his mood even worse. His hatred for the remnants of the Gu clan had already seeped deep into his bones. He couldn't wait to kill him on the spot. The green Qilin killing god didn't reply to Huangfu Wuji's question. He used all sorts of killing techniques. His fists faintly contained the power of time, causing Huangfu Wuji's killing intent to soar. So you've obtained that old fart's inheritance. Huangfu Wuji had lost his astrology hand because of the old heavenly emperor. He hated everything related to him to the extreme. Today, I will take revenge for his majesty. Green Qilin's iron fist smashed down heavily, shaking the heavens. Overestimating yourself. Huangfu Wuji only raised his right hand and easily blocked the green Qilin killing god's all-out attack. The green Qilin killing god was famous for his strong physical body. However, Huangfu Wuji's right hand was an extreme organ known as the giant spirit arm. It was extremely strong and easily blocked his attack. His right hand restrained the green Qilin killing god, while his left hand raised the Kunlun the arch sword and stabbed out casually. The power of this supreme treasure, which was known as the strongest attack in the entire continent, was terrifying. The green Qilin killing god wanted to dodge, but his hand was firmly restrained by the giant spirit arm. Green Qilin. The rose killing god, the honey badger demon sage, and many other experts immediately came to Huangfu Wuji's rescue. All sorts of treasures flew towards Huangfu Wuji, trying to force him to retreat. However, the Kunlun mirror in front of Huangfu Wuji's chest shone brightly. Hundreds of 5-clawed golden dragons appeared and surrounded him, forming a dazzling light barrier. All the attacks were blocked. Pucci, this sword forcefully pierced through the green Qilin killing god's arm. Blood splattered, and he retreated with a groan. Why didn't this guy kill me? The green Qilin killing god was shocked. Huangfu Wuji could have taken his life just now, but he purposely only crippled his arm. I won't kill you. Since you're pretending to be a remnant of the Goop clan, let everyone see how ugly you are. Huangfu Wuji laughed coldly. A dazzling divine light burst out from his scarlet eyes and landed on the green Qilin killing god. Weng, at this moment, the green Qilin killing god's disguise disappeared, and he returned to his original appearance. Not good. The faces of the sages in the Alliance army changed. Huangfu Wuji laughed loudly at this moment. His voice reverberated across the sky. Ha ha ha, what an overlord. He actually fled in fear of battle. Soldiers of the 5-clan alliance, take a look. The overlord that you all respect the most doesn't dare to fight with me. He sent his subordinate to disguise as him, and the real him has long escaped. His voice fell into the ears of all the soldiers in the battle. Many soldiers could not help but raise their heads and look at the sky in disbelief. There was indeed no sign of the overlord in the sky. The person everyone thought was the green Qilin killing god. The crowd was in an uproar. Where is the sky the arch? Who are we fighting for? The overlord has escaped? How is that possible? Because only a few of the higher-ups in the army knew where Guchen had gone, the morale of the army was greatly affected by Huangfu Wuji's alarmist words. It was Guchen who had single-handedly created the 5-race alliance. It was he who had created miracle after miracle, giving all the soldiers of the army hope of defeating the imperial court. But now that he was gone, the faith of a large number of cultivators had suffered a huge setback. Not good, the hearts of the higher-ups in the army sank. The overlord's absence was a fact that they could not defend themselves. No matter how they tried to explain, it would be a huge blow to the army. In an instant, the morale of the soldiers of the army on the battlefield declined, while the soldiers of the Netherheaven Legion were like tigers that had grown wings. The overlord abandoned his companions? On the battlefield, even Mu Ziyu, Qi Ziyan, and the other generals of the enemy army were in disbelief. The Guchen they knew would not be such a coward. But now that the evidence was irrefutable, he was actually not here at such a crucial moment. He's not here? Where did he go? The man with the bamboo hat's eyes flashed. The morale of the other Netherheaven Legion was greatly boosted by this matter, but he became gloomy and gloomy as he looked at Nangongxing. Tell me, where did the overlord go? His frivolous attitude suddenly changed, as if he had become angry out of humiliation. Terrifying energy waves exploded from his body. Boom, earlier, he was fighting against Nangongxing with ease, but all of a sudden, his power increased by a few times. All the natural energies within a radius of 10 miles roared like a raging ocean, and under his will, they surged towards Nangongxing. Nangongxing was hit by the impact. He staggered back and vomited blood. Senior Nangong, Zhao Rou, Lu Yichen, and the others were anxious and wanted to go over to help, but were stopped by 2 Netherheaven Legion guards. Humph, you're about to die, and you still have the mind to care about others? Each of these 8 girls is more exquisite than the last. After we capture them, we will slowly deal with them. The 2 guards exchanged a few glances before licking their lips in excitement. Not only were these 8 women beautiful, but they were also talented. Each of them had a different temperament. If he could enjoy them all, it would be worth it even if he died. Relying on their heaven-tier cultivation, the 2 of them worked together to besiege the 8 women, trying to capture them alive. Huangfu Wuji was invincible in the first battle zone. The number of sages in the second battle zone was less than that of the Netherheaven army, while the morale of a large number of soldiers in the third battle zone was shaken. The situation had already reached a critical juncture. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was only a matter of time before the allied army collapsed. Pucci. On the battlefield, Mu Ziyu suddenly brandished her sword and stabbed a general of the Netherworld army beside her to death, her expression mournful. Junior sister Lanchu, hurry up and escape, leave this place. If you leave now, you might still have a chance to live. In the end, she could not bear to attack her own junior sister, so she decided to give her a way out. Taking advantage of the current chaos, with Lanchu's strength, it was still possible for her to escape. If she did not leave now, with her status as the only remaining bloodline of the former imperial family, Huangfu Wuji would definitely not let her off after the battle. Senior Sister Mu, I will not leave. At this time when the situation was extremely unfavorable and the allied army was retreating step by step, Ji Lanchu shook her head with a resolute expression. Why? Do you still not understand everything? The allied army of the 5 races will definitely be defeated. Only by leaving now can you live. Mu Ziyu was anxious. She wanted nothing more than to tie Ji Lanchu up and personally escape with her. Gu Chen will come back. I believe in him. Ji Lanchu said softly. When mentioning Gu Chen, her beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness. I don't know why he is not on the battlefield, but even if he is, so what? What can he change? Mu Ziyu's eyes turned red, and she was so anxious that she was about to cry. Huangfu Wuji is too strong, and Gu Chen is still too young. Can't you see the situation clearly? The celestial court and the people of the demon race will die today, and you are not closely related to them. There is no need for you to die with them. Ji Lanchu shook her head, and her mind recalled the words that Gu Chen had said to her. I will personally take back the empire that the Ji family has lost, and return it to you. That man had once promised to conquer 10,000 miles of land for her. She believed that he could do it, and he had always done what he said. Moreover, to her, he was her empire now. If they lost today's battle, he would not live. Since that was the case, she chose to die with him. Boom, Ji Lanchu pointed with her slender jade-like hand, and the few assassins from the underworld god palace who were near her were instantly burned to ashes by the dragon phoenix fire. Either they win, or they die in battle. There was no third choice in this battle. How pitiful. Your celestial emperor is no longer here, but you are still risking your lives for him. Huangfu Wuji suppressed more than 10 sages single-handedly, and his words were filled with mockery. Killer God Qing Lin, Killer God Rose, Killer God Vermilion Bird, and the others were already covered in injuries, and they were gasping for breath. Kunlun the Archsword was too terrifying, and they had already been forced into a dead end. It's time to end this. Huangfu Wuji pointed Kunlun the Archsword at Killer God Qing Lin, and his smile was sinister and cruel. The 5 Races Alliance army was losing ground, and his army had already gained the upper hand. He had finally won this battle. Once this battle ended, not only would the Dark World be under his control again, but the 4 races of the continent would also be powerless to resist. Gu Clan's remnant, I really have to thank you for allowing me to unify the entire continent in advance. Huangfu Wuji mocked. He raised the sword in his hand, and was about to descend. Rumble. Rumble. At this moment, from the distant sky, there was a rumbling sound of air exploding. A majestic battleship was speeding through the sky, and from the battleship, waves of incomparably powerful aura soared into the sky. The strength of each aura was at least at the late stage of the celestial being realm, and some were even at the peak of the celestial being realm. The pressure connected together, drowning the entire heaven and earth. Instantly, the clamorous and chaotic battlefield quietened down. Everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of a third powerful force. Xiao. 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 Before the battleship even arrived, a long rainbow broke through the sky from the battleship. Because of the extreme speed, the void was distorted, and the heaven-earth yuan qi turned into surging waves. There were a total of more than 10 people, and every one of them was a peerless expert. They became the focus of the entire world. Huangfu Wuji's hand that was holding on to the sword froze at this moment. The man with a bamboo hat stared fixedly into the distance. Countless cultivators on the battlefield raised their heads to look at the sky, and their gazes couldn't help but be attracted by the person leading the group. That person was dressed in a white robe, and he looked young and valiant. His black hair danced in the wind, and he was charging over at an extreme speed. Huangfu Wuji, prepare to die. That person roared towards the sky, and a terrifying Xiantian domineering aura spread out, causing all the cultivators in the way to fall from the sky. The Overlord is back. The Celestial the Arch is still here. He has not abandoned us. Gu Chen's return was like a bomb thrown into the water, stirring up unprecedented waves. All the cultivators of the 5 Race Alliance were stirred. At that moment, it was as though they had found their backbone. Huangfu Wuji's crimson eyes pierced through the void and landed on the dozen figures that were following closely behind Gu Chen. Holy Monk Puji, the South Flower Sacred Lord, the deans of the two academies, the grand elders of the Heaven's Pivot and True Jade Sacred Lands, the leaders of the two academies, 3 families, 4 sacred lands, and 5 sacred sects were all here. This made him immediately understand what had happened. For the first time, panic appeared on his face. Is that Master? The old ancestor is back. The Grand Elder has been rescued. The cultivators of the 9 states were not the only ones who were stirred. The cultivators from the various factions of the 9 states noticed the dozen figures behind Gu Chen. When they recognized who they were, all of them were astounded. Cultivators of the South Flower Sacred Land, heed my orders. Join forces with the Overlord and kill the rebels led by Huangfu Wuji. At that moment, the South Flower Sacred Lord, Luo Haicheng's voice boomed, entering the ears of all the sword cultivators of the South Flower Sacred Land on the battlefield. Master! Qizian revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Almost at the instant Luo Haicheng gave the order, he did not hesitate to abandon Shinbuki, who was besieging him. With a turn of his sword beam, he transformed into dozens of afterimages that instantly killed the soldiers of the Heaven's Mirror Estate who were surrounding Shinbuki. Cultivators of the Azurewood Manor, heed my orders. The Celestial Court is our comrade. The Grand Elder of the Azurewood Manor's booming voice resounded. It made the Azurewood Manor sect master, Mu Tianxi, Mu Ziyu, and the other Azurewood Manor cultivators cry tears of joy. Father, you are finally back. The Azurewood Manor sect master was besieging the Alliance's sages together with the man with a bamboo hat. At that moment, he immediately switched sides and charged towards the 2 Skynether guards that were engaging Lu Yichen and company in a bitter battle. Gu Chen is actually Junior Sister Lan Chu, we're saved. Mu Ziyu's eyes were red. She had thought that the allied forces were doomed. She never expected that Gu Chen would come back at this time and bring the leaders of the major forces with him. She immediately understood where they had gone, and she cast a spell with both hands. Countless vines sprouted from the ground, binding all of the Dark God Palace's assassins together. Ji Lanchu immediately reacted and sent out a palm strike. The bound killers were turned into ashes by the Dragon Phoenix True Fire. The senior and junior sisters, who had a great understanding of each other, quickly stood back to back and fought side by side from a life and death battle. All Buddhist monasteries, please listen to me. True Martial Academy, listen to my command. The voices of Puji Holy Monk and Dean Gu spread throughout the world. Disciples of the Luguang sect, listen up. Shantian sect, heed my command. Everyone from the Skyse Pavilion, listen up. The 4 holy lands and 5 sage sects all opened their mouths and gave the highest order to their respective cultivators. Together with the Celestial Court, destroy the Tianming army. They spoke in unison, and the order they gave turned the tide of the battle in an instant. Kill. We obey the Grand Supreme Elder's command. Destroy the Dark God Palace. Destroy the Heavenly Mirror Palace. The cultivators of the various holy lands and sage sects had been oppressed for a long time because their leaders had been captured. Now that their leaders had returned, they finally regained their freedom and could fight as they wished. They had been scattered among the various troops of the Tianming army before the battle. Now that they had rebelled, they immediately brought a devastating disaster to the Tianming army. Kill. The cultivators of the various holy lands and sage sects killed the Tianming soldiers beside them. They cut off the fluttering overlord's flag and rose up in revolt. The allied forces, who had been retreating, were affected by the return of the overlord, and their morale soared again. They joined forces with the cultivators of the various forces and besieged and killed the soldiers of the Tianming army. The battle situation in the Third War Zone had undergone a fundamental change, and it was the same for the Second War Zone. The Tianming army's sages originally had the advantage in numbers, but at that moment, the sect masters or elders of the various holy lands and sage sects had decisively rebelled. Together with the high priest and Nangong Jing, they besieged the man with a bamboo hat, Dongfang Zhen, and company. This isn't good. Seeing the situation turn for the worse, the man with a bamboo hat could not even smile. Lu Yichen and company managed to avert the crisis with the help of the Azurewood Manor sect master. Instead, they forced the 2 Tianming guards into a perilous situation. In just moments, Huangfu Wuji's advantageous situation was gone. He looked at his surroundings with an ugly expression. It's over, he could not help but have such a thought. He knew that his empire was gone, all the major factions in the 9 states had rebelled. He was now alone. Shoo. 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 Without giving him any time to react, Gu Qian and more than 10 top experts had already descended on the battlefield. They floated around Huangfu Wuji. Senior Azure Qilin, are you alright? Gu Qian looked at Azure Qilin, who was covered in wounds. I'm alright. If you had come any later, I would really have to meet the old Celestial the Arch. Azure Qilin grinned as the fighting spirit in his eyes burned once again. It was not only him. The Azura and Fei sages, who had been forced into a corner by Huangfu Wuji, also had excited expressions. Those who are not in a good state, retreat first and provide support elsewhere. Those who can still fight, join me and annihilate Huangfu Wuji. Gu Qian's black hair fluttered as he sneered. Immediately, the heavily injured Azura and Fei sages retreated. However, the number of enemies Huangfu Wuji faced only increased. There were more than 20 of them, especially Holy Monk Puji, Sacred Lord Nanhua, and company. Their cultivation levels were at the peak of the celestial realm. They brought him unprecedented pressure. Huangfu Wuji, you previously used despicable means to imprison us. It's time for an eye for an eye. Sacred Lord Nanhua drew out a sword that Gu Qian had given her along the way. Ba. Benefactor Huangfu Wuji has already entered the demonic path. Today, I will vanquish the demon. Holy Monk Puji raised his flower-pinching finger and numerous swastikas appeared around him. Huangfu Wuji was surrounded by more than 20 sages. He was like a lone wolf that had been forced into a desperate situation. His red eyes glared at Gu Qian and he did not hide the monstrous hatred in his heart. Remnant of the Gu family. Don't you want to avenge your grandfather and father? Fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. He said while gritting his teeth. The Kunlun sword in his hand kept clanging. Gu Qian looked at him coldly and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Why should I go through so much trouble if I can beat you to death? Gu Qian turned his hand and drew out the whale-slaying saber. Coldness surged in his eyes. Attack. Boom. Boom. Boom, more than 20 sages attacked at the same time. The huge impact of their attacks could destroy the heavens and earth. Huangfu Wuji was caught in an endless energy storm. He relied on the defense of the Kunlun mirror to resist it. He floated up and down in the endless brilliance of spells and soon, his hair was disheveled. Remnant of the Gu family, I will kill you. Clang, holding the Kunlun sword, he slashed through countless air currents and charged straight at Gu Qian. The tyrannical ether bone in his body glowed and released a terrifying domineering aura. The domineering aura was so strong that it caused the surrounding sages to slow down. Gu Qian looked at the approaching Huangfu Wuji without any fear. At the same time, the tyrannical ether bone in his body also shone brightly. 2 sacred and powerful auras collided violently in the air, causing the dark clouds in the sky to be completely sliced into 2. The resulting explosion resounded throughout the entire battlefield. I've waited too long for this day. Gu Qian held the whale-slaying saber with both hands. His black hair danced wildly as he clashed head-on with Huangfu Wuji. Clang, the saber and sword collided. At this moment, the space seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Gotcha. Although the material of Gu Qian's whale-slaying saber was incomparably hard, how could it resist the Kunlun sword, which was known to have the strongest defensive power in the continent? It broke in a single exchange. The webbing between Gu Qian's thumb and forefinger was bleeding from the recoil. Huangfu Wuji had the giant spirit arm, and the enigmatic stone depository gate in his body released majestic essence qi. This allowed his physical strength to not lose to Gu Qian at all. Instead, he was suppressing him. Gu Qian's weapon was destroyed, and his hands were bleeding. However, at this moment, his eyes were filled with madness. Die. A sun appeared in his left hand, and a cold moon condensed in his right hand. He smashed it heavily towards Huangfu Wuji. Boom, a terrifying energy exploded. The Kunlun mirror in front of Huangfu Wuji's chest released a continuous suction force, instantly absorbing most of the impact. Brat, you want to defeat me? Wait another 10,000 years. Huangfu Wuji laughed sinisterly. He raised the Kunlun the arch sword and suddenly stabbed. Gu Chen dodged quickly with the treading stars and moon steps. The fallen devil wings on Huangfu Wuji's back flapped lightly, and he actually immediately caught up. In terms of speed, he suppressed Gu Chen. He waved his sword and slashed. Gu Chen's star-scale armor automatically protected him and took this slash head-on. Dang dang dang, the lethality of the Kunlun the arch sword was simply too strong. Gu Chen was forced to retreat dozens of steps in the turbulence before he came to a stop. So what if you've waited a long time for this day? How old are you? Do you know how many years I have planned for this day? But because of you, I failed at the last step. Huangfu Wuji was extremely resentful in his heart. He knew that his beautiful dream of unifying the continent was already impossible to realize, and it was even to the extent that he would be reduced to a fugitive from now on. Right now, he only wanted to kill Gu Chen. Everything was ruined by this brat. If he didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to dispel the hatred in his heart. Despicable Huangfu, die. Luo Haicheng, Puji Holy Monk, and the others rushed over. Huangfu Wuji had no choice but to divert his attention to deal with them. So powerful indeed. Gu Chen looked gloomily at Huangfu Wuji, who was fighting against over 20 sages. Although he had already seen the battle between Huangfu Wuji and the old Heavenly Emperor, only when he truly came into contact with Huangfu Wuji did he realize that Huangfu Wuji was much stronger than he had imagined. In terms of cultivation, Huangfu Wuji was at the peak of the celestial being realm, while he was only at the early stage of the celestial being realm. In this aspect, he was completely crushed. In the past, Gu Chen could kill enemies of a higher level, but that was only because of his powerful physique and techniques. Now, Huangfu Wuji also had the mighty heavenly bone, and he even had 6 other powerful extreme organs. In terms of physique, he had already crushed him. His cultivation and physique were not as good as his opponent, and in the short exchange just now, his physical strength and speed were also suppressed. His opponent was simply too strong. The extreme organs that he chose to transplant were all targeted, and they just happened to make up for a certain part of him. That was lacking. Facing such a perfect expert with almost no weaknesses, especially when he had the protection of the continent's 2 greatest treasures, no matter how many sages there were, the battle would still be extremely difficult. Humph, you think I will be afraid of you just because you have more people? Huangfu Wuji twisted and turned in the encirclement of the sages, dodging wave after wave of attacks. His eyes flashed, and the Kunlun monarch sword would accurately stab an enemy. Die. His sword suddenly rose to a higher level. The Kunlun monarch sword overflowed with golden light, turning into a ferocious 5-clawed golden dragon that clawed at the Xiantian sect's supreme elder. The Xiantian sect's supreme elder resisted with all his might, but the power of this sword was too strong. All his defenses were broken, and his body was split into 2. Only his primordial spirit escaped in a panic. Everyone surrounded Huangfu Wuji with their offensive saint techniques, but he became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Everyone soon realized something. Battle instinct. Damn it. Huangfu Wuji had 7 extreme organs in his body. 2 of them were top-notch, and the other 5 were top-notch. Naturally, the number of sacred arts that were born in his body was unimaginable. Battle instinct was a top-notch sacred art that others could only come across by luck, but it was not strange for it to appear in his body. This guy, so the battle before was just a game. Killing God Qing Qilan's eyes were filled with shock. He realized that Huangfu Wuji was still hiding his strength. Battle instinct was invincible among those of the same level, and he was not afraid of group battles. Huangfu Wuji displayed this to the fullest. Relying on the Kunlun monarch sword and Kunlun mirror, which could both attack and defend, he calmly activated the various innate sacred arts of his extreme organs, causing great trouble for everyone. Innate Scarlet Eyes Spiritual Shock, Heavenly Tyrannical Bones 7 Absolute Tyrannical Saber, Fallen Devil Wings Underworld Demon Illusion, Giant Spirit Arm Earth Shaking God Fist. His attacks were endless, and he managed to escape from the joint attacks of over 20 sages. He even heavily injured a few of them. Gu Chen also activated his battle instinct and used all his sacred arts. Unfortunately, his cultivation was not as high as Huangfu Wuji's, and the Kunlun mirror blocked the opportunity that he found with great difficulty. He could not do anything to Huangfu Wuji. Too strong, he was really too strong. All the sages knew that Huangfu Wuji was extremely strong, but they did not expect him to be so heaven-defying. He had no flaws at all. If they could not find his weakness, it would be useless no matter how many people surrounded him. Little brat, die. Huangfu Wuji only wanted to kill Gu Chen. It was not easy for him to escape the pursuit of all the sages, and he found an opportunity. Gu Chen charged toward him, and he gripped the Kunlun monarch sword tightly. Buzz, the hilt of the Kunlun monarch sword turned into a dragon head, and dragon scales appeared on the blade. It was as if a real dragon was wriggling, trying to break out of the seal. Destructive power rippled out from the sword. At this moment, Gu Chen felt a life-and-death crisis, and all the hair on his body stood up. Huangfu Wuji waved his sword and was about to slash. The Kunlun monarch sword had a mysterious origin, and it possessed boundless divine power. Even he could only control a little bit of its power. However, this little bit of power was already the strongest power in this world. He believed that no one could survive this sword. In his opinion, the threat of this little brat from the Gu clan was not as great as that of veteran experts like the Puji holy monk. However, he still wanted to kill him, so he used his strongest power on him. The moment he waved his sword, the space within 300 meters froze, and all the sages who wanted to go forward to help were unable to move. What kind of powerful power is this? Everyone was shocked. The Kunlun monarch sword that the first dragon emperor had once controlled was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Gu Chen's pupils contracted like needles. In front of him, the Kunlun monarch sword had already come to life. It turned into a real dragon and opened its bloody mouth. At this critical moment, a battleship slowly moved several kilometers away. On it, a white-robed elder looked at Huangfu Wuji and let out a thunderous roar. Be ****. Your retribution has arrived. Gu Yuan's tyrannical ether bone emitted a mysterious aura that seeped out of his body. Huangfu Wuji's hand that was swinging his sword stopped abruptly. Because of Gu Yuan's appearance, his face was filled with fear. How is this possible? Why do you still have the tyrannical bone? His tone was filled with unprecedented fear and disbelief. Gu Yuan clearly had no cultivation, but just by seeing him there, Huangfu Wuji's Dao heart revealed a flaw. He and Gu Yuan were once best friends. Gu Yuan had saved his life, but he had betrayed him and stolen his tyrannical ether bone due to greed. This had always been the most disgraceful thing in Huangfu Wuji's heart. In the depths of his subconscious, everything he had now was given by Gu Yuan. Therefore, when he saw that Gu Yuan had escaped from the prison and grown the tyrannical ether bone again, he lost his composure and his willpower had never wavered. Huangfu Wuji, you must pay me back for what you owe me. Gu Yuan's old face was filled with killing intent. He had no cultivation, but at this moment, he seemed to have executed some kind of secret art. The tyrannical ether bone in his body was as resplendent as gold. Almost at the same time as he finished speaking, the tyrannical ether bone on Huangfu Wuji's chest suddenly flickered, causing his aura to suddenly fade. How can this be? My tyrannical ether bone. Huangfu Wuji revealed a look of fear. He felt that his tyrannical ether bone was trying to break free from his control. Because of the tyrannical ether bone's loss of control, the other 6 extreme organs were in turmoil, causing his body to become extremely disharmonious. He had been using the Kunlun the arch sword with all his might. This sword was too powerful, and he could only barely use a bit of its power. Now that his body was experiencing abnormalities, he couldn't take it anymore. Before his sword could land, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His aura rapidly weakened. As the tyrannical ether bone in his body was experiencing abnormalities, the 7 extreme organs were no longer in harmony. They actually rejected each other, causing his body to sway. Ah! He roared in pain and waved his sword randomly as though he had gone mad. What's going on? Gu Chen was greatly shocked. He never expected Huangfu Wuji to suddenly become like this. Many of the sages were even more dumbfounded. Previously, so many of them had attacked Huangfu Wuji, yet they couldn't find any flaws in Huangfu Wuji. Who would have thought that Huangfu Wuji would go mad with just one move from Gu Yuan? Chen, take this opportunity to kill him. Gu Yuan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. It seemed that his body was about to collapse from forcefully exerting his strength. Gu Chen abruptly came to a realization. He wasn't sure what accident had happened to Huangfu Wuji's body, but the originally perfect and flawless Huangfu Wuji was no longer perfect. This was an opportunity. Gu Chen, who was the closest, made his move. His left hand drew a circle to form a moon, and his right hand formed a fist to form a sun. Boom, he fiercely punched Huangfu Wuji's head. The Kunlun mirror protected its master in time, but Huangfu Wuji was not in a good state, and his body was still sent flying. However, this was just the beginning. Gu Chen flicked his sleeves and the true fire of the sun descended, burning Huangfu Wuji's body. The Kunlun mirror transformed into hundreds of golden dragons to protect itself. The dragon flames and the true fire of the sun clashed. "Don't get in my way!" Gu Chen roared furiously. He punched out crazily, shattering the golden dragons one by one. Luo Haiqing and Puji Holy Monk also came over. Everyone realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so they attacked with all their strength without holding back. Under the siege of so many sages, the golden dragons protecting the Kunlun mirror quickly collapsed. In addition, Huangfu Wuji's body was not in a good state, and he was unable to activate the power of the treasure. Finally, with a bang, all the golden dragons were killed, and Gu Chen's fist ruthlessly smashed onto Huangfu Wuji's chest. Pooh! Huangfu Wuji vomited blood, and his whole body flew out like a broken sack. "Go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell!" Gu Chen vented his monstrous hatred for Huangfu Wuji at this moment, and he struck out countless techniques. His punches landed on Huangfu Wuji's body, and every punch was extremely fierce. Under the situation where the Kunlun mirror's defensive ability was greatly reduced, Huangfu Wuji's bones were shattered one by one, and he let out a miserable scream. "No! Gu Yuan, I will definitely not lose to you." In a short moment, Huangfu Wuji's hair was disheveled, and his whole body was stained with blood. "The Tyrant ether bone has been in my body for dozens of years. It's mine, it's mine." Huangfu Wuji was about to go crazy. He felt that the Tyrant ether bone in his body was not listening to his commands, and it wanted to break out of his body. It was precisely because of its abnormality that it caused the other organs to be in chaos. After all, the Tyrant ether bone was the foundation for him to fuse with so many organs. If the Tyrant ether bone was gone, he would definitely explode and die. He was unwilling to let everything he had painstakingly worked hard for dozens of years go down the drain. He fully mobilized his cultivation to suppress the Tyrant ether bone that was trying to resist. His cultivation had reached the peak of the celestial being realm. Although Gu Yuan could affect the Tyrant ether bone in his body, he still had no cultivation, and his bones were too weak after leaving the prison. Under Huangfu Wuji's all-out resistance, he suffered a backlash, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "Are you all right?" Xianxia was on the warship, and he hurriedly supported Gu Yuan. "Damn it, if only I had a little more strength." Gu Yuan's eyes were filled with hatred, and he clenched his fists. If he wasn't so weak, he would be able to deal with Huangfu Wuji by himself. When Gu Chen and the others saw that Huangfu Wuji's body was showing signs of stabilizing again, they hurriedly attacked him while he was down. Under everyone's attacks, Huangfu Wuji's body burst into a mist of blood. Some of his wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen, and he was in a sorry state. "I've lost. I've completely lost. I can't accept this. I can't accept this." Huangfu Wuji looked at the entire battlefield. The Nethersky army was completely defeated, and all of his capable subordinates were being surrounded and killed. He knew that the foundation he had painstakingly built up over dozens of years was gone, and he could no longer become an emperor. Even his original thought of killing the tyrant to vent his anger was no longer possible. Because of that damnable Gu Yuan, if he didn't escape now, he would most likely die here. "I can't lose, I must definitely turn the tables," he murmured crazily. While he was in a daze, Gu Chen suddenly appeared beside him and kicked his face. Bang! Half of Huangfu Wuji's head was almost smashed, and his entire body fell from the sky. "Die!" Gu Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he stomped on the air and waved his fists crazily. Fist lights were concentrated like rain, landing on Huangfu Wuji's body. Before Huangfu Wuji could say anything, his mouth was crooked by Gu Chen's fist lights. His teeth were broken, and his ribs were shattered, his entire body was covered in injuries, and he turned into a bloody man. He fell from the heavens and smashed into the ground with a loud bang. A huge pit was formed on the battlefield, and smoke and dust rose. The assassins from the Netherworld God Palace who were fighting with the enemies looked over and saw Huangfu Wuji lying in the pit with blood flowing out. Lord Netherworld God lost? His Majesty lost. The soldiers of the Netherski army were already gasping for breath under the enemy's attacks. Seeing Huangfu Wuji end up in such a miserable state, their will to fight completely collapsed. Bastard! Essence energy kept gushing out from the Mystic Monument depository gate inside Huangfu Wuji's body. He struggled to stand up and swung his sword at Gu Chen who was descending from the sky. Clang, the golden sword ray tore through the air, and Gu Chen quickly dodged it. Swish! 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 The other 20 sages descended from the sky, and this area instantly became a forbidden area. All the soldiers fled in panic. Half of Huangfu Wuji's face was completely mutilated, and there was not a single part of his body that was unscathed. He stared at the enemies around him, breathing heavily. Huangfu Wuji, you've lost your momentum. Quickly surrender. If you give up resisting, you might be able to die in one piece. Many sages looked at him coldly. If this person didn't die, there would never be peace in the entire Kunlun continent. Several kilometers away, Ji Lanchu, Mu Ziyu, and the others happened to be fighting. They had already dealt with their enemies, and they looked coldly at the isolated and helpless Huangfu Wuji. You think you can kill me? Wishful thinking. Huangfu Wuji looked at everyone, especially Gu Chen, and his face was filled with madness. The fallen devil wings on his back spread wide, and they were more than 10 meters long, making him look like a demon god. At this moment, the skin on his broken body turned red, and there were strange golden light worms wriggling inside his body. Many sages were inexplicably shocked. What other tricks did this Huangfu Wuji have? It's the reverse dragon tendon. Gu Chen's pupils shrank as he recognized the wriggling light worms in Huangfu Wuji's body. It was his 7th extreme Dao organ, the reverse dragon tendon. He had watched the battle between Huangfu Wuji and the Old Sky Emperor. This reverse dragon tendon could rapidly increase Huangfu Wuji's strength in an extremely short period of time. He was going all out. Gu Yuan. Gu Chen. Huangfu Wuji shouted loudly with a sinister smile on his face. I will not lose. I will definitely make a comeback. After he finished speaking, he suddenly put away the Kunlun the arch sword and smashed the void with both hands. Boom, the light insects in his body actually broke through his skin and flew in all directions. Each of the light worms rippled with a powerful destructive force, and many sages were within their attack range. Bang, 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 a series of shocking explosions occurred, and many saints were sent flying, drenched in blood. Self-destructing his ultimate organs? Luo Haiqing was overwhelmed with shock. Huangfu Wuji had actually stripped off his inverse dragon tendon and used that instant of explosion to push them back. Die, Huangfu. Gu Chen knew that Huangfu Wuji was already a lone wolf that had been forced into a desperate situation and was trying his best to survive. At this moment, he absolutely couldn't cower. He braved the storm brought about by the explosion of the extreme organ and strode toward him. Heh, Gu Chen brat, do you want to kill me? Or save me? Huangfu Wuji raised his astrological hand and pointed at the battleship in the sky. Gu Yuan, Xin Yushu, and Yi Qingxuang were on the battleship. Gu Chen's complexion changed greatly. In the next moment, Huangfu Wuji's astrology chess life hand emitted a dazzling light. He roared and forcefully shattered his own arm. That astrology chess life hand transformed into a beam of light and shot towards the sky. That was a top-notch extreme organ. If it exploded nearby, it would definitely create an unparalleled destructive force. Despicable. Gu Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He used the stars carrying moon steps and gave up on killing Huangfu Wuji as he charged into the sky. At this moment, Huangfu Wuji's gaze suddenly looked at the battlefield several thousand zhang away. There stood Ji Lanchu, Mu Ziyu, and the rest. He immediately locked onto Ji Lanchu. As long as the Ji clan's bloodline exists, I will still have a chance to make a comeback. The fallen devil wings on his back raised a surging black fog, turning the surrounding dozens of li into darkness. He disappeared inside. Gu Chen moved later but arrived first. Before the light pillar reached the battleship, He raised his hand and executed the Overlord spear, thrusting forcefully, bang, with his full strength. The light pillar deviated from its trajectory and fell into the sky, blasting out a vacuum of several hundred li in the dark clouds. The battleship that Gu Yuan and the rest were on bobbed up and down in the violent air currents. Finally, it fell onto the battlefield, but everyone on the ship was safe. Haha Jia, Huangfu Wuji has lost. The situation is hopeless. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Man with a bamboo hat looked at the black fog that stretched for dozens of li from afar. He seemed to have seen through Huangfu Wuji's intentions. A strong light erupted from his body, repelling all the approaching enemies. Let's go. Dong Fangzhen saw that almost all the desolate god cult members had been killed. He and man with a bamboo hat forcefully opened up a path of blood and fled towards the horizon. They weren't like Huangfu Wuji, who was surrounded by the most sages. The pressure was much lower and they broke through the defensive line in a short while. Don't even think of escaping. Nan Gongxing, the high priest, Lu Yichen, and countless others immediately chased after them. Huangfu Wuji, get out here. When Gu Chen saw that the thick fog had locked down the battlefield for dozens of li, he flung his sleeves and a strong gust of wind blew. He and many sages worked together and soon, the fog was blown away, revealing the original appearance. All the soldiers within the range of dozens of li saw the light of day again. All of them were trembling as if they had just been soaked in ice water. Gu Chen's purple extreme eyes lit up. His divine sense swept out wildly, trying to find Huangfu Wuji's figure. However, Huangfu Wuji had disappeared. The many sages' divine sense covered the sky and earth, but they couldn't find any trace of him. This is bad. Everyone's heart sank. For such a terrifying enemy like Huangfu Wuji to escape, it was simply a disaster. Where is he? Where exactly is he? Gu Chen was infuriated. He casually waved out streams of energy, killing all the underworld god palace assassins he saw as if he was venting his anger. He has already escaped. Gu Yuan arrived not far away from him, his expression dark. If I was close, I could sense his tyrannical bone, but that feeling has already disappeared. Gu Yuan's words confirmed that Huangfu Wuji had already escaped, causing Gu Chen to feel even more unwilling. Chen it's enough. We have already won this battle, and Huangfu Wuji self-detonated his extreme organs. He is already heavily injured and crippled. Capturing him is only a matter of time. Xin Yushu stepped forward and consoled. At this moment, the entire battlefield had already been decided. The soldiers of the Nether Heaven army were either dead or surrendered. Other than a few people, Huangfu Wuji's Nether Heaven guards were all dead. Under these circumstances, Huangfu Wuji had already been utterly defeated, and he fled like a stray dog. Although Gu Chen was unwilling, the allied army had almost achieved the greatest results, and the number of casualties was also within an acceptable range. His gloomy expression eased up slightly. Not good, Lan Chu, she. At this moment, Mu Ziyu's beautiful face was pale. Her voice attracted many people. When the black fog covered a radius of several dozen li, her body was unable to move in the cold nether demonic chi, and even her thoughts had almost stopped. When the fog dispersed, she looked to the side, but junior sister Lan Chu had already disappeared. The war that engulfed the entire continent finally came to an end, ending with the Five Race Alliance's complete victory and Huangfu Wuji's miserable defeat. The forces of the Sky Mirror Prefecture and the Underworld God Palace were almost wiped out. The Five Race Alliance sent the news of victory to the entire continent on the same day. For a moment, the entire world was shocked. Huangfu Wuji's short-lived dynasty had ended, and what kind of new era would the Kunlun continent usher in? Countless people in the 4 regions of the continent and the Middle Earth's 9 prefectures were already looking forward to a new future. Even the soldiers of the Alliance were cheering for the victory. On the night of the victory, bonfires blazed in the Alliance's camp. Countless soldiers danced and drank in high spirits, shouting the name of the Overlord. It was the Overlord who brought victory. He used an unprecedented victory to establish a supreme image in the hearts of countless people. His prestige was unparalleled in the continent for a while. With his glory, he was destined to leave a deep mark in the history of the Kunlun continent. Some people even said that his achievements could be compared to the first Dragon Emperor of the Middle Earth. Under all these dazzling halos, in the commander's tent that night, Gu Chen's expression was gloomy. and he couldn't sit or stand still. For ordinary soldiers, the war was already over, but for him, it was far from over. Mu Ziyu was crying beside him. Gu Yuan, Shen Yushu, Yi Qingxuang, and even Shen Sudong were in this tent. Jiang Yaij walked in quickly from outside the tent. When Gu Chen saw him, he hurriedly asked, "What's the situation? Are there any clues?" Jiang Yaij shook his head. The army split into 8 groups to search for traces of Huangfu Wuji and Princess Lanchu, but there are no clues at all. Hearing this answer, Gu Chen couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Beside him, Jiang Yu was constantly divining. The deduction light in his eyes never stopped. He was trying to find Princess Lanchu's location from day to night, but there were no clues yet. He had divined Princess Lanchu's location in the past. It should have been easy to find her, but now there was nothing. There was only one possibility: she had been captured by Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuji possessed the Tyrant Heavenly Bone, which was like a chaotic magnetic field. If one was too close to him, it would interfere with Jiang Yu's divination. What exactly does Huangfu Wuji want to do? Gu Chen flew into a rage. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh. He didn't understand why Huangfu Wuji would capture Lanchu. Right now, he was already defeated, and even if he obtained the royal bloodline, he wouldn't be able to make a comeback. The only reason he could think of was that the other party wanted to take revenge on him. If that was the case, then Lanchu was probably doomed. This caused him to feel extremely regretful in his heart. If he'd done better during the day and killed Huangfu Wuji on the spot, then Lanchu wouldn't have suffered any mishaps. Chen don't be anxious. Since Huangfu Wuji didn't kill Lanchu on the spot, it means that she still has some value and he won't kill her easily. Shen Yushu consoled. When grandfather recovers a bit of his cultivation, he might be able to sense his location. Don't worry, Gu Yuan said. Shen Sudong didn't say anything, but he'd already contacted the officials and was preparing to search for Princess Lanchu through the royal court's channels, as well as put out a warrant for Huangfu Wuji. Gu Chen knew that it was useless to be anxious, but thinking that Lanchu's fate was unknown, he was still as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He paced back and forth in the tent, waiting for his subordinates to send him useful information. Not long after, Huang Pingzhang hurriedly rushed in from outside. Did you catch the man with a bamboo hat? Gu Chen immediately asked when he saw him. During the day, the man with a bamboo hat and Dongfeng Zhen had escaped, and it was Elder Nangong and the high priest who were in charge of chasing after them. Huang Pingzhang was in the team. Huang Pingzhang nodded heavily. Reporting to Sect Master, we chased after them all the way. This time, we didn't let the man with a bamboo hat and Dongfeng Zhen escape. However, they fled towards the border between Yuzhou and Beijing Prefecture, and finally escaped into Desolate God Valley. Our troops have already completely surrounded Desolate God Valley, and are currently trying to break in. Desolate God Valley? Gu Chen frowned. He had entered that place before, and at that time, he had narrowly escaped death, so he had an extremely deep impression of it. Although the Allied forces had many experts, Desolate God Valley was notorious, and it would not be easy to take it down. He immediately stood up. Grandfather, mother, grandfather, Senior Qing Lin, I'll make a trip to Desolate God Valley. I'll leave the aftermath here to you guys. Don't you want to rest a bit more? Just leave the matter of catching the man with a bamboo hat to the others. Everyone advised. Gu Chen had just experienced a fierce battle during the day, and his current condition was not good. Man with a bamboo hat, I must catch him with my own hands. Right now, only he might know the whereabouts of Huangfu Wuji. Gu Chen clenched his teeth. Huangfu Wuji had disappeared from the face of the earth. If he were to hide like this, Gu Chen was afraid that he would never be able to find him. Man with a bamboo hat was Huangfu Wuji's right-hand man, and the two of them had a close relationship. Perhaps only Gu Chen would know the whereabouts of Huangfu Wuji. Thus, no matter what, he had to personally catch the man with a bamboo hat to prevent any accidents from happening. After Gu Chen finished speaking, he hurriedly left with Huang Pingzhang. As soon as they left the tent, they met the Samsara cultivator who was walking toward them. Overlord, about the heaven-crippling earth formation. Just as unfettered Samsara was about to speak, Gu Chen waved his hand. We'll talk about this another day. After speaking, he soared into the sky, turned into a rainbow, and flew towards desolate God Valley. Unfettered samsara was given the cold shoulder, and a trace of ruthlessness appeared in the depths of his eyes. Guchen reached desolate God Valley in the shortest time possible. When he arrived, Elder Nangong, Grand Priest, and the rest had just retreated from desolate God Valley, and all of them were in a sorry state. At the scene, there were many casualties among the Allied forces, and this was the result of attacking desolate God Valley. "How's the situation?" Guchen came closer and looked into the depths of the valley. He could vaguely see the vegetation wriggling, pulling away the corpses of the soldiers, absorbing their life force and destroying them. Tonight's desolate God Valley seemed to be even more chaotic than the previous times he had entered. That Dongfangzhen seems to be able to borrow the power of desolate God Valley. We have charged into the valley several times in an attempt to capture him and the man with a bamboo hat, but we have been forced back by the mysterious power of desolate God Valley. Elder Nangong explained the current situation. This desolate God Valley is the sacred land of the Desolate God sect. As the sect leader of the Desolate God sect, it is normal for Dongfangzhen to grasp some secret techniques. The two of them had planned this beforehand, and knew that only by escaping here would they have a chance of survival. The high priest's tone was solemn. "What are you going to do next?" Guchen stared at the valley and asked calmly. "In a while, we will launch another attack. The other fellow Taoists have already arrived at the other side of desolate God Valley. If we surround them from both sides, we might be able to capture those two fellows," the high priest said. Guchen could not help but shake his head. This desolate God Valley can plunder the life force of those who enter and turn it into its own power. The more cultivators that enter, the stronger it becomes. Everyone was shocked. "Are we just going to wait for them to leave the valley?" Guchen's eyes turned cold. "Let me enter the valley to meet them." "How can we do that?" Everyone's expression changed. Not to mention how strange the desolate God Valley was, the man with a bamboo hat and Dongfangzhen were top-notch experts. It was too dangerous for Guchen to enter alone. "I will go in and give it a try. If there is an accident, I will immediately leave the valley or inform you," Guchen said calmly. With his current cultivation, he would not be in such a sorry state like last time. Even if he could not catch the two of them, leaving would not be a problem. He wanted to have a good talk with the man with a bamboo hat. If everyone followed him in, it would definitely be impossible. Only when he saw him alone would the man with a bamboo hat be at ease to communicate with him. Guchen kept his word and quickly stepped into the desolate God Valley alone. As soon as he stepped into the valley, the lush vegetation seemed to have gone crazy, turning into waves of green waves that swept towards him. This wave of attacks was much stronger than before, but Guchen was no longer the same as before. His pupils turned purple as he coldly glanced around. Ka ka ka. Right now, the full moon was in the sky. Guchen easily summoned the moon spirit ice and all the vegetation that approached him was instantly frozen. No matter how the vegetation in the desolate God Valley was destroyed, they would revive. Using the moon spirit ice to seal them was clearly the best choice. Guchen walked slowly into the valley. Wherever he passed, all the plants were frozen. He was calm and unruffled, calm and unruffled. "Man with a bamboo hat, come out. Let's have a talk." His voice reverberated throughout the desolate God Valley. "Haha, Overlord, you actually dared to enter this valley alone. Should I say that you are skilled and bold, or that you are reckless?" Man with a bamboo hat's figure appeared on a distant mountain wall. Beside him stood Dongfangzhen. "You came at the right time. Once we capture Overlord, we will be able to escape from danger." Dongfangzhen revealed a sinister smile. Guchen glanced at him with disgust in his eyes. He hadn't forgotten a single thing that Dongfangzhen had done. In his heart, this evil sect master had long since become a target that he had to kill. He suppressed the killing intent in his heart and looked at the man with a bamboo hat. "You are already surrounded. Although this desolate God Valley is strange, it can only protect you for a while. Sooner or later, you will die. Man with a bamboo hat, I can give you a chance to redeem yourself. As long as you can do it, I can let you go today." "Oh? What do you want me to do?" The man with a bamboo hat's eyes flickered. "Huangfu Wuji escaped. I want to know where he might be hiding," said Guchen expressionlessly. To Gu Chen, Huangfu Wuji's threat was even greater than the man with a bamboo hat. Now that Lan Chu had been captured, if the man with a bamboo hat could give him important information, he wouldn't mind temporarily letting him escape this desolate God Valley. Of course, this was just a temporary measure. In reality, as long as he could get the information he wanted, there would be many enemies waiting for the man with a bamboo hat. There was never too much deception in war. To deal with a scum like the man with a bamboo hat, Gu Chen decided to throw the so-called promise is worth its weight in gold to the back of his mind. Haha Jia, seeing how anxious you are, did Huangfu Wuji kidnap that little princess of yours? The man with a bamboo hat looked at Gu Chen. He had actually hit the nail on the head with a single sentence. How did you know? Gu Chen's expression changed slightly. The man with a bamboo hat and Dongfang had already escaped. At that time, the battlefield was so chaotic, so they shouldn't know about this matter. Originally, Gu Chen had surrounded the man with a bamboo hat and had plenty of bargaining chips to negotiate with him. But if the man with a bamboo hat knew about this matter, he could use it to threaten him, and he would have an important bargaining chip. Haha, this is just a guess. Moreover, this seat can tell you honestly that this seat can guess where Huangfu Wuji will go. The man with a bamboo hat's lips curled up. His pair of will-o'-the-wisp eyes seemed to see through everything. Where will he go? Seeing that the man with a bamboo hat was so confident, Gu Chen was delighted in his heart. Why should the seat tell you? The man with a bamboo hat laughed weirdly. If you don't tell me, you will die today. If you tell me, I can let you go. Gu Chen's expression turned cold. Haha, this seat isn't interested in this condition. Let's change it, he said sinisterly. What condition do you want? Gu Chen frowned. Right now, the most important thing for the man with a bamboo hat was to preserve his life. If he didn't want this condition, what did he want to do? Let this seat conduct an experiment on you. As long as you satisfy this seat's condition, this seat will tell you where Huangfu Wuji is. The man with a bamboo hat's eyes revealed a fanatical look. That look actually made Gu Chen feel like he had seen it before. Man with a bamboo hat, what nonsense are you talking about? Without waiting for Gu Chen to reply, Dongfang, who was beside him, had a look of displeasure on his face. The reason we are still alive right now is all because of the kindness of the desolate god, and the desolate god took you in because of me. When you were negotiating with him, you didn't even think about helping us escape. What experiment? What kind of joke is this? The man with a bamboo hat just looked at Gu Chen and casually replied. Fellow Taoist Dongfang, there's no need to be anxious. As long as you do as the seat says, I guarantee that you will be safe. Humph, your guarantee is completely useless. Now that Huangfu Wuji has been defeated, what can you do? Dongfang said angrily. If he wasn't currently besieged on all sides, he wouldn't even bother to continue cooperating with the man with a bamboo hat. He stood on the wrong side. He originally thought that Huangfu Wuji would be able to win the world, but who would have thought that he would suffer a crushing defeat? Could it be that you have a better choice right now? The man with a bamboo hat turned to look at Dongfang, a hint of impatience appearing in his eyes. Dongfang was speechless. His expression was gloomy, and he no longer stopped the man with a bamboo hat from negotiating with Gu Chen. You want to conduct an experiment on me? Aren't you being too whimsical? That bargaining chip of yours is far from enough. When Gu Chen heard the man with a bamboo hat's request, he felt that it was extremely laughable. The other's bargaining chip was only Huangfu Wuji's whereabouts, yet he actually wanted him to take such a huge risk. Oh, if you don't find out Huangfu Wuji's whereabouts as soon as possible, I'm afraid that little girlfriend of yours will lose her life very soon. Could it be that she's not important to you? The corners of the man with a bamboo hat's mouth curled up slightly. Gu Chen's expression was gloomy. He indeed wanted to rescue Lan Chu as soon as possible, but if he agreed to let the man with a bamboo hat conduct an experiment on him, he would lose his life, so how could he rescue her? You can rest assured, this seat's experiment will absolutely not cause you to lose your life. Who knows, you might even become stronger because of it. The man with a bamboo hat licked his lips, and he looked at Gu Chen as if he was looking at an unpolished piece of jade. If you're still not satisfied with this seat's conditions, then this seat can give you even more benefits. What benefits? Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. Haven't you always wanted to know the whereabouts of your father? This seat can tell you where Gu Tianming is. You know where my father is? Great waves appeared in Gu Chen's heart, but he maintained a calm expression on his face. He didn't know if the man with a bamboo hat was tricking him, or if he really had the confidence. Haha, yeah, of course. When your father's tyrannical firmament bone awakened, Huang Fudo was sent to the eastern wasteland to capture him. If not for me, he would have died long ago. The man with a bamboo hat said indifferently. Gu Chen's heart fluctuated even more violently. Man with a bamboo hat meant that the person who saved his father back then was him. Gu Chen recalled the scene he saw when he searched Huang Fuda's memories. The person who saved his father back then didn't look the slightest bit similar to the man with a bamboo hat. What reason do you have to save my father? You have always been Huang Fu Wuji's right-hand man. Why did you betray him? What good can this do for you? Gu Chen said coldly. Huang Fu Wuji's right-hand man? Man with a bamboo hat haha laughed strangely, his eyes revealing a look of contempt. Huang Fu Wuji has already failed. Now that things have come to this, there is no need to hide anymore. He is at most just a test subject of this seat. What qualifications does he have to make this seat swear loyalty to him? There is no one in this Kunlun continent that can make this seat swear loyalty to him. Man with a bamboo hat's tone was extremely arrogant. His contempt for Huang Fu Wuji not only shocked Gu Chen, but also Dong Fengzhen's face was filled with surprise. This seat knows that you won't believe me just based on my words, so this is for you. Man with a bamboo hat suddenly took out a jade pendant with a flip of his hand and threw it to Gu Chen. Gu Chen's eyes revealed vigilance as he grabbed it from a distance. After confirming that there was no problem, he brought it closer. This is my father's jade pendant? Gu Chen's expression shook. This jade pendant was dark green and had a very special pattern carved on its edge. He recognized that this was the jade pendant that his father had carried with him since he was young. It was said that this jade pendant was given to his father by his mother as a token of love, so his father never left it. This jade pendant was not a magic weapon. Man with a bamboo hat could take it out. Even if it was fake, it showed that he had a good understanding of his father. What he said might very well be true. Where is my father? Gu Chen's tone became cold. His father had been missing for such a long time, and he had never found any clues. He never thought that the man with a bamboo hat was behind this. He could no longer figure out what this fellow was trying to do. He was so loyal to Huang Fu Wuji on the surface. But he was actually playing such tricks behind the scenes. Now, what do you think of my conditions? As long as you agree to let me experiment on you, I'll be able to find out the whereabouts of your father and your little girlfriend. They should be extremely important people to you, right? Man with a bamboo hat looked like everything was under his control. Gu Chen suddenly had an absurd thought, as if the man with a bamboo hat was trapped in this desolate God Valley on purpose, and his goal was to negotiate with him. Letting you experiment on me is equivalent to letting you slaughter me. No matter what conditions you put forward, I won't agree. Since you have clues about my father, I can make some concessions and let you leave with him. I guarantee that before you escape 1,000 miles away, I won't chase after you. Gu Chen's eyes flickered as he said. His negotiation conditions even included Dong Fengzhen, causing Dong Fengzhen's heart to palpitate. Haha, you little sly fellow, do you want fellow Taoist Dong Feng to stand on your side? Man with a bamboo hat saw through Gu Chen's intentions with a single glance. I've said it before, I'm not interested in other conditions. If you're worried that my experiment will harm you, you can let your people watch from the side. If there's a problem, I naturally won't be able to escape. Moreover, you seem to have a powerful Dao plant master on your side. If I really did something to harm you, he would be able to tell. I just want to satisfy a small wish of mine. After all, experimental subjects like you are too rare. If you're willing to help me, not only will I help you find your father, I'll also help you get rid of Huang Fu Wuji. I'll also guarantee the safety of your little girlfriend. Man with a bamboo hat patiently said. He didn't even consider the matter of escaping, he only wanted to satisfy his addiction. Gu Chen realized that there was no point in wasting his breath on the man with a bamboo hat. He couldn't help but look at Dong Fengzhen. Fellow Taoist Dong Feng, you've also seen it. You're still planning for your survival, but man with a bamboo hat hasn't even considered you. How about we discuss a condition? Gu Chen placed his target on Dong Fengzhen, causing the man with a bamboo hat's expression to instantly freeze. What condition? Dong Fengzhen subconsciously took a few steps away from the man with a bamboo hat, his eyes flickering. The corner of Gu Chen's mouth slightly curled up as he said unhurriedly. As long as you hand over the man with a bamboo hat to me, I promise I won't make things difficult for you and let you lead this desolate God Valley smoothly. Originally, since you and Huangfu Wuji are conspiring together, I should have exterminated the desolate God cult. However, if you agree to my condition, I promise I won't go too far. This way, you won't become the last sect master of the desolate God cult. I believe the desolate God cult won't blame you. As soon as Gu Chen's words fell, the man with a bamboo hat became a little flustered and exasperated. You little fox, stop trying to sow discord. Fellow Taoist Dongfeng, you should be able to see that he's lying. If you really do as he says, he definitely won't fulfill his promise. Gu Chen immediately made a solemn vow. This Gu has always been a man of his word. He silently added in his heart, except for my enemies. Because of Gu Chen's conditions, Dong Fengzhen fell into deep thought, his expression unsettled. Right now, he was in the desolate God Valley, and Dong Fengzhen could borrow the mysterious power of the desolate God Valley. If the man with a bamboo hat had him, Gu Chen would not be able to easily capture him, and if Gu Chen had Dong Fengzhen, there would be no need for him to bullshit with the man with a bamboo hat. Therefore, Dong Fengzhen had become a key point, and Gu Chen had deliberately provoked the relationship between the two. Fellow Taoist Dongfeng, what are you thinking? Have you lived all these years like a dog? Do you really believe this brat's nonsense? Seeing that Dong Fengzhen was actually seriously thinking, the man with a bamboo hat said angrily. Humph, man with a bamboo hat, if I don't believe him, do you think I'll believe you? You've already made it very clear just now that you only want to satisfy your own bad taste and have no intention of helping me escape. Dong Fengzhen said angrily. Man with a bamboo hat was speechless. Humph, you two can't be trusted. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Dong Fengzhen's body suddenly retreated, a fanatical look gradually appearing on his face. You can't be trusted, this world can't be trusted, only the desolate God is eternal faith. Man with a bamboo hat cursed in his heart. This cult leader still wanted to preach at this point. Gu Chen also watched coldly from the side. It would be best if Dong Fengzhen could listen to him, otherwise, he could only send an army to forcefully enter the valley. Just when Gu Chen and the man with a bamboo hat were curious about which side Dong Fengzhen would choose to side with, this cult leader did something unexpected. The world of mortals is like a prison, all living beings are suffering. Reincarnation is endless, suffering is endless. Pity my people, a god has descended from the heavens. Infinite desolate God, send me home. What do you want? The man with a bamboo hat frowned. Not good. Gu Chen's pupils shrank. This Dong Fengzhen's actions reminded him of the time when he first entered the desolate God Valley, and those crazy believers who sacrificed themselves to the desolate God. My desolate God religion will definitely not perish, because those who believe in the desolate God will obtain eternal life. Dong Fengzhen's expression became deranged. Neither Gu Chen nor the man with a bamboo hat were trustworthy, so he chose to follow his faith. Aragami, the bane of the prophecy is right in front of us. Please send down your divine power to punish him. Please destroy all the filth in this world and send me home. With my lowly body as a sacrifice, I respectfully invite the Aragami to descend. His voice became hysterical, and after he finished speaking, an extremely strange aura emanated from his body. At this moment, all of the walls of desolate God Valley began to shine. Countless plants surged over, wrapping around Dong Fengzhen. Dong Fengzhen's flesh and blood began to shrivel up at a visible rate. His eyes were sunken in and a look of infatuation appeared in his eyes. A human sacrifice. Oh no, that Aragami is not simple. I'm screwed. The man with a bamboo hat had a bad feeling. He only wanted to negotiate with Gu Chen and underestimated Dong Fengzhen. Being able to become the leader of the Desolation God cult, it was only natural that his faith in the Desolation God was stronger than anyone else. He actually chose to sacrifice his powerful physical body and soul to the Aragami. In any cult, offering a sacrifice was a very terrifying thing. It could summon the powerful power of the gods from the netherworld. Dongfangzhen's own strength was very strong, and as a sacrifice, he would be extremely important. In addition, this was Desolate God Valley, so the power of the desolate gods that he could summon would be unprecedentedly strong. The entire Desolate God Valley seemed to have come alive. The commotion far surpassed that of the night Guchen escaped from this place. All the plants in the valley grew crazily, turning into towering trees and strange giant flowers, almost crushing the space. Guchen felt a strong sense of life-threatening danger. The mysterious power of the origami was not something that he could fight against. Immediately, he activated his moon-striding steps and tried to leave the valley. The man with a bamboo hat was the same. No one wanted to face the power of an evil god. However, the path to the outside of the valley was blocked by rapidly growing plants. They even covered the sky, leaving no way to escape. The walls on both sides of Desolate God Valley originally had countless corpses embedded in them. All of them had their vitality squeezed out and assimilated with the valley. However, right now, they all seemed to have come to life. Their shriveled heads were actually trying to break free from the rock wall, letting out strange roars. Some of the skeletons were dressed in ancient clothes and had clearly existed for a very long time. Some of them were recently absorbed by the Desolate God Valley. At this moment, all of them seemed to have come to life, letting out waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls, making the valley seem like purgatory on earth. Whoosh! Whoosh! Endless grass and trees surged towards Guchen. He desperately summoned the moon soul ice and froze everything around him. But the moon in the sky quickly disappeared. The grass and trees had completely covered the sky, not leaving a single gap, and his connection with the moon was actually severed, and he was unable to use celestial true power. Guchen could only clench his teeth. Condensing a golden overlord spear in his hand, he stabbed crazily towards the entrance, barging forward. His intuition told him that if he did not leave this place quickly, he would definitely die. Bang bang bang, wherever the overlord spear passed, all the grass and trees would shatter into pieces, but the regeneration ability they possessed was 100 times more terrifying than the past, and in an instant, they would be completely healed. Guchen used all his strength to break out, but he could not even escape 300 m. Instead, he felt that the surrounding heaven and earth were releasing strands of suction force, attempting to swallow his vitality. What's going on? Will sect leader be fine? Outside Desolate God Valley, following the unprecedented movement, Huang Pingzhang, Nan Gongxing and the rest all had their expressions change. In their eyes, Desolate God Valley had come to life. Countless grass and trees were brandishing their claws and fangs, surrounding the entire valley. Following that, the valley actually slowly broke free from the ground and rose into the sky. The movement of Desolate God Valley off the ground caused an earthquake in the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. Everyone could not stand stably. They could only watch helplessly as Desolate God Valley flew 300 meters off the ground before it slowly stabilized. In all directions, a terrifying energy storm appeared. Ordinary cultivators could not even approach within 1,000 feet of it. This is bad, everyone in the allied army paled. With such a terrifying movement, Guchen who had entered the valley alone would likely be in danger. Ha ha ha, the Desolate God has heard my call. He has heard my call. Dongfangzhen's body was bound by countless grass and trees. The stems and leaves of the grass and trees pierced into his skin, constantly absorbing the life essence in his body, but he was incomparably excited. In front of him, the man with a bamboo hat was fleeing in panic. Guchen was desperately trying to break out of the encirclement, but he was no match for the endless growth of grass and trees. He was gradually losing the strength to resist. At a certain moment, the man with a bamboo hat was tied up by a pile of grass and trees. He was suspended in the air with an expression as if he had eaten shit. I actually fell into the hands of a madman. He had never placed Dongfangzhen in his eyes, but because of this he had suffered a great loss. The grass and trees drilled into his body, riddling him with holes and causing him to bleed profusely. His blood was actually black. As soon as the vibrant grass and trees absorbed it, they became somewhat lifeless. Guchen tried to break out of the encirclement with all his strength, but in a moment of carelessness, his feet were entangled by the grass and he was suspended upside down. Following that, he was tied up. He and the man with a bamboo hat were caught by the mysterious power of Desolate God Valley. The grass and trees pierced through their skin like snakes, piercing into their blood vessels and greedily sucking away their life force. Die for me. Gu Chen struggled with all his might, but no matter how much strength he exerted, his strength was quickly absorbed, causing the bindings on his body to become even tighter. It's useless. Give up, we are facing the power of a god. The man with a bamboo hat shook his head, his eyes incomparably gloomy. The two of them negotiated for a while, but in the end, they were both tricked by this madman, Dong Fengzhen. Man proposes, God disposes. Gu Chen also realized that the power he was facing was not something that Dong Fengzhen could possess, but he instinctively refused to believe in the existence of the desolate god. Haha, tyrant, you're the bane of this world, you've finally received the punishment of the desolate god. Man with a bamboo hat, you don't respect the desolate god, you have no faith, you deserve to die here as well. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, both of you shall be purified. Dong Fengzhen had already shriveled to the point where he was only skin and bones, but his eyes were even more fanatical. Gu Chen and the man with a bamboo hat both groaned. The vines had pierced into their bodies and were constantly pumping blood out. It's over, Gu Chen could feel the essence qi in his body constantly leaking out, and his consciousness was gradually blurring. The life force in Gu Chen's body was fading, his eyelids gradually became heavy. Only the rustling sound of countless plants remained in his ears, his thoughts stagnated. The pair of will-o-wisp eyes of the man with a bamboo had also dimmed, facing the mysterious power of the desolate god, there was no room for resistance. The plants submerged Gu Chen, his whole body was tightly bound by vines, his face showing a look of pain. Dong Fengzhen laughed hysterically. Boundless desolate god, send us home. At this time an inconspicuous beast-raising bag on Gu Chen's waist emitted bursts of soft light. What no one could see was that inside the bag of beast-raising, there was a 7-colored egg that was cracking and shattering, a snow-white monkey stretched out its claws and feet from the egg, and finally its head. As if it had sensed something, the moment it broke out of the egg, it suddenly roared. Roar, a high-pitched roar that could pierce through golden crackstones suddenly came from Gu Chen's body. Then, his beast cultivation bag loosened, and a ray of light gushed out from it, turning into a snow-white monkey. After sleeping in the northern plains, after a long time, the white ape finally woke up. Its appearance was not much different from before, except that its fur was even whiter, looking holy and pure. Its pair of golden eyes revealed anger, and in between its eyebrows, there was a strange gray vertical line. It floated in front of Gu Chen, its tail casually whipped the air and roared at the plants that were constantly surging towards it. Its roar was deafening, and all the nearby plants were shattered. White ape, Gu Chen was awakened by the roar, his scattered consciousness recovered a little, and subconsciously muttered. A spirit beast dares to come out and court death. It's useless, in front of the power of the desolate god, all resistance is meaningless. Dong Fengzhen looked like a dried corpse, but he looked at the white ape with a mocking smile. Things were just as he had said. The white ape's attack had shattered all the vegetation around Gu Chen. But, those vegetation had quickly healed themselves. Then, they came pouring in endlessly. It wasn't something that a human could resist. Seeing this, White Ape's eyes lit up. With a flip of his hand, he took out a rainbow-colored little tree. The moment the rainbow tree appeared, the surrounding plants that were surging madly stopped in their tracks as if they had seen a snake or scorpion. At this time, White Ape waved the rainbow-colored little tree, brushing out rays of divine light. Whoosh! 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 Wherever the divine light passed by, all the plants would wither. Their vitality would be sucked out by the rainbow-colored little tree. The endless grass and trees were trying to plunder the vitality of others, but they didn't expect to meet someone even more ruthless than them. The white ape raised the rainbow-colored tree high up, and a dazzling light erupted from it. Then, it began to absorb the power of the plants in a frenzy. The plants let out strange baby-like screams and retreated in a panic, trying to escape into the depths of desolate God Valley, trying to escape into the walls of the valley. But the rainbow-colored little tree was too overbearing. A huge rainbow-colored vortex appeared in the air, releasing a terrifying suction force. It swallowed everything in its path. The arrogant plant spirits struggled desperately, but they were pulled into the vortex by the suction force. For a moment, all the plants in desolate God Valley were destroyed. The plants that had bound Gu Chen and the man with a bamboo hat loosened. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't. All of them had become nutrients for the rainbow-colored little tree. Gu Chen's vitality stopped flowing. When he regained his senses, he saw the white ape holding the rainbow-colored little tree in the air. He already understood what had happened. I didn't expect to be saved by this rainbow-colored little tree again. Gu Chen muttered. This rainbow-colored little tree was something that the white ape had stolen from Desolate God Valley. He didn't expect it to be the nemesis of the plants in Desolate God Valley. That monkey, the man with a bamboo hat, was also freed. He sat on the ground and looked at the white ape in the air. His eyes were filled with surprise. He stared at the gray vertical line between the white ape's eyebrows and murmured. I really made a mistake. I didn't expect the monkey beside the Tyrant King to have such a background. The Tyrant bone is already exciting enough. I didn't expect there to be such a surprise. His whole body was trembling. Even though he was about to lose his life, he didn't feel any fear. His body didn't have much reaction. But at this moment, he was trembling because of extreme excitement. No. The power of Desolate God can't be resisted. What is going on? What is going on? Dongfangzhen had also escaped from the restraints of the plants. It could be said that he had saved his life. But looking at the countless plants being broken and absorbed by the rainbow-colored little tree in the air, his face was filled with disbelief. Gu Chen crawled up from the ground and strode toward Dongfangzhen, who was in a state of panic and whose faith had almost collapsed. I promised the hundreds of thousands of souls in Descendant City that I would take your head to mourn for them. Gu Chen's face was filled with killing intent as he walked in front of Dongfangzhen. Right now, Dongfangzhen looked like a dried-up corpse. All of the strength in his body had already disappeared and all of it had been offered to Desolate God Valley. You can't kill me. The Desolate God will save. He angrily roared. But before he could finish speaking, his voice suddenly stopped, because Gu Chen's finger had turned into a blade and his palm had pierced through his throat. With a loud cracking sound, Gu Chen forcefully twisted Dongfangzhen's head off and put it into his storage ring. He then turned to look at the man with a bamboo hat not too far away. Taking a deep breath, he rushed towards him. Man with a bamboo hat looked at the white ape in the air as if he was looking at a treasure. It was just like how he looked at Gu Chen in the past. In fact, his eyes were even more fanatical than before. At this moment, as Gu Chen rushed over, he finally reacted. His eyes flashed and he thrust out his palm. Bang! The heaven and earth origin energy seemed to boil as it pushed towards Gu Chen. This feeling, Gu Chen inexplicably felt that this palm was very familiar, but his body instinctively moved faster than his mind. With a flick of his finger, the 7 absolute tyrant blades flew out one by one. Overlord, are you really not going to consider this seat's suggestion? Man with a bamboo hat laughed strangely. Suddenly, the phantom of a mountain appeared in front of him. Landslide. His words were like spring thunder, and the mountain instantly collapsed. The power of the collapse destroyed the closest flying blade together with it. He then flew up, avoiding the range of the rainbow-colored tree. But Gu Chen still had 6 flying blades chasing after him. Time and space revolution. The space around man with a bamboo hat twisted, and all the flying blades flew straight towards him. But in the end, they landed on the rock wall in the distance, cutting out many marks on it. This technique, Gu Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. The technique that man with a bamboo hat used was very familiar to him. Just give up. You will never have the chance to escape. Gu Chen roared. He pointed a finger at man with a bamboo hat, and the aura of time flowed out. Momentary beauty. Gate of rest, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of view, gate of death, gate of surprise, gate of open. He chanted, there are 8 gates in the human body, and the Taoist body also has 8 gates. When all 8 gates are opened, the Taoist law will be natural, and all techniques will return to the origin. As soon as he finished speaking, a 9-colored glow burst out from his body, and mysterious gates appeared one after another in his body. In the blink of an eye, the world in front of Gu Chen changed completely. He appeared in a colorful world, surrounded by countless spots of light. All techniques return to the origin. This is Huangfu Qingming's technique, how could you know it? Gu Chen was in the colorful world, and his face was full of surprise. When the man with a bamboo hat fought with him, he vaguely felt that the moves were familiar. Until now, when he was pulled into such a world, he suddenly remembered that all the techniques that the other party had used before belonged to Huangfu Qingming. This all techniques returned to the origin could only be used with the help of the innate Taoist aptitude, which was a unique superclass physique. How could the man with the bamboo hat know it? Haha, Tyrant, how did you get that white ape? You really got a big bargain. The pair of will-o'-the-wisp eyes of the man with the bamboo hat appeared above the ninth heaven, and his voice echoed in the colorful world. Light spots of different colors swam around like fish, which made Guchen feel like he was facing a great enemy. Those light spots represented the power of various laws, which had brought him great trouble when he was fighting with Huangfu Qingming. At that time, Huangfu Qingming had not reached the celestial being realm, so he could barely touch the power of laws. But now it was different. The all techniques returned to the origin performed by the man with a bamboo hat made Guchen feel that it was 100 times more dangerous. Even if he was much stronger than before, he still felt like he was walking on thin ice. Why do you suddenly ask this? Guchen frowned. Previously, the man with a bamboo had only wanted him to agree to let him do the experiment, but now he mentioned the white ape for no reason. He found that he could not keep up with this person's train of thought, which was full of mysteries. Haha, don't worry. I didn't want to kill you when I used this return to the origin. I just want to talk to you. The man with a bamboo hat said. Do you think I'll believe you? Guchen sneered. Whether you believe it or not, it's actually very simple to deal with me. The man with a bamboo hat sighed, all I want to do is research. As long as you are willing to satisfy me, I guarantee you a happy ending. Guchen's eyes turned cold. To you, is everyone your experimental subject? Man with a bamboo hat's attitude was really too arrogant. Be it him or Huangfu Wuji, he actually didn't put them in his eyes at all. I know you're young and impetuous, and your vision is limited. It's inevitable that you won't be able to understand my thoughts. But I can guarantee you that so long as you cooperate with me obediently, you'll surely be able to take revenge against Huangfu Wuji, and your little girlfriend will return to your side safely. Even your father will be able to return safely. Man with a bamboo hat said patiently. What if I don't? Guchen didn't believe the man with a bamboo hat's nonsense. There were too many mysteries surrounding this person. If you don't cooperate, then we can only have a decisive battle. Man with a bamboo hat's eyes shone brightly. If you win, you can still get everything you want. But if you lose, I'm afraid I won't be so polite with my experiments. Guchen's killing intent soared to the sky. That's exactly what I wanted. Come. It seems like you don't consider my friendly proposal at all. Man with a bamboo hat's tone turned gloomy. Fine, if you want to fight, then I'll fulfill your wish. Boom boom boom. At this time, the colorful world suddenly became distorted as if it would collapse at any time. It seems like you're going to lose this battle. Guchen mocked. He knew that White Ape must have made a move. It was much easier to destroy this return to the origin from the outside. Originally, he was a little afraid of the man with a bamboo hat's strangeness, but with White Ape's help, the outcome of the battle was already decided. Haha Jia, don't be mistaken. Your opponent isn't this seat. Man with a bamboo hat said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the colorful world completely shattered. White Ape's huge figure reached in from the outside, roaring continuously. Bang! Man with a bamboo hat's hidden figure was instantly exposed. White Ape's palm slammed down, directly smashing his body into the ground. Wah! He spat out black blood, struggling to crawl up from the ground. However, there was still a smile on his face, as if he had gone mad. Little monkey, how about following this seat? He reached out a hand to White Ape, as if coaxing a child. 2 streams of air spurted out from the giant White Ape's nostrils, expressing its deep disdain. Then, it reached out to summon the rainbow-colored small tree, brushing a colorful light on Man with a bamboo hat's body. Man with a bamboo hat's body was trapped by the colorful light, and the aura on his body rapidly weakened. You've already lost. Tell me the whereabouts of Huangfu Wuji and my father. Guchen stepped forward and said aggressively. Haha Jia, I've said it before. Your opponent won't be me. Man with a bamboo hat stared at Guchen. There was no fear of death in his strange eyes at all. I've already given you too many chances. In Mount Huaning, on the battlefield, and here, but you've missed all of them. Man with a bamboo hat's gaze became ruthless and terrifying. What are you talking about? Gu Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. Since you're unwilling to undergo the transplant obediently, I can only cripple you first, even though that might affect the quality of the experiment. His tone became more and more deranged as he spoke, revealing a sense of fanaticism. Half a month later, there will be a phenomenon of the sun and moon colliding. On that day, I'll be there in the Kunlun ruins. Gu Chen smirked coldly. Why should I listen to you? The man in the bamboo hat cackled. You have no choice but to listen to me because Huangfu Wuji is there, and your little girlfriend is definitely there as well. Your opponent isn't me, but Huangfu Wuji. He'll be my proudest experimental subject. You must come alone and not have any helpers following you, including that monkey beside you. Otherwise, Ji Lanchu will definitely die. As long as you can defeat Huangfu Wuji, you'll be able to rescue Ji Lanchu and find out your father's whereabouts from me. Man with a bamboo hat's eyes gradually dimmed as he spoke, and his voice became ethereal. If you don't come or go against the rules I set, it won't just be a matter of Ji Lanchu's death. I'll make the entire Kunlun continent pay the price. Remember, you only have one chance left. After Man with a bamboo hat finished speaking, his pair of will-o'-the-wisp eyes completely dimmed, and his aura completely disappeared. Squeak squeak, the white ape revealed a shocked expression. Although it had restrained Man with a bamboo hat, it did not kill him. Gu Chen hurried forward and checked Man with a bamboo hat's pulse. He realized that his pulse was no longer beating, and even his body was cold. His expression turned ugly as he removed his bamboo hat. What appeared before him was a young face. Although it was covered in traces of repair, he could recognize that it was Huangfu Qingming. Gu Chen instantly understood why Man with a bamboo hat was able to execute Huangfu Qingming's ultimate technique. It made his hair stand on end. Huangfu Qingming had clearly died back then, and he had been completely crippled by him. His corpse was unrecognizable. However, Man with a bamboo hat had actually transformed his broken corpse and recovered it to such an extent that he even possessed the cultivation of heaven tier. Gu Chen recalled the man with a bamboo hat that killing god Qinglin had killed during the construction of the divine pavilion. This technique was exactly the same. Where is the true body of the man with a bamboo hat? Gu Chen's expression turned ugly. He suddenly realized that this person was even more terrifying than Huangfu Wuji. Everything was in the palm of his hand. Gu Chen recalled what the man with a bamboo hat said before he died. His pupils shrank as he had some guesses about the other party's identity. Buzz, under the rainbow tree's radiance, Huangfu Qingming's corpse withered completely and turned into ashes. At the same time, spots of light condensed from his body and were absorbed by the rainbow tree. Not long after, a 9-colored fruit condensed on the small tree. This rainbow tree could not only absorb sound bones and other extreme organs, but it could also absorb the power of a complete physique. However, Gu Chen was not in the mood to pay attention to this. He searched the remains of the man with a bamboo hat, hoping to find some useful clues. Perhaps it was because of the existence of the rainbow tree, the desolate God Valley gradually calmed down and landed on the ground again. As for Gu Chen, he did not find anything useful from the remains of the man with a bamboo hat, so he quickly left the desolate God Valley. As soon as he walked out of the desolate God Valley, Elder Nangong, Grand Priestess, and the others anxiously surrounded him. Are you all right? Everyone looked at Gu Chen worriedly. Because of the attack from the plants, his clothes were tattered and stained with blood. I'm fine. The enemies are all dead. Let's quickly return to the Allied army camp. Gu Chen had a serious expression. He did not explain further and led the way to the Allied army camp. Seeing that he was so serious, everyone did not ask any questions and followed closely behind him. Very soon, they returned to the army camp. Gu Chen immediately ran to the residence of the unfettered Samsara. However, when he arrived, the residence was already empty. The unfettered left an hour ago. I don't know where he went. The guard responsible for serving the unfettered Samsara replied. Gu Chen's expression turned gloomy. The group of people behind him were confused. They did not understand why Gu Chen was looking for the unfettered Samsara as soon as he returned. Go to Huaning Mountain. Gu Chen did not rest for even a moment. He immediately soared into the sky and flew towards Samsara Cultivator's place. Before he arrived at Mount Huaning, Guchen saw a big fire on the mountain. The rebuilt Taoist rite of the cultivator of Samsara had been completely burned to ashes. Guchen and the others braved the sea of fire and stepped onto the mountain. They discovered that the soldiers who were originally stationed here were all dead. The heaven-crippling earth destruction array has been destroyed. Who did it? Huang Pingzhang noticed it immediately, and his expression changed drastically. Huangfu Wuji's whereabouts were still unknown, and the heaven-crippling earth destruction array was very likely to be a great help in dealing with him. If it was destroyed, it would be a great loss to them. I'm afraid it was done by the Samsara cultivator himself, Guchen said coldly as he stared at the sea of fire. What? Why would an unspecialized do that? Everyone was shocked. The Samsara cultivator is the man with a bamboo hat, Guchen said. His words shocked everyone. Overlord, is this true? The Grand Priest's face was solemn. It can't be wrong. He had already admitted his identity in the desolate God Valley. Guchen's heart was boiling with anger. He thought about the Samsara cultivator's actions from the appearance of the Samsara cultivator until tonight. He felt that he was being played. Why would the man with a bamboo hat impersonate the Samsara cultivator? Everyone looked at each other. After thinking about it carefully, the two of them indeed had many similarities. They were both Tao plant masters, and their personalities were equally strange. From the beginning, he wanted to use me as an experiment. However, because of some things, his plan failed. Guchen felt a lingering fear. At the beginning, the Samsara cultivator told him that he could only accept the transplant to deal with Huangfu Wuji. He was suspicious of the Samsara cultivator, so he did not agree easily. However, after the man with a bamboo hat led the Nether Heaven army to attack, the octopus monster created a lot of trouble for the allied army. He was at his wit's end. At that time, the Samsara cultivator had helped him and easily destroyed the man with a bamboo hat's octopus monster, causing him to trust him. Come to think of it, it was simply a two-man show. The man with a bamboo hat had actually sacrificed so many soldiers of the Nether Heaven army to gain his trust. He had worked so hard to set up such a huge trap just to get him to agree to the transplant. The transplant was the experiment that he wanted, and he had almost succeeded. Guchen had already agreed to it. However, when his mother came, Guchen found out about the Underworld God Tower's location and went to save the leaders of the various forces, so the matter was left unsettled. Perhaps it was because he could not get his way with the Samsara cultivator's identity, the man with a bamboo hat chose to negotiate with him tonight. Unfortunately, the negotiation failed in the end, so he lost his patience. Half a month later, there will be a phenomenon of the sun and moon colliding. On that day, I'll be there in the Kunlun ruins. If you don't come or go against the rules that I set, it won't just be a matter of Ji Lanchu's death. I'll make the entire Kunlun continent pay the price. Remember, you only have one chance left. The man in bamboo hat had given him an ultimatum. Guchen had figured out the ins and outs of everything. He was deeply aware of the depth of the obsession of the man in bamboo hat and how crazy he could be in order to achieve his goal. Chase after him. Track down the Samsara cultivator immediately. Even though Guchen knew that it would be difficult to find the Samsara cultivator, he still gave the order. The Heavenly Emperor's order was given. Countless cultivators received the order and immediately gathered their troops. They spread out in all directions to search for the Samsara cultivator. Meanwhile, Guchen returned to the allied army camp and told everyone around him what he had learned. When everyone found out that the Samsara cultivator was the man with a bamboo hat who had been hiding among them for so long, they shuddered. Sect Master, something bad has happened. When Xueqian found out that the Samsara cultivator was wanted, he hurried over. What's wrong? Guchen frowned. Originally, we planned to leave them for Sect Master to transplant. The 10 types of extreme Dao organs that we bought from the continent's black markets were all taken by the Samsara cultivator. Because he was the Dao plant master in charge of the transplant, he said that he needed to understand the completeness of the various extreme Dao organs. This subordinate believed him and gave them to him first. Xueqian was sweating profusely as he spoke. Hearing this, the expressions of the death gods of the celestial court and the demon sages all changed. If the samsara cultivator is really the man with a bamboo hat, then he was the one who transplanted the extreme Tao organs into Huangfu Wuji. Now that he has taken so many extreme Tao organs, what is he trying to do? When Huangfu Wuji escaped earlier, he had already destroyed a few of his extreme Tao organs, so he is no longer a threat to us. However, if the man with a bamboo hat returns to his side, everyone realized what might happen and became indescribably nervous. In the camp, only Gu Yuan revealed a disdainful smile when he heard about the extreme Tao organ transplant. He's definitely up to no good by asking Your Majesty to go to Kunlun ruins alone. Your Majesty must not agree to his request. The conversation between the upper echelons of the Allied army quickly shifted to the man with the bamboo hat's invitation. Killing God Rose, killing God Vermilion Bird, and the rest all advised. Right now, the man with a bamboo hat and Huangfu Wuji are already desperate. Your Majesty really can't go. Putting aside the fact that the Kunlun ruins was a notorious place, if Guchen went there alone, it would be difficult for him to deal with just Huangfu Wuji alone, let alone the man in the bamboo hat. They had already won the war and the world. Huangfu Wuji and the man with the bamboo hat were just stray dogs. There was no need to care about them at all. But if Guchen doesn't go, according to the man with a bamboo hat, Princess Lanshu will definitely die. At the same time, he will make the entire Kunlun continent pay the price. Shen Sudong hesitated at this moment. He did not agree with Guchen going alone, but if he did not go, the consequences might be extremely serious. In order to gain Guchen's trust, the man in the bamboo hat had allowed countless soldiers of the Netherheaven Legion to die at the hands of the octopus monsters that he had created. For such an unscrupulous person, his threats were definitely not just for show. Everyone had seen the abilities of the man with a bamboo hat. To a certain extent, his destructive power was even more terrifying than Huangfu Wuji because he could create monsters in batches. The true identity of the samsara cultivator caused the Alliance army's upper echelons to fall into a dispute. Guchen was annoyed and waved his hand. Everyone, please leave. Let me think alone for a while. Guchen did not want to listen to anyone's opinion. He needed to organize his thoughts. Seeing this, everyone quickly left the tent one by one. In the end, only Gu Yuan and Shen Yushu were left. Let me talk to Chener alone. I haven't had time to talk since we left the underworld god tower. Gu Yuan said to Shen Yushu. Alright, Shen Yushu replied respectfully and left the tent. Only the grandfather and grandson were left in the tent. Guchen looked ashamed. I'm sorry, grandfather. We've just reunited. I should have a good talk with you, but the current situation makes it impossible for me to think about other things. After days of running around and worrying about Lanshu's safety, Guchen was physically and mentally exhausted. No matter how difficult the current situation is, how can it be as difficult as before? You don't have to worry about it. Let yourself catch your breath first. Gu Yuan said kindly. Guchen's listening eyes fluctuated. That's right, because Lanshu's life and death were unknown, he was anxious. But thinking about it carefully, Huangfu Wuji's forces had already been completely destroyed by him, and he had even found his biological grandfather. Compared to the time when he was being hunted everywhere and was almost in despair, the situation was really much better. Grandpa is right. I'm too tense. Guchen walked to Gu Yuan's side and sat down, gradually calming his agitated mood. There was no point in being anxious at the moment. He had been rushing around the battlefield and the underworld god tower for the past few days, and he was too tired. He should first let himself have a good rest. Since the man with a bamboo hat gave him half a month's time, it meant that Lanshu would be fine for the time being. Although I know you're very annoyed right now, there's still something I want to ask you. I heard from your mother that your father gave the seed of origin to you, right? Seeing that Guchen had relaxed, Gu Yuan asked earnestly and expectantly. Seed of origin? Grandpa, are you talking about the mother root of all things? Guchen was shocked. Has it sprouted? It has actually sprouted. Hearing Guchen's words, Gu Yuan could not contain his excitement. He grabbed Guchen's hand and asked. Grandpa, you know about the mother root of all beings? Where did it come from? Guchen hurriedly asked. The mother root of all beings could be said to have changed Guchen's life. It made him unable to cultivate any elemental energy after entering the Dustless sect for 2 years, but it also gave him the nature of Heavenly Star's technique, which allowed him to have the strength he had today. Gu Chen had always been curious about it, and he really wanted to know everything about it. But it was a pity that ever since the seed developed into the mother root of all beings and gave him the nature of Heavenly Star's technique, it had always been dormant in his dantian, and had never moved at all. Sometimes, Gu Chen almost forgot about its existence, because it did not affect him at all. It is called the Seed of Origin. It is a treasure passed down from generation to generation in the Gu clan. Back then, I gave the seed to your grandmother, and I think she gave it to your father. That's how it ended up in your hands. Who would have thought that the Seed of Origin would be passed down from generation to generation in the Gu clan? Every generation wanted to know its secrets, but they never found anything. Who would have thought that in the end, you would have the fortune and opportunity to change it? Gu Yuan was full of joy. Gu Chen was shocked to hear that. He did not think that the seed he had swallowed was a treasure passed down in the Gu clan, and that it was only in his generation that the seed had grown. Since you have this opportunity, you must cherish it. Also, according to the ancestors' teachings, there is something you must remember. Gu Yuan's happy face turned serious. Grandpa, please say it. Gu Chen said. No matter what kind of opportunity you get from the mother root of all beings, do not tell anyone, including Grandpa. Even the existence of the mother root of all beings, you must not let anyone know. Do you understand? Gu Yuan said it as if it was a very important matter. Gu Chen nodded his head in confusion. Just remember this. Oh right, do you have any other questions to ask me? After reminding him, Gu Yuan relaxed his brows as if a huge burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Gu Chen immediately thought of something and asked. Grandpa, why was your body able to regrow the tyrannical firmament bone? And why did Huangfu Wuji lose control of his tyrannical firmament bone the moment he saw you? This matter made Gu Chen very concerned. If it wasn't for his grandpa making a move and causing the perfect Huangfu Wuji to reveal a flaw, it would have been extremely difficult for them to win that battle. Even if they won, they would have suffered heavy casualties. This matter concerns our Gu clan's secret. You should know about it. Gu Yuan nodded his head, and his eyes were filled with mockery. Huangfu Wuji thought that transplanting the tyrannical firmament bone would grant him extraordinary talent, but he didn't know that the most valuable thing in our Gu clan is the tyrannical blood. Tyrannical blood? Gu Chen's expression turned cold. That's right. Because of the tyrannical blood that flows in our bodies, our clan was able to regrow the tyrannical firmament bone. Although my tyrannical firmament bone was dug out, the tyrannical blood in my body still exists. After suffering for dozens of years, I finally regrown it. And Huangfu Wuji's tyrannical firmament bone was stolen from me. In essence, it doesn't belong to him, so I can influence him. If it wasn't for Grandpa losing all his cultivation, with the strength of the regrown tyrannical firmament bone, you could have completely crippled him when you fought. Gu Chen understood quite a bit. Then why did Huangfu Wuji's various extreme Dao organs reject him? Gu Yuan laughed out loud when he heard this. Because he's stupid. Our clan's physique is indeed compatible with various extreme Dao organs, but this is definitely not the correct path of cultivation. Transplanting a bunch of extreme Dao organs does look impressive, but it's simply neglecting the essentials. What a piece of junk. Gu Yuan's evaluation of many extreme organs was simple and crude, showing deep contempt. The path of the supreme body, Gu Chen, on the other hand, was shocked. According to his grandfather, could it be that the heavenly tyrant bone could evolve? Chen, the noble tyrant blood flows in your body. Remember not to transplant other extreme organs no matter what. That will only affect your future cultivation path, Gu Yuan reminded him earnestly. Because Gu Chen had caused the seed of origin to germinate and become the mother root of all things, he valued his grandson's future even more. He did not want him to go down any wrong path. Grandfather, what's with the tyrant body? Why do you know so much? Gu Chen could not help but get to the bottom of it. He had many questions about his family. The Gu family possessed the heavenly tyrant bone, but he had never heard of any records of the Gu family in the history of the Kunlun continent. Logically speaking, a top-notch physique that could be passed down from generation to generation could not be unknown. This confused him. Also, the Ghost Emperor had once said that he had seen someone with the same aura as him 30,000 years ago. Gu Chen suspected that person was his ancestor. He had even said that although Huangfu Wuji had transplanted the heavenly tyrant bone, it was fundamentally different from him. He now understood that the other party was probably referring to the tyrant blood. Huangfu Wuji could transplant the heavenly tyrant bone, but he could not change his bloodline. Gu Chen was very curious about his family. What kind of existence was the Gu family, and what kind of history did it have? Gu Yuan revealed a complicated expression when he saw Gu Chen asking about the family's origins. It's a long story. You should focus on Huangfu Wuji for now. I'll tell you what you want to know after this trouble is resolved. Gu Yuan avoided this topic. About the challenge of the man in bamboo hat, have you decided whether you want to accept it? There were no outsiders now, so Gu Chen nodded without hiding anything. I've thought about it. I've decided to go. Even though the upper echelons of the Alliance army were against Gu Chen heading to the Kunlun ruins, Gu Chen had already made up his mind. He was only considering how to increase his chances of winning. As expected. Gu Yuan sighed. He seemed to have guessed that Gu Chen would make such a decision. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. If you really like that girl from the Ji family, then go ahead. Don't leave any regrets behind. Gu Yuan's eyes flashed with sorrow. Never being able to see his wife again was his greatest regret and pain. At that time, he was powerless and could only watch helplessly as his wife and son were pursued by Huangfu Wuji. He didn't wish for Gu Chen to suffer the same fate. At least he still had a choice now. Not only for Lan Chu, but also for my father. Gu Chen told him about how the man with a bamboo hat found out about his father's whereabouts. Who exactly is this man with a bamboo hat? To think that he possesses skills that far surpass the standards of the Kunlun continent, toying with everyone in the palm of his hand. Could it be? Gu Yuan's pupils shrank as he thought of a possibility. No matter what, I have to go to the Kunlun ruins. I heard from my grandfather that Huangfu Wuji's method of fusing multiple extreme organs was wrong. I'm even more confident that I can defeat him now. Gu Chen smiled in a carefree manner. Gu Yuan fell silent. Even though Huangfu Wuji had taken the wrong path, fusing multiple extreme organs had indeed allowed his strength to soar in a short period of time. Although Gu Chen had boundless potential, he was still too young. If Gu Chen was given a few more years, he believed that Huangfu Wuji would be nothing. However, the problem was that he did not have enough time. Gu Yuan had personally witnessed the battle between Gu Chen and many saints to besiege Huangfu Wuji. He knew very well that his grandson was far from being Huangfu Wuji's match. If he went to the Kunlun ruins, it would be equivalent to courting death. He really wanted to persuade him, but looking at the face that was extremely similar to his when he was young, he knew that it was meaningless to persuade him. Since you've made up your mind, don't fight a battle you're not confident in. There's still half a month left. Make sufficient preparations, he could only say. I definitely won't lose this battle. Gu Chen said firmly as he subconsciously clenched his fists. He wanted to put an end to everything with Huangfu Wuji. He could no longer tolerate him living in this world. In the Kunlun ruins, a huge mountain range filled with mythical colors had existed in the 9 provinces since ancient times. There were mountains that were hundreds of thousands of meters tall everywhere, and there were glaciers on the top of the mountain that would not melt for tens of thousands of years. This place was a notorious dangerous place in the Kunlun continent. Since ancient times, there were very few people who could return safely after entering it. The Kunlun ruins was quiet all year round, and no living beings dared to barge in. However, today, it welcomed 2 uninvited guests. Huangfu Wuji, whose clothes were tattered and covered in blood, walked in front with disheveled hair. His breathing was rapid, and his crimson eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. Behind him, Ji Lanchu's hands were shackled, but she looked unharmed. Her footprints were shallow and deep as she stepped on the snow of the Kunlun ruins. Ji Lanchu stared at the sorry figure in front of her as hatred flickered in the depths of her eyes. It was this person who had personally destroyed her family and killed all her relatives. She wanted nothing more than to cut him into pieces. However, she was very smart to hide the hatred in her heart because she knew that Huangfu Wuji was currently furious. He had already lost to Gu Chen and was even severely injured and crippled. At this moment, his desire to kill was probably stronger than ever. Ji Lanchu did not want to become the innocent target of Huangfu Wuji's rage. On the contrary, she had been very calm and tried to understand his current actions. She did not understand why Huangfu Wuji would abduct her in such a chaotic battlefield. According to the situation at that time, Huangfu Wuji had wasted some time in order to abduct her, and it might have caused him to not be able to escape in time. However, he still did it. He did not hesitate to take a huge risk to abduct her. Why exactly? Ji Lanchu immediately thought that he must have done it to take revenge on Gu Qin. After all, in the eyes of the world, she and Gu Qin were engaged. Because of this guess, the thought of suicide surged in her heart. She did not want to become a bargaining chip that Huangfu Wuji used to threaten Gu Qin. However, she soon realized that something was wrong, especially after coming to the Kunlun ruins, which deepened her suspicions. If Huangfu Wuji only wanted to take revenge on Gu Qin, he could have killed her on the spot. There was no need for him to flee all the way here. The Kunlun ruins was a very special place. When Huangfu Wuji brought her here, she could not help but let her imagination run wild. Everyone knew that the ancestor of the Ji family, who was also the founding emperor of the Middle-earth Empire, had obtained a great opportunity in the Kunlun ruins. That was why he swept through the ancient 9 provinces and established a huge empire. Everyone knew that after the founding emperor passed away, the second dragon emperor brought the Kunlun sword into the Kunlun ruins for some reason. However, he died inside and never returned. 10,000 years later, Huangfu Wuji miraculously brought back the Kunlun sword from the Kunlun ruins, which directly led to the destruction of the Ji family. Huangfu Wuji had already been to the Kunlun ruins before, so he led the way with ease. His empty sleeve kept dripping with blood, leaving a series of marks on the snow. The two of them did not speak as they climbed up a towering mountain in the Kunlun ruins and crossed a thick glacier. The strange mountain and dangerous peak were incomparably magnificent. Although she knew that this place was extremely dangerous, the scenery was unique in the Kunlun continent. Ji Lanchu could not help but take a few more glances. After walking for half a day with great difficulty, Huangfu Wuji plunged into a layer of ice. Ji Lanchu followed behind passively. After entering the ice, her eyes suddenly opened up. There was actually a huge karst cave hidden under the glacier of the Kunlun ruins. Unlike the cold outside, the karst cave was warm and comfortable. The vitality of heaven and earth was unbelievably dense. However, after entering this place, Huangfu Wuji's twisted and pained face eased up a lot. He quickly walked into the depths of the karst cave and was a little impatient. There was another steep cliff in front of him. Ji Lanchu followed behind. When she saw the scene at the bottom of the cliff, shock appeared in her beautiful eyes. At the bottom of the cliff was a seemingly endless layer of ice, and within the layer of ice, she saw a dragon. It was an incomparably huge dragon. Every scale was the size of a water tank. Even though its flesh and blood were sealed in the glacier, it still exuded a boundless pressure. It was simply too huge. If not for the fact that they could see the dragon's head from where they were, they would not even be able to guess what kind of monster it was. True dragons had long been extinct in the Kunlun continent. The dragons in the world were only Wyrms, and the Wyrms in Nanling were the most typical. Even the true dragons recorded in the history books were not as huge as the dragon Ji Lanchu saw. She was shocked. It was a golden dragon, and it looked very similar to the Ji family's totem, the 5-clawed golden dragon. However, because she could not see its entire body, she was not sure if it was really a 5-clawed golden dragon. Ji Lanchu's gaze soon landed on the dragon's head. There was a nest on it. It looked like a ball of fire, as if it was one with the dragon. It constantly emitted a gentle scarlet and gold light. Huangfu Wuji's gaze landed on the dragon nest, and a hint of fanaticism appeared in his eyes. He grabbed Ji Lanchu, flew down the cliff, and threw her into the dragon nest. What is this place? Ji Lanchu landed in the dragon nest and saw a skeleton in the corner at a glance. Her pretty face couldn't help but turn pale. What? Are you afraid of seeing your own ancestor's skeleton? Huangfu Wuji said indifferently. Ji Lanchu's pupils shrank as she cried out involuntarily. This is the second-generation former emperor? You're not stupid. Huangfu Wuji sneered. Ji Lanchu was shocked. She didn't expect to see her ancestors' remains after 10,000 years. Did that mean that the second Dragon Emperor had died in this place? She didn't even have the time to ponder the reason why Huangfu Wuji brought her here when a bunch of fragmented images inexplicably surged into her mind. At the same time, the dragon nest shone even brighter, engulfing Ji Lanchu. Huangfu Wuji was far away from the dragon nest. When he saw this scene, his eyes revealed anticipation. As expected, only the Ji family's bloodline can obtain the inheritance here. He mumbled. Everyone knew that Huangfu Wuji was the only person who had entered the Kunlun ruins and left alive in the past 10,000 years. However, they did not know how many risks he had taken and how many of his subordinates had died in order to come here last time. Previously, he had gone through a lot of hardships to obtain the Kunlun Emperor sword, but he did not obtain the other thing. It was something that even the second Dragon Emperor had coveted and lost his life for. Now that he saw Ji Lanchu produce a phenomenon as soon as she entered the dragon nest, Huangfu Wuji's heart was filled with anticipation. He sat silently by the ice cliff, healing his injuries while observing her condition. He sat there for 2 days. 2 days later, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood while recuperating, and his expression was ferocious. Damn you, Gu Yuan! What did you do to me? Ever since the battle a few days ago, something had happened to his tyrant bone. The various extreme organs in his body were no longer harmonious. After he self-destructed 2 of them in order to escape, the rejection and conflict in his body became even more severe. Over the past 2 days, he had worked hard to heal his injuries, but he did not expect that not only would his injuries not heal, they would even worsen. Not only did this torture his body, but it also made him feel that revenge was even more distant. Haha, Lord God of the Underworld, your condition doesn't look good. Just as Huangfu Wuji was in extreme pain and in a sorry state, a familiar voice came from afar. Huangfu Wuji suddenly raised his head, and his pair of scarlet eyes stared fixedly at the person who walked down from the layer of ice. It was an abnormally pale middle-aged man with heavy eye bags. He did not know him. Even though he did not know him, the other party's voice and aura allowed him to guess his identity immediately. Man with a bamboo hat, how did you know I'm here? Huangfu Wuji's words were filled with vigilance. He, who was heavily injured, did not trust anyone. Haha, Jia, I followed Lord God of the Underworld for so many years. How could I not understand Lord God of the Underworld's personality? Man with a bamboo hat walked to Huangfu Wuji at a steady pace and glanced at Princess Lanchu, who was in the dragon's nest under the ice cliff. Back then, I accompanied Lord God of the Underworld into the Kunlun ruins and found the Kunlun Emperor sword and the second Dragon Emperor's last words in the dragon's nest. This time, Lord God of the Underworld has lost to the Overlord. The only thing that can turn the situation around is the power of the dragon vein in the Kunlun ruins. When I heard that Lord God of the Underworld had kidnapped Ji Lanchu, I guessed that you must have come to the Kunlun ruins, so I rushed over immediately. Huangfu Wuji sighed when he heard that. I didn't expect you to be the only one by my side in the end. Since you're willing to come here, no matter what you're after, I'll consider you a loyal person. Your arrival just so happens to be of help to me. Huangfu Wuji was now all alone. The Heavenly Mirror Mansion was gone, the Nether God Palace was gone, and the Huangfu clan in Overlord City would probably be uprooted very soon. As the saying went, when a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When a wall is down, everyone pushes it. When he was at his weakest, the man with a bamboo hat still came to look for him. He was not afraid of being targeted by the 5 allied forces, which meant a lot to him. Most of his wariness towards him dissipated for a moment, and he told him the truth about his terrible condition. Man with a bamboo hat, why can that Gu Yuan affect my overbearing heavenly bone? Was the transplant not thorough enough back then? Right now, the remaining extreme organs in my body are conflicting with each other, causing me to be unable to even treat my injuries. What should I do? Man with a bamboo hat laughed after hearing Huangfu Wuji's words. I've already seen Lord God of the Underworld's condition on the battlefield. I rushed over as soon as possible to treat you, Lord. After he finished speaking, the storage ring on his hand lit up, and transparent glass pillars appeared before Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuji's expression could not help but turn grave. You mean, when I transplanted the organs for Lord God of the Underworld, I considered the compatibility between the 7 organs. Now that Lord God of the Underworld has lost 2 of his organs, another transplant is the best choice to solve the problem of organ rejection. The man with a bamboo hat said with a smile. Can I take so many extreme organs? Huangfu Wuji hesitated. I believe that you'll have no problem. In fact, my skills are much better than before. I guarantee that after this transplant, your strength will rise to another level. The man with a bamboo hat swore. Huangfu Wuji pondered and looked at the dragon nest under the ice cliff. You should know that what I care about the most now is the dragon vein. Back then, you told me that if I tried to transplant and fuse multiple organs, I might be able to break through the Kunlun continent's limit on the peak of the celestial being realm and enter a higher realm. However, the truth is that although my strength has increased greatly, I still haven't broken through. Instead of transplanting more organs, I think the dragon vein is more likely to help me fulfill my wish. The bamboo hat man's eyes flickered involuntarily. Back then, this subordinate indeed made the wrong judgment. I did not expect the restrictions of the Kunlun continent to be so strong. However, Milord's organ transplant does not conflict with grasping the dragon vein's power. On the contrary, the risk will be greatly reduced. Oh? What do you mean? Huangfu Wuji listened attentively. 10,000 years ago, the second dragon emperor of the Ji clan entered the Kunlun ruins to break free from the restrictions of the Kunlun continent and reach a higher realm. He found out about the existence of the dragon vein from the first dragon emperor and tried to use its power to break through his limit, but he failed in the end. You captured Ji Lanchu here because she's of the Ji clan's bloodline. According to the second dragon emperor's will, only the Ji clan's bloodline can grasp the inheritance in the dragon nest and obtain the method to control the dragon vein. When Ji Lanchu obtains the complete inheritance, you can think of a way to take it from her. That way, you will be able to control the power of the dragon vein and use it to achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation. My lord, once you break through to a higher realm, be it the overlords of this continent or the various foreign races, no one will be able to threaten you. You will be able to reverse the unfavorable situation from before and truly unify the continent with your own strength. You can even set your sights on the distant seas once again. Your Excellency, I wonder if what I said is wrong. The man with a bamboo hat smiled. You really are a roundworm in my stomach. Huangfu Wuji snorted coldly. Milord's idea is excellent, but even if Milord possesses the Kunlun sword and Kunlun mirror, the 2 great treasures that the first dragon emperor brought out from the dragon nest, it is still extremely risky to control the power of the dragon vein. Back then, the second dragon emperor's strength was second to none in the continent. He also had the dragon phoenix bloodline and received all of his father's teachings. However, in the end, he still failed when he tried to control the power of the dragon vein. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but Milord is currently heavily injured. Even if you steal the fortune from Princess Lanchu, the risk is still greater than the second dragon emperor's. But if Milord transplants an extreme Dao organ, it will be different. I guarantee that your strength will be even stronger than before. This way, the possibility of you controlling the dragon vein will be higher. After the man with a bamboo hat finished speaking, Huangfu Wuji was already tempted. He had to admit that the man with a bamboo hat's words made sense. Right now, he was really too weak. With such a short period of time, are you confident that the transplant will succeed? Huangfu Wuji asked hesitantly. Haha Jia, please rest assured, milord. I have absolute confidence. Huangfu Wuji finally agreed. He laid down a restriction outside the dragon nest to prevent Princess Lanchu from escaping. Then, he handed himself over to the man with a bamboo hat. Huangfu Wuji's physical condition was really too bad, so he could only choose to believe in the other party. Under the cold and silent glacier, the man with a bamboo hat laid down a large array. Meanwhile, Huangfu Wuji closed his eyes and meditated quietly in the eye of the array. Looking at Huangfu Wuji's body, especially the tyrannical heavenly bone that was emitting traces of domineering might, the man with a bamboo hat's eyes gradually revealed a fanatical look. Overlord, since you are unwilling to cooperate with me obediently, I will let you have a taste of the strongest human body weapon. With a total of 12 extreme Dao organs fused into one, Huangfu Wuji will be my strongest fighter. I will completely crush and cripple you, then cut open your body and experiment as I please. The man with a bamboo hat thought to himself. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. He didn't care what kind of hidden dangers he would leave behind in Huangfu Wuji's body. Ever since the alliance of the five races defeated the Netherheaven army and Huangfu Wuji fled, the Huangfu clan's rule collapsed. The alliance of the five races captured Badu at the fastest speed possible and exterminated the entire Huangfu clan. At the same time, they joined forces with the various sacred grounds and sacred sects to carry out a bloodbath on the remaining forces of the Huangfu clan. In just a few days, the once illustrious Huangfu clan became history, especially the direct descendants of the Huangfu clan. All of their heads were cut off and hung on the towers of the imperial city. Badu was renamed Luoyang, and the army of the celestial court entered the imperial city. At first, the people of Luoyang were worried that the assassins of the celestial court would burn and loot Luoyang, and the people of the world were worried that the alliance of the different races would massacre the human race. Fortunately, Celestial Emperor Guqin issued an edict that completely dispelled the worries of the billions of people of the 9 provinces. In the edict that was spread all over the world, the Celestial Emperor announced that the alliance of the 5 races would be disbanded and that the 5 major races of the continent would sign a peace treaty of non-aggression. At the same time, before the new emperor appeared, all the affairs of the central court would be handled by the cabinet headed by Xianxia. When the news came out, the whole world celebrated. The Celestial Emperor's edict meant that the war that had spread across the entire continent had finally ended, and the people of the various races could finally live and work in peace. And the peace treaty that was rumored to be under discussion caused the whole world to discuss it. They believed that this was a great feat that would lead the Kunlun continent into a new era, and Guqin, who had personally created all of this, quickly gained unprecedented popularity in the hearts of the billions of people of the 9 provinces and even the major races. For many days, the whole world was talking about Celestial Emperor Guqin, the Tyrant, and the peerless genius who was likely to become the new emperor of the 9 provinces. Everything was becoming better. People rebuilt their homes on the ruins burned by the flames of war, looking forward to a beautiful future without the chaos of war. But not everything was perfect. Under the beautiful prospect, there was still a huge shadow that shrouded the hearts of countless people. Ordinary people did not know where Huangfu Wuji was. In some places, there were even rumors that he had been killed by the overlord. Only the upper echelons of the various clans and the leaders of the various forces in the 9 provinces knew where Huangfu Wuji was. After the man with a bamboo hat declared war on Guqin, the cultivators from the various clans and forces stationed themselves 50 kilometers away from the Kunlun ruins. Every day, there would be scouts trying to find out the situation in the Kunlun ruins. Many influential figures in the continent, including the demonic tribe's patriarch and the stone tribe's patriarch, arrived in Luoyang one after another to meet Guqin. Heavenly Emperor, please consider the overall situation. You must not step into the Kunlun ruins. They were invited by many allies and specially came to the 9 provinces to persuade Guqin not to step into the Kunlun ruins. Your Majesty, although Princess Lan Chu is the only remaining bloodline of the former royal family, you've already won the hearts of the people. Ascending to the throne is what the people want. Princess Lan Chu is no longer of any use to us. Perhaps it's fate that she was abducted by Huangfu Wuji. Your Majesty should prioritize the country. Some of Guqin's subordinates even directly advised Guqin to give up on saving Princess Lan Chu and focus on the overall situation. When Huangfu Wuji, a great enemy, existed, all the forces were thinking about how to resist him. However, when he no longer posed a huge threat, all the forces were thinking about the distribution of vested interests. Guqin had single-handedly created the 5 tribes alliance and won the war that involved the entire continent. If he became the emperor of the 9 provinces, it would be in the best interest of all parties. In the eyes of the various forces, Ji Lanchu was just an orphan without any parents or relatives. It was an extremely wrong choice for Guqin to take the risk to enter the Kunlun ruins and experience a life-and-death battle for her. Therefore, many killing gods from the celestial court, some of the upper echelons of the demon tribe, demonic tribe, and stone tribe, and even many local forces in the 9 provinces joined hands to persuade Guqin to give up on entering the Kunlun ruins. Under the pressure of countless people's joint petition, Guqin remained indifferent, and he just silently adjusted his state and prepared for the unprecedented battle with Huangfu Wuji. Everyone said that he would lose, and the battle on the battlefield had proven this point, but Guqin refused to give up. In life, there were some battles that one had to fight with all his might no matter how low the odds of victory were. This was not only for Lanqiu and his father, but also for Gu Chen himself. For a long time, Huangfu Wuji had been the driving force behind Gu Chen's painstaking cultivation. In order to take revenge on him, Gu Chen had risked his life to reach this day. If he didn't die, Gu Chen wouldn't be able to move on to a new life. If he chose to retreat from this battle, it would be equivalent to denying all of his hard work. Therefore, Gu Chen did not think about how low his chances of winning were. He just did his best to prepare and did not want to leave any regrets. All parties persistently tried to persuade Gu Chen, hoping that he would give up on this idea. For this reason, they even asked Xin Yushu, Gu Yuan, and the others to come forward. However, Gu Chen was determined to participate in this battle, and the people close to him understood his temperament. They knew that persuasion would be useless, so they chose to support him silently. This made all parties beat their chests and stamp their feet. They thought that the tyrant was young and impetuous, and that he loved beauties over his empire. He was really muddle-headed. This situation lasted for many days, and when there were only 5 days left before the appointment of half a month mentioned by the man with a bamboo hat, all parties changed their minds because of one thing. Almost at the same time, huge octopus monsters appeared near the major cities of the 9 prefectures, the eastern wastelands, the northern plains, the western desert, and the southern mountains. They spat out poisonous gas and lingered near the various cities. They did not take any action, but they brought great panic to the people everywhere. Almost immediately, all the major clans and forces learned about this through their own intelligence network. They also quickly confirmed that the octopus monsters that appeared all over the continent were extremely similar to the monsters that the man with a bamboo hat had released on the battlefield. These monsters were extremely difficult to kill. The poisonous gas they emitted could easily destroy millions of lives in a city. However, they did not move for the time being, as if they were waiting for some kind of instruction. When everyone heard this news, they suddenly realized that the man with a bamboo hat's threat to Gu Chen was not a joke. He had once threatened Gu Chen that if he did not keep the appointment, he would make the entire Kunlun continent pay the price, and he did it. No one knew when the man with a bamboo hat had released so many monsters all over the continent, and how he had given the order to these monsters. However, everyone shuddered with fear. The man with a bamboo hat was even more terrifying than Huangfu Wuji. They had seen Huangfu Wuji's strength, but the man with a bamboo hat was still a mystery. When the huge octopus monsters threatened the territories of the major clans and forces, they finally gave up on persuading Gu Chen and chose to remain silent. This battle was unavoidable. If Gu Chen could not defeat Huangfu Wuji, the entire continent would be plunged into misery and suffering. They could only choose to believe in this overlord who had once created countless miracles. They believed that he could create another miracle. Gu Chen finally had peace. No one or anything could disturb him anymore. He focused on adjusting his condition so that he could reach his peak combat strength. Meanwhile, the various parties stepped up their deployment of troops and surrounded the Kunlun ruins in the open and in the dark. They had to prevent any accidents from happening. If Gu Chen lost the battle with Huangfu Wuji, they hoped to save him in time. At the same time, they had to ensure that Huangfu Wuji and the man with a bamboo hat would not be able to escape this time. This battle had to be settled once and for all. The Kunlun continent could no longer afford to let them escape and be riddled with holes. In this tense atmosphere, the appointed day with the man with a bamboo hat was finally coming. On the time square of the Ninefold Palace, Gu Chen arrived in front of the Stone of Time. Behind him stood the killing gods of the celestial court. He wore a white robe that represented the heavenly emperor. His black hair was casually scattered, and his eyes were sharp and full of spirit. Heavenly Palace, in the name of the heavenly emperor, I'll borrow the Stone of Time today, Gu Chen said solemnly. Subsequently, he grabbed the Stone of Time with one hand. In today's battle with Huangfu Wuji, the other party had the Kunlun Emperor's sword and the Kunlun mirror, and the only thing that could contend against them was the Celestial Court's Stone of Time. Previously, Gu Chen tried to control the power of the Stone of Time, but he could not do it at all. This time, he prayed sincerely and tried again. He made a great wish that he would kill Huangfu Wuji to avenge the old heavenly emperor and bring peace to the Kunlun continent. Under his unwavering will, the Stone of Time finally left the ground slowly. Finally, it was put into his storage ring. The time was too short. His heavenly emperor's time fist was still far from reaching the great accomplishment stage. But now that he could finally move the stone of time, it gave Guchen great encouragement. Many thanks. Guchen believed that the stone of time had a spirit and murmured, "Let's go." He turned around and walked out of the ninefold palace with a resolute expression. A large group of death gods followed closely behind him, like a white torrent. The wind was bleak, and the water was cold. Beneath the ice of the Kunlun ruins, Huangfu Wuji stood up from the formation, brimming with energy. He had actually swept away the sorry state he was in over 10 days ago. "Ha ha ha, man with a bamboo hat, your skills are as superb as ever. I can feel endless energy surging out of my body." His lost arm had recovered, and the injuries on his body had also healed. The feeling of the organs rejecting each other had also disappeared, and he had regained control of his body. "Haha, your talent is outstanding. I thought it would take more time to fuse the 12 organs into one, but I didn't expect it to be successfully fused in only 10 days. The bamboo hat man sighed in admiration, and then his expression became a little more serious. "However, many things have happened in the outside world during the past few days when you were fusing the organs. We've been surrounded by the Overlord's men." Huangfu Wuji, who had just recovered, stopped smiling, and his eyes flickered. "How did they know I was in the Kunlun ruins? It should be my fault. Perhaps I accidentally exposed my whereabouts when I came here." Man with a bamboo hat looked apologetic. "How many of them are there?" Huangfu Wuji's gaze turned cold. "There's a huge number of them. I'm afraid all the heaven stage powerhouses on the continent are here. However, don't worry, sir. Putting aside the dangers of the Kunlun ruins, they won't dare to attack us for the time being." Man with a bamboo hat's words made Huangfu Wuji raise his brows. "Why?" "Haha, Jia, you've taken Princess Lanchu hostage. The Overlord doesn't dare to attack rashly. He's already got my world, so why would he care about a mere woman?" Huangfu Wuji sneered. "The Overlord is still young, so he's bewitched by beauty. However, we can use this to our advantage. Please forgive me, sir. In order to stabilize the enemy, I've already spread the news to them." "What did you say?" "I asked the Overlord to enter the Kunlun ruins alone. If he can defeat you, I'll agree to release Princess Lanchu." Huangfu Wuji's eyes became shocked. "He agreed?" "I'm afraid so." Man with a bamboo hat curled his lips. "Do you think he can defeat me?" "No, I should say, does he have the qualifications to be my opponent?" Huangfu Wuji burst into loud laughter. Because he had underestimated his enemy, he had overlooked the fact that the man with a bamboo hat had played tricks on him without his permission. "The Tyrant is naturally no match for you, but if he's willing to enter, it's a good thing for us." The man with a bamboo hat glanced at the dragon nest at the bottom of the ice cliff. "It won't be easy for Princess Lanchu to obtain the inheritance here. It may take a long time. If you can capture the Overlord and use him as our bargaining chip, the allied forces will not dare to act rashly. Once you've obtained the power of the dragon vein, no matter how many people there are in the allied army, we won't be able to take them seriously." The words of the man with a bamboo hat made Huangfu Wuji's heart thump, and his face became even more ferocious. "If that brat from the Gu family is so stupid to enter the Kunlun ruins, I can take this opportunity to vent my hatred." Man with a bamboo hat smiled as if he had sensed something. "I'm afraid he's already here." Outside the Kunlun ruins, many people from the Celestial Court, Heavenly Star Sect, the 4 foreign tribes, and the various forces in the 9 provinces were gathered here. The people gathered here were mainly Heaven Stage powerhouses and Guchen's trusted aides. At this moment, they all made way. Guchen was dressed in a white robe as he walked past calmly. Everyone looked at his young face with complicated expressions. Today's battle concerned the safety of the entire continent, and all of this depended on the Overlord alone. He shouldered the heavy responsibility and would face a peerless enemy that no one present was confident of defeating. Guchen walked forward at a steady pace. His gaze swept past the allies who had come to send him off before finally stopping in front of his mother and grandfather. "Chen, remember what I said. The disadvantages of Huangfu Wuji fusing multiple extreme Dao organs far outweigh the advantages. Gu Yuan reminded him in a serious tone. Gu Chen nodded with a determined tone. Grandfather, today, I'll completely sever the ill-fated relationship between the Huangfu family and my Gu family and return you justice. Gu Yuan's expression changed. Grandfather believes in you. Everyone spoke to Gu Chen one after another. Yi Qingshuang stood beside Xinyu, but she did not say a word for a long time. She only silently watched the man who had slowly transitioned from a teenager to a young man, gradually fading away his immaturity. Yi Qingshuang's future husband will definitely be an indomitable powerhouse, and Gu Chen will never have the possibility of becoming a powerhouse. The arguments from when they were young echoed in her mind. Yi Qingshuang looked at Gu Chen and her mouth moved. She really wanted to tell him that he was already an indomitable powerhouse in her heart. She had witnessed his growth. She had watched him transform from a small servant in the Wuchen sect to an overlord who could shake the entire Kunlun continent with a stomp of his foot. Today, he was going to participate in a life-and-death battle for the sake of other women. Yi Qingshuang did not feel indignant. She watched silently as Gu Chen finished speaking to the crowd. When he was about to leave, she could not help but say, "You must come back alive." She was afraid that she would never see him again, so she removed her cold mask and revealed her true feelings. Gu Chen looked at her and flashed an unrestrained smile. Of course. He turned around and left, striding towards the Kunlun ruins, leaving everyone with a figure that did not look back. It was dawn, and the sky was just about to brighten. As Gu Chen walked slowly towards the Kunlun ruins, the sun happened to jump out of the horizon. The sky was still half dark. The towering peaks of the Kunlun ruins stood in the shadows like gigantic gods. The sun gradually rose, and the snow in the Kunlun ruins was dyed with the morning light, sparkling. It was already dawn. The cold moon that guarded the night should have quietly retired, but it was a little different today. It was still hanging in the sky. As the huge fireball of the sun rose, it also released wisps of cold aura that approached it. The sun and moon collided. This was a rare astronomical phenomenon that happened once in 1,000 years. It was even rarer than a total solar eclipse. There was a legend in the world that whenever a strange phenomenon appeared, it was either an auspicious sign or a sign of the end of the world. The anomaly in the sky made this unprecedented battle even more confusing and confusing. Gu Chen arrived at the entrance of the Kunlun ruins. A green ox was already waiting there. "Master, please let me go in with you," the green ox said with a face full of desire. Gu Chen shook his head and walked up to it. He picked up the white ape that was on his shoulder. "I can only go in alone. You guys wait outside." Gu Chen carried the white ape onto the green ox's head, causing it to cry out. Squeak squeak. Squeak squeak. The white ape's face was filled with reluctance, and its eyes were filled with worry. "Little guy, don't be willful this time." Gu Chen rubbed its head with a doting expression. The white ape looked at Gu Chen eagerly and begged. Gu Chen shook his head and rejected the white ape and green ox's request to follow him. He stepped into the Kunlun ruins alone, leaving the two beasts with a lonely back view. As soon as he entered the Kunlun ruins, the surrounding atmosphere immediately changed. The towering peaks were already spectacular enough when seen from the periphery of the danger zone, but upon entering the danger zone, they emitted an even more suffocating pressure. Gu Chen walked forward calmly and slowly entered the depths. The dragon phoenix heart-linking bracelet on his wrist suddenly glowed. This surprised Gu Chen, and he recalled what Lan Chu had once said. With the dragon phoenix heart-linking bracelet, as long as we have each other in our hearts, we won't be separated no matter how far we are. That dawn, around the same time as now, the young girl mustered up her courage and gave it to him as a token of love. Lan Chu, Gu Chen mumbled and continued walking deeper. The light emitted by the dragon phoenix heart-linking bracelet became stronger and stronger. When he arrived before a towering mountain, the light was unprecedentedly bright. Gu Chen knew that he had arrived at his destination. He raised his head. The part of the mountain from the waist up was covered in glaciers and snow that would not melt for 10,000 years. He looked into the distance, and at a certain moment, his pupils suddenly constricted. On the cliff that was sealed by ice and snow stood a black-robed figure. His crimson pupils were staring at him ferociously, and an uncontrollable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You really came." A thunderous voice echoed in the Kunlun ruins as Huangfu Wuji leaped down from a height of thousands of meters. Boom, his feet stomped heavily on the ground, and a huge pit appeared on the ground, causing gusts of wind to blow around him. Gu Chen's robe and black hair fluttered in the strong wind, but there was no change in his expression. "Where is Lanchu?" he asked coldly. "You want to save her, but unfortunately, you can't even protect yourself." Huangfu Wuji's crimson eyes suddenly lit up, a vast and boundless spiritual attack instantly spread towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen did not hesitate at all and immediately used spiritual decryption. His spiritual power skyrocketed in an instant, and his eyes turned completely purple, opposing the crimson eyes. Boom boom boom, the moment the two of them met, they engaged in a vicious mental battle. A mental storm swirled around the two of them, completely distorting the magnetic field within a radius of several hundred feet. At this moment, Huangfu Wuji's 4 limbs were glowing and emitting different auras. All 4 of his limbs were actually organs of extreme Tao. At this moment, his legs bounced. Whoosh, carrying the mental storm, he approached Gu Chen at the speed of sound with a hideous smile on his face. "My strength has recovered, and I'm even stronger than before." Gu Chen's pupils were like needles. Although he had already guessed that the man with a bamboo hat would help Huangfu Wuji heal, he didn't expect that Huangfu Wuji, who was heavily injured previously, could actually recover to such an extent. When he saw Huangfu Wuji charging towards him, he didn't retreat but instead advanced and smashed out with both fists. Rumble, the two of them were at loggerheads. One of Huangfu Wuji's arms was a giant spirit arm, and the other was a newly transplanted Qilin arm. In terms of arm strength, he had already far surpassed Gu Chen. Crack. Crack. Gu Chen's arms broke almost instantly, and he could not resist at all. Everything was within Huangfu Wuji's expectations. He smiled and grabbed at Gu Chen's head. The grab was like cutting through tofu, and Gu Chen's head actually broke open. Huangfu Wuji's expression changed slightly. Gu Chen's body turned illusory, and countless spirit talismans surged out of his body. They were densely packed, and there were at least tens of thousands of them. Boom, with a deafening explosion, the entire Kunlun ruins exploded. Energy storms were wreaking havoc everywhere, and Gu Chen's figure had appeared outside the storm circle unknowingly. He stared at the center of the explosion solemnly. The person who attacked earlier was actually just a clone. How extravagant. Huangfu Wuji's figure walked out of the storm. Every part of his body was glowing, especially the Kunlun mirror on his chest. His skin seemed to have become transparent, and Gu Chen could clearly see all the extreme organs in his body. 3, 6, 10, 12, a total of 12 types of extreme organs fused into one. A portion of the extreme organs that the man with a bamboo hat had taken away from the Alliance army had been transplanted into Huangfu Wuji's body. This was extremely bad news for Gu Chen. He had selected those extreme organs based on the battle between Huangfu Wuji and the old Heavenly Emperor. Originally, they had a restraining effect on Huangfu Wuji. However, now that they had been transplanted into his body, it meant that his weaknesses had been completely covered up. It was almost perfect. Gu Chen's expression became extremely solemn. He had planned for many days for the clone's attack just now. Logically speaking, a peak heaven stage cultivator should have been crushed into pieces by the explosion of tens of thousands of spirit talismans, but Huangfu Wuji had still withstood it. Not only had he withstood it, but he was also unharmed. A strong sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. The opponent's strength had already surpassed common sense. How many more clones can you have? How many of my attacks can you withstand? The fallen devil wings on Huangfu Wuji's back spread open. He forcibly broke through the energy storm and flew toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen took a deep breath and raised a finger. Buzz, the void in front of him became distorted, and Huangfu Wuji sank as soon as he approached, like an ox that had fallen into a swamp. Break! Facing a spatial technique, Huangfu Wuji chose to forcibly break it. He raised his 5 fingers, and 7 Absolute's Tyrant blades flew out. The 7 Absolute's Tyrant blades were sharp to the extent that they could even cut through the void. He instantly broke through the imprisonment. Clang, a golden divine sword flew out from his sleeve, and a sharp sword light slashed out. Bang, Gu Chen couldn't block the Kunlun the Archsword's divine might at all. His body flew backward, and a deep wound appeared from his left shoulder to his chest. Even 10 of you wouldn't be a match for me. You actually dare to seek your own death. Huangfu Wuji waved his sword light, and Gu Chen was exhausted from dealing with it. He was completely at a disadvantage. In terms of mental strength, physical strength, and cultivation, Gu Chen was completely suppressed by Huangfu Wuji. Moreover, he still had two supreme treasures. This time, without a helper, Huangfu Wuji's strength had increased again. Gu Chen couldn't even injure him. Haha, Jia, how are you going to resist such a great disparity, Tyrant King? The man with a bamboo hat walked out of the ice layer and looked down at the battle below. He felt a trace of sympathy for Gu Chen. After all, he was facing the strongest weapon that he had personally created. In a place like the Kunlun continent, he was an invincible existence. At this moment, the sun in the sky rose higher and higher. The moon followed a strange trajectory and gradually converged with it. The moment the sun and moon collided, the world suddenly darkened. The two celestial bodies overlapped and seemed to be eating each other, creating a shadowy area. The man with a bamboo hat sensed this and turned to look at the dragon nest behind him. Huangfu Wuji tried his best to control the power of the dragon vein here, but he didn't know that when the moon and moon collided, the yin and yang were in chaos, and the dragon vein would naturally erupt. Inside the dragon lair, Ji Lanchu's entire body was glowing brightly as the shadows of dragons and phoenixes danced around her. Ever since she was thrown into this place by Huangfu Wuji, fragmented images kept appearing in her mind. At first, she did not know what they were, but as she slowly digested them, she gradually realized that they were inheritances. The fragmented images gradually became complete in her mind. She slowly learned about the Kunlun ruins and the origins of her Ji clan. Everyone knew that about 12,000 years ago, the first Dragon Emperor came out of the Kunlun ruins alive and brought out the Kunlun sword and Kunlun mirror. From then on, he swept through the ancient 9 provinces and established a unified empire. Everyone thought that the first Dragon Emperor had a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, and Ji Lanchu originally thought so too. However, when she stood in the dragon lair and experienced everything that the first Dragon Emperor had experienced, she realized that it was not a coincidence at all. It was inevitable. It turned out that a long time ago, probably in the ancient times, the ancestors of the Ji clan came from the Kunlun ruins. Ji Lanchu saw a vast starry sky from her inherited memories. The earliest ancestor of the Ji clan had crossed the starry sky one day and descended onto this land. However, a war broke out later on. The war messed up everything, causing the ancestors of the Ji clan to stay on the continent and gradually assimilate with the other clans. After 18,000 years, the descendants of the Ji clan had almost forgotten everything about their ancestors. It was only when the first Dragon Emperor stepped into the Kunlun ruins by chance and activated the bloodline inheritance that the Ji clan regained its glory. Ji Lan was standing in this place for the first time and was experiencing the same things as the first Dragon Emperor back then. The first Dragon Emperor's bloodline had returned to the ancient times and awakened the powerful physique of the Dragon Phoenix body. At the same time, he had obtained the Kunlun sword and Kunlun mirror and mastered various related secret techniques. Among them, the most tempting thing was the power of the dragon vein under the Kunlun ruins. The Ji clan had mastered the ancient method to control it. Beneath her feet was a giant starry sky dragon that possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. The first Dragon Emperor had great wisdom. He knew that although he had the ancient art, the power of the dragon vein was too majestic. With his cultivation realm, there was no way he could control it. Thus, he chose to give up and only took the Kunlun sword and Kunlun mirror. However, the second-generation Dragon Emperor was different. He was trapped at the peak of the celestial being realm and was trying to break through the restrictions of heaven and earth. Hence, he set his sights on the dragon vein. But in the end, he failed and perished in this place. Until Huangfu Wuji arrived 10,000 years later, Ji Lanchu understood everything and also understood why Huangfu Wuji brought her here. He wanted to possess the power of the dragon vein, but only she, who possessed the dragon phoenix body, could do that. He wanted her to obtain the inheritance and then plunder it from her. Ji Lanchu, who had received the inheritance, was in a state of panic. Although she had received the inheritance, the time was too short. There was no way she could convert it into real power. Under these circumstances, she was like a fish on the chopping board, and she could only allow Huangfu Wuji to slaughter her. Thus, she pretended that the process of inheritance was not over yet as she thought of a way to escape. But today, this method of delaying seemed to be useless. For some reason, since a few hours ago, the dragon vein under her feet had started to stir. She could sense that there was an undercurrent of energy surging within the frozen dragon corpse. The dragon vein seemed to be affected by some unknown reason and was about to erupt like a volcano. Rumble, at a certain moment, the entire mountain range started to tremble. Countless pieces of ice and crushed rocks fell and rolled down the ice cliffs. Xianxia could not even stand steadily. She looked around in panic, not knowing what was happening. Haha Jia, little girl, scram to the side. Don't come and obstruct me. The power here is not something you can control. At this moment, the man with a bamboo hat flew above the dragon nest. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia flew up and was thrown to the side. Then, the man with a bamboo hat actually flew toward the huge dragon head alone. No one knew what he was trying to do. What is he trying to do? Xianxia was bewildered. The dragon vein was currently in an extremely unstable state. The man with a bamboo hat was simply courting death by getting so close to it. If he coveted the power of the dragon vein, he should not be able to do it without the Ji family's ancient technique. Her thoughts were quickly interrupted by the sounds that came from outside. She sensed the fluctuations of an intense battle and even heard Huangfu Wuji's arrogant laughter. Haha, remnant of the Gu family, is this all you have? You are not even fit to carry my shoes. The Kunlun arch sword in Huangfu Wuji's hand stabbed out repeatedly, turning into streaks of shocking sword light. Guchen was covered in cuts and bruises as he dodged in panic. Huangfu Wuji was too strong. Guchen used all his skills, but he could not even break the defense of the Kunlun mirror. He was already at the juncture of life and death. Clang, another golden sword light descended from the sky. Guchen narrowly avoided it, but half of his hair was cut off. Guchen! A cry came from the top of the mountain, causing Guchen to be greatly shocked. Lanchu, he raised his head and saw Xianxia standing on the glacier, looking at him with a panicked expression. Why did you run out? Where is the man with a bamboo hat? Huangfu Wuji sensed something and turned his head with a frown. He clearly told the man with a bamboo hat to watch over this woman. How did he let her escape? However, he did not care about this. The corner of his mouth raised into a sinister arc. You came at the right time. Watch how I personally kill this remnant of the Gu family. He looked at Guchen with a cold expression. Remnant of the Gu family, I will kill you today, then sleep with your woman and seize her inheritance. Xianxia's dragon phoenix physique had mutated the moment she was born. Whoever obtained her first time would obtain great benefits. Since she had already left the dragon's lair, it meant that she had already obtained the inheritance. Under such circumstances, Huangfu Wuji could not suppress his desire. He wanted to control the power of the dragon vein. He wanted to break through to the celestial being stage and see how wonderful this world was. Lanchu, I'll stop him. Run out of Kunlun ruins. Guchen charged at Huangfu Wuji immediately. He ignored the threat of the Kunlun sword and only wanted to help Xianxia escape. As long as she could escape from Kunlun ruins, she would be safe with the army outside. Naive. Just like how your grandfather couldn't save your grandmother back then, you can't save her either. The 3 generations of the Gu family are ultimately just my pitiful bone nurturers. Huangfu Wuji revealed a mocking gaze and casually waved the Kunlun emperor sword in his hand. Boom, under the attack of the divine weapon that claimed to be the most powerful in the entire continent, Guchen was sent flying at a speed even faster than when he arrived, smashing heavily onto the ground. Ugh! Blood flowed from his mouth as he lay in the pit, unable to get up for a while. His pupils were a little unfocused. Die, I've had enough. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering dragon roar came from Xianxia's body. Huangfu Wuji's movement stopped abruptly as he turned to look at her. A resplendent golden light rose from the glacier, pierced through the void, and landed on Huangfu Wuji's body. Huangfu Wuji's pupils shrank slightly. This golden light didn't cause any damage to him, but the power of the Kunlun arch sword in his hand was rapidly dimming. Even the Kunlun mirror in front of his chest was dimming. This woman is sealing the power of the Kunlun mirror and Kunlun sword. She really grasped the inheritance. Huangfu Wuji wasn't shocked but delighted. The stronger the inheritance power Ji Lanchu grasped, the more he would benefit from it. Ji Lanchu's pretty face turned pale. She executed the inheritance secret art with all her might, trying to control the Kunlun mirror and Kunlun sword. However, she was still too weak and couldn't take back the Ji family's treasures from Huangfu Wuji's hands. She could only try to seal their power. You want to resist me? Dream on. Huangfu Wuji tried to break free from Ji Lanchu's seal, which made her body wobble. Ji Lanchu felt like all the strength in her body was sucked out, but she held on bitterly. Even if she had to exhaust her mind, she wouldn't allow Huangfu Wuji's sword to land. Gu Chen, I can die, but you have to live. Ji Lanchu's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Ding, at such a critical moment, Gu Chen lay on the ground with blood flowing out of his mouth. His ears were filled with ringing sounds. His consciousness was gradually fading due to the terrible injuries on his body. His eyes seemed to have lost focus as he looked up at the sky. The sun and moon in the sky had completely overlapped with each other. The earth had completely darkened. Just like Gu Chen, he was sinking into hell. He couldn't hear Ji Lanchu's voice, nor could he see her determination. He could only see the overlapping celestial bodies that had turned pitch black. This was a very strange thing. When two celestial bodies overlapped, they no longer emitted light or heat. Instead, they sank into darkness. The entire Kunlun continent was swallowed by darkness and coldness. Yin energy prevailed, and yang energy no longer existed. I've already lost, Gu Chen couldn't help but think. In the next moment, the two celestial bodies separated after a brief overlap. Rings of light appeared at the edge of the dark celestial body. At this moment, the yin and yang energies of the world blended together, and the two opposing forces of nature became unprecedentedly excited. Gu Chen's unfocused eyes suddenly regained their focus, and he slowly got up. Huangfu Wuji noticed the scene and looked at him. Gu Chen lowered his head. Huangfu Wuji couldn't see his eyes, but he felt that at this moment, his temperament seemed to have changed. So that's how it is. The final step of the sun-moon refining secret technique can only be cultivated under extreme celestial phenomena. He muttered. At this moment, he had an inexplicable epiphany. Many things that were difficult to understand in the past suddenly became clear to him. He extended his left hand, and the sun-true fire in his palm rapidly shrank and gathered, forming a dazzling sun. He opened his right hand, and a cold moon floated above his palm. It was filled with a faint, smoke-like icy mist. In the unseen world, the power of the sun-moon heavenly phenomena descended, yin and yang coexisted, ice and fire blended together, forming two forms. That guy, Huangfu Wuji, felt that something was wrong. In his eyes, Gu Chen was like a rising sun, and he had never felt this kind of power before. He inexplicably panicked, and he used all his strength to struggle free from Ji Lanchu's control over the Kunlun sword. Finally, he slashed out a sword rainbow that was hundreds of feet long. No, Ji Lanchu shouted in despair. Facing the attack of the Kunlun arch sword, Gu Chen slowly raised his head. The moment he raised his head, Huangfu Wuji felt an inexplicable fear. He saw that his purple pupils had disappeared, and a sun appeared in his left eye, and a cold moon appeared in his right eye. He stared coldly at the sword light that was descending from the sky. The sun-true fire in his left hand turned into a pure white stream of air, and the moon soul ice in his right hand turned into a surging black stream. The black and white streams of air were filled with spirituality, and they condensed and fused in front of him. Gu Chen raised a finger, and with this finger, the black and white streams intertwined and flew towards the golden sword light. Sizzle, sizzle, in almost an instant, the golden sword light was broken and dissolved. The black and white streams continued to intertwine, and like a waterfall, they flew up to the 9 heavens and headed straight for Huangfu Wuji. What kind of power is that? Huangfu Wuji's expression changed drastically, and he felt an intense crisis of life and death. He activated the Kunlun mirror in front of his chest. However, the Kunlun mirror didn't react. Damn it! His face turned pale, and he saw Ji Lanchu on the glacier revealing a mocking smile at him. After laughing, she fainted from exhaustion. She had exhausted all her strength to seal the Kunlun mirror. Even if she could only seal it for a few breaths of time, it was enough to turn the situation around. Yin and Yang reversal, Yin and Yang divine sword. At this moment, Gu Chen's sun and moon divine eyes emitted cold lightning. After the black and white streams of air approached Huangfu Wuji, they fused into a light sword. Clang, under Gu Chen's resolute will, the sword's cry reached the 9 heavens. In front of Huangfu Wuji's eyes, there was only a dazzling sword light. In his shock, he activated all 12 organs in his body at the same time in an attempt to resist the Yin-Yang Tu-Chi sword. However, Puchi, as if cutting through tofu, the Yin-Yang Tu-Chi's sword's first strike severed his giant spirit arm. Huangfu Wuji groaned, and before he could react, he saw the Yin and Yang Qi surging from the severed arm, nibbling into his body. 2 extremely opposing forces rapidly clashed in his body, and it actually broke the balance between his major organs. The more organs one has, the weaker the body is. Gu Chen murmured, and he recalled his grandfather's warning. The seemingly powerful Huangfu Wuji was actually very vulnerable. After the Yin-Yang Tu-Chi sword severed Huangfu Wuji's arm, the Yin and Yang Qi seeped into his body and became a fuse. The man with a bamboo hat had forcefully fused all 12 organs together. Although it made Huangfu Wuji look stronger, there were actually a lot of hidden dangers. The human body originally had the ability to adjust itself, and when it encountered an external force, it would automatically adapt and resist. But because of the man with the bamboo hat's modifications, Huangfu Wuji's body had become overly precise. If there was a slight mistake, it would be a disaster. After the Yin and Yang Qi invaded his body and he lost his giant spirit arm, the balance in Huangfu Wuji's body was broken. The remaining 11 extreme Tao organs clashed with each other. Without needing Gu Chen to do anything, his body exploded one after another. Boom. 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 All the organs in his body exploded due to the mutual rejection, causing his body to be covered in blood, and he screamed miserably. Gu Chen flew in front of Huangfu Wuji, and black and white qi swirled around him. His expression was cold, and he flicked his fingers. Clang. 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 Clang, the Yin-Yang Tu right sword swept past, and Huangfu Wuji's other arm flew off. Blood sprayed out, and the Kunlun Emperor sword fell from the sky. My body doesn't listen to me. Huangfu Wuji revealed a pained expression, and fear appeared in his eyes. Gu Chen's sun-moon divine eyes stared at him like the heavens, completely inhumane. Boom boom boom, the Yin and Yang energies surged and danced around Huangfu Wuji under Gu Chen's will, crazily cutting his body, cutting off his hair, cutting off his skin, cutting him into pieces. Numerous wounds appeared on Huangfu Wuji's body, and he held in pain. Gu Clan's evil survivor, how dare you? He tried to resist Gu Chen, but he couldn't even control his own body. The extreme organs in his body swelled up one by one, and they didn't care about his body at all, tearing at him. Why wouldn't I dare? Gu Chen stretched out his hand, and the Yin and Yang energies drilled into Huangfu Wuji's chest, forcefully sending the Kunlun mirror flying. Without the Kunlun mirror, Huangfu Wuji had nothing to rely on, and panic spread in his heart. Why is it like this? Damn it, if I didn't accept the transplant from the man with the bamboo hat, I wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Huangfu Wuji's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The opponent's secret art was indeed terrifying, but if it wasn't for the various problems in his body, he definitely wouldn't have been so defenseless. He hardened his heart and tried to detonate the remaining extreme organs to force Gu Chen back. Gu Chen already had experience fighting against Huangfu Wuji, and he immediately saw through his thoughts. His eyes flashed. The Yin and Yang energy swallowed Huangfu Wuji's body, and ice actually formed at his joints, blocking his meridians, and making it difficult for him to affect the extreme organs in his body. Mastering the Yin-Yang Tu right sword meant that Gu Chen's sun-moon refining secret art had reached the large success stage, and he would no longer be affected by day or night. He could use the sun true fire and moon Yin soul ice at any time. And the use of these two powers was completely different from before. Gu Chen could control them very precisely, and they could even fuse and transform each other. Huangfu Wuji's joints were sealed in ice, and his meridians were burning with golden flames. No, he said hysterically. The pain of the true fire burning in the meridians was not something a normal person could endure. It's time for us to settle the score. Gu Chen looked at Huangfu Wuji, who was gradually losing the ability to resist, and his expression was terrifyingly cold. This first sword strike is for the 100,000 dead souls of Fenglin Manor. The sword light flashed by, and the extreme organ in Huangfu Wuji's left foot was forcibly cut out, leaving a hideous bloody hole on his thigh. Ah! Remnant of the Gu family, we will kill you. I'll kill you. Huangfu Wuji was enduring different degrees of pain all over his body. He roared at Gu Chen with his eyes wide open in anger. This second sword is for the old celestial emperor, for the countless people of the celestial court who died in battle. The Yin Tu right sword flashed again and pierced into Huangfu Wuji's right leg, causing it to explode. His right leg was completely gone, and fresh blood gushed out. I will kill you. Huangfu Wuji's 4 limbs were all crippled, and he was in a complete frenzy. He activated his scarlet eyes with all his might. He unleashed his strongest mental attack, attempting to wipe out Gu Chen's primordial spirit. At the very least, he wanted to perish together with Gu Chen. However, when the scarlet eyes met with Gu Chen's Sun Moon Divine Eye, fresh blood started to seep out from his eyes. Right now, Gu Chen had linked his Sun Moon Celestial Phenomenon Divine Force, and Huangfu Wuji's eyes seemed to be staring at the sun. Boom! 2 beams of light shot out from Gu Chen's eyes. Huangfu Wuji's scarlet eyes were broken, and blood vessels filled the whites of his eyes. This third sword strike is for the Ji family, for Lanchu. Gu Chen gave up on using the Yin Tu right sword. He used his finger as a sword and pierced toward Huangfu Wuji's eyes. Ah! Huangfu Wuji was in so much pain that his entire body was convulsing. This was because Gu Chen's hand had pierced into his eye socket and was forcefully stirring it. Gu Chen's hand was like a small sword. It pierced through his eye socket, and then it moved toward the bridge of his nose. He didn't even let off the other eye. Huangfu Wuji's face was completely distorted from the intense pain. Blood and tears mixed together as they flowed out from his eye socket. It was an incomparably terrifying sight. Gu Chen was unmoved. He only felt calm as he watched Huangfu Wuji suffer. This 4th sword strike is for my Gu family's 3rd generation. Gu Chen's hand dug out from Huangfu Wuji's eye socket and pierced into his chest. His hand reached into his body and crushed his internal organs one by one. After that, he grabbed onto the dazzling golden Tyrant Empyrean bone and forcefully pulled it out from his body. Boom! The moment the Tyrant Firmament bone was pulled out, Huangfu Wuji's body went completely out of control. All the energy in his extreme Dao organs became extremely unstable. They were originally only able to fuse together because of the Tyrant Firmament bone. Now that it was gone, they couldn't accept each other and began to clash. Bang! 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 One by one, the extreme Dao organs emitted resplendent light and flew out from Huangfu Wuji's broken body. What followed was his body being torn into pieces. It was as if he was being pulled by countless horses from all directions. His body was completely shattered, his body exploded into a mist of blood. A primordial spirit escaped in a panic and flew toward the glacier on the mountain. Where do you think you're going? Gu Chen sneered and immediately chased after it. Huangfu Wuji. At this time, the exhausted Ji Lanchu woke up and happened to meet Huangfu Wuji. Die, beast. Ji Lanchu gritted her teeth and pointed a finger at Huangfu Wuji. Pft, pft. The dragon phoenix fire surged out of her body and gathered in the finger radiance. Huangfu Wuji was in a panic and didn't know where he was going. He only paid attention to Gu Chen behind him and was instantly pierced by this finger light. His primordial spirit caught on fire and rolled in the air while howling miserably. Gu Chen kept the Tyrant Firmament bone that he dug out from Huangfu Wuji's body into his storage ring and flew to Ji Lanchu's side immediately. Are you all right? He looked at Huangfu Wuji's tormented primordial spirit as he asked. I'm just exhausted. A smile appeared on Ji Lanchu's pale face. It was a happy smile. Huangfu Wuji was dead for sure. His body was completely shattered and his primordial spirit was already heavily injured when it came out of his body. Now, it was attacked by the dragon phoenix true fire. This nightmarish enemy had finally ushered in his doomsday. Haha Jia, Huangfu Wuji, aren't you too useless? At this time, the man with a bamboo hat slowly walked out from the ice on the mountain. He had a calm expression as if the failure of his strongest weapon didn't affect his mood at all. Man with a bamboo hat, save this emperor, Huangfu Wuji said weakly. He staggered as he flew toward the bamboo-hatted man. However, when he got close to the bamboo-hatted man, he was casually kicked away by the bamboo-hatted man like he was a stray dog. Why? You. Huangfu Wuji's despair was filled with anger. It was the anger of being betrayed. What a useless thing. This seat transplanted so many organs for you, but you actually lost. Moreover, you lost so miserably. This seat is simply losing face. That's because there's a problem with your skills. If you didn't make a mistake, we wouldn't have been defeated so badly. Huangfu Wuji raged. Haha, how could this seat be wrong? The man with a bamboo hat smiled strangely. Huangfu Wuji saw that the man with a bamboo hat didn't care about his life and death. He looked at Gu Chen, who was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey, and couldn't help but reveal a pleading expression in his eyes. Save this seat, man with a bamboo hat. As long as you save this seat, no matter how many experiments you want to do on this seat will accept. He no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance. He was actually begging the man with a bamboo hat. Unfortunately, your body is gone, and the Tyrant firmament bone has been stolen. You no longer have the qualifications to be this seat's experimental subject. The man with a bamboo hat smiled in disdain. Huangfu Wuji's heart was in complete despair. He looked at the man with a bamboo hat and roared furiously. Pucci, suddenly, a sort of light pierced through his illusory soul body. Gu Chen had made a move. You've already reached this step. Do you think I'll give you any chance to live? Gu Chen said coldly. The Yin-Yang 2 right sword pierced through Huangfu Wuji's primordial spirit and rapidly took away his vitality. Under his suction force, Huangfu Wuji struggled and was pulled back to his side. His soul body became weak and insignificant. Gu Yuan. We were once brothers. Huangfu Wuji's consciousness quickly became blurry. He looked at Gu Chen's face that was extremely similar to Gu Yuan's when he was young. He actually mistook Gu Chen for Gu Yuan and was still trying to beg for mercy. There's something I really want to clarify. Gu Chen didn't even look at the dead dog like Huangfu Wuji. He stared coldly at the man with a bamboo hat. He grabbed Huangfu Wuji's primordial spirit and fiercely used the soul-searching art. This wasn't just to let him experience one more time of pain before his death. It was also to search his memories. Huangfu Wuji screamed miserably as his soul was searched. Very quickly, countless scenes of his life appeared in Gu Chen's mind. Heavens, this child has a pair of crimson pupils, he has a special physique, he is the future of our Huangfu clan. Inside the room, a middle-aged man was holding a newborn baby who was crying non-stop. He was overjoyed. Trash physique? No. What was the point of having such a physique? My son is actually trash. When the baby grew up a little, the middle-aged man invited a Dao plant master to appraise him, and when he confirmed that his son's Qi Tong was only a trash constitution, his attitude completely changed. From that day onwards, the baby lost all his love. Throughout his childhood and adolescence, he did not receive the slightest bit of love from his father. His mother was also filled with disappointment towards him. Trash. Trash. How can a piece of trash like you have the nerve to stay in the Huangfu clan and freeload? All his peers laughed at him, spat on him, and pelted him with stones until he was bruised. The pitiful him spent his entire childhood and adolescence in fear. Because he did not have enough to eat and warm clothes to wear, his body was much thinner and weaker than his peers. Moreover, because others called him trash, he became inferiority complex and sensitive. His pitiful life seemed to be endless, causing him to feel despair and have thoughts of suicide. Until he was in his 20s, a group of friends appeared in his life. I am Gu Yuan, hello. Hee hee, don't worry, we have no ill intentions. I am Guan Guan. The man that appeared in front of him was handsome and the woman was beautiful. He finally had friends of his own. After that, the group of them traveled the continent, went on adventures, participated in trials, and participated in martial competitions. That period of time was the happiest period of his life. No one mocked or discriminated against him, and they sincerely treated him as a brother. However, at the same time of happiness, an even deeper inferiority complex appeared in his heart. He adored that beautiful woman, but she was a couple with his good brother Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was so outstanding. Not only was he handsome and elegant, his cultivation was also higher than his. More importantly, he came from the other side of the ocean and knew many things that they did not know. He was like a sun, forever glowing and heating up, illuminating everyone around him. He knew that no matter what, he could not compare to his brother, so he could only hide his adoration for Guan Guan deep in his heart. He did not want to lose his friend. The group of people went on adventures, and one day, they encountered a life-and-death crisis. At the crucial moment, a golden bone in Gu Yuan's body glowed, turning the tide and saving all of them. Later, he found out that it was the awakening of the tyrannical ether bone. He knew that it was a super-strong physique that had never been seen on the continent. He started to lose his mind. Haha, Jia, that is the tyrannical ether bone. As long as you get it, no one can say that you are trash. Your fate will change completely. Even Guan Guan, whom you adore, will take a second look at you. A strange person instigated in his ear, like the murmur of a devil, causing him to finally decide to take the risk. Gu Chen searched through Huangfu Wuji's memories. When he saw this, his pupils shrank. That was the beginning of the Gu clan's tragedy. Gu Yuan was betrayed by his good brother, and the tyrannical ether bone was taken away. He was imprisoned for dozens of years. With the help of that strange person, Huangfu Wuji successfully transplanted the tyrannical ether bone, and his pair of useless scarlet eyes gained abilities. From that day onwards, Huangfu Wuji was reborn. Guan Guan, Gu Yuan is already dead. Follow me. I will also raise the child in your stomach and treat him as my own flesh and blood. Huangfu Wuji's love for Gu Yuan's wife was too deep. He could not bear to kill her, so he came before her. You betrayed your brother. You are just a walking corpse swallowed by greed. I look down on you. You have no right to raise Gu Yuan's child. No matter how strong your physique is, you are still trash. Guan Guan's resolute words pierced Huangfu Wuji's heart. He was furious to the extreme, but in the end, he chose to let her go. He let her escape. After she left, he swore to the heavens in grief and indignation. There will be a day when I, Huangfu Wuji, will stand at the peak of this continent. Even Gu Yuan's hometown, that mysterious ocean, will tremble because of my name. No one can say that I am trash, and no one can defy me. After that day, he completely changed. He crazily chased after power and strength. And no matter where he went, there would always be the shadow of that strange person by his side. That strange person helped him establish the underworld god palace, and gave him advice at every crucial moment of his life. Gu Chen hurriedly browsed through Huangfu Wuji's life. He was both pitiful and laughable. In the end, he did not even have a true friend by his side. Huangfu Wuji's primordial spirit completely dispersed and disappeared from the world. Gu Chen raised his head and looked at the man with a bamboo hat in the distance. From Huangfu Wuji's memories, he already understood who the instigator of all this was. From Huangfu Wuji's memories, Huangfu Wuji's life was at most played and used by others. The real culprit was the man with a bamboo hat in front of him, who Huangfu Wuji could not see through even after spending his entire life. Who exactly are you? Should I call you man with a bamboo hat, or Samsara unfettered? Man with a bamboo hat had a mysterious smile on his face. He turned a blind eye to Gu Chen's clear killing intent. Whether it's the man in bamboo hat or the Samsara wanderer, they are just a body that walks in the world. I'm here, but I'm not. Can you tell if it's real or fake? Gu Chen's face turned cold. He was not interested in beating around the bush with man with a bamboo hat. The yin and yang divine sword slashed down, boom. Man with a bamboo hat only raised one hand, and Gu Chen's yin and yang two right swords suddenly stopped moving. Space seemed to have frozen. Gu Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. The yin and yang two right sword was his strongest move so far. Even someone as powerful as Huangfu Wuji had suffered a great loss under his hands. This man with a bamboo hat actually blocked it without any resistance. Haha Jia, this move of yours is indeed not bad. Where did you cultivate it? Man with a bamboo hat looked at Gu Chen mockingly. A powerful aura rose from beneath his feet. Ji Lanchu suddenly cried out when she sensed the aura. The power of the dragon vein? How? How did you do that? Is that the power of the dragon vein? Gu Chen's pupils constricted. He had just searched Huangfu Wuji's soul and knew that the reason he had kidnapped Lanchu to the Kunlun ruins was to obtain the mysterious power of the dragon vein in the Kunlun ruins. That power was extremely terrifying. It was enough to help Huangfu Wuji break through the restrictions of the Kunlun continent and peek into a higher realm. However, due to the limitation of her bloodline, only Lanchu could control the power of the dragon vein. How did the man with the bamboo hat do it? Haha Jia, young lady from the Ji family, you can control the power of this dragon vein not only by obtaining the inheritance. Under some special conditions, you can also use certain methods. This world is too vast, and there are many things that you can't imagine. Today, I'll let you experience it. After the man with the bamboo hat finished speaking, the dragon energy under his feet rushed up and lifted him into the sky. Roar! In the Kunlun ruins, the 30,000-meter-tall peaks actually let out dragon roars at this moment. The dragon's roar was so loud that it could be heard clearly even from thousands of miles away. Dragon-shaped energy pillars rose from the Kunlun ruins. Each pillar was at least tens of thousands of meters long, and they surrounded the man with a bamboo hat. At this moment, all the snow on the mountain was shaken off by the dragon's roar. Guchen brought Ji Lanchu with him and hurriedly flew away. The glaciers on the mountain peaks collapsed and the snow melted. The man with a bamboo hat floated in midair. At this moment, he was invincible, like a god descending to the mortal world. Did he really control the power of the dragon vein? Ji Lanchu's beautiful eyes were filled with fear when she saw this scene. Guchen also took a deep breath. The energy contained in each dragon-shaped energy pillar made him tremble in fear, even if it was Huangfu Wuji at his peak. No matter how strong he was, Guchen still felt that he could fight him. Both of them were on the same level. However, the man with a bamboo hat had controlled the power of the dragon vein, giving Guchen a feeling that he could not contend against him at all. That was no longer a power that the cultivators on the Kunlun continent could control. It was the power of heaven and earth. Is this all a trap? Is your real goal to obtain the power of the dragon vein? Guchen looked at the man with a bamboo hat with an ugly expression. At this moment, he thought of many things. Perhaps the man with the bamboo hat had been lurking by Huangfu Wuji's side since a long time ago for the sake of obtaining this power. Today, he had set up a trap for both him and Huangfu Wuji to suffer heavy injuries. Then, he would take the opportunity to seize the power of the dragon vein and realize his ambition. Huh? Do you think I went through so much trouble for the dragon vein? The man with a bamboo hat didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Overlord, oh Overlord, I have always been doing this for you. Why can't you understand my good intentions? He suddenly felt bitter and seemed to be a little angry. I gave you many chances, but you were unwilling to be my experimental subject. You forced me to let Huangfu Wuji deal with you. And Huangfu Wuji's hatred for you is too deep. In order to prevent him from killing you directly, I tried to seize the power of the dragon vein. I wanted to prevent the situation from getting out of control and thus protect you. Who would have thought that Huangfu Wuji would be so useless? Not only did he not defeat you, he even lost his overlord bone, forcing me to do it myself. But it's fine. Since you can defeat Huangfu Wuji, it means that your research value is even higher. The Overlord clan is really a clan full of mysteries. The man with a bamboo hat looked at Guchen with a fanatical gaze. He casually pointed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, dragon-shaped energy pillars surged towards Guchen. Guchen's expression changed drastically. He held Ji Lanchu's hand and dodged with the stars and moon steps. Bang, bang. Bang. Bang, sand and rocks flew in the Kunlun ruins, and smoke and dust rose like a dragon. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Don't resist anymore. I don't want to cripple you. That will greatly reduce the quality of the experiment. He waved his hands and controlled the dragon-shaped energy pillars to chase after Guchen. Guchen dodged everywhere. There were a few hair-raising moments when he was almost hit head-on. Damn it, my stamina is almost exhausted. He was soon out of breath. The battle with Huangfu Wuji had almost exhausted him. If he had not comprehended the Yin-Yang Two Rights sword, he would not have been able to hold on for so long. The sun and moon in the sky separated again after colliding. The weather was returning to normal, and Guchen could not find his previous peak state. If this continued, he would probably have to surrender. Roar, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from outside the Kunlun ruins. Following that, a giant white ape that was thousands of feet tall strode over. Beside it was a green ox that was glowing all over. The white ape and the green ox sensed the huge commotion in the Kunlun ruins. After struggling for a while, they finally ignored Gu Chen's previous instructions and came to their rescue. You came at the right time, little monkey. You're also a precious experiment subject. The man with the bamboo hat raised his hand, and two dragon-shaped energy pillars connected the sky and earth, spinning as they crashed into the white ape. Roar, the white ape roared maniacally. He leaned his shoulders forward and made a leaning action before crashing into it. Under its collision, the dragon-shaped energy pillar collapsed. The green ox's eyes widened in anger. Moo, its entire body emitted a dazzling green light, and it actually shattered one of the dragon-shaped energy pillars. Haha Jia, as expected of the descendant of that race. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. The man with the bamboo hat was even happier when he saw the white ape's monstrous might. He even glanced at the green ox. I've misjudged. This ox spirit has a special background. The white ape and the green ox charged at the man with the bamboo hat in a frenzy. Gu Chen and Ji Lanchu hurriedly retreated under their protection. In this situation, Gu Chen was almost at the end of his rope. The only choice he could make was to trust his companions. Your Majesty, retreat for now. We'll protect you. Overlord, I'll return the favor I owe you today. Today, when Gu Chen and Huangfu Wuji fought to the death, almost all of their allies had arrived. They surrounded the Kunlun ruins and had already agreed to attack together if the situation was not right. Now that such a change had occurred in the Kunlun ruins, it was time to make a move. At that moment, at least 100 heaven stage powerhouses from the various clans and forces on the continent soared into the sky and charged into the Kunlun ruins, heading straight for the man with a bamboo hat. Gu Chen felt slightly relieved when he saw countless rainbows flying into the sky. Huangfu Wuji was already dead, and Lanchu had been rescued. He was no longer threatened by the man with a bamboo hat. As long as he could kill the lunatic man with a bamboo hat today, all the disputes would end, and true peace would arrive. With the two beasts as the vanguard and over 100 saints as the main force, countless rainbows floated inside and outside the Kunlun ruins, surrounding the man with a bamboo hat. Haha Jia, have all the forces on the Kunlun continent gathered? The man with a bamboo hat stood on a dragon-shaped pillar of air and looked at the cultivators that filled the sky with disdain. The saints' expressions were gloomy. They originally thought that they would be dealing with Huangfu Wuji today, but they did not expect Huangfu Wuji to be dead and the man with a bamboo hat to reveal his true colors. I'm different from Huangfu Wuji. I'm not interested in unifying a small place like yours. I'm only interested in the Overlord. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise. He smiled mockingly. If you want to touch the Heavenly Emperor of the Celestial Court, you'll have to ask the Celestial Court for permission. The green Qilin killing god's eyes shone brightly. The Overlord has done the Stone Clan a favor. Today, we'll fight for him. The Stone Clan's patriarch, Shirtsongfeng, said. After he finished speaking, the Stone Clan members behind him roared in agreement. Fight for the Overlord. Kids, even the Stone Clan isn't afraid. How can our demonic clan fall behind? The demonic clan's patriarch said. Many giants that were as tall as mountains took a step forward. Roar, roar, the demon race was the most straightforward. One after another, the demon saints revealed their true forms and gathered around the white ape. Ba, almsgiver, please put down the butcher's knife and stop killing. Led by Puji Holy Monk and Jiang Bourgeois, the major forces of the 9 states all took out their magic treasures. This was a scene that had never happened in the 5 major races of the Kunlun continent for tens of thousands of years. They were united because of one person. TCH, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. The man with a bamboo hat saw that he couldn't dissuade him, so he opened his arms wide. His sleeves and hair fluttered without any wind. The power of the Kunlun ruins dragon vein was awakened under his will. Roar, a dragon's roar resounded through the clouds, and the entire Kunlun ruins came alive. Rays of golden light surged out from the ground and turned into 5-clawed golden dragons. Haha Jia, today, I will start a massacre. As soon as the man with a bamboo hat finished speaking, the countless golden dragons surged in all directions and fought with the cultivators in the sky. He was actually fighting against the backbone of the entire continent by himself. The aura that seeped out from his body was so strong that it seemed to be able to crush the world. Die. Die. As the man with the bamboo hat raised his hand, the power of the dragon vein surged like a flood. No one could stop it, be it the saints or the demon saints. They did not have much room to resist the power of the dragon vein that he had activated with all his might. Very soon, the battle was unexpectedly one-sided. Some of the saints of the various races died on the spot, while others were severely injured. The battle was extremely tragic. Roar! The white ape strode over and tried to grab the man with a bamboo hat. However, he was entangled by dozens of five-clawed golden dragons and fell to the ground. Protect the demon god. When the demon saints of the various demon tribes saw this, they immediately rushed forward to help, afraid that something would happen to the white ape. They had long regarded him as the reincarnation of the demon god and would not allow anything to happen to him. The battlefield was in chaos. A large number of cultivators surrounded the man with a bamboo hat. Among them were Gu Chen's seniors, his friends, and his subordinates. However, even with so many people attacking together, no one could hurt the man with a bamboo hat. With the power of the dragon vein, he firmly held the advantage of being undefeatable. It's useless. No matter how many people there are, they'll just die for nothing. Xianxia's body trembled. She had obtained the inheritance from the dragon nest, so she knew the power of the dragon vein better than anyone else. It was a power that had already exceeded the limits of this world. Since the man with the bamboo hat had controlled it, no one was his match. I didn't expect to see such power on this continent. Gu Yuan was outside the battlefield. He looked at the huge commotion in the Kunlun ruins from afar, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. He had only seen such intense energy fluctuations coming from the Kunlun ruins on another continent. The power of the Kunlun ruins' dragon vein is stronger than the netherworld. No one can stop that strange person anymore. The Ghost Emperor, who had sealed himself in the ghastly ruins, had arrived outside the Kunlun ruins at some point in time. He looked at the rising dragon aura and muttered. Even if he joined the battle, he would not be able to change the truth. No cultivator on the Kunlun continent could break through the limit of the heavenly being stage, and the power that the mysterious man with the bamboo hat possessed had already subverted this rule. Haha, Tyrant, do you want me to kill all of them? The man with the bamboo hat killed in all directions. His voice entered Gu Chen's ears like thunder. Gu Chen watched as his allies fell from the sky one after another. Some died, and some were seriously injured. In the end, he could not hold it in anymore and forced his weak body to stand up. If you continue to defy me, I can kill everyone here, and I can also kill everyone on this continent. The man with the bamboo hat's expression turned ferocious. It's time for you to make a choice. Either you obediently become my experimental subject like Huangfu Wuji, or you watch all your companions die in front of you. After he finished speaking, he threw a punch through the air. The divine power of the dragon vein erupted, and all the cultivators within 3 kilometers of him were sent flying and fell to the ground. Gu Chen's eyes looked around. Senior Qing Lin, Elder Nangong, Holy Monk Puji, High Priest, Old Zhong, Lu Yichen, Yiqing Shuang, Jiang Yaij, many of them, regardless of whether he knew them or not, were severely injured, and some had even fainted. The white ape was also covered in injuries, struggling to stand up. The green ox beside it lay prostrate on the ground, and several of the demon saints had died in battle to protect the white ape. The man with the bamboo hat used a power that surpassed the limits of this continent to spread fear to every corner of this continent. No one could resist his will, and he only left 2 choices for Gu Chen. He could either become his experimental subject and be enslaved by him, or watch everyone die for him. Gu Chen saw all of this. He dragged his weak body and slowly walked toward the man with a bamboo hat. Don't go. Xianxia was on the verge of tears, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a pleading look. She knew that if Gu Chen did as the man with the bamboo hat wanted, he would become a puppet from now on. Gu Chen smiled at her and slowly let go of her hand that was tightly gripping his. Only I can be the one to end this. The battlefield was a mess, and cultivators were covered in wounds. Gu Chen dragged his exhausted body through the crowd and walked towards the man with the bamboo hat. Have you finally made your choice? The man with the bamboo hat could not contain his excitement. He opened his arms to welcome Gu Chen. I can't go. The green Qilin killing god fell to the ground. His head was covered in blood. Big Brother Gu, you can't go. Zhao Rou, Lu Yichen and the rest of the 8 girls had lost all their strength. I can still fight. Yi Qingxuang was covered in blood. She tried to stand up shakily, but fell heavily to the ground. You can't go. Tears rolled down from her beautiful eyes. She was angry and unwilling at her own powerlessness at this moment. She was unable to change anything. Brother Gu, even if you agree to his conditions today, with the man with the bamboo hat's personality, he might change his mind tomorrow. Jiang Yu said. He tried to figure out a way to solve the situation, but to no avail. Just like how he could not divine that the Samsara cultivator was the man with the bamboo hat, he could not divine anything about him. Everyone tried to persuade Guchen to stay. Many of them tried to stand up and continue fighting. However, under the omnipresent dragon aura of the man with a bamboo hat, their efforts were useless. Guchen did not respond to anyone. He walked through the ruined battlefield and was about to reach the man with a bamboo hat. Roar, the white ape roared. Its huge body crawled up from the ground, wanting to rush over. Humph, don't get in the way. The bamboo hat man stretched out his hand, and a 50,000 feet long golden dragon drilled out of the ground and wrapped itself around the white ape's body. It could not move at all. It roared again and again, but the golden dragon wrapped around it tighter and tighter. Don't hurt it. Gu Chen's eyes were gloomy. Haha Jia, don't worry. It's also my precious experimental subject. I can't bear to destroy it. The man with a bamboo hat laughed and put the white ape down again. Is this little guy also your test subject? What right do you have to act high and mighty and play with all living beings in the palm of your hand? What right do you have to choose for me what path I should take? Gu Chen revealed a desolate smile. This world has always been ruled by the strong. The strong make the rules, and the weak follow them. Man with a bamboo hat's eyes shone brightly. Just as Gu Chen was about to continue speaking, a beautiful figure suddenly flashed out from behind him. She dashed towards the man with a bamboo hat without a care for her own safety. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and a golden divine sword appeared in her hand. Lanchu. Gu Chen was shocked. He tried to stop her, but he could not catch her. Ji Lanchu grasped the Kunlun the arch sword tightly. Her pretty face was filled with determination, and the dragon phoenix true fire emitted from her body. I, Ji Lanchu of the Ji family, with the last dragon phoenix bloodline, will use my soul and my blood to capture the Kunlun dragon's soul and seal the dragon veins. Her body rippled with a mysterious and inexplicable aura. She gripped the Kunlun Emperor sword with both hands and thrust it toward the bamboo hat man. Haha Jia, you want to sacrifice yourself to activate the ancient technique and take away my control over the dragon veins. The man with a bamboo hat had a hint of fear in his eyes. This Ji Lanchu had obtained the inheritance of the dragon nest. She was the only person who could control the dragon veins using orthodox methods. If she was stronger and not as weak as she was now, she might really be able to take away his control over the dragon veins. After all, he had only managed to control the dragon veins by borrowing the special phenomenon of the sun and moon colliding with each other. Unfortunately, if it was just an if, it would be extremely difficult for Ji Lanchu to take away his control over the dragon veins even if she sacrificed herself. Like a moth flying into a flame, you are seeking your own death. The man with a bamboo hat suddenly raised his hand. Surging dragon chi erupted. Ji Lanchu had already given up hope of survival. She gripped the Kunlun sword tightly and slashed at the dragon chi as she advanced. Gu Chen, if my life can be exchanged for yours, then everything will be worth it. Ji Lanchu's beautiful eyes were filled with gentleness at this moment. She injected all of her essence, energy, and spirit into this sword. The dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. The Kunlun sword erupted with an unprecedented dazzling flame. She was using her life to activate this sword. I am invincible. The man with a bamboo hat felt the pressure. He suddenly let out a long roar and struck out with his palm. Boom, an earth-shattering force poured out. Ji Lanchu's Kunlun the arch sword flew out of her hand. She was also sent flying like a kite with a broken string. She had turned into a bloody figure. Gu Chen could only watch helplessly as her life force slowly seeped away. He roared in sorrow. No. He rushed forward. Ignoring the ferocity of the energy storm, he hugged her. Then, the two of them tumbled out of the void and landed heavily on the ground. Lanchu, Lanchu. Guchen struggled to get up. He hugged the injured Ji Lanchu and cried out in despair. Ji Lanchu's life force gradually dissipated. A sad but beautiful smile appeared on her face. I'm sorry, Guchen. I can't help you at all. Why were you so stupid? Why were you so stupid? Guchen's tears almost flowed out of his eyes. Haha, Jia, what a stupid woman. How dare you try to go against me? The man with the bamboo hat said fiercely. He still had a lingering fear from the shock just now. Guchen, she's dead for sure. Don't be sad for a dead woman. Make a choice. The man with the bamboo hat's patience was gradually running out from this large group of people's suicidal attacks like moths flying into a flame. From now on, I'll only give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Either obey me, or I'll kill all the people you cherish one by one. He looked at all of Guchen's family and friends inside and outside the Kunlun ruins with an aggressive gaze. Guchen hugged Ji Lanchu. The tears at the corner of his eyes instantly evaporated as soon as they fell. What right do you have to make me make a choice? Why should I do as you say? You said that the strong are respected in this world and that you can set the rules, but I want to break this rule. He slowly placed Ji Lanchu's body on the ground while he stood up. He raised his head, and his eyes were bloodshot. Break the rule? What can you do now? You can't even protect your own woman. The man with the bamboo hat did not know whether to laugh or cry. Guchen raised his hand. In front of him, a grotesquely shaped stone that was riddled with holes appeared. The stone's entire body was surging with a colorful glow, revealing an ancient and desolate aura. Time stone, the man with the bamboo hat's pupils constricted slightly, but he soon disapproved. So what if it's the time stone? Not to mention that you're already at the end of your rope and can't unleash its power, even if you're at your peak, with your half-baked heavenly emperor's time fist, you won't be able to unleash even a 10,000th of its power. If I can't beat you now, then I'll take care of you in the future, no matter the cost. The aura of time engulfed Guchen. On his body, the phantoms of the past self and the future self appeared, existing in the same time and space as the present self. The past self soon disappeared, while the phantoms of the future self gradually merged with the present self. Guchen's pitch-black hair grew rapidly at this moment, and his body grew taller and stronger. In the blink of an eye, Guchen's figure became tall and imposing, just like his future self. His body exuded a powerful aura that could dominate the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as if a celestial king had descended, crushing the ages. His hair grew so long that it touched the ground, and the upper half of his tattered white robe shattered, revealing his perfect, streamlined muscles. He stepped into the air, and at this moment, the sky seemed to tremble. This brat, for the first time, the man with a bamboo hat felt a strong sense of life and death crisis. Reversing time. Just like how the old celestial emperor restored himself to the state of his youth during the battle with Huangfu Wuji, Guchen used the stone of time to forcefully grow himself to the extent that he could defeat the man with a bamboo hat, killing God Qinglin, who had also obtained the celestial emperor's inheritance, looked at this scene with shock in his eyes. Guchen walked toward the man with a bamboo hat step by step. At this moment, his eyes were cold and emotionless, as if the heavens were looking down on ants. The man with the bamboo hat felt his scalp go numb, and his hands subconsciously grasped at the void. Rise. He activated the power of the dragon vein, and hundreds of 5-clawed golden dragons rose from the ground, flying toward Guchen with their fangs and claws bared. Each of these 5-clawed golden dragons could easily tear apart the physical body of a celestial realm warrior, but at this moment, Guchen turned a blind eye to them and continued walking toward the man with a bamboo hat. Boom, an innate domineering aura emanated from his body. The strength of this domineering aura was completely different from his usual aura, as if it could crush everything in its path. Before the 5-clawed golden dragons could even get close to him, they exploded and collapsed. They tried to regroup, but their dragon might was shattered by the domineering aura. So strong. Just how strong are you now? How much potential does it have? The man with a bamboo hat was trembling, not out of fear, but out of extreme excitement. He couldn't help but roar into the sky. He madly controlled the power of the dragon vein and launched a series of attacks at Guchen. Guchen's long hair danced in the wind. With a light flick of his finger, all the dragon shadows around him collapsed. Die, man with a bamboo hat. His voice became deeper and more magnetic than before. His fingertips pointed at the man with a bamboo hat, and the yin and yang qi between heaven and earth were generated, clang, a yin yang. Two right sword that was countless times stronger than before condensed. It instantly destroyed countless dragon shadows and slashed at the man with a bamboo hat in a domineering manner. I can't lose. I still have to study you properly. The man with a bamboo hat was excited by Gu Chen's change. He struck out with both palms, and the power of the dragon vein poured out. Boom, boom. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Everyone in the Kunlun ruin stuck close to the ground and watched the battle in the sky in shock. At the place where the two of them fought, the space actually shattered, revealing countless densely packed cracks, shattering the void. At this moment, both of their strengths had already transcended the limits of this world. Wow. Amidst the crazy collision, the man with a bamboo hat's body was sent flying, and blood spurted from his mouth. That's impossible. Even if you've forcefully grown, power won't appear without a source. It's always conserved in any spacetime. How could you have become so strong? His eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not believe that he, who had obtained the power of the dragon vein, was at a complete disadvantage in a head-on battle with Gu Chen. Wah, wah, wah. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood consecutively. The sword intent of his opponent's sword was extremely domineering. It seeped into his body and was actually rapidly wiping out all his vitality. This is bad. The man with a bamboo hat suddenly realized that all his efforts might be in vain. If he lost this battle, his research on the Kunlun continent would be completely destroyed. Swoosh, just as he was feeling apprehensive, Gu Chen suddenly appeared before him. He forcefully passed through the energy storm that was filled with spatial cracks and arrived in front of him. He looked down at him in disdain. Too weak. He only said 3 words and casually slashed down with his palm. Boom. Half of the man with a bamboo hat's body was directly smashed by his palm, and he could not help but let out a scream. Ah. No, how could you have become so powerful? You can't do it with just the power of the time stone. He shouted hysterically, but what greeted him was Gu Chen's storm-like attacks. Gu Chen's casual punches and kicks caused the man with a bamboo hat to vomit blood continuously. His internal organs were shattered, and he was at a loss. No matter how powerful the dragon vein's power was, it was like an itch on Gu Chen's body. He had truly achieved invulnerability. Countless cultivators inside and outside the Kunlun ruins watched this scene in disbelief. They never expected that the man with a bamboo hat, who could not be resisted by the entire continent's strength, would be suppressed to such an extent by the overlord. The man with a bamboo hat's body was covered in flesh and blood. Seeing that he was no match for Gu Chen at all, and that all his original plans were about to fail, he could not help but scream. Gu Chen! Aren't you thinking about the people of the Kunlun continent? My pets are all over the continent now. If I die, they'll completely lose control and kill everything they see. The man with a bamboo hat threatened. Gu Chen could not help but pause for a moment. Seeing that he seemed to be hesitating, the man with a bamboo hat's eyes revealed excitement and fanaticism. That's right. Don't try to resist me anymore. I guarantee that my experiments on you won't hurt you. I'll help you become stronger. At this point, the man with a bamboo hat was still unwilling to give up the obsession in his heart. It seems like you won't give up until you achieve your goal. Gu Chen looked at the man with a bamboo hat coldly. That's right. As long as I can't have you, the Kunlun continent will never be at peace. His expression was filled with madness. You can kill me, but how can you be sure that I'm not a clone? You'll never be able to kill me. I'll come back again and again, plunging the Kunlun continent into an eternal calamity. The man with a bamboo hat was right. He had died twice before. However, both times were his clones. How could Gu Chen be sure that the one before him was the main body? Perhaps the battle with him would never end. The man with a bamboo hat was too crazy. He would never give up until he achieved his goal. You understand now. Only by following my rules can the Kunlun continent have peace. You can't resist me. The man with a bamboo hat's eyes revealed a glimmer of hope. You're wrong. The corner of Gu Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a smile of relief. I've already broken your rules. Your goal can never be achieved. What do you mean by that? The man with a bamboo hat's expression changed. There's no sudden power. You can only gain what you lose. Guchen said coldly. You actually. No. How can you do this? You sacrificed your physique in exchange for this moment of strength. The man with a bamboo hat wailed in despair. He lost, completely lost. Guchen used the tyrannical heavenly bone as the price to forcibly grow in a very short period of time. While defeating him, he also cut off all possibilities of studying him. He used a decisive method to completely break this situation. You have lost. No matter what you do, you will never be able to use me as a research subject. No matter how you jump around, it's all in vain. Guchen showed a contemptuous smile. At this moment, his heart was calm and unperturbed. From beginning to end, the man with a bamboo hat has been in control of everything, but now he finally jumped out of his chessboard. He chose to perish together with his opponent, making a third choice. The man with a bamboo hat's eyes were filled with despair. He knew that he couldn't do anything to Guchen. Even if he sent all the octopus monsters to kill him, it wouldn't change the fact that Guchen can no longer be his experiment subject. This kind of blow was unimaginably great to him, making him disheartened and lose all thoughts of continuing to fight. Everything is over. Guchen murmured, grabbing the head of the man with a bamboo hat with one hand and crushing it. Boom. At the same time he killed him, the mysterious power of time enveloped the body of the man with a bamboo hat, capturing his incomplete consciousness. At this moment, Guchen has all kinds of magical powers that he didn't have in the past. Return to the source. Using the remnant consciousness of the man with a bamboo hat, he went against the flow of time, trying to spy on the trajectory of his life and figure out his true face. Soon, countless fragmented scenes appeared in front of his eyes. The memory of the man with a bamboo hat was extremely complicated. It was not like the life of a single person, but the lives of countless people. He seemed to have experienced countless reincarnations. Guchen couldn't tell which was his real life. The creatures that appeared in those scenes were even more bizarre. Not only were there humans, but there were also countless strange creatures that Guchen had never seen before. In those countless memories, he saw a scene. In that scene, the man with a bamboo hat was standing next to Guchen's father, Gu Tianming. Guchen saw the man with a bamboo hat saving his father. Then, the two of them didn't know what to say, but the scene changed, and the scene changed to the endless sea. Gu Tianming took a small boat out to sea, while the man with a bamboo hat watched him leave. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Following that, the scene turned into bubbles, and countless mixed memories surged toward Guchen. It was extremely chaotic. He kept going back to the source, trying to break through the layers of fog and find the true body of the man with a bamboo hat. He wanted to find his source. As he searched with all his might, he seemed to have suddenly broken free from gravity. He flew out of the continent he was on, out of an ancient planet, and into the vast universe. In the depths of the vast starry sky, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, splitting the heavens and earth. With just a glance at him, Guchen's heart trembled, and he retreated from this strange state. Looking around, Guchen was currently in the Kunlun ruins. The man with a bamboo hat's broken body floated in midair. Everything he had seen earlier seemed to be just an illusion. What exactly is his background? Guchen mumbled. He quickly came back to his senses and burned the man with a bamboo hat's corpse. He did not know where the other party came from. Was he really dead, or was it just a clone? However, he knew very well that the man with a bamboo hat would not return. He had already ruined his plan and made him give up completely. The Kunlun continent had finally achieved peace. The man with a bamboo hat and Huangfu Wuji were dead, so he had no regrets. Guchen turned around and looked at Ji Lanchu, who was lying on the ground in the distance. His eyes were filled with sorrow. She had sacrificed herself to save him, and her life was gradually dying. Under such circumstances, even a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal would find it difficult to save her. I won't let you die. Guchen mumbled and arrived beside Ji Lanchu with a single step. He picked her up with one hand and grabbed the air with the other. Buzz, the dragon vein power of the Kunlun ruins was actually requisitioned by his domineering power, turning into surging dragon energy that surged into his palm. Gu Chen's palm then pressed against Lanchu's chest, channeling endless dragon energy into her body. Defying the heavens and changing fate, Gu Chen, who had forcefully grown, was doing something that no one on this continent had ever been able to do. All the surviving cultivators looked at Gu Chen in shock. His entire body was bathed in golden light, and he looked like a god who had descended to the mortal world. The more you gain, the more you sacrifice. When the Green Qilin Reaper saw that not only had Gu Chen killed the man with a bamboo hat, but he was also prolonging Ji Lanchu's life, his eyes were filled with deep worry. He knew that the more powerful Gu Chen was, the greater the price he would have to pay when his power ended. The dragon vein power of the Kunlun ruins surged into Ji Lanchu's body endlessly. Her vitality that had originally dissipated finally showed signs of condensing again, every part of her skin emitted a glow. She looked pure and holy, and her breathing stabilized. Gu Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. Farewell. Gu Chen gently kissed Ji Lanchu's forehead while she was sleeping. Then, he gently placed her on the ground and stood up. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. He looked at all the cultivators present with a relieved smile on his face. Buzz, a dazzling glow emanated from his body, quickly covering a radius of several dozen kilometers. In the colorful glow, the bodies of all the heavily injured cultivators healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even their severed arms grew back. This scene was like a miracle, causing everyone to be pleasantly surprised and shocked. What kind of realm had the Overlord reached? Unfortunately, I can't revive those who are already dead. Gu Chen murmured. In the previous battle, there were still some people who died forever. Even with his current strength, it was impossible for him to revive a person after their soul had been destroyed. The reason why Lanchu was still alive was because her vitality had yet to completely dissipate. Gu Chen, you can't use your power recklessly anymore. The injuries on the Green Qilin Reaper's body had all recovered. He looked at Gu Chen anxiously. Senior Qing Lin, thank you for taking care of me for so long. Gu Chen said with a smile. Then, he looked at his friends and companions present. And all of you, take care in the future. Grandfather, mother, I'm unfilial. He looked out of the Kunlun ruins and muttered. In the end, he looked at the white ape with a doting gaze. Little fellow, don't steal anymore. No one will protect you anymore. Gu Chen smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, his tall and imposing figure started to shrink. His long hair that was as black as ink turned snow white in the blink of an eye. The peerlessly overbearing aura on his body receded like the tide. His skin became old and shriveled, and wrinkles crawled all over his face. He seemed to have stepped from a young man to an old man in an instant. In the end, he became lifeless. Plop, Gu Chen fell heavily to the ground. The vitality in his body dissipated bit by bit. The heavenly tyrant bone in his chest was densely covered in cracks and dimmed. In order to obtain unprecedented power, not only did he sacrifice the heavenly tyrant bone, he also sacrificed all of his lifespan. Gu Chen. Your Majesty! Everyone exclaimed in surprise and rushed forward. The Green Qilin killing god immediately carried Gu Chen and checked his pulse. He could not help but be moved. The situation was terrible. Right now, not only did Gu Chen's hair look white and he looked like he had one foot in the grave, even his internal organs had shriveled up. The vitality in his body was so weak that it was like a candle flame in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. The aura of death had already spread throughout his body and seeped into his organs. There's no hope, the great priest of the ape race walked forward, his eyes filled with pain. All the sages present only needed to use their divine senses to check and they could clearly sense the terrible situation in Gu Chen's body. Not only was his mighty heavenly bone broken, all the organs and tissues in his body had also withered. More importantly, his lifespan had reached its limit. He was originally a young man in his prime, but because he forced himself to grow, after the strange state ended, his lifespan had been reduced to its limit. Power would not appear for no reason. Gu Chen borrowed the power of the future, and the price he paid was not only the mighty heavenly bone, but also his remaining lifespan. If he had not changed Ji Lanchu's fate after defeating the man with a bamboo hat, and not saved the others, he might have had a chance to live. But he did everything he could to reduce the casualties of this war to a minimum, and the price he paid for it was to walk on the road to ruin. Everyone's faces were filled with sorrow. They never thought that this would be the end. The overlord of a generation had died at such a young age. Brother Gu, Lu Yichen, Zhao Rou, and the rest were all sobbing. Yi Qingshuang held on to Gu Chen's hand, tears rolling down her cheeks. Wake up, how can you die like this? I haven't defeated you yet. The eyes of Huang Pingzheng, Yu Qizhong, Fatty, and the others were all red with grief. Damn it, if I was stronger, boss wouldn't have died, Fatty choked. Fatty choked with sobs. His thoughts were also the thoughts of all his companions. Today, in the battle with the man with a bamboo hat, they had no chance to fight back. Only now did they realize how vast the world was, and how small they were. A kind of anger and unwillingness to accept their own powerlessness filled the bottom of everyone's heart. They were not willing to be restricted by this world. The leaders of the various clans and the saints of the various forces of the 9 states were all silently mourning for Gu Chen. Although the tyrant's life was short, it was more exciting than ours. He died in battle for us, and the 5 clans must always remember this. In this world, there are people who are born to be kings, and there are people who become bandits. But there is not even one person like the tyrant in a million. Many sages felt sad and regretful. The fall of the tyrant was definitely a huge loss to the Kunlun continent. It was even more regrettable than the death of the king of weapons, Jiang Beiming. If he was given another 10 years, or even 100 years, no one knew what he could achieve. In just 2 short years, he stood at the peak of this continent. He was respected as the tyrant and the heavenly emperor. It was unprecedented. He was completely worthy of the word legend, and today, this legend had ended with regret. Inside and outside the Kunlun ruins, countless cultivators mourned for Gu Chen. Chen Er, Gu Yuan and Xin Yushu entered the Kunlun ruins and arrived before Gu Chen. They looked at his corpse with grief in their eyes. Shen Sudong came as well. He looked at Gu Chen as if his heart was being stabbed by a knife. In his opinion, this grandson of his had died for the people of the world. He only had half of the Shen family's blood flowing in his body, but the compassion in his bones was better than any saint's. He had even given the continent peace and united the 5 clans, but he had sacrificed himself. More and more cultivators gathered around Gu Chen. They came from various clans and different forces. They abandoned all their prejudices and conflicts and mourned for the same person. Other than the resurrected Ji Lanchu who was still unconscious, the scene was filled with cries. Squeak! Squeak! The white ape had already returned to its petite size. It crawled to Gu Chen's side and pulled his white hair, trying to wake him up. Squeak! Squeak! Its golden eyes were filled with tears as it squeaked. Its voice was tender and anxious. Everyone could not bear to see this scene. This little monkey had accompanied the overlord throughout his growth. They depended on each other, but now the overlord was dead. Squeak! Squeak! The white ape's cries became more and more urgent. It kept shaking Gu Chen's corpse as if he was just asleep, using all its strength to wake him up. It's useless, little monkey. He's already gone. Gu Yuan's eyes were filled with sorrow. He had checked the condition of Gu Chen's body and knew how terrible his condition was. His lifespan had reached its limit. The overlord ether bone was also broken. His body could not be any worse. Even if he was in his hometown and asked the most powerful cultivator to help him, he would not be able to save his life. The white ape cried and looked at Gu Chen with tears in its eyes. No matter how others tried to persuade it, it kept shaking Gu Chen's corpse. Master is dead. He is the son of an era. How could? The green ox's face was full of disbelief. It knelt on the ground in a daze. Squeak! Squeak! Roar! The white ape kept calling out to Gu Chen. In the end, it was completely anxious and roared at the sky. Its body rippled with an incomparably strong aura, forcing everyone around it to retreat. Little monkey, calm down. Gu Chen is already gone. Let him go in peace. Everyone retreated. Seeing that the white ape was about to go berserk, they said anxiously. The white ape roared at everyone as if it was saying that it was not satisfied. It would not accept this fact no matter what. Suddenly, it flipped its hand and took out a little rainbow tree. It shone with rays of divine light. Other than the unconscious Ji Lanchu, everyone else was isolated from it and Gu Chen. Then, it walked to Gu Chen's side with tears in its eyes and sat down. It gently plucked a fruit from the little tree that was full of fruits. It was a golden fruit with countless small golden dragons swimming on it. This was the fruit that the rainbow tree had gathered after plundering a huge amount of dragon essence during the 10,000 dragon tide in the secret ground of 10,000 dragons. There were a total of 7 fruits. Each fruit contained highly concentrated dragon essence from the secret ground of 10,000 dragons. It was the most basic life essence. At this moment, the white ape gently pried open Gu Chen's mouth with one hand and used the other to feed the fruit into his mouth. As soon as the golden dragon essence fruit entered Gu Chen's mouth, it instantly turned into billowing streams of air and entered his body. Gu Chen's shriveled and old body immediately emitted a faint radiance. The white ape cried as it saw this. It plucked the dragon yuan fruits from the small tree and fed them to Gu Chen. Without the slightest hesitation, the white ape plucked another dark green fruit from the small tree. This fruit was formed from the life force that white ape had plundered from the rainbow-colored tree when countless plants tried to attack Gu Chen in the desolate God Valley. The plants in the desolate God Valley would devour the life force of invaders. However, that night, the rainbow-colored tree displayed its might and stole the life force of the desolate God Valley, forming many dark green fruits. The life force contained in these fruits was not inferior to that of the dragon essence fruit. White ape plucked them one by one and fed them to Gu Chen. Each fruit was a rare and precious fruit in the world. After the rainbow-colored tree devoured them, they possessed the most original life force. Gu Chen ate more than 10 gold and dark green fruits. The meridians in his shriveled body began to glow, his originally exhausted meridians seemed to have been reopened. Life force flowed through his flesh and moved between his organs. At a certain moment, in the eyes of many cultivators, Gu Chen seemed to have come back to life. He was originally lifeless, but as he ate the strange fruits, a wisp of life was reignited in his body. Even though the flame of life was extremely dim, it truly existed. Big Brother Gu can still be saved? Everyone's expression changed to one of ecstasy. Squeak, squeak, squeak. White ape sorrowfully shared his fruits with Gu Chen. Normally, he could not bear to touch any of these fruits. However, today, for Gu Chen, he plucked them one by one. He kept talking to him, trying to wake him up. It was as if he was saying that he would give him anything in the future as long as he woke up. Seeing that Gu Chen had not woken up after eating so many fruits, he continued to pluck the remaining fruits. It plucked the fruit formed by the sound bone and fed it to Gu Chen. Dang, not long after, Gu Chen's body emitted a loud sound that sounded like a great bell. A strange sound wave spread throughout his body and broke through all the clogged meridians, causing the fire of his life to burn even more vigorously. The sound wave seemed to fuse with the enormous life force that entered Gu Chen's body and turned into a loud sound of life that washed over Gu Chen's fragile body again and again. During this strange process, Gu Chen's shriveled skin regained its luster at a speed visible to the naked eye. Inside his body, his shattered organs were also slowly reconstructing and healing. White ape plucked the fruits one by one and fed them to Gu Chen. The final fruit was 9-colored. It was condensed after absorbing Huangfu Qingming's corpse in the desolate God Valley, which was the innate Tao aptitude. When he consumed this fruit, the energy of heaven and earth around Gu Chen suddenly became excited and intimate with him. Like rivers flowing into the sea, they surged into his body. The power of nature entered Gu Chen's body like a spring breeze and drizzle, nourishing his withered flesh and blood, causing every part of his body to be rejuvenated. At this point, Gu Chen's body shone brightly like a crystal-clear jade, and the fire of life burned fiercely. However, there was still an aura of death at the top of his head. The aura of death lurked in his body and clashed with the vigorous life force, trying to replace control of his body. If he did not solve this problem, no matter how immense the life force in his body was, it would gradually dissipate. White ape could not help but feel anxious when he saw that Gu Chen's body had recovered. He was only one step away from defying the heavens and extending his life. However, the fruits on the rainbow tree had been used up. Roar, it roared into the sky and floated up, raising the rainbow tree high up. As if it had sensed something, the rainbow tree shot out rays of divine light and captured everything from all over the Kunlun ruins. That's Huangfu Wuji's extreme Tao organs? Everyone focused their eyes and realized that what was flying over were blood-stained extreme Tao organs. They clearly belonged to the original Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuji had been killed by Gu Chen. Other than the heavenly tyrant bone, which Gu Chen had taken away, the other 11 extreme Dao organs had left his body and scattered all over the Kunlun ruins. Under the white ape's divinity, all the extreme Dao organs flew over. When they approached the rainbow tree, they disintegrated with a bang: fallen demon wings, mysterious monument door, giant spirit arm, the various extreme Dao weapon organs turned into the most fundamental energy. It was red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Streams of different colors were all broken down and absorbed by the rainbow tree. Many cultivators watched this scene in shock. The extreme Dao organs were the materialization of the laws of heaven and earth in the world. However, the rainbow tree had actually broken them down and turned them into pure power of law. Very soon, 11 fruits of different colors and auras condensed on the treetop of the small tree, and the white ape immediately flew back to Gu Chen's side. It plucked the fruits one by one and fed them to Gu Chen. "Friend Gu, those fruits are extraordinary. They're condensed purely from the power of law. Will it be alright for the overlord to consume them like this?" Many saints could not help but look at Gu Yuan. What they were seeing was unprecedented, and it overturned everyone's worldview. In everyone's opinion, perhaps only the overlord's grandfather, Gu Yuan, who had an unfathomable background, could see through it. "I've never seen such a thing before, but Chener's body is obviously improving. We can only choose to believe that little monkey." Gu Yuan's body trembled with excitement, and tears flickered in his old eyes. He had thought that after reuniting with his grandson, he would have to send off his son. His heart was filled with grief, but he forced himself not to show too much of it. However, he did not expect things to take a turn. Gu Chen actually showed signs of resurrection, and it immediately ignited a boundless hope in his heart. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the power of law transformed from the 11 extreme Dao organs fused into Gu Chen's body and merged with the life essence and various other powers from before. They washed every inch of Gu Chen's flesh and blood, dispelled the aura of death, and brought life and vitality back to him. Under the transformation of this power, Gu Chen's internal organs were completely restored, and his skin became youthful and elastic again. Other than the overlord heavenly bone in front of his chest, which was still full of cracks, and his hair was still white, everything had returned to its original state. The aura of death in his body was forced to a point by the raging fire of life, and it gathered in between his brows. At this time, Gu Chen began to breathe again, and his heart began to beat again. Thump thump. Thump thump. The strong and rhythmic heartbeat fell into everyone's ears, and it made countless people extremely excited. Some of them even started to cheer. Everyone gathered around, and the white ape also dropped the small tree and held on to Gu Chen's hand pitifully. His hand became warm, and his pulse was steady and strong. At a certain moment, the moment he came back to life, Gu Chen felt as if it had been a lifetime ago. In a single day, he had grown from a young man to an old man. He had also experienced the separation of life and death. This was an experience that ordinary people had never experienced. What happened? His consciousness was a bit muddled. He did not understand how he could come back to life when he had clearly died. For a moment, he thought he was dreaming, but the joyful faces that came into view were so real. Finally, he slowly returned to reality and immediately noticed the changes in his body. The heavenly tyrant bone in his body was covered in cracks and no longer had any divine power, but he felt that his body was abnormally strong. He found that his cultivation had inexplicably reached the peak of the heaven tier, and his meridians and organs were strong and powerful. What was even more strange was that he felt that the vitality of the world was especially close to him, as if he only needed to think about it and it would be under his control. These wonderful feelings did not seem like those of someone who had died once. Gu Chen was shocked. "How do you feel?" Gu Yuan and the others looked at Gu Chen nervously. Gu Chen got up at this time and could move his body freely. He looked around and quickly noticed that the rainbow-colored tree that was originally full of fruits was now empty. He could not help but ask in surprise, "How did I come back to life?" His voice was no different from before. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had really come back to life. They hurriedly told him what had happened, and Gu Chen came to a realization. He could not help but pick up the white ape and laughed. "So it was you who saved me." The white ape was so happy that it danced and squeaked non-stop. Seeing this, everyone laughed along with it. "Master, Do you feel any abnormalities in your body? At this time, the green ox was worried. It used a secret technique to peek into Gu Chen's body and found that the aura of death was condensing at the center of his brows. This was a sign that his lifespan was coming to an end and he did not have much time left. However, the other parts of Gu Chen's body were full of vitality. These two opposite states appearing in a person's body at the same time had never been seen before. Not only did the green ox notice, but many saints also noticed, and their eyes were filled with confusion. The process of Gu Chen's resurrection was beyond their understanding of this world, and they did not understand what was going on. With everyone's reminder, Gu Chen closed his eyes and looked inside his body. His divine sense extended to the spot between his eyebrows where the death chi gathered. As soon as his divine sense sensed the death chi, he felt as if he had fallen into a world of ice and snow, and he felt a bone-chilling coldness. Gu Chen could clearly sense that although the death chi was trapped in the Niwen palace between his eyebrows, it did not dissipate. Instead, it was slowly spreading in all directions. His heart suddenly sank. It seemed that his crisis was not truly over. Ba. Benefactor Gu, let this old monk take your pulse. At this time, Puji holy monk walked past the crowd. Gu Chen did not refuse. He felt his pulse for a while, and his expression became uncertain. Almsgiver Gu's body is full of vitality, but the death chi is not dispersing. Instead, it seems to be expanding. I'm afraid he only has 1 year left to live. At that moment, a man with a sinister aura strode in from outside the Kunlun ruins. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed, and everyone present became vigilant at the same time. The Ghost Emperor, he actually left the ghastly ruins. Although the Ghost Emperor was Gu Chen's ally, he had a strange personality and unfathomable strength. Everyone was naturally wary of him. You said that Chen only has 1 year left to live. Is that true? Xianxia was only concerned about his son's condition. He could not help but ask when he heard the Ghost Emperor's words. The Ghost Emperor nodded with a gloomy expression. Among everyone present, he was the person who was the closest to breaking through the heavenly being limit, and he had even failed to do so. He had lived for a long time and was extremely sensitive to lifespan. Especially since he was a ghost cultivator, he was especially sensitive to the death chi in Gu Chen's body. Although the fruit of the rainbow tree resurrected him, it only helped him extend his life. He had already exhausted his lifespan. Logically speaking, he would definitely die at the end of his lifespan. It's already a miracle that he can live for another year. Everyone looked at Gu Chen's white hair and realized that the Ghost Emperor's speculation was probably correct. It's already a great fortune to be able to resurrect. If I can only live for a year, so be it. Gu Chen smiled. He had paid such a huge price in exchange for power. To him, he was already very lucky to still be alive. How can we extend his lifespan? Will there be any use in consuming elixirs that can prolong his lifespan? Gu Chen did not care, but the others could not. They all asked questions. No matter how good the elixir is, how can it compare to the spirit fruit he consumed earlier? The life essence in his body is already extremely abundant, but it still cannot dispel the death chi in his Niwen palace. This means that external things are of little help to him. The Ghost Emperor's words made everyone's hearts heavy. Then, he suddenly changed the topic. If he wants to extend his life now, there's only one way. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at him. If he can break through to a higher realm, his lifespan will naturally increase. The Ghost Emperor's words made the sages present frown. It's as good as not saying anything. Since ancient times, no one has been able to break through the heavenly being limit. Even the old heavenly emperor couldn't do it. The rose-killing god could not help but say, "That's just someone else. It doesn't mean that he can't do it." The Ghost Emperor said. The sages were shocked. That's right, just because others couldn't do it did not mean that the Overlord couldn't do it. He had already created so many miracles and stood at the peak of the Kunlun continent at such a young age. Who could say that he could not break through to a realm that no one had reached since ancient times? But, there's only 1 year, the eyes of Zhao Rou and the rest dimmed. They believed that with Brother Gu's talent, if he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to reach a realm that no one had reached before. However, he only had 1 year to live now. How could he break through the Kunlun continent's limit in such a short time? 1 year is enough. Gu Yuan suddenly spoke with a serious expression. His words made everyone look at him in surprise. Even the Ghost Emperor took a deep look at him. When he arrived outside the Kunlun ruins, he had noticed the old man's existence. He could sense the same aura as the overlord from him, the same aura as the person from 30,000 years ago. Although this person had no cultivation base at all, it did not affect his high evaluation of him. Looks like he'll tell you the way. Overlord, when you find the way, I hope you can meet me. After all, we still have an agreement to fulfill. After saying that, the Ghost Emperor turned around and left. In a few steps, his figure disappeared. Gu Chen looked at his back and then at his grandfather. However, the battle had just ended, and they still had many things to do. Everyone, although the man with a bamboo hat is dead, we don't know how the octopus monsters he raised are doing. Please contact the various places as soon as possible to find out the casualties. Also, the Kunlun ruins is not a place to stay for long. Ordinary cultivators should leave as soon as possible. Gu Chen regained the demeanor of an overlord. Everyone's expressions tensed up when they heard his reminder. The octopus monsters were huge, and they were scattered all over the continent. They were a serious threat to their territory. If they went out of control after the man with a bamboo hat died, there would definitely be huge casualties. At that moment, everyone packed up and contacted their own people. Is the man with a bamboo hat really dead? The green Qilin killing god walked to Gu Chen's side and asked seriously. The man with a bamboo hat was a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. They had killed him twice before, and they were only his incarnations. He was worried that it would be the same this time. If the man with a bamboo hat was still alive, he would definitely be the nightmare of the Kunlun continent. He won't be coming back. Gu Chen laughed self-deprecatingly. He did not know whether the real man with a bamboo hat was dead or alive. Everything he saw from his incomplete consciousness confused him, especially the pair of huge eyes that appeared in the vast starry sky. Just thinking about it made him shudder. However, his heavenly tyrant bone had been shattered, and the man with a bamboo hat's goal could no longer be achieved. He had no reason to return. Gu Chen's words made the green Qilin killing god and the others heave a sigh of relief. The man with a bamboo hat could even control the power of the dragon vein. If he returned, it would be the end of the world. It was impossible for them to count on Gu Chen to reverse time again. He only had 1 year left to live. Even with the time stone, he could no longer perform such a heaven-defying divinity. After Gu Chen finished speaking to everyone, he arrived before the unconscious Ji Lanchu. She had already successfully changed her fate under Gu Chen's divine ability, and her body was full of vitality. But for some reason, Gu Chen had already woken up, but she hadn't. Gu Chen's lifespan was almost exhausted, which was why there was death energy left in his body, but Ji Lanchu didn't. Because Gu Chen captured the power of the dragon vein and injected it into the dragon phoenix's body, her body underwent a transformation, and she obtained endless benefits. Under such circumstances, her lifespan had increased instead of decreasing, and her physique had already improved to an unpredictable level. She should have woken up long ago. Gu Chen invited Puji Holy Monk to diagnose her condition. Ba, Princess Lanchu's pulse is extremely strong. I have never seen such a pulse in my life. With such a pulse, even if she is immortal, she can live for 500 years, not to mention that she is a king of the longevity realm. Puji Holy Monk diagnosed. Then why hasn't she woken up yet? Gu Chen frowned. Puji Holy Monk's judgment was the same as his. Princess Lanchu's last strike was infused with all of her essence, energy, and spirit. Although Benefactor Gu used the power of the dragon vein to change her fate, I'm afraid the injury on her soul isn't that easy to heal. However, there's no need to worry too much. She's not suffering from an incurable soul injury, and her body and soul affect each other. Her body is so powerful, so she should wake up sooner or later. Puji Holy Monk speculated. How long will it take for her to wake up? At least a few months or half a year. At most, it might be decades, Puji Holy Monk said hesitantly. That long? Everyone was shocked. She's using the Kunlun Emperor's sword after all. Benefactor Gu should be very clear about the power of this weapon. Gu Chen fell silent. He only had a year to live, but Lanchu might sleep for a year and a half. Fate was really playing tricks on people. Princess Lanchu has the Dragon Phoenix body, and she's also benefited from the Dragon Vein. Letting her recuperate in the Kunlun ruins should be very beneficial to her recovery. Puji Holy Monk left after saying that, leaving Guchen alone to ponder. When Guchen carried Ji Lanchu, the people from the various forces had already cleaned up the battlefield and found out the general situation of the Kunlun ruins. Perhaps because the Dragon Vein had just erupted, the Kunlun ruins was not as dangerous as rumored. Everyone found the dragon nest in the glacier that the man with a bamboo hat had walked out of earlier and saw the frozen dragon. The giant dragon was the source of the Kunlun ruins' Dragon Vein's power. Everyone took it very seriously. A man with a bamboo hat had controlled the power of the Dragon Vein and almost wiped out the entire Kunlun continent's combat power. It was clear how destructive the power here was. Although the chances of another person as terrifying as the man with a bamboo hat appearing was slim, the various forces still felt that it was necessary to seal off this place. They had too many things to do. The world had just settled down, and there were many things waiting to be done. Guchen followed Puji Holy Monk's suggestion and carried Ji Lanchu to the dragon nest in the ice. Meanwhile, the others handed the Kunlun Mirror and Kunlun Emperor sword to him. These two top-notch treasures on the continent could not fall into the hands of any cultivator easily, or it would cause a huge uproar. In the eyes of the various forces, now that the legitimate heir of the two treasures, Princess Lanchu, was unconscious, handing the treasures to Guchen was the most suitable choice. Firstly, he was already publicly acknowledged as the most powerful person on the continent, and his character had already gained the trust of the various forces. Handing the two treasures to him would not disrupt the balance of the various forces. Secondly, he was the one who defeated the enemy, so the spoils of war should belong to him. Moreover, he was Princess Lanchu's fiancé. No one in the world was more legitimate than him. Guchen temporarily accepted the Kunlun Emperor sword and Kunlun Mirror. He decided to wait for Lanchu to wake up before letting her deal with the two treasures. The leaders of the various forces contacted their respective territories, and soon, there was good news. After the death of the man with a bamboo hat, the giant octopuses wandering in the territories of the various clans seemed to have lost their vitality and did not attack the territories of the various clans. However, they were still alive, wandering around like walking corpses. There were a total of 300 of them, so how to deal with them was still a tricky problem. Guchen stayed in the Kunlun ruins dragon nest for a day, silently accompanying Lanchu, hoping that she would wake up soon. After experiencing this calamity, both of them had taken a trip to the gates of hell. Guchen already understood how he felt about her. He had a lot to say to her, and he wanted to spend more time with her for the rest of his life. Gu Yuan entered the ice layer a day later. He asked everyone present to leave first, leaving only Guchen behind. Guchen looked at his grandfather and saw his serious expression. He knew that he was ready to tell him about him and the Gu family. Gu Yuan came from overseas, and Guchen already knew about this from Huangfu Wuji's memories. This explained why there had never been any records of the Empyrean bone in the history of the Kunlun continent. It was because the Gu family that possessed the Empyrean bone was overseas. It was because Gu Yuan came from overseas decades ago that the god of war, Huangfu Wuji, was born, and the turbulence of the past few decades. Gu Yuan walked toward Gu Chen and stared at Gu Chen's chest with a complicated expression. "How do you feel after losing the tyrant bone?" He sighed. Gu Chen said with a carefree smile. "I feel like I lost something important in my body. But it's fine, it doesn't affect me much. It's just that I can't use many of my abilities." Gu Yuan shook his head. "You're too impulsive. You had a great future," he didn't continue. He knew that Gu Chen had sacrificed the tyrant ether bone because he had no other choice. "Grandfather, don't worry. You can grow a new one after losing the tyrant bone. I believe I can do the same." Gu Chen smiled confidently. "It's not that easy. Furthermore, it will take a lot of time. It will delay your future." Ever since he knew that Gu Chen had made the seed of origin sprout and become the mother root of all things, Gu Yuan had high expectations for him. But now that his tyrant bone was broken, his plan to nurture him had to change. When the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility on a person, they must first suffer. Gu Chen was the one who had lost the Tyrant ether bone, but he was comforting Gu Yuan. Sigh, never mind. Grandfather didn't want to tell you about my hometown. But given the current situation, I have no choice. Gu Yuan got to the point and sat down beside Gu Chen. Chen, your Tyrant ether bone is broken and you only have 1 year of lifespan left. The only way to survive is to leave the Kunlun continent and head to the Immortal Spirit continent to return to my Gu clan's ancestral land. Gu Chen's eyes flashed. Immortal Spirit continent. Was that the name of grandfather's hometown? Chen, do you know why the Kunlun continent is isolated from the rest of the world? And why has no one in the Kunlun continent been able to break through the limits of the celestial being realm? Gu Yuan asked. Gu Chen only shook his head. Any cultivator in the Kunlun continent will encounter the celestial decay once they reach the limits of the celestial being realm. They will either die from the tribulation or die from the exhaustion of their lifespan. On the Immortal Spirit continent, there is no such tribulation as the Deva's 5 decays. Above the Deva realm, there is also a higher cultivation realm. Gu Yuan's words greatly surprised Gu Chen. He originally thought that the Angel's 5 declines was a tribulation that every cultivator would inevitably encounter. You must be very curious as to why it is like this. The answer is very simple. The heavenly Tao laws covering the Kunlun continent have been changed. It is like someone laid a powerful formation in the Kunlun continent. As long as one is in it, one will find it hard to escape the restrictions of the laws. Gu Chen's face filled with disbelief. If that was the case, if he did not leave the Kunlun continent, he would not be able to break through to the heavenly human realm within a year and gain more lifespan. No wonder Grandpa said that he had to go overseas to survive. Who could do such a thing? Why would they do such a thing to the Kunlun continent? The first reaction in Gu Chen's heart was anger. Since ancient times, who knew how many outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent had died under the Deva Decay 5? Even in their dreams, they would never have imagined that all of this was being manipulated by someone. The people who did this were the ancestors of countless living beings in the primordial spirit continent, including the ancestors of my Gu clan. When Gu Chen heard this, his expression froze. Why did they do this? Gu Yuan sighed. Chen, this world is incomparably huge. Be it the primordial spirit continent or the Kunlun continent, they are both located on an ancient planet called Songhuang. And the Songhuang ancient planet is just a planet in the vast universe. A long time ago, the ancestors of the Kunlun continent and the primordial spirit continent were actually the same. Many of the ancestors of the human race in the primordial spirit continent migrated from the Kunlun continent. However, 30,000 years ago, there was a war that engulfed the entire Songhuang ancient planet. In the end, the civilization of the Kunlun continent was completely destroyed. The ancestors who survived also migrated to the primordial spirit continent. At that time, the Kunlun continent was not called the Kunlun continent. It was called the Ziwei continent. After that war ended, until today, the primordial spirit continent still calls this place the Sky Burial continent. Gu Chen's pupils shrank to the size of needles. The war 30,000 years ago, he recalled the words of the Ghost Emperor and the illusion he saw in the ancient land of the demon god. It turned out that the war 30,000 years ago really did happen. Was the outbreak of that war related to a group of extraterrestrial visitors? Gu Chen took a deep breath and asked. Gu Yuan nodded his head and explained tirelessly. 30,000 years ago, in ancient times, the civilization of the Ziwei continent was brilliant for a time. However, one day, a vast meteor shower appeared in the sky. Along with it, the gods descended on the Ziwei continent. They seemed to be looking for something. For this, they crossed the vast galaxy and arrived at the ancient planet Songhuang. Their arrival brought disaster to the continent. In the end, the ancestors started a war with them. At that time, one of the leaders who represented the ancient planet Songhuang and killed the invading gods was the ancestor of the Gu family. Gu Chen's heart was in turmoil. He recalled what the high priest had told him. He said that the demon god, who was suspected to be White Ape, came to the Kunlun continent to look for something. And the Ghost Emperor once said that he saw a man with the same aura as Gu Chen 30,000 years ago. This just happened to verify his grandfather's words. The Ghost Emperor must have seen the ancestor of the Gu family. Many mysteries were solved in Gu Chen's mind. Gu Yuan continued. Gu Yuan continued, although the ancestors of the ancient planet Song Huang won that war, they also paid the price of the entire civilization of the Ziwei continent. Because the gods chose to descend on the Ziwei continent, and after they were defeated, they left behind their own secret places that were difficult to destroy. Therefore, after some consideration, the ancestors decided to abandon and seal the Ziwei continent. They thought that the Ziwei continent was inauspicious and would attract disaster. And those who continued to stay on the continent and their descendants would also be affected by the gods. Therefore, they tampered with the rules of heaven and earth here, not allowing experts above the celestial realm to appear in the future. They also set up restrictions on the periphery of the continent. The people of the Kunlun continent would never be able to cross the endless ocean and find the fairy continent. This continent was abandoned and exiled outside the civilization of the ancient planet Song Huang. And in the 30,000 years of evolution, the original tribes continued to reproduce and develop, forming their own civilization and calling their home the Kunlun continent. After listening to this hidden history, Guchen was silent for a long time. If this history were to be spread, it would definitely cause a great uproar. Since ancient times, the people of the Kunlun continent had believed that they were the center of the world. Unexpectedly, it was just an abandoned land. What were the deities searching for 30,000 years ago? Guchen was very curious. Just because of something, it triggered a huge war that spanned across the vast starry sky. He had never experienced the cruelty of the ancient war, but from the dangers of the ghost ruins and fiend god ancient land, the deities back then were definitely very powerful. The inheritances they left on the continent still influenced the development of the Kunlun continent. There was actually a reason why the ancestors sealed this place. This is already the history of 30,000 years ago. Even in the immortal spirit continent, there are very few people who know about this. Gu Yuan's gaze was deep. Back then, the deities that descended were all killed by our ancestors, and the item they were searching for was never found. There is a saying that the supreme treasure that the deities were searching for ended up in the hands of the victors of the war, and the ancestor of my Gu clan was one of the victors. A huge wave rose in Gu Chen's heart. That supreme treasure, could it be? Grandpa knows what you are thinking. Gu Yuan smiled. You think that the supreme treasure that the deities were searching for might be the mother root of all things? Gu Chen could not help but nod. The origins of the mother root of all things were mysterious. It did not display any divine abilities, but the heavenly phenomenon art that it gave him was definitely a heaven-defying cultivation technique. In terms of what was a supreme treasure, the mother root that gave him the heavenly phenomenon art and the 33-layered heaven's secret technique was definitely one. The origin seed, the predecessor of the mother root of all things, was indeed left behind by the ancestors of my Gu clan. There were also people who suspected that it was the supreme treasure that the deities were searching for. But in the tens of thousands of years, no matter how many methods my ancestors used, even asking all the powerhouses of the immortal spirit continent to come up with a plan, they were unable to discover what was special about it. Over time, everyone believed that there was nothing special about the origin seed. Even the majority of the Gu clan treated the origin seed as a joke. Only the direct bloodline of my Gu clan followed the teachings of our ancestors and safeguarded the origin seed. It only changed when it reached your hands and evolved into the mother root of all things. Gu Yuan sighed. Grandfather doesn't know if the mother root of all things is the supreme treasure that the primordial gods were searching for. However, it is fated with you, so you must take good care of it. This is also the reason why I told you not to reveal anything about it. If the people of the primordial spirit continent were to find out that the seed of origin has changed, there would be people from my Gu clan who wouldn't be able to hold themselves back. Gu Chen understood and remembered his grandfather's warning. Grandfather, since this Kunlun continent is an abandoned land, where even sky-human realm cultivators cannot break through, why did you come here back then? Gu Chen voiced out the confusion in his heart. At the mention of this matter, Gu Yuan's face dimmed a little. This matter is not honorable, but since you are my grandson and a direct descendant of the Gu family, you should know this. My Gu clan has the blood of a tyrant flowing in our veins, and we are born with a strong physique. That's why we've been able to grow over the countless years, and have long since become one of the most powerful ancient families in the immortal spirit continent. Our bloodline was originally a direct descendant of the Gu clan, and we have the purest bloodline. Most of the Gu clan's patriarch positions have been inherited by us. Those who have the blood of a tyrant are destined to cultivate in defiance of the heavens. The purer the bloodline, the greater the resistance from heaven and earth. This caused the descendants of our bloodline to awaken the tyrant firmament bone at a later time. Back then, grandfather was the only remaining descendant of the main bloodline, but when he was in his 20s, he still hadn't awakened the tyrant firmament bone. When Gu Yuan said this, he revealed a bitter smile. Our bloodline was originally the main family, but back then, the branch family's strength far surpassed the main family's. In the end, they started a coup within the family. The branch family replaced the position of the main bloodline. Back then, grandfather hadn't even awakened the tyrant firmament bone, and he was alone. In the end, he could only choose to submit. Since we are of the same clan, the branch family won't make things difficult for me on the surface, and grandfather still enjoys good treatment in the clan. However, in the dark, there are still some people who target me, seeing me as a thorn in their side. So, in the end, grandfather decided to go overseas and take a look at the sky burial continent. Gu Yuan spoke very magnanimously, as if he just wanted to go to the Kunlun continent on a whim. However, Gu Qin could hear the helplessness and sorrow in his words. Grandfather's situation back then was probably much more difficult than he said. Only by leaving the immortal spirit continent could some people feel at ease. Gu Qin was no longer a greenhorn. He was the celestial emperor of the celestial court. Naturally, he knew the ways of politics. In the eyes of some people from the branch family, his bloodline would always be a threat to their rule. After that, Gu Qin knew without asking. Grandfather came to the Kunlun continent and got to know grandmother, Elder Nangong, Huangfu Wuji, and the others. They traveled the continent together. After that, his tyrant firmament bone finally awakened in this foreign land. However, he did not expect that he would be betrayed by his good brother and be imprisoned for decades. Gu Qin felt angry for his grandfather. He had suffered too much in the past few years. Furthermore, the cause of all this was the branch family. Grandfather, since the Gu clan treats you this way, why do you still want me to return to the ancestral land? Gu Qin could not help asking. Gu Yuan feared that Gu Qin would view the Gu clan as an enemy, so he quickly explained. Chen although some people in the clan do not like us, there are also many who support us. Originally, you possessed the all things mother root and your talent was outstanding. Grandfather did not intend to let you take the risk of contacting the Gu clan. He wanted to nurture you properly and return home when you were strong enough. However, your tyrant firmament bone has shattered. You can only repair it after returning to the Gu clan and entering the ancestral land. Grandfather had no choice but to recondense the tyrant firmament bone, wasting decades of time. You have a great future ahead of you. You should not walk my path. With your talent, grandfather believes that when you return to the clan, you will definitely be able to fight for me. You will tell everyone who is the true descendant of the Gu clan. At this point, Gu Yuan was slightly agitated. On Gu Qin, he had entrusted the dream that he had failed to realize when he was young. Gu Qin understood his grandfather's intentions. He also realized that he probably had to go to the primordial continent. Only by going there could he repair the shattered tyrant firmament bone, break through the limits of the celestial being realm, and extend his lifespan by a year. There was also another reason. His father was there. Gu Qin told his grandfather about the scene he saw from the incomplete consciousness of the man with a bamboo hat. After hearing it, Gu Yuan's old face was incomparably agitated. Tianming went overseas? He went to the primordial continent? Could it be that he went there to find a way to defeat Huangfu Wuji? Gu Qin nodded. I'm afraid that's the case. From the shattered scene, he did not know what the man with a bamboo hat had said to his father. However, he could tell that his father was not forced to go overseas. At that time, he had just awakened the tyrant firmament bone and was being chased by Huangfu Wuji's troops. It could be said that there was no place for him on the continent. Perhaps the man with the bamboo hat knew something. Whether it was instigation or encouragement, his father finally chose to go overseas. And now, 4 years had passed, and there was still no news of his father. Perhaps something had happened to him in the primordial continent. Gu Qin wanted to find his father, let him reunite with his grandfather, and let him reunite with his mother. Gu Qin chatted with his grandfather for an entire day and gained a basic understanding of the situation in the primordial continent. It was a continent filled with experts. Regardless of size, population, or level of civilization, it far surpassed the Kunlun continent. After all, there had never been a war there, and civilization had never been interrupted. It was also not restricted by heaven and earth. It was the true center of the ancient sky-yellow star. Gu Chen's horizons were greatly broadened from his grandfather's words. He had long known that this world was far vaster than he knew, but he did not expect it to be this vast. Thus, he naturally had a desire in his heart, an impulse to see the truly magnificent boundless universe. Not only did he have to go to the primordial continent for various reasons, but he also wanted to see more heroes and geniuses. The matter of going to the primordial continent was quickly decided, and Gu Qin decided to set off early. After all, he only had a year of lifespan left. He did not know how many unforeseen events he would encounter on the journey, so he had to make full use of his time. Therefore, in the next half a month, Gu Qin made a series of arrangements before he left at the speed of a thunderbolt. First, in Luoyang, with Gu Qin as the middleman, the leaders of the 5 major races of the continent gathered together. After the war ended, they officially signed a peace treaty of non-aggression. This was a treaty that transcended time. It meant that since the end of the ancient era, the Kunlun continent had entered an unprecedented period of peace. It could be expected that after the treaty was signed, the communication between the 5 major races would be even closer than before. The future that Shi Jian had looked forward to was coming with everyone's combined efforts. The moment the peace treaty was signed, the entire continent celebrated. Whether it was the human race, the stone race, or the fiend race, no one liked war. As long as there was war, there would be casualties. After experiencing the pain of war, people understood the preciousness of peace. On that day, grand banquets were held all over the continent. The various races rejoiced, and in the words of the people, 2 names were repeatedly mentioned. Overlord Gu Qin, Heavenly Emperor Gu Qin, these 2 names represented the same person. Gu Chen's fame spread to every corner of the Kunlun continent. In history, no one had ever managed to gain such prestige among the various races. Even the first Dragon Emperor, who had single-handedly established the Central Region Empire, his fame was only limited to 9 regions. In the eyes of the world, the Overlord had surpassed the achievements of his predecessors and had made great contributions. After the peace treaty was signed, with the support of Gu Chen, Shen Sudong brought order to the imperial court of the Central Plains, changing the chaos left behind by Huangfu Wuji. With the all-out effort of the Confucian sect, the 9 prefectures once again settled down, showing a scene of prosperity. As for the vacant throne in the imperial capital, Gu Chen was originally the most suitable candidate. He had already received the support of various forces and had also won the hearts of the people of the 9 states. This was the general trend. However, he rejected the request of the court officials on the spot and left in a carefree manner. His ambition does not lie in the secular imperial power. Besides, this was originally the world of Ji family. He decided to hand it over to Lan Chu. He believed that Lan Chu would definitely be an excellent empress. She was kind-hearted and also had the power to protect the 9 prefectures and even the entire continent. Lan Chu was already very talented. She had also received the inheritance of the dragon vein and had her fate changed by the future Gu Qin. With the power of the dragon vein, her physique had evolved. Gu Qin knew that after she woke up, she would definitely have amazing talent. Her potential was no less than his when he had the undamaged Tyrant firmament bone. After dealing with the affairs of the Central Plains and the various races, Gu Qin returned to the Heavenly Palace and put the Stone of Time back in the Time Temple. The Stone of Time was the treasure of the Heavenly Palace. It was related to the inheritance of the Celestial Court, so he did not intend to bring it with him, let alone take it away from the Kunlun continent. He gathered all the upper echelons of the Celestial Court in the Lingxiao Palace. Originally, he wanted to pass the position of Heavenly Emperor to the Green Qilin Killing God. After all, he did not know when he would return. It was even possible that he would never return. Right now, the Celestial Court was the strongest faction in the continent. He could only feel at ease if it was handed over to a trustworthy senior like the Green Qilin Killing God. However, when he voiced his thoughts, the Green Qilin Killing God rejected him. Many of the upper echelons also did not want him to resign from the position of Heavenly Emperor. In the end, after much effort, Gu Chen agreed not to resign from the position of Heavenly Emperor. During the time he was away, the Green Qilin Killing God would be the acting Heavenly Emperor, leading all the members of the Celestial Court. After this, Gu Chen returned to the Heavenly Star Sect. Although the Heavenly Star Sect had a close relationship with the Celestial Court, it was an independent sect. After unifying the Beijing Mansion, it became the Heavenly Star Sect's territory. Huang Pingzheng, Zhao Rou, and the others had already formulated a 100-year plan for the sect, trying to make it a super sect in the future. Gu Chen told many of his companions, who had fought alongside him before, about his next plan. When they found out that Gu Chen, who had just been resurrected, was going to adventure overseas, everyone was very worried and expressed their willingness to follow him. Although I don't have the tyrannical heavenly bone, my strength has not regressed at all. You don't have to worry about my safety. The situation overseas is special. Not everyone can cross the vast ocean and find the primordial spirit continent. Therefore, this time I only plan to bring White Ape along. Gu Chen explained to everyone, but the worry in everyone's eyes only increased. Big brother Gu, let us follow you. We can be of some help. The 8 women, led by Lu Yichen and Zhao Rou, insisted on following. They did not really believe Gu Chen's words. They had seen Gu Chen die once with their own eyes. It was also a fact that the tyrannical heavenly bone was broken. After Gu Chen was resurrected, he did not fight. They were very worried about his body's condition. They were worried that he decided to go overseas alone because he did not want to implicate them. Gu Chen could not help but smile when he saw that the girls would not let him go overseas alone if he did not show some strength. Since you guys are worried about me, accompany me to the ghastly ruins. After saying that, he flew into the sky. Everyone looked at each other. They did not understand what Gu Chen meant, but they still followed him immediately. Gu Chen soon arrived outside the ghastly ruins. The Ghost Emperor sensed something and walked out of the Yellow Springs underground. You should know that your previous actions practically went against our agreement. When the Ghost Emperor saw Gu Chen, he said indifferently. Gu Chen knew what he was talking about. Initially, he had promised the Ghost Emperor that he would help him sever the heavenly Dao shackles when he was strong enough. However, in the Battle of Kunlun Ruins, he had forcefully grown in order to defeat the man with a bamboo hat. He had even lost his life, causing the Ghost Emperor's hopes to almost fall through. The situation was urgent, and I had no choice, Gu Chen said with a smile. Oh, really? At that time, you should have been able to easily sever the heavenly Dao shackles on me, right? Gu Chen's expression froze slightly. In the Kunlun ruins, after Gu Chen forcefully grew up, he already possessed extraordinary abilities. If he was willing, he could indeed help the Ghost Emperor break free. However, at that time, he chose to help Lan Chu change her fate and help all the heavily injured allies recover. He helped the Ghost Emperor sever the heavenly Dao's shackles without lifting a finger. Actually, with his cultivation base at that time, he could sense that the Ghost Emperor was outside the Kunlun ruins, but he did not do that. There was only one reason. The Ghost Emperor was too powerful. If he severed the heavenly Dao's shackles and died, the Ghost Emperor would undoubtedly become the strongest person in the Kunlun continent. Gu Chen did not trust him. He was worried that after he died, the Ghost Emperor would become fearless and bring disaster to the Kunlun continent. Therefore, he chose to ignore it. Initially, he thought that the Ghost Emperor would not have thought of this. He did not expect the Ghost Emperor to see through his thoughts. He was truly a shrewd old man. The other party was too shrewd. I'm about to head overseas. When I return, I promise to help you sever the heavenly Dao's shackles. Gu Chen avoided the sensitive topic and promised on the spot. The Ghost Emperor seemed to have expected this. After a moment of silence, he spoke. How confident are you in this trip? I don't know, but I, Gu Chen, have always been a man of my word, Gu Chen said proudly. Humph, you don't even have your tyrant bone anymore. I'm afraid you won't be able to return after this trip. I'm making a loss. The Ghost Emperor said unhappily. Senior, if you're worried, you can try fighting me. I believe you'll naturally have a judgment after fighting me. The corners of Gu Chen's lips curled up. Those words shocked Huang Pingzheng, Zhao Rou, and the rest who were following behind Gu Chen. Meanwhile, the Ghost Emperor narrowed his eyes. He scrutinized the calm Gu Chen and chuckled coldly. Brat, I'm afraid you're not here to promise me anything. You're here to fight, right? Gu Chen had a calm smile on his face. Senior, where has the trust between people gone? Junior's promise is, of course, true. However, Junior is about to head to the unknown seas and needs to understand my strength after my rebirth. Only then will I be able to better assess the situation. In this continent, the only one who can be my opponent is you. Please do not hesitate to give me some pointers. Gu Chen's words were very polite, but the Ghost Emperor was infuriated. This little fox, his words sounded dignified, but the Ghost Emperor had lived for 30,000 years and had long seen through people's hearts. The reason why Gu Chen wanted to fight him, other than the reason he said, was that he wanted to intimidate him. If Gu Chen left the Kunlun continent, he would undoubtedly be the strongest expert in the entire Kunlun continent. This fellow was worried that he would attack his family or friends. He knew what the other party was thinking, but the Ghost Emperor couldn't refuse. He wanted to know how strong Gu Chen was after his rebirth. Only by knowing this would he be able to judge his chances of returning alive from overseas. Humph, are you that confident that you can defeat me? Without the divinity brought by the Tyrant Heavenly Bone, you can't even defeat the original Huangfu Wuji, right? The Ghost Emperor felt that his usually cold body had been overheated by Gu Chen, so he mocked. My divinity far exceeds your estimation, Senior. Don't worry, Senior, Gu Chen said calmly. This is the ghastly ruins. I can borrow the power of the netherworld. If we really fight, it'll be a piece of cake for me to beat you up. The Ghost Emperor deliberately revealed a fierce expression. I have the Kunlun Emperor sword. Gu Chen raised his left hand, and the divine weapon with the highest attack power in the continent appeared in his hand. The Ghost Emperor's expression froze slightly before he smiled sinisterly. Since you want to fight, let's fight. Hence, in the sky above the ghastly ruins, the two men who stood at the peak of the Kunlun continent engaged in a shocking battle. This battle was not as earth-shattering as the battle in the Kunlun ruins. It would still be praised many years later. Only a few dozen people from the Heavenly Star sect witnessed it. However, this battle left an unforgettable impression on the people who were watching. Both sides were infinitely close to the limit of the Heavenly Being stage. The result of the battle was that the Ghost Emperor's hair was disheveled. He ran back to the netherworld and entered the coffin that he was sleeping in. Brat, I'll settle the score with you when you come back from overseas. He was beaten up by Gu Chen to the point that the Heavenly Being Stage 5 decay almost befell him again. He was extremely aggrieved. However, even though he was aggrieved, he was already at ease with Lin Huang's strength. He had clearly lost the Tyrant Heavenly Bone, but for some reason, this brat had become even stronger, especially his physical body. He had displayed a bunch of divinities that he did not have before. It was even more unbelievable. Senior, I'll take my leave. Seeing that he had convinced the Ghost Emperor and that the battle was satisfying, Gu Chen turned around and left while laughing. When he left the ghastly ruins, he saw Zhao Rou and the rest with their mouths wide open and their jaws agape. Initially, they thought that even if their sect master's strength was still there after his rebirth, he would lose half of his combat strength because he no longer had the Tyrant Heavenly Bone. Who would have thought that his body seemed to have undergone an unbelievable change and had countless divinities? With such a powerful Gu Chen, why would he need their protection? If they insisted on following him overseas, they would only be a burden. Gu Chen successfully convinced everyone and left the Heavenly Star sect. After he was done with everything, he returned to the Kunlun ruins. Lanchu was still sleeping in the dragon's nest. She slept so peacefully and beautifully like a fairy who was not tainted by the mortal world. The dragon's nest was already protected by Mu Ziyu's people. She and Lanchu were like sisters. Even though she knew that no one in the world dared to touch the tyrant's woman, she still decided to protect her until she woke up. Yi Qingshuang was also here. Apart from that, there was also the green ox. The green ox was powerful and had once protected Lanchu for a long time, so Gu Chen decided to let it stay here. During the time he was not in the Kunlun continent, he needed someone reliable to ensure Lanchu's safety. For this reason, he even handed the Kunlun mirror to the green ox and Mu Ziyu, leaving only the Kunlun the arch sword for himself. After all, overseas was dangerous. With the Kunlun the archsword protecting him, he would be safer. The Green Ox originally only wanted to follow Gu Chen overseas. In its eyes, following Gu Chen and protecting him was the right thing to do. However, Gu Chen convinced it. Considering that Ji Lanchu was the most likely person to become its mistress, the loyal Green Ox agreed. Gu Chen stepped into the ice layer and asked everyone to leave first. Then, he flew to the dragon's nest. Looking at the pretty face that was sleeping soundly, Gu Chen's eyes revealed a rare gentleness. Time was of the essence. He could not wait for Lanchu to wake up before leaving. However, he believed that they would definitely meet again. The two of them had experienced life and death, and there were many things they had yet to say. When I come back, I'll marry you. Gu Chen lowered his head and whispered into Ji Lanchu's ear. He had already decided that when he returned, he would definitely marry this young lady. It would be best if she agreed. If she did not, he would force himself on her. Gu Chen held the hand of the sleeping Ji Lanchu and whispered in her ear, cherishing the last few moments he had with her. From day to night, he accompanied her, abandoning the iron-blooded killing of an overlord, leaving only warmth. Unknowingly, Yi Qingxuang's figure appeared in the distance. She looked at the affectionate Gu Chen from afar, and her eyes dimmed. He was about to leave, but she had not had the chance to speak to him alone. And he had left the last moments before he left to another woman. There was an indescribable emotion in her heart, but she did not show it at all. She just stood far away and looked at the man quietly, wanting to imprint his figure deeply in her mind. What an outstanding man, isn't he? If not for the fact that there are too many competitors and I lack confidence, I would have taken the initiative to attack. Mu Ziyu walked to Yi Qingxuang's side and looked at her with a smile. Yi Qingxuang recovered, and her pretty face was quickly dyed with a layer of pink. She remained silent. With his talent, sooner or later, he will have unimaginable achievements. The Kunlun continent is too small for him. Mu Ziyu sighed. What she said earlier was not to tease Yi Qingxuang, but her true feelings. He was already standing at the peak of the continent at such a young age, yet he was neither arrogant nor rash, handsome and confident. It would be hard for any woman not to have thoughts about him. She realized that she had already fallen in love with Chenggu unknowingly. That's right, it was Chenggu. Perhaps when he was still hiding his identity in the true martial academy, she was already attracted to him. However, she was still older, and she was very rational when it came to love. She was very clear that even though their methods were different, her two junior sisters were deeply in love with Gu Chen, and their devotion to him was far greater than hers. Both of them were beautiful, and both had outstanding talent. She knew that she could not compete with them, so she chose to give up rationally. No matter how far he goes in the future, or what realm he reaches, I will do my best to catch up to him, and then defeat him. Yi Qingxuang gritted her teeth, and her beautiful eyes were filled with stubbornness. Mu Ziyu sighed and stopped talking. Yi Qingxuang acted as if she only wanted to catch up to Gu Chen in terms of cultivation, but was that really the case? Maybe she just wanted his attention, wanted him to look at her a few more times. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Mu Ziyu had long known about the relationship between Yi Qingxuang and Gu Chen. She sighed inwardly. If Yi Qingxuang had not broken off the engagement with Gu Chen back then, perhaps there would not be such a strong competitor like junior sister Lanchu. From the looks of it, Gu Chen had clearly chosen junior sister Lanchu. Qingxuang was destined to be injured. Since ancient times, the word love is the most hurtful. Junior sister Yi has a lonely city in her heart, and only Gu Chen can solve it. Mu Ziyu murmured. Gu Chen accompanied Ji Lanchu in the dragon lair for 2 whole days and did not leave once. Yi Qingxuang also looked at him from afar for a long time. Finally, Gu Chen let go of Lanchu's hand and kissed her forehead gently. It was time for him to go. The journey was long, and the earlier he set off, the earlier he could return. East Wilderness, Binhai Land. Since ancient times, this place was rarely visited. When the civilization of the Kunlun continent reached this corner, it was considered to have come to an end. Further ahead was a monstrous sea. On the vast beach, there used to be only sporadic fishermen passing by, but today, it was filled with countless cultivators from all over the continent. So many big shots gathered here, just for the Tyrant. Today, the news that the tyrant would go overseas alone had already spread, and many people spontaneously gathered here. Roar. Strange roars rang out continuously, and a total of 300 giant octopuses came from all directions, slowly entering the sea. After the death of the man with a bamboo hat, although these low-intelligence monsters did not attack the territories of the various races, they were still a huge hidden danger. The last thing the tyrant did before leaving was to use sound waves to control these monsters and drive them all to the beach, preparing to destroy them in the sea. The poisonous gas in these monsters' bodies could easily destroy a large city, and even the sages were afraid of it. Their departure made the experts of the various races heave a sigh of relief, and they were even more grateful to the tyrant. Gu Chen stood on the beach, in front of Gu Yuan, Xianxia, Shen Sudong, and many other friends. "Remember what I said, be careful, and don't try to be brave." Gu Yuan warned. The same words had been repeated more than 5 times in the past few days. "Grandpa, don't worry, I won't let you down. As for you, I hope to see a different you when I come back." Gu Chen smiled. He had already returned the tyrannical heavenly bone he dug out from Huangfu Wuji to its original owner, Gu Yuan. Because the tyrannical bone and the new tyrannical bone in Gu Yuan's body came from the same source, through a certain secret technique, he could absorb it again. This would greatly help Gu Yuan recover his cultivation, and even allow his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. He had suffered countless hardships and tempered an incomparably strong will, and the tyrannical bone had become even stronger. Next would be a period of accumulation. "When Grandpa's cultivation recovers a little, I will come find you," Gu Yuan said. If not for the fact that he had lost all his cultivation and could not be of any help to Gu Chen, he would not be willing to let him go alone. After all, this time, he would be facing a completely unfamiliar world, and there were experts far stronger than Huangfu Wuji everywhere. "Maybe I will bring my father back before Grandpa leaves," Gu Chen said confidently, looking at his mother. "You have to be careful when you are outside. Finding your father is important, but your safety is more important. You have always been very sensible, so I won't say much. You might not be used to the things in the outside world, so take these things with you." Xin Yushu handed a storage ring to Gu Chen, which was filled with a pile of clothes, as well as countless food and drinks. So many things. Did mother prepare them all alone? Gu Chen scanned the storage ring with his divine sense and was extremely surprised. Mother didn't do it alone. Little Qiao, Zhao Rou, Yi Chen, Qing Shuang, and many others helped. Xin Yushu said with a smile. When Gu Chen was chasing away the octopus monsters, a group of women had already secretly prepared his luggage. The immortal spirit continent was definitely a very different place from the Kunlun continent. They were worried that Gu Chen would not be used to eating and dressing, so they simply made a lot of food together. Most of the food could be preserved for a long time. Yi Qingshuang also helped? Gu Chen was very surprised. The others did not find it strange, but the Yi Qingshuang he knew was someone who did not do housework and only knew how to cultivate. Unexpectedly, she also knew how to cook. Yi Qingshuang's reaction was like burying one's head in the sand, causing Gu Chen to have a strange look on his face. He didn't care about it and quickly skipped this topic. What should be said has been said, and what should be said has been said. Gu Chen took out the battleship and boarded it with White Ape. "Everyone, goodbye." He stood on the bow of the ship, his white hair fluttering in the salty sea breeze as he set sail. White Ape stood on his shoulder and waved at everyone with some reluctance. With everyone's blessings, the battleship dived into the water and began its journey along the boundless sea. Gu Chen whistled twice, and the 300 huge octopus monsters surrounded the battleship and swam towards the sea together. All the cultivators on the shore watched Gu Chen leave, sighing in their hearts. A legend has left, and no one knows when the Overlord will return. The only thing they can be sure of is that the history of the Kunlun continent has changed because of him. His departure is the end of a legend, but it will also be the beginning of another legend. In the blue sea, the battleship sailed unhurriedly. The 300 huge octopus monsters are like the most loyal guards, always guarding the battleship. It has been 5 days since they left the Kunlun continent. Gu Chen originally planned to eliminate the 300 octopus monsters when he reached the sea far away from the continent. However, he found that with these 300 octopus monsters, all the creatures in the sea will flee when they see his battleship passing by, so he changed his mind. The endless ocean is very vast. According to his grandfather, nearly 70% of the area on the ancient planet Song Huang is the ocean. In this ocean, especially in the deep sea, there are countless mysterious creatures. Even the cultivators on the immortal continent can't study them thoroughly. Some powerful sea monsters are enough to threaten celestial realm experts. Gu Chen has no experience in the sea, so he doesn't dare to be careless. With these 300 octopus monsters leading the way, he can save a lot of trouble. He only needs to follow his grandfather's instructions to sail to the immortal continent. The Sky Patrol battleship was fast and stable on the sea, which made Gu Chen very comfortable. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such a leisurely time. He brought 2 chairs over and sat with the white ape. He often looked at the vast surface of the water and enjoyed the refreshing sea breeze. He crossed his legs and ate the delicacies prepared for him by the women. He was extremely satisfied. The cultivators of the Kunlun continent all thought that Gu Chen's journey to the distant sea would be filled with unfathomable dangers. Who could have imagined that he would have such a good time? After a few days of comfort, Gu Chen could not help but sigh inwardly. Whether it was when he was the Tao child of the celestial court or when he became the celestial emperor, he never had a day of leisure. He was always fighting and killing. This time, it was just right for him to borrow this peerlessly beautiful seascape to cultivate his character and dispel his vicious tendencies, and it was greatly beneficial to the advancement of his cultivation. Ever since he had been resurrected, Gu Chen's cultivation had reached the limit of the celestial being realm in one go. However, the biggest change was actually his body. These days, besides enjoying life, Gu Chen spent more time studying his body. To be honest, he could not figure out what was going on with his body. It could be said that his body was based on the tyrannical ether bone. Because of the existence of the tyrannical bone, he could break through the 365 stellar acupoints and release the unlimited potential of his body. However, the tyrannical bone was now covered in cracks and had lost its luster. Logically speaking, his body should have a lot of hidden injuries, but in reality, there were none. Not only were there no problems, but his physique had also become more tyrannical. Now, his arm had a divine strength of 100 million kilograms. With just a punch of his body, he could blow a huge sea beast to pieces. His teeth could easily bite through a heaven-grade magic treasure. With a loud shout, his blood chi was so strong that it could affect people's minds. And all these were only the changes on the surface. What surprised him even more was the invisible changes. Since his rebirth, he found that he was particularly sensitive to the various attributes of the world's vitality, and they were also particularly close to him. This made it so that no matter what spell he practiced, he could learn it almost immediately. There was no such thing as a bottleneck. And in his body, there were a lot of small magical powers, involving the 5 elements, light and darkness, and other laws of heaven and earth. He quickly realized that these had something to do with the spirit fruit of the colorful little tree that White Ape had fed him. He had eaten a lot of dragon essence in the hidden dragon land, and the fruit condensed from the essence of the plants in the desolate God Valley, so the life essence in his body was so strong that it could dispel the aura of death. He had eaten the fruit condensed from the born Taoism aptitude, so his physique had become closer to nature. He had also eaten the fruit condensed from the giant spirit arm and the Kiran arm, so his strength had further increased. He had even eaten the fruit condensed from the sound bone, so his attainments in sound waves had been greatly improved, so he could easily control the 300 octopus monsters. He had eaten too many strange fruits, which not only repaired his broken body at that time, but also integrated and influenced each other, finally transforming his physique. To be honest, Gu Chen knew that even if he did not have the tyrannical heavenly bone, his physique would still have reached the top-notch level, or even higher. This kind of physique was different from Huangfu Wuji, who had forcefully transplanted many extreme Tao organs into his body. All the strength had truly integrated into his bone marrow, as if they were one. Gu Chen knew this was a good thing. These days, he had been trying to study and develop the advantages of his physique. On the 7th day at sea, Gu Chen ended his leisurely life, because he had finally reached the edge of the peerless formation that sealed the Kunlun continent. According to his grandfather, Because of the existence of the formation, no matter how far the people of the Kunlun continent sailed, they would end up going in circles. It was impossible to get rid of this sea. This was also why the people of the Kunlun continent called the sea the Endless Ocean. They thought that the sea was really boundless, but they did not know that they had fallen into the illusion of the formation. It was extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to get rid of the restriction of the formation, but it was much easier for the people of the Gu family, who had the tyrannical heavenly bone. The rules of the Kunlun continent's heavenly Tao had been tampered with, so it was destined that it would be difficult for the cultivators born on the continent to go against the heavenly Tao and get rid of the illusion. However, it was different for the people who had the tyrannical heavenly bone. The tyrannical bone was originally a tyrannical bone that defied the heavens and earth, jumping out of the rules of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, in their eyes, this formation was full of flaws. Because of this, Gu Yuan did not have to spend much effort to go to the Kunlun continent. Gu Yuan also speculated that Gu Tianming might succeed in going overseas. After all, when Gu Yuan came, the tyrannical bone had not awakened yet, and Gu Tianming had left after it had awakened, so it would be easier for him to break through the formation. Gu Chen was stronger than his grandfather and father back then, so it should have been easy for him to pass through this formation. However, now that his tyrannical heavenly bone had been shattered, he was still somewhat worried. Fortunately, night soon fell, and he saw the glowing sea surface and the faint light emitted by the huge heaven and earth array. Although his tyrant bone is broken, the pure tyrant blood flows in his body. He is still stronger than Gu Yuan before his tyrant bone was awakened. Gu Chen remembered his grandfather's instructions and sailed in a specific direction. At midnight, he saw the reflection of the full moon in the sky on the sea. There was a bright moon in the sky and on the sea, exuding a soft halo. If you look at it for a long time, you will be dazzled. Gu Chen stared at the position of the moon in the water and whistled twice. Then, the Sky Patrol warship accelerated forward. Under his command, the 300 Kraken followed him like a shadow. He decided to take them with him. The road ahead is long, and there will be many times where they will be useful. The Sky Patrol warship soon arrived at the position of the moon in the water. At this time, under Gu Chen's command, it plunged into the sea. The multiple arrays on the warship were activated, bursting out layer after layer of light, completely blocking the seawater outside the ship. It quickly dived into the dark and deep sea, where there is a strange green light surging. There is no way around. If you want to go out, dive down. Follow the green light, and you will find the exit. Gu Chen recalled his grandfather's exhortations. His eyes shone brightly and he pressed forward. The Sky Patrol warship frantically dived into the green light at the bottom of the sea, and the 300 octopuses followed closely behind. After a long time, boom, the whole world seemed to have turned upside down. The Sky Patrol warship dived into the sea, but it broke out of the water and stopped on the sea surface. Gu Chen took a closer look. The moon was still reflected in the water below, and the bright moon was still hanging high in the sky. They had dived at least thousands of feet, but they left the bottom of the sea. Gu Chen deeply felt the power of the great array covering the Kunlun continent. After a while, the 300 octopuses also dived out of the water one after another. Their bodies were deformed a lot, but they were recovering at an extremely fast speed. Gu Chen looked at the dark sea, knowing that he has officially left the Kunlun continent. Like a native jumping out of a cage, he is about to see the real civilization of the dark yellow ancient star. The primordial spirit continent is a place where people seek immortality and seek the Tao, and where monsters are everywhere. Gu Chen muttered. As he recalled his grandfather's description of his hometown, he drove the patrolling battleship away, braving the wind and waves. There was still a long way to go, and he would need more than 10 days to reach the primordial spirit continent. There's still half a month left. It's hard to predict what will happen to the primordial spirit continent. Before I go ashore, I have to prepare more trump cards. Gu Chen's eyes turned cold. He didn't know if this trip would be smooth sailing, so he had to be fully prepared. The Kunlun the Arch Sword was his trump card, and so were the 300 octopus monsters. However, he still felt that it was not enough. It's time to cultivate the second heaven secret technique, Heaven Jolter. He murmured. He had already mastered the first level of the secret technique, Sun and Moon Refining. The door to the second level was wide open. With his current level of comprehension, Although the second heaven's secret technique was more profound and complicated, it was not as difficult as before. He changed his leisurely state from before and sat on the observation deck at the highest point of the Sky Patrol battleship, beginning his cultivation of heaven-attracting earthquake. The Sky Patrol battleship sailed on the sea for more than 10 days. Gradually, some scattered islands gradually appeared on the vast and boundless sea. In the sky, one could occasionally see long rainbows flying by, which were obviously the traces of cultivators. All signs indicated that they were about to reach the primordial spirit continent. Guchen practiced the second heaven's secret technique for more than 10 days in a row, while the white ape was bored, sitting on the deck chair with his legs crossed, lazy and comfortable. Boom, Guchen, who was sitting high up, suddenly fell down and fell heavily on the deck. If the deck was not made of special metal and had a defensive array, there would have been a big hole in the hull. In the face of Guchen's sudden action, the white ape just glanced at him casually and looked away, as if he was used to it. Over the past 10 days, Guchen had fallen down more than once. The sun and moon refining secret technique used the sun and moon as the center to cultivate, while the second heaven's secret technique, Heavenjolter, cultivated the gravitational force of celestial bodies. Every star had its own gravitational force, and the sun and moon were no exception. Heavenjolter was to learn to control the power of heavenly attraction. This secret technique was much more powerful than the sun and moon refining secret technique. According to the description, once the secret technique was cultivated to the grand accomplishment stage, the person could rely on the flesh to escape the gravitational force of the stars and enter the universe. In addition, the cultivator could even use the gravitational force to summon meteorites in the universe, turning them into a meteor shower, bringing about incomparable destructive power. What's more, it could even summon another star, causing the two stars to collide, thus destroying all life on the ancient star. The power and realm described in the second heaven's secret technique was too terrifying, and Guchen even doubted whether it could really be done. However, the record of the first heaven's secret technique was exactly the same as the result of cultivating it to the grand accomplishment stage. This undoubtedly explained the truth, which aroused a strong interest in Guchen. This second heaven's secret technique must be cultivated to completion. Dreams were plentiful, but reality was harsh. Guchen practiced this technique with the dream of one day being able to summon stars, but in the past half a month, he had hit the wall countless times. His comprehension was much stronger than before, and he could learn ordinary spells at first glance. However, when he really cultivated Heavenjolter, not only did he not advance by leaps and bounds, his progress was slow. The Heavenjolter secret technique was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was similar to ordinary gravity spells, but it was 100 or 1,000 times more difficult to control. Gravity spells belonged to the earth element spells, and once a person stepped into the gravitational area, they would feel their body become abnormally heavy. This kind of gravity spell was very common, and in the training rooms of all the major branches of the celestial court, it could be considered a very basic spell. However, the gravity needed to be cultivated in Heavenjolter was different. Ordinary gravity spells were one-sided, with gravity settling down, but the gravity of Heavenjolter spread in all directions, the result of countless force fields interacting with each other. Only by learning to control the balance of all the force fields could one successfully use gravity. This step was too difficult. Even with Guchen's extraordinary talent, every time he lost control of a force field, he would be squeezed by the gravitational force from other directions, and then he would lose control and fall. This was much more difficult than cultivating the power of the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon were there, at least they had form, but Heavenjolter was invisible. If one was not a genius, they would not even be able to touch the threshold. This secret technique is so difficult to cultivate, so it is not surprising that it has so many powers in the later stages. Guchen climbed up from the ground and shook his head. He had thought that he could at least get started in this half a month, but he did not expect that he was still far from it. He looked at the ocean in front of him, and the horizon had already disappeared. He could see the endless land in the distance. On the edge of the vast land, there were countless offshore islands scattered like stars in the sky, and each island was filled with the aura of a large number of people. After more than 20 days, Guchen finally arrived at the primordial continent. His mind became excited. Seeing that the offshore island was not far away, he let out 2 soft whistles. Under the control of his sound waves, The 300 octopuses that accompanied him across the vast ocean immediately dove into the sea. They were too large and numerous. If they continued to follow, they would definitely attract a lot of attention. As he was new to the primordial continent, Guchen didn't want to attract attention. Under his control, the 300 octopuses lurked in the depths of the sea and wandered around. Their intelligence was low, like puppets. Without Guchen's order, they would not easily leave this place. After settling the octopuses, Guchen put away the Sky Patrol battleship. This ship was also too eye-catching. He became alone, with white hair and a white robe. Only a monkey accompanied him as he walked on the water. Punlai Island should be ahead. We can walk on the island first and familiarize ourselves with the situation. Guchen smiled at White Ape as he looked at the offshore islands that dotted the edge of the continent like jewels. His grandfather had told him about the general situation of the primordial continent in advance. According to the geographical location, he must first go to the Punlai Island. It is said that the primordial continent can be roughly divided into 7 major territories, and this Punlai Island belongs to one of them. It is close to the sea and consists of countless islands, where many cultivation sects are located. Squeak squeak. After staying on the sea for so many days, White Ape was already tired of it. Now that he saw land, he was even more excited than Guchen. Very soon, they arrived at the nearest small island. There were many people on this island. There were cities and markets. Spirit talismans made by the South Toad Cave, buy one get one free, don't miss it. Dustless pearls taken from the deep-sea clam spirit are on sale. There are only 3 in total, first come first serve. An invitation to the Punlai Mountain Sea Banquet, anyone want it? Many cultivators were shouting in the market, attracting the attention of many passers-by, who stopped to watch. Sure enough, everyone here knows cultivation. Guchen spread out his divine consciousness and sensed the situation here. He sighed with emotion. According to his grandfather, the reason why the primordial spirit continent was called the primordial spirit continent was because there were ancient immortal Tao legacies here. What is an immortal? His physical body was sanctified, and his abilities were boundless. He was an existence that reigned above all living beings. Ancient Song Huang star was an extremely ancient planet. It was said that countless years ago, this place was a gathering of immortals, leaving behind a unique cultivation civilization. Aside from abandoned lands like the Kunlun continent, where the immortal Tao inheritance in the ancient sky yellow star had never been severed, the immortal spirit continent's atmosphere of seeking the immortal Tao was especially strong. Grandpa, do immortals really exist in this world? Guchen asked curiously when he heard about the immortals. In the eyes of the people of the Kunlun continent, immortals refer to cultivators with magic skills. However, in the immortal spirit continent, ordinary cultivators are like ants, they are everywhere. True immortals are no longer ordinary living beings. They can fight against gods. 30,000 years ago, the deities descended on the Kunlun continent. My Gu family joined hands with the deities to annihilate them and maintain the peace of the ancient planet. Grandpa's words left a deep impression on Guchen. Now that he was on the island, Guchen felt it even more deeply. It was just a remote island, but there were cultivators everywhere. This showed how developed the cultivation civilization of the immortal spirit continent was. In the immortal spirit continent, it was said that there were no countries, only large and small cultivation sects and aristocratic families. This place was not restricted by the heavenly Tao like the Kunlun continent. The essence of heaven and earth was incomparably abundant. In addition, everyone practiced cultivation. In the long years of evolution, it was natural selection. Mortals were almost eliminated. Guchen felt a sense of danger. Celestial realm cultivators could do whatever they wanted in the Kunlun continent, but here, they were at most just beginners in cultivation. There were too many people who could threaten him. After strolling around the market, Guchen discovered that most of the cultivators were talking about the Punlai Mountain Sea and Sky Banquet. Punlai Mountain was a famous immortal mountain in the Punlai archipelago. Every 10 years, the Punlai Island Lord would host the Sea and Sky Banquet, inviting young cultivators from both overseas and the continent. The Punlai Island Lord cherished talents and would set a topic every year. Anyone who caught his eye would be rewarded handsomely. Thus, every 10 years, the Punlai Immortal Island would be the most lively, with people from all walks of life gathering. It could be said that Gu Chen happened to be lucky. When he heard about this, he immediately wanted to go and take a look. Through this sea and sky banquet, he could greatly increase his understanding of the immortal spirit continent and understand more about the Gu clan. Grandpa had already told him the general situation of the Gu clan and where the Gu clan was located. However, he did not plan to go there immediately. Grandpa felt helpless and sad when he had to leave his hometown, which made him more vigilant. He had to understand more about the Gu clan first before making a decision. Gu Chen quickly found the cultivator who had sold the invitation to the sea and sky banquet. "Fellow Daoist, you don't look familiar. Do you want an invitation?" The cultivator was a middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks. When he saw Gu Chen, his eyes immediately lit up. He had been shouting in the market for a long time, but no one was interested in his invitation. In order not to miss out on any cultivator with potential, Punlai Mountain sent out hundreds of thousands of invitations. Anyone with a bit of fame or means could get one. He had started selling invitations because he was short of money, but who would have thought that no one would be interested? Seeing that someone was finally interested, he immediately felt a little excited. "What's the price of this invitation?" Gu Chen asked indifferently. The middle-aged man saw that although Gu Chen's clothes were very ordinary, his appearance was extraordinary. His white hair made him look even more bewitching, so he still responded enthusiastically. "It's not expensive, it's only 5,000 crystals." Gu Chen's frown immediately relaxed. He was originally worried that the common currency of the immortal spirit continent was different from the Kunlun continent, but it seemed like it was the same. To him, 5,000 crystals was just a drop in the bucket, so he casually agreed. "Alright, it's a deal." The middle-aged man was stunned, then his face lit up with joy. This fellow Daoist is really generous. He had purposely raised the price to make Gu Chen bargain, but he did not expect him to agree without bargaining at all. He could not tell that this person was rich. If he had known, he would have raised the price a little more. He felt a little remorseful, but more than that, he was happy. He had finally sold this invitation. However, when Gu Chen handed over 5,000 origin crystals to him, his face darkened. "Fellow Daoist, this can't be called a crystal at all. It's just a stone filled with impurities that contains a little qi." His tone turned cold, thinking that Gu Chen was deliberately teasing him. The middle-aged man was amused by his words, but he still controlled his temper. "Look carefully, this is called the essence crystal." With a flip of his hand, he took out a glowing crystal. It looked much better than Gu Chen's essence crystal. In comparison, Gu Chen's essence crystal was like a rock. "Looks like the difference between the Kunlun continent and the immortal spirit continent is greater than I thought." Gu Chen sighed. Essence crystal was the common currency among cultivators. Aside from being used to buy talismans and treasures, the essence it contained could also be used for cultivation. The quality of the essence crystal used in the immortal spirit continent was much better than that of the Kunlun continent. If ordinary people used such essence crystals to cultivate, it was no wonder that a strong cultivation civilization was born. Gu Chen did not know that the war 30,000 years ago not only destroyed the Kunlun continent's civilization, but also destroyed many essence veins in the Kunlun continent. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao suppressed the environment, making it difficult to form high-quality essence crystal mines. With all these reasons, it was much harder for a cultivator to emerge in the Kunlun continent than in the immortal spirit continent. Seeing that he could not use the essence crystals of the Kunlun continent, Gu Chen decided to trade and took out a treasure from the Armament King's armory. This time, the middle-aged man's expression eased up. After some bargaining, the two of them finally came to a deal. "Fellow Daoist, where are you from? How come you don't even know about essence crystals? I thought you were purposely making fun of me." The middle-aged man handed the invitation to Gu Chen and said with a smile, "I live alone on a remote island and rarely come here. I hope fellow Daoist can forgive me." Gu Chen said casually. "So fellow Daoist is also a loose cultivator. It's not easy for us." When the middle-aged man heard Gu Chen's words, he immediately resonated with him and his tone became more intimate. In the immortal spirit continent, most cultivators joined sects to cultivate. After all, sects had the most cultivation resources. However, there was a small number of people who became loose cultivators due to luck or other reasons. Compared to cultivators with sex, it was much harder for a loose cultivator to cultivate. Seeing that Gu Chen was also a rogue cultivator and looked so young, the middle-aged man immediately wanted to help him. He was afraid that Gu Chen was a hothead who knew nothing. "If you want to participate in the Heavenly Sea banquet, why don't you come with me? We're both vagrant cultivators, so we can look out for each other. My name is Zhuang Fan. What about you, fellow Taoist? Didn't you already sell me your invitation? How do we get there?" Gu Chen was slightly surprised. "Fellow Taoist, you may not know this, but I have some connections. It's very easy to get a few dozen invitations." Zhuang Fan smiled proudly. This young man's inexperienced appearance made him have an even better impression of him. Gu Chen came to a sudden realization. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that he was unfamiliar with the place and the people. It would not be good for him to go to the sea and sky banquet alone. He might as well agree to this person's request. He could see that this person's cultivation base was only at the early Deva realm, which meant that he couldn't pose any threat to him, so there was no need to worry about him harboring evil intentions. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Zhuang. My surname is Gu Chen," Gu Chen said with a smile. "Your surname is Gu?" Zhuang Fan was shocked. "What's wrong?" Gu Chen looked puzzled. Seeing Gu Chen's blank expression, Zhuang Fan remembered that he was only a vagrant cultivator, so he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Friend Gu, this surname is not simple. It's extremely rare on the immortal spirit continent. When you mentioned it, I thought you were from the Gu clan." Gu Chen thought of something and pretended to be confused. "Is the Gu clan very powerful?" "Not just powerful." Zhuang Fan sighed. "It's the #1 ancient family on the continent, so powerful that they can stand side by side with the 13 immortal sects. It's said that the blood of tyrants flows in this clan, and they walk a different path from the immortal Tao. They are unique on the continent. Because this clan is so domineering, no family on the continent would dare to follow the surname Gu. In order to ensure the purity of their bloodline, the Gu clan rarely marries outsiders. As time goes by, the surname Gu has become even rarer. Friend Gu, your surname is Gu. Maybe your ancestor is from a branch of the Gu clan." Zhuang Fan laughed at the end. This was purely a joke. If Gu Chen was really from the Gu clan, even if he was from an unremarkable branch, he wouldn't be reduced to a vagrant cultivator who didn't even know what origin crystals were. This Gu clan does sound powerful. Gu Chen pretended to be surprised and nodded. He had a better understanding of the power of the Gu clan. "I'll continue to sell invitations here. Friend Gu can walk around. The scenery of the Punlai Islands is pretty good. But remember to gather here in 3 days. At that time, we'll go to the sea and sky banquet together." Zhuang Fan gave him a few reminders before he continued to sell his invitations. A Heaven Realm cultivator was a sage in the Kunlun continent, overseeing a power. However, in the immortal spirit continent, he was a vagrant cultivator who had to work hard to survive. This made Gu Chen sigh. Gu Chen followed Zhuang Fan's instructions and toured the Punlai Islands. The scenery here was very good. The sea and sky were one, and there were many beautiful sceneries. What interested him even more were the local customs and practices. In a short 3 days, he had already assimilated into the atmosphere here. 3 days later, Gu Chen returned to the original island. Zhuang Fan was already waiting for him. Aside from him, there were 6 other people with him. "Friend Gu, they are also vagrant cultivators. This time, we'll go to the Punlai Mountains together. At least we can take care of each other." Zhuang Fan saw Gu Chen sizing up the other 6 people and explained with a smile. Gu Chen nodded. He discovered that these 6 people were also in the Heaven Realm. After 3 days of assimilating into the life on the islands, Gu Chen already knew what cultivation realm the cultivators here were in. On the islands near the sea, Heaven Realm cultivators were actually not as weak as he imagined. In some small sects, Heaven Realm cultivators were already at the level of elders and sect leaders. Considering that the cultivation difficulty of vagrant cultivators was much higher than that of sect disciples, Zhuang Fan being able to gather such a group of companions showed that he was very skilled. "Taoist Zhuang, this person looks too young. He won't be a burden to us, right? When the 6 people saw that Guchen looked so young and had different expressions, an ugly middle-aged nun frowned and asked bluntly. This? Daoist Ma, I'm also a vagrant cultivator. Friend Gu is not familiar with this place. It's fine to help each other. Zhuang Fan said hesitantly. Honestly speaking, he was not very clear about Guchen's strength. He hid it very well. However, because the magic treasure he used to exchange for the invitations was not bad, he deduced that his strength was not too bad. In addition, he had a good impression of the other party's hot-head appearance, so he naturally spoke up for him. Guchen sensed the indistinct hostility of several people present, and he felt a little unhappy. They were just going the same way. Did they have to be divided into different levels? You can't say that, Daoist Zhuang. You also know that vagrant cultivators like us are easily looked down upon in an occasion like the Feast of the Sea and Sky. If our companions are too weak, we will be implicated. The middle-aged Daoist nun's words were blunt, making Zhuang Fan, who had invited Guchen, feel very awkward. Guchen glanced at the others. They were all silent, obviously agreeing with Daoist Nun Ma's idea. Fellow Zhuang, since I'm not welcome, let's go our separate ways. Guchen smiled and decided to give up on traveling with this group of people. People of different paths could not make plans together. He was too lazy to prove his strength to this group of people. It was more comfortable to move alone. After saying this, he turned around and left without any reluctance. Zhuang Fan looked at his back and wanted to say something, but stopped himself. He really wanted to ask Guchen to stay, but seeing that the others did not agree, he could only sigh and watch his back gradually disappear into the horizon. Fellow Ma, why did you do this? When Guchen was completely gone, he mocked the middle-aged Daoist nun. Humph, I was just provoking him with words just now to see how strong he was. Who would have thought that he would just leave like that? It's obvious that his strength is very ordinary. Daoist Nun Ma, however, looked indifferent. He's smart enough to leave on his own. The others all nodded. Just now, Daoist Nun Ma had provoked him like that, but the other did not even show any reaction. It was obvious that he knew his strength was not enough, so he tactfully left, which saved them a lot of trouble. Forget it, forget it. Let's leave it at that. Let's go. Zhuang Fan was a bit disappointed that Guchen did not try to persuade him to leave. His original idea of helping and guiding him also faded. The others were his friends of many years. He would not make them unhappy for someone he had only known for a few days, so he quickly let the matter go. Squeak squeak. Guchen flew through the air, alone. Along the way, White Ape was a bit angry. The Daoist nun from before had made him very unhappy. He did not understand why Guchen ignored her and did not prove his strength before leaving. An ant bumped into your foot. Would you care? Faced with the question, Guchen only smiled faintly. Although those people had also reached the heaven tier, with Guchen's current vision, they were nothing in his eyes, and he did not want to make a move for them. This was due to the difference in their mental states. Although Guchen, who had once forced himself to grow, had recovered his cultivation base to the sky-human stage, he had experienced a higher level of cultivation. Thus, some changes had occurred to his state of mind. The white ape nodded its head as if it understood. The simple-minded ape soon forgot about this matter. It took out the pastries that it carried with it and ate them with relish. Half a day later, Guchen had already descended outside Mount Punlai. As a famous immortal mountain of the Punlai Immortal Island, its location was easily known. On the island in front of them, the celestial mountain towered there. Colorful clouds rose and smoke lingered. Dang, the sound of a bell could be heard from the training hall on the mountain. The sound seemed to be able to cleanse one's soul. These days were the sea and sky banquet. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators gathered on Mount Punlai, and many of them were famous figures. At the entrance to the island, the disciples of Mount Punlai were guarding there, checking every guest who entered. Guchen stepped forward and handed over his invitation. May I ask your name? The disciple asked politely. There were two kinds of invitations issued by Mount Punlai. One was signed, and it was usually sent to famous cultivation sections. The other was unsigned. It was of low value and could be easily obtained by many people. Although the invitations were unsigned, they still needed to be registered when entering the island, so he asked politely. My surname is Gu, and my name is Chen. Gu Chen said truthfully. When the disciple heard this, his expression slightly froze. My surname is Gu. He exchanged a few glances with the brothers next to him, and then immediately became respectful. Welcome, Senior Gu. This way, please. He put down his work and took the initiative to take Gu Chen to the island and climb the mountain. Gu Chen did not think much about it. He just thought that this was the etiquette here. The disciple of Mount Punlai politely led Gu Chen up the mountain and into the open-air dojo. At this time, a large number of cultivators had already gathered here, and the banquet was full. He led Gu Chen through the huge dojo until they reached a place very close to a pavilion. Gu Chen looked up and saw the 3 big words, Punlai Pavilion, written on the pavilion. The handwriting was strong and vigorous, and it was obvious that the writer was extraordinary. Senior Gu, please take a seat. The disciple of Mount Punlai said politely. Gu Chen nodded and sat down at this table. The moment Gu Chen sat down, many cultivators in the dojo looked at him curiously and discussed. Which force is this young talent from? He can actually sit so close to Punlai Pavilion. You should know that the person sitting next to him is a true disciple of the Tai Hao Celestial sect. Not only the Tai Hao Celestial sect, but the true disciples of the Gue Yuan Celestial sect and the Moon Palace are also here. Sensing that many people were staring at him, Gu Chen could not help but frown. He realized that something was wrong. Right now, he was just a nameless overseas independent cultivator. How could they arrange such a front seat for him? He wanted to call back the disciple of Mount Punlai, but he had already left. Hello, friend Gu. I'm Wang Qian of the Tai Hao Celestial sect. Sitting next to Gu Chen, a handsome young man took the initiative to communicate with him in a friendly tone. Hello. Gu Chen just nodded. I didn't expect that someone from the Gu family would also come to the Sea and Sky Feast. I asked Gu Zian a few days ago, and she said that most people in her family were not interested in the reward of the Punlai Island Master. A girl with bright eyes and white teeth from the Moon Palace looked at Gu Chen with a smile. I still don't know friend Gu's full name. Hearing her question, everyone at the table looked at Gu Chen. Deep in thought, Gu Chen soon realized that these people, including the disciple of Mount Punlai, had misunderstood him. He had heard from Zhuang Fan that the surname Gu was extremely rare on the immortal spirit continent, and almost all of them belonged to the Gu family. Perhaps because of this, the disciple of Mount Punlai had mistaken him for an honorable guest from the Gu family. The people at the table had also heard how the disciple had addressed him, so they immediately believed that he was from the Gu family. Gu Chen sighed inwardly. Although he was from the Gu family, he was different from what these people thought. Tai Hao Celestial Sect, Moon Palace, Gue Yuan Celestial Sect. Gu Chen silently recited the names of the sects these people belonged to and realized that they were extraordinary. According to his grandfather, the 13 immortal sects were the most powerful sects on the immortal spirit continent. In a place like the immortal spirit continent, sects with the word immortal were extremely rare. Only the ancestors of these sects had the qualifications to be called immortal sects. It was said that when the gods descended on the Kunlun continent 30,000 years ago, the ancestors of the Gu family and the immortals of the 13 immortal sects worked together to destroy the gods. They were all about the same age as Gu Chen, and most of them were at the peak of the celestial being realm. This was the standard of the top experts in the Kunlun continent. Gu Chen was the only one with this kind of age and cultivation in the Kunlun continent. However, there were many more people in the primordial spirit continent. Friend Gu, why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that Gu Chen was ignoring her and seemed to be a little absent-minded, the beauty from the vast cold palace could not help laughing. Gu Chen came back to his senses and replied calmly. I am Gu Chen. Although these people had misunderstood, there was no point in explaining since they had already sat down. Moreover, he was very interested in the true disciples of the immortal sections. Their cultivation levels were similar to his, and interacting with them would be very beneficial for him to break through to the next realm. Gu Chen, the beauty from the Moon Palace, frowned slightly. She had never heard of a genius of the Gu clan with such a name. The other disciples of the immortal sects had never heard of it either, but they didn't think much of it and were still polite to Gu Chen. The Gu clan was the most mysterious and unique force on the continent. It was normal for them to have some clansmen that they had never heard of. The group of people got to know Gu Chen and quickly exchanged their cultivation experiences. All of you are at the peak of the celestial being realm. You all came back for the Heaven-Sea feast with the same idea, right? The beauty from the Moon Palace smiled and said, the reward from Punlai Island Lord is something that can only be obtained by luck. Only one person can obtain it, and the chances are too low. We should exchange our cultivation experiences. Perhaps it will help us open the heaven and earth hidden latch and condense the Dharma idol. After she finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Thus, the group of people took turns to talk about the bottlenecks they had encountered in their cultivation and some of their experiences. Gu Chen's attention was immediately attracted by their conversation, and he even felt excited about it. From his grandfather, he already knew that the cultivation realms on the primordial spirit continent were similar to the Kunlun continent. The first 5 realms were the physical body, magic power, nirvana, immortality, and the celestial being realm. However, because of the restrictions of the heavenly Tao and the Kunlun continent, the path of cultivation was cut off at the peak of the celestial being realm. The primordial spirit continent was different. These 5 realms were Dharma idol, Dharmakaya, grotto heaven, immortalization, and Tao seeking. Each great realm was far greater than the one before it, and each realm had its own unique characteristics. Gu Chen was currently at the limit of the celestial being realm, and his next realm was the aspect realm. Normally, when breaking through to the celestial realm, one would not encounter the Deva's 5 blights, but to step into the Dharma plane, one still needed to break through the bottleneck known as the hidden latch of heaven and earth. Although Gu Chen had heard some things about the next realm from his grandfather's cultivation wasn't high when he left the immortal spirit continent, and his knowledge was limited, so he wasn't clear on how to break through. In front of him was a group of peers who were also at the peak of the celestial being realm. They were from the most powerful immortal sects on the immortal spirit continent, and they were sharing their cultivation experiences with him. This kind of luck was extremely rare. Gu Chen suddenly felt grateful to the disciple of Punlai Mountain who had mistaken him. He listened to everyone carefully. Everyone knows that if one wants to break through to the transcendence realm, the most important thing is to open the heaven and earth profound latch. Wang Gan of the Tai Hao Celestial sect was the first to share his experience. The so-called heaven and earth profound latch is like a door. Only by opening this door can one absorb the power of laws to the greatest extent and form the aspect of heaven and earth. When a cultivator condenses their primordial spirit at the celestial being realm, they can come into contact with the power of laws. But only by opening the heaven and earth profound latch can they mobilize it on a large scale. Having the aspect of heaven and earth means that they have obtained the recognition of the laws of heaven and earth, and their strength will change drastically. Wang Gan looked at everyone as he spoke. This was common knowledge that everyone present already knew, so they didn't have much of an expression. But when he saw Gu Chen's thoughtful expression, he couldn't help but have a good impression of him. He had heard that many people in the Gu clan were difficult to get along with, but he didn't expect that this Gu Chen would give him face and look like he was willing to learn. What he didn't know was that this was the first time Gu Chen had heard about this aspect of cultivation, and it really had an enlightening effect on him. This level before breaking through from the celestial being realm to the aspect realm has a great impact on the subsequent cultivation, so we cultivators often accumulate enough knowledge at this level in anticipation of a breakthrough, Wang Gan continued. At this point, the beauty of the Moon Palace looked at him and teased. Daoist Wang, you've been stuck at this level for a long time. It seems like you're quite ambitious. A smile appeared in Wang Gan's eyes. Isn't it the same, Fairy Ding? I heard that you're trying to form the Jade Palace Bright Moon aspect. It seems like everyone has the same idea. After all, the stronger the aspect, the greater the impact on the next step of the Dharma body. Fairy Ding's full name was Ding Yao, and she didn't deny what Wang Gan said. Wang Gan continued for a while, and then the disciples of the Origin Celestial sect continued. The Sea and Sky Banquet was an exchange between cultivators. Before the Punlai Island Lord arrived, they had plenty of time to discuss and learn from each other. Gu Chen listened from the beginning to the end. He had to admit that these people came from large sects, and their understanding of the subsequent cultivation realms far surpassed his. From their words, Gu Chen soon had a clear understanding of the future path of cultivation. What he needed to do now was to break through the heaven and earth profound realm and form the heaven and earth aspect. As long as he could step into the aspect realm, his lifespan would increase again, and the crisis of less than a year would naturally be resolved. Halfway through their conversation, a new guest came over to their table. The person wore a purple gold crown and a jade belt, looking extremely noble. Xiaojing of the Tiandao sect. When the direct disciples of the various celestial sects saw this person, some had fear in their eyes, and some had disgust on their faces. Sensing this, Guchen couldn't help but look at the other person curiously. This time, the other person also happened to see him, and a pair of wise eyes examined him. After meeting his eyes, the other person didn't avoid him at all. Guchen felt a bit uncomfortable under the stare. This person's eyes seemed to be able to see through one's soul, which made him feel disgusted. Xiaojing of the Tiandao sect walked to the table. The disciples of Punlai Mountain wanted to lead him to sit on the other side of the table, but he went straight to Gu Chen's side and said to Wang Qian of the Taihao celestial sect. "Brother Wang, can you stand up and give this seat to me?" With a smile, he actually wanted Wang Qian to give up his seat. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he wanted to sit next to Gu Chen. This was a very impolite action, but Wang Qian's expression changed. Then, he stood up and left, sitting in another empty seat, giving it to Xiaojing. Gu Chen was quite surprised. Wang Qian was a direct disciple of the Taihao celestial sect. Why was he so afraid of Xiaojing? Xiaojing unceremoniously sat down next to Gu Chen. As soon as he sat down, he looked straight at Gu Chen and said, "Cursing someone to death as soon as they met." Xiaojing's words shocked everyone at the table. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes. This person could tell at a glance that he didn't have much lifespan left. "I see that you have a strong body and you look very young. You should be full of vigor, but your mudpill palace is filled with an aura of death. That is a sign that only people who are at the end of their lifespan will have. That's strange. What have you been through?" Xiaojing looked at Gu Chen carefully, the confusion in his eyes growing. He had seen Gu Chen at a glance and felt that he was a little special, so he deliberately chose to sit next to him. But when he got closer and took a closer look, he was even more shocked. The other party's body was like a cloud of fog, so confusing that he couldn't see through it at first glance. "Didn't your elders teach you to be polite when meeting someone for the first time?" Gu Chen said indifferently. Xiaojing was stunned, then burst into laughter. "I'm sorry for my rudeness. My name is Xiaojing. May I know your name?" Gu Chen ignored him and took a sip of the wine in front of him. Xiaojing was a little embarrassed and his eyes turned cold. This person was so arrogant. "Brother Xiao, this is Gu Chen of the Gu clan, friend Gu." Ding Yao took the initiative to speak, alleviating his embarrassment. "A member of the Gu clan?" This time, Xiaojing was even more shocked. He stared at Gu Chen with a puzzled expression. Squeak, squeak. Being stared at by Gu Chen without saying anything, the white ape was unhappy and waved its paw at Xiaojing. Only then did Xiaojing notice white ape. His eyes were filled with surprise. What is the spirit beast's origin? I've never seen it before. His heart rippled. Whether it was Gu Chen or the white ape, he had a feeling that he couldn't figure them out. This was something that was extremely rare among people of the same age. You'd better control your eyes. After being stared at for so long, even if Gu Chen didn't like to stir up trouble, he still felt a little angry. He raised his head, and his eyes were as cold as a 10,000-year-old lake. When their eyes met, Xiaojing's pupils suddenly shrank. This person was not simple. He quickly shifted his gaze and pretended not to care, but he was getting more and more curious about the people of the Gu clan. Why is Brother Xiao here as well? Isn't the Heavenly Tao sect not interested in the sea and sky banquet? A person at the same table asked. I heard that the reward from Punlai Island Master is extraordinary and irresistible, Xiaojing said with a smile. Oh? Does fellow Xiao know what this year's reward is? Everyone's curiosity was piqued. Punlai Island Master always gave generous rewards to the sea and sky feast that was held every 10 years, which was why they came all the way here. Moreover, he cherished talents. Usually, the prizes were especially useful to young cultivators, making them even more attractive. However, Punlai Island Master always kept the contents of the prizes a secret, and they wouldn't know until the last moment. I won't tell you the details, lest you fight with me with all your might. It's not worth it. Xiao Jing revealed a mysterious smile and didn't say more, which made everyone gnash their teeth in anger. It was indeed his style to leak some information on purpose but not talk about it. The point was that this guy might not be telling the truth. Maybe he didn't even know what the prizes were and only wanted to provoke them into fighting with all their might so that he could enjoy a good show. It's not strange that I'm here, but it's strange that Friend Gu is here. Everyone knows that the Gu clan has a unique cultivation path, and the Punlai Island Master's reward is not attractive to them. That's why they receive invitations to the Sea and Sky Feast every time, but no one comes. Why is it an exception this year? Xiao Jing directed the topic to Gu Chen. Obviously, he couldn't forget the latter and wanted to know more about him through words. Seeing everyone staring at him, Gu Chen responded calmly. It's just a coincidence. His answer was ambiguous, and the others didn't ask for more details. Xiao Jing looked regretful. They continued to exchange their cultivation experiences, and more cultivators gathered on Punlai Mountain. How come that guy is sitting there? When Zhuang Fan, Priestess Ma, and the other 4 people arrived at the Daoist Hall, they were surprised to see Gu Chen sitting near the Punlai Pavilion. Daoist Zhuang, does that guy have a special background? They couldn't help but ask Zhuang Fan. After all, everyone who could sit at that table was a direct disciple of an immortal faction with a frightening background. Overseas independent cultivators like them couldn't even sit at a corner of the Daoist Hall, let alone sit at that table. This? Friend Gu said that he is an overseas independent cultivator without a sect. Zhuang Fan was also puzzled. How can an overseas independent cultivator receive such a high treatment from Punlai Mountain? Priestess Ma's expression was ugly. A person they had just abandoned was now treated as a distinguished guest at the Sea and Sky banquet. He was on equal footing with a group of upper-class cultivators that they might never interact with in their entire lives. The difference was too great. Maybe he hid his true identity from Daoist Zhuang, and he actually has a great background, one of the companions guessed. Everyone's hearts sank when they heard this. If that was the case, didn't they offend someone they shouldn't have? Not only that, they might have missed a great opportunity. Even if they were just walking with a disciple of such a great force, it would bring them many benefits. Daoist Zhuang said that his surname is Gu, right? Another companion's face paled. But he said he has nothing to do with the Gu clan. After Zhuang Fan finished speaking, his eyes showed deep regret. He said he had nothing to do with them, but was there really nothing to do with them? Maybe he just didn't want to talk about his family. The 7 people sitting in their seats felt like they were sitting on pins and needles, and they felt very uncomfortable. Especially Priestess Ma, who had once offended Gu Chen, was even more anxious now. She kept her head down, afraid that Gu Chen would notice her. In fact, the dojo was too big, and there was a sea of people here. Not only did Gu Chen not notice her, but even if he did, he wouldn't bother to pay attention to her. Just as Gu Chen said, they weren't on the same realm, so he wouldn't make things difficult for her. It would only lower his status. When the dojo was full and filled with people, the gate of Punlai Pavilion slowly opened. All the guests who came to attend the Sea and Sky banquet quieted down and looked expectantly. Although Punlai Island Master showed his face once every 10 years, he still felt excited when he saw many cultivators. After all, Punlai Island Master had a very high status in the Punlai Immortal Island. He was famous both at home and abroad, and his strength was unfathomable. He was one of the top masters in this territory. Most importantly, he had a good reputation for cherishing talents and was generous. Anyone who caught his eye would definitely have an amazing opportunity. An old man wearing a scholar's robe strolled out of the Punlai Pavilion. He had white hair and a youthful face, and there wasn't a single wrinkle on his face. If his weathered eyes didn't reveal his age, no one would know that this person was the famous master of Punlai Island. At this moment, all the guests in the dojo stood up in unison to show their respect to the host. It's been 10 years. Thank you all for coming to the Ocean and Sky Feast. The old man would like to propose a toast to you all. Punlai Island Master's smile was like the ocean breeze, making people feel comfortable. When he raised his cup, all the guests followed him and toasted him from a distance. After drinking a cup of warm wine, Punlai Island Master went straight to the topic. According to the rules, the old man sets the topic for each ocean and sky feast, and this year is no exception. Considering that many cultivators came to Punlai Mountain this year, the old man prepared a small gift for each of them so that they won't return empty-handed. Punlai Island Master clapped his hands with a smile, and maids swarmed into the dojo with trays in their hands. There seemed to be something in the trays, and they were all covered with red cloths. The maids walked through the tables one by one and put down trays in front of each guest. There were hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the dojo, and each of them had a gift. Such a generous gift surprised everyone. Punlai Island Master is so generous. What are these? No matter what they are, it's the right choice to come to the ocean and sky feast this year. We can get free gifts. All the guests were excited. They removed the red cloths on the trays and found stones of different shapes in the trays. These are immortal rare stones? Soon, some people recognized them and they all smiled. Punlai Island Master is in a good mood. This gift is special. At Gu Chen's table, Ding Yao, Wang Qian, and the others all looked interested. Gu Chen looked at the stone in front of him curiously. He had never heard of an immortal rare stone. Under the probing of his divine sense, this stone looked ordinary and he could not see anything special about it. Well, Brother Wang, how about exchanging my immortal rare stones with yours? Xiao Jing glanced at the stones in his plate and suggested to Wang Qian. That won't do. Who doesn't know that your Tian Dao sect is good at calculating and calculating? I'm afraid you won't get anything good out of that immortal treasure stone. Wang Qian had already given up his seat. This time, he shook his head firmly. Xiao Jing's eyes were filled with disappointment. He looked at the other people present and proposed to exchange stones with them one by one. From their conversation, Gu Chen understood that this immortal rare stone was a special or unique to the immortal spirit continent. It looked the same on the outside, but when it was cut open, there might be top-grade jade materials or natural treasures inside. Punlai Island Master gave everyone an immortal rare stone, which aroused everyone's desire to gamble and try their luck. This strange stone that he had never seen before successfully piqued Gu Chen's interest. His purple polar pupils lit up slightly. After mastering the sun-moon refining secret technique, his eye technique had also risen to a terrifying level. Under the scrutiny of the purple polar eyes, the stones that were originally all about the same finally showed some differences. He could see that some of the stones emitted a faint light, while some stones had no light at all. Based on this, he could tell which stones were worthless. However, he couldn't tell which one was more valuable just from the faint light. Friend Gu, how about I exchange my immortal rare stone with you? At this moment, Xiao Jing tried a round of people, but no one was willing to exchange. Finally, he found Gu Chen with a smile. Gu Chen glanced at Xiao Jing's immortal rare stone and couldn't help but smile when he found that the faint light emitted by Xiao Jing's stone was clearly stronger than his. Sure. Xiao Jing agreed readily, which shocked the other guests at the table. Because of the special orthodoxy that the people of Tian Dao sect cultivated, they had a great advantage in stone gambling. Xiao Jing went around to find people to exchange for immortal rare stones, which meant that the stone in his hand was worthless. Unexpectedly, Gu Chen was willing to exchange. When Xiao Jing heard that Gu Chen agreed, he was also a little surprised. Just now, this person was very rude to him, but now he actually gave him face. Fellow cultivator Xiao, let's exchange. Gu Chen pushed his tray out. Xiao Jing's expression changed, and he was a little hesitant. What's wrong, fellow cultivator Xiao, you can't bear to part with it? Gu Chen's mouth slightly curled. Of course not, deal. Xiao Jing smiled embarrassedly and handed over his immortal rare stone. The exchange between the two aroused the curiosity of the others. Let's see how everyone's luck is. Wang Gan took out a small knife and cut open the immortal rare stone in front of him. When the stone was cut into two, everyone took a closer look and found that the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. It was a translucent green origin jade. What a pity, it's just an ordinary jade commonly seen in the mortal world. Everyone's eyes were filled with regret. Not to mention the legacy disciples of immortal sects like them, even ordinary cultivators wouldn't be interested in a jade like this. Sigh, it seems that my luck is not good today. Wang Gan was a little regretful, but it didn't matter. This was just a small wager that the Punlai Island Lord gave to everyone. It would be good if they got something, but it didn't matter if they didn't. Let me cut it as well. Ding Yao smiled sweetly and cut open her immortal rare stone. The moment it was cut open, it shined with light, and there was a sound like spring water. Not bad, your luck is better than fellow cultivator Wang's. Everyone praised as they cut open their own stones. Most people didn't get much, and the unluckiest ones only got useless stones that weren't even ordinary jade. In the end, only Gu Chen and Xiao Jing's immortal rare stones were left, and everyone looked at them curiously. The two of them had just exchanged stones. If one of them got a good treasure, the other would die of regret. The immortal rare stone in my hand is very ordinary. Xiao Jing smiled and cut open the stone that originally belonged to Gu Chen. Inside was a light yellow jade that emitted light. This kind of jade was slightly better than ordinary jade, and it could be used to make some special jade pendants, but its value wouldn't be too high. If this stone is so ordinary, then I'm afraid the other one is even worse. Everyone looked at Gu Chen sympathetically. Xiao Jing could tell that Gu Chen's original stone wasn't worth much, but he still traded with him, so the one in his hand must be even worse. That's not necessarily true. Xiao Jing revealed a thought-provoking smile at this moment. Gu Chen expressionlessly took the knife that was used to cut immortal rare stones from Ding Yao's hand and cut it open. The immortal rare stone was cut into two, and an amazing fragrance came out. The inside of the stone was actually hollow. When it was cut open, a blue liquid flowed out, and the amazing fragrance came from it. Bejeweled nectar. Good stuff. Wow, this should be the best quality immortal treasure stones in the dojo. Everyone exclaimed. Seeing that the liquid was about to be wasted, the gluttonous white ape immediately jumped down from Gu Chen's shoulder, picked up the two halves of the stone, and gulped it down. This bejeweled nectar is good, but the body can't take it if it's drunk directly. Friend Gu, stop your spirit beast. Ding Yao quickly reminded. It's okay, let it drink. Gu Chen said indifferently. With the white ape's physique, this bejeweled nectar was nothing. It couldn't possibly make it explode. Ha ha ha, it's indeed a top-quality immortal treasure stone. Everyone, you've all missed it. Xiao Jing was the one who lost the most valuable stone, but he laughed and teased everyone. Gu Chen glanced at him and had a better understanding of this person's temperament. This guy knew from the beginning that the immortal treasure stone in his hand was the most valuable on this table, but he pretended to be disgusted and tried to trade with everyone. According to his original plan, he should have waited for everyone to reject him, then he would cut open his own stone and ruthlessly mock everyone for being blind. However, he didn't expect that Gu Chen would see some clues through his purple polar pupils and agree to trade with him. This greatly discounted his original plan. Even though he didn't get the bejeweled nectar in the end, Xiao Jing was actually happy to see the others' annoyed expressions. This person is indeed disgusting. Gu Chen finally understood why everyone felt disgusted when they saw Xiao Jing earlier. This guy thought too highly of himself and liked to play with people's hearts. Alright everyone, the immortal treasure stone is just a small toy. Just have fun. The old man will now officially set the question. Punlai Island Master coughed twice, and the huge dojo instantly quieted down. Even though most of the cultivators only got trash, Punlai Island Master's unique gift still won everyone's favor. Everyone, look carefully. This is the question that the old man will set this year. Punlai Island Master waved his big sleeve, and a landscape painting fell from the sky from the top of Punlai Pavilion and spread out slowly. There were mountains, rivers, trees, and flowers in the scroll. Almost all of the natural scenery was included in it. The style of the painting was fresh and natural. Every blade of grass, tree, and stone looked vivid and lifelike, as if it was another world. This landscape of returning to nature painting was obtained by the old man by chance. Everything in it is constantly circulating and contains the true meaning of nature. Today's question is very simple. The artistic conception of the landscape of returning to truth painting is extraordinary. Whoever can enter the painting and comprehend the most magical techniques will be rewarded by the old man. Only one person can receive the reward. This year's reward will definitely not disappoint everyone. Punlai Island Master explained the rules with a smile. Learning spells from paintings? The cultivators in the Dao Sanctum were in a heated discussion. Many of them revealed looks of disappointment. The threshold for this year's questions was quite high. Even with a secret manual, one might not be able to easily cultivate a spell, let alone just by looking at the painting and comprehending it. This required an extremely high aptitude and perception. Pulai Island Master had always cherished talents, and this year was no exception. Hearing this rule, the experienced cultivators with profound strength lost their advantage. After all, aptitude and perception had nothing to do with age. Island Master, how can we be sure that the spells we comprehend come from the painting and not from the ones we already know? Xiao Jing, who was sitting at Gu Chen's table, asked with a chuckle. Good question. Don't worry. The landscape of returning to nature painting has a spirit. You only need to enter the painting and comprehend it. If you can't, you will be teleported out. The longer you stay in the world in the painting, the higher your perception is, and the more spiritual spells you can comprehend. After Pulai Island Master finished his words, many cultivators fell into deep thought. In that case, the most important thing was to stay in the world of the painting for a longer time. As for this spell, there was no need to comprehend anything profound. Even if he only comprehended a small spell, he would be able to stay in the painting for a longer time. After understanding this, everyone became eager to give it a try. Pulai Island Master's reward was not only attractive, but the landscape of returning to nature painting was so mysterious that it would be beneficial for them to comprehend it. Haha. Guys, I'm going to get the reward of the Island Master this year. After hearing the rules, Xiao Jing said confidently to the core disciples of the major immortal factions. Humph. The Tian Dao Sect's Grand Evolution Dao 49 is indeed powerful and has an innate advantage in this aspect, but don't underestimate us. The disciples of the other factions were not convinced, but they were confident in their sect's inheritances. It's a pity for Friend Gu. It's rare for you to come to the Ocean Sky Feast, but the rules are so disadvantageous to you. Wang Qian looked at Gu Chen with sympathy, and the others had the same thought. Everyone knew that the Gu clan took the path of cultivating the supreme tyrant body. Compared to cultivating spells, they spent most of their time developing their own divine abilities. Therefore, the competition to comprehend spiritual spells was too disadvantageous for them. There are gains and losses. Friend Gu already has the bejeweled nectar, and we can't be too greedy. Xiao Jing said sarcastically. Everyone knew that the value of the bejeweled nectar couldn't be compared with the reward of the Pulai Island Master. We haven't competed yet. Who knows the result? Facing the pity and mockery from the others, Gu Chen smiled casually. The others thought that he was being stubborn and ignored him. They walked toward the landscape of returning to nature painting hanging in front of the Pulai Pavilion. Almost at the same time, many rainbows flew up from the Daoist Plaza and entered the painting. Once they entered the painting, they turned into small figures, which was very strange. Then, some people were thrown out the moment they entered the painting, and their hair was disheveled. Some of them struggled for more than 10 seconds before escaping in embarrassment, but they looked like they had comprehended something. The first few groups of people were mostly cultivators from small factions and independent cultivators. Among them, those who could comprehend 1 or 2 spiritual spells from the painting were considered powerful. Gu Chen saw Zhuang Fan and his companions. They had entered the landscape of returning to nature painting together, but they were all thrown out in a short while. Cultivators of the immortal realm, heavenly mortal realm, and higher realms were all thrown out in a short time. Soon, everyone realized that in the landscape of returning to nature painting, cultivation strength didn't have any advantage. Although there were many cultivators here, only a few of them were talented. Soon, most of them tried and failed. The young independent cultivator with the best result was actually a young independent cultivator. He stayed in the painting for 1 hour and comprehended as many as 23 spiritual spells. When he came out of the painting, the Pulai Island Master glanced at him a little longer. In the end, only Gu Chen's table and the other 2 tables hadn't made a move yet. Those who hadn't made a move were either core disciples of the 13 immortal sects or geniuses from famous big forces. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Jing, who was wearing a purple gold crown, levitated up and entered the landscape returning to nature painting. Then, Ding Yao, Wang Qian, and other direct disciples of the major immortal factions entered as well, followed by the geniuses of the major forces. In the blink of an eye, only Guchen was left in the painting. Squeak, White Ape urged Guchen to get up with interest. Don't worry. The painting won't run away. Guchen said with a smile and walked toward the painting at a steady pace. Honorable guest, don't bring the spirit beast into the painting, a disciple of Punlai Island Master reminded him. I don't think there's a rule that says spirit beasts can't enter, right? I heard that Island Master cherishes talents. If a monkey is talented, you won't stop him, right? Guchen looked at Punlai Island Master. His words made the cultivators burst into laughter, wondering how a monkey could have the talent to understand spiritual spells. If that was the case, wouldn't they have lived their lives in vain? Guchen's words caused many cultivators to mock and ridicule him. The disciple who had led Guchen into Punlai Mountain walked to Punlai Island Master's side and whispered something in his ear. Hearing his words, Punlai Island Master looked at Guchen in surprise. A young friend from the Gu clan. This old man has never stuck to a single pattern when it comes to questions. I don't set any restrictions for races. This monkey can enter the painting. Hearing Punlai Island Master's words, the mocking voices of Guchen instantly weakened. Gu clan, many cultivators changed their expressions, realizing that the young man who had just sat with a direct disciple of the 13 immortal factions couldn't be an ordinary cultivator. He's from the Gu clan. I thought they never attended the Sea and Sky Feast. Damn it. I laughed too loudly. Some cultivators regretted it, especially Zhuang Fan and the others who had almost gone with Guchen. They were frustrated and upset. He really is from the Gu clan. Since Punlai Island Master said this, no one doubted Guchen's identity. When Guchen saw that the word Gu was able to silence the group of people who had just been mocking him, he once again realized how powerful his family was in the immortal spirit continent. With the permission of Punlai Island Master, he strode toward the landscape of returning to nature painting. As soon as he got close to the painting, he melted into it like ink. It was the same for White Ape. Seeing that the cultivators of the Gu clan did not pay attention to their offense, the cultivators present all breathed a sigh of relief. This race was too mysterious and powerful. No one wanted to offend them for no reason. All the geniuses entered the painting. It had to be said that they were indeed talented. This time, no one was immediately ejected from the painting. Even after several dozen breaths of time, no one was able to leave the world of the painting. This made all the cultivators look forward to seeing who would emerge as the champion of this year's Feast of the Sea and Sky. Guchen entered the painting. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the drizzling Jiangnan water village, and in the distance, the forest was lush and green. Tranquil, natural and comfortable. The world in the painting made him feel like every pore on his body had opened up. Punlai Island Master was right. This painting was filled with the essence of nature, making Guchen, who had absorbed the connate Dao physique and was close to nature, jump with joy. In the eyes of others, the rain was rain, and the mountain was a mountain. However, in his eyes, the rain was not rain, and the mountain was not a mountain. With the light of enlightenment in his eyes, he stood in the silent spring rain and pointed with his finger. Pitter-patter-patter, with a single point of his finger, the rain that filled the sky actually interweaved into a line, turning into a large, intertwining net. Just by looking at the rain, he was able to comprehend the concept of rain, and he was able to comprehend the spring rain silk. Feeling the essence of the rain, the White Ape imitated Guchen and raised his hand to use the same spiritual technique. When it first met Guchen, it was good at imitating and learning, and now, its learning ability had become even stronger. When Guchen created the rain spiritual technique, the environment around him changed, and a violent wind blew. The wind scattered the clouds, and the sun in the sky seemed to be running wildly. Guchen's white hair fluttered in the wind, and his robe flapped noisily in the wind. While deep in thought, he suddenly reached out a hand and twirled it in the air. Then, the violent wind that was blowing toward him changed its trajectory when it got close to him. Instead, it spun around him and turned into a tornado. Guchen was in the eye of the tornado, which connected the sky and the earth and moved forward. The world in the painting is a treasure trove. Guchen sighed with emotion. In this place, he had actually easily fallen into the state of Tao comprehension. All kinds of magic arts were at his fingertips, and he could create them at will. The White Ape imitated Guchen's actions and soon found itself in the tornado as well. the man and the monkey exchanged a few glances and grinned. They couldn't miss this place. 2 hours had passed since the last batch of cultivators entered the landscape returning to truth painting. Wang Gan of the Supreme Vast Immortal Sect, Ding Yao of the Moon Palace, and the others had already left the painting. They were worthy of being the true disciples of the immortal sections. Even the young wandering cultivator with the best performance had only lasted for an hour and comprehended 23 spiritual spells. But all of them had lasted for close to 2 hours, and the worst had comprehended more than 50 spiritual spells. The young wandering cultivator was an honest-looking young man of short stature. He had been proud of himself, but when he saw how amazing the true disciples of the immortal sects were, his expression couldn't help but darken. As expected, compared to these geniuses with great inheritances, he was still far behind. After the true disciples came out, they were most concerned about their competitors. When they realized that they had come out earlier than others, they couldn't help but be vexed. After an hour, almost everyone had come out, and the scene began to stir. How many people are left in the painting now? 2.5? Someone asked in a bewildered tone. Why 2.5? Because the only ones left in the painting were the Tiandao sect's true disciples, the Gu clan's cultivator, and a monkey. The Tiandao sect's teachings were special, so it wasn't surprising that Xiaojing could last until the end. But the fact that the Gu clan's cultivator could last until this stage shocked many people. In the immortal spirit continent's understanding, the Gu clan's cultivators relied on their powerful bloodlines and cultivated their own spiritual spells. With the power of the Tyrant's blood, the spiritual spells it could evolve surpassed most spiritual spells in the world. If one had a top-notch bloodline and could master a series of top-notch spiritual spells, who would still cultivate spiritual spells? Thus, the fact that the Gu clan's cultivator could last so long in the spiritual spell comprehension competition was beyond everyone's expectations. What was even more ridiculous was that the Gu clan's cultivator could last until now, but the monkey beside him had also lasted until now. This made many people suspicious. Could it be that the landscape returning to truth painting had different treatment for different races? The moment he stepped out, the purple gold crown on his head and the embroidered robe on his body glowed. His eyes were cold and emotionless as if he was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. This was a sign that he had gained great benefits. Because he had comprehended so much, he couldn't hide his aura. However, he quickly returned to normal, and the coldness in his eyes was replaced by a smile. It seems like I'm the first. Seeing Ding Yao, Wan Qian, and the others, he thought that he was the last to come out, and he couldn't hide his smugness. Hearing his words, everyone had strange expressions on their faces. For hours was indeed powerful, but someone was even more powerful than Xiaojing. What's wrong? Is there anyone who hasn't come out yet? Seeing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, Xiaojing sensed that something was wrong. Friend Gu hasn't come out yet, Wang Qian said gloatingly. Although he had lost the chance to get the reward from Penglai Island Master, he was still pleased to see Xiaojing, who liked to play with others, suffer. That Gu Chen? How is that possible? Xiaojing looked incredulous. He couldn't believe that someone from the Gu clan had defeated him. I'm the second. It took him a long time to accept the fact. Hearing his words, everyone still had strange expressions on their faces. What's wrong? Don't tell me I'm not in second place? Seeing this, his anger began to burn from his chest. You're indeed not the second place. The monkey beside Friend Gu hasn't come out yet either. Wang Qian continued to add insult to injury. Monkey? Xiaojing's lips twitched. It was okay that he lost to someone from the Gu clan, but he even lost to a monkey. Thinking back to how he had been in high spirits a moment ago, he suddenly felt like he was being ridiculed, and he felt ashamed. He walked to the corner sulkily and waited for the person and monkey who hadn't come out yet with a gloomy expression. Countless cultivators waited quietly on the huge square. Since the direct disciples of Tiandao sect had come out, the cultivator from the Gu clan would come out soon. With this thought in mind, they waited for another 2 hours, but Gu Chen still hadn't come out. By now, Penglai Island Master's expression had turned grim. The direct disciples of the major celestial factions held their breaths, but their hearts were in turmoil. Not only does he have the best bloodline in the world, but this Gu Chen is also a magic genius? With such shocking comprehension and aptitude, why have I never heard of such a person in the Gu clan? The geniuses of the major forces communicated with each other, trying to find out more about Gu Chen's situation. Although the Gu clan was mysterious and not as high profile as the 13 immortal sects, they were still one of the top forces on the immortal spirit continent. But after the discussion, everyone realized that they had never heard of such a young genius in the Gu clan, and they were all shocked. My senior brother knows all the geniuses of the younger generation of the Gu clan. He is a good friend of Gu Zhaixing. I've heard about the situation of the younger generation of the Gu clan from him, but I've never heard of Gu Chen. The true disciple of the Gue Yuan celestial sect said confidently. His words aroused everyone's suspicions. Thinking about it carefully, the Gu clan had never participated in the Feast of the Sea and Sky, so why was this year an exception? I talked to Gu Zian some time ago. According to her tone at that time, it seemed that no one from the Gu clan planned to attend the Feast of the Sea and Sky. At this time, Ding Yao also noticed that something was wrong. Oh? There's actually such a thing? Xiao Jing's eyes narrowed when he heard the discussion. Which disciple of the Punlai Mountain was the one who received Friend Gu? Call him over and ask him. He found the key point, and someone immediately went to call the disciple of the Punlai Mountain over. When the disciple came over, everyone questioned him carefully and found something fishy. No. The invitations of top forces like the Gu clan are definitely signed, but there's no name on Gu Chen's invitation. It's obviously an invitation for those small sects and independent cultivators. A disciple of the Gue Yuan celestial sect said excitedly. So, this Friend Gu is a fake? Xiao Jing smiled brightly. Seeing his expression, Wang Qian's eyelids twitched. Every time Xiao Jing planned to set someone up, he would show such an expression. Since Gu Chen took the first place, he lost face, and he couldn't get the reward from Punlai Island Master. Therefore, he probably wanted to take revenge. Despite his smiling face, he was actually a smiling tiger. Once, a disciple of the Taihao celestial sect accidentally offended him, and his Dao heart was destroyed by him. Since then, he would never be able to become an immortal. He couldn't help but worry about Gu Chen. After all, he had a good impression of Gu Chen. As for the others, they all looked like they were watching a show. They had thought that Gu Chen was a member of the Gu clan and felt that it was normal for him to be on the same level as them. However, now that they knew that he might be a fake, many of the direct disciples were displeased. Even a fairy like Ding Yao felt the same way. She felt that she had suffered a great loss when she thought that she had shared her precious cultivation experience with a fake. Putting aside the changes in the minds of the direct disciples, the entire Daoist plaza was in an uproar when Gu Chen and the White Ape didn't come out after 8 hours. Even the famous Xiao Jing of the Tian Dao sect had only stayed in the landscape of returning to nature painting for 4 hours, but Gu Chen had stayed for 8 hours and still hadn't come out. This meant that his comprehension in the Tao of magic had reached an unimaginable realm. He was simply a monster. Punlai Island Master stared at the painting with a nervous and uneasy expression as if he were the one in the competition. Many cultivators exclaimed in their minds, thinking that Punlai Island Master indeed cherished talents and valued Gu Chen's performance so much. 10 hours later, when the sky was completely dark and the entire square was in an uproar, the landscape of returning to nature painting finally showed some movement. In the soft sunlight, the White Ape sat on Gu Chen's shoulder, and the man and the ape walked out of the painting slowly. He looked the same as when he had just entered the painting. He was calm and collected, not as aggressive as Xiao Jing when he came out. Seeing this, Punlai Island Master's pupils suddenly contracted, and a trace of strange fanaticism flashed in the depth of his eyes. Returning to nature, the calmer his opponent looked, the more skillful he was in the painting. His opponent's talent was even more amazing than he had imagined. 10 hours. My goodness! How many spiritual spells has he comprehended? I'm afraid that he has comprehended at least 200. It's horrifying. The audience exclaimed, and Gu Chen frowned at their reactions. He glanced around and found that all the direct disciples of the major immortal factions had come out. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and he sensed that something was wrong. He had been wholeheartedly comprehending the spiritual spells in the painting and didn't know how fast time had passed. He didn't know that his achievement was shocking to the audience. Gu Chen was a top genius in the Kunlun continent, which was suppressed by the heaven and earth. and he was the same in the immortal spirit continent. Little friend Gu, how many spiritual spells have you comprehended from the painting? Under everyone's gaze, Punlai Island Master walked to Guchen eagerly. Guchen's eyes flickered. Seeing the reactions of so many people, he realized that he had been too high profile. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. He had just arrived at the immortal spirit continent and wasn't familiar with it, so he shouldn't have attracted so much attention. After a moment of consideration, he said carefully, I've comprehended about 200 spiritual spells. He directly followed the inference of some cultivators from before, but the actual situation was not like this at all. He had comprehended a total of 800 spells. The nature essence in the painting was too compatible with him. As the painting moved, he mastered all kinds of spiritual spells, such as light, darkness, and the 5 elements. He had never learned so many spiritual spells in one go. Although most of them were minor spiritual spells that weren't very useful in battles, they gave him a deeper understanding of the laws of nature. 800 magic arts were too shocking, but Guchen directly concealed 3/4 of them. Even so, it still caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. After all, Xiao Jing, who ranked 3rd, had only comprehended a little more than 100 spiritual spells. Only a little more than 200? Little monkey, are you the same? Punlai Island Master asked the white ape with a strange look in his eyes. Squeak. White ape opened his big innocent eyes wide and nodded obediently. It was as if he was saying, I will never lie to you. Seeing the man and the white ape's firm attitude, Punlai Island Master didn't say anything else and smiled. The result is obvious. Little friend Gu will get the reward from the old man in this year's Ocean and Sky Feast. Island Master, wait. At this moment, Xiao Jing and the other direct disciples of the major immortal factions walked over. Little friend Xiao, what's the matter? Punlai Island Master frowned. Island Master said that the Gu family Taoist will get the reward this year, but there might not be anyone from the Gu family here. Xiao Jing said with a sneer while he looked at Gu Chen with evil intentions. The others didn't understand what he meant. Was Xiao Jing mad because he lost the first place? What do you mean, little friend Xiao? Punlai Island Master seemed to be a cultured person. Island Lord, what I mean is that this person is an imposter and is not a member of the Gu clan at all. His tone was resolute and decisive. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard it. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes. He noticed that the true disciples of the immortal sects, who had been chatting happily with his deskmates as if they were already friends, were now showing faint hostility toward him at this moment. Do you have any proof? Punlai Island Master's expression darkened. Of course there is. Island Lord, you can ask your disciple about this. Xiao Jing immediately called in the disciple of Mount Punlai who had received Gu Chen and told him about the invitation. It is indeed strange that there is no signature on the invitation, but isn't it a little biased to say that young friend Gu is not a member of the Gu clan based on this evidence alone? Punlai Island Master's gloomy expression lightened, and he looked at Gu Chen. Little friend Gu, do you have any explanation for little friend Zhao's doubts? Gu Chen replied calmly as usual. My family name is indeed Gu. He only stated the facts, and Xiao Jing frowned. He had thought that if he revealed the truth, Gu Chen would panic and Punlai Island Master would be furious and stand on his side. However, this impostor had such a strong mentality and remained calm under so many people's gazes. Punlai Island Master seemed to be on his side as well. He realized that he didn't have enough evidence. If he continued like this, others would think that he was a sore loser who framed Gu Chen on purpose. The cultivators in the area began to talk among themselves. Some of them doubted Gu Chen's identity and thought that this was not a joke since a true disciple of the Tiandao sect wouldn't speak carelessly. However, some of them suspected that Xiao Jing only said that because he wanted the reward from Punlai Island Master. Just when things were at a stalemate, a female voice suddenly rang out. We can testify that Gu Chen isn't a member of the Gu clan. The crowd backed away, and Taoist Nun Ma walked over quickly with Zhuang Fan and 5 other companions behind her. Feeling uneasy, Zhuang Fan tried to stop Taoist Nun Ma but couldn't stop her. Her words caused a huge commotion, and Xiao Jing's eyes lit up. Taoist friend, can you tell me what evidence you have? Xiao Jing's polite words made Taoist Nun Ma happy. It seemed that she had made the right bet. Just now, when Xiao Jing said that Gu Chen was a fake, all the cultivators present were skeptical. Only the group of people who almost became companions with Gu Chen were almost certain that Xiao Jing's words should be right on the spot. They had been wondering why Gu Chen would travel with them if he was really a member of the Gu clan. According to Zhuang Fan, his behavior didn't seem like that of a descendant of a top force since he didn't even recognize essence crystals. Which descendant of a major force would behave like this? Therefore, everyone's mind became active, and Taoist Nun Ma realized that this was an opportunity. Xiao Jing was being questioned by many cultivators. If they came forward to expose Gu Chen at this time, they would definitely be able to win his favor. For itinerant cultivators like them, even the disciples of the stronger forces on Punlai Island treated them coldly, let alone the direct disciples of the 13 immortal sects. If they could make friends with a direct disciple of the Tiandao sect, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. Therefore, after some discussion, they decided to take the risk of offending Gu Chen in exchange for Xiao Jing's friendship. Only Zhuang Fan didn't agree, but since his companions had all agreed, he could only bite the bullet and follow them. Taoist Nun Ma was very happy to see Xiao Jing's friendly attitude towards her. Sure enough, she had a chance to make friends with this direct disciple of an immortal sect. In order to perform well, she immediately pointed at Gu Chen and said, "This person is just an itinerant cultivator from a remote island. This person is just a loose cultivator from a remote island." He didn't even recognize origin crystals in the beginning. How could he be a descendant of the Gu clan? She spoke with great detail, and she described how they got to know Gu Chen. Gu Chen's expression turned cold as he listened to her criticism. He could understand why she wanted to climb up the social ladder, but it was too much to use him as a stepping stone. After Taoist Nun Ma finished speaking, all the cultivators present were in an uproar. Almost all of them believed that Gu Chen was a fake. Taoist Nun Ma, Zhuang Fan, and the other itinerant cultivators weren't weak, and they had some fame in the islands near the coast. They weren't people who would casually slander others. Moreover, they were just itinerant cultivators without a sect. If Gu Chen was really a member of the Gu clan, would they have the guts to offend him? In an instant, the wind completely changed. Many cultivators accused Gu Chen of deceiving the Punlai Island master and cheating during the competition. Gu Chen looked at the cultivators who were criticizing him. He looked at the direct disciples of the immortal sects who were friendly before but now treated him coldly. He finally understood what it meant to be a fickle world. "Friend Gu, what else do you have to say?" "No, your surname isn't Gu at all. I don't even know what your real name is." Xiao Jing looked at Gu Chen with a smile, his face full of mockery. "My surname is indeed Gu. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Gu Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't know what was good for him after being exposed, all the cultivators became even more indignant. Xiao Jing saw that he was stubborn and said slowly, "Actually, it's very simple to prove that you're from the Gu clan. Just show us your overbearing firmament bone." That's right, that's right. The Gu clan's powers are earth-shattering. Show us what you're made of. Hey, didn't you say your surname is Gu? Show us your overbearing firmament bone. Everyone jeered. Gu Chen's expression turned as cold as ice. The overbearing firmament bone in his body was now full of cracks. He couldn't use any of its powers at all. Plus, why did he have to prove himself just because someone asked him to? His surname was indeed Gu. It had been since he was born. Why aren't you moving? Seems like it's very obvious. Xiao Jing laughed loudly. The direct disciples of the immortal sects were also gloomy. Just a moment ago, they were debating with this person. Now that they thought about it, it was a great irony. As a person, the most important thing is to know your place. Don't covet what you don't have. You can't even fake an identity. What right do you have to take part in this banquet? He said disdainfully. As soon as he said this, many lackeys jeered. That's right. Fake, get out of Mount Punlai. Don't tarnish this place. This is not a place you can stay. The crowd was excited and the public opinion was turbulent. All of them were poking at Gu Chen's spine. Roar, this was too much. Gu Chen could still keep his cool, but White Ape couldn't. Its harmless appearance suddenly changed. It opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. Its roar was like thunder, instantly suppressing the voices of all the cultivators present. From its body, a wild and ferocious aura rippled out. If it weren't for Guchen telling it to stay put, it would have already enlarged and trampled all the cultivators here to death. What's wrong? Are you angry out of humiliation? Do you want to fight? Xiaojing looked at Guchen mockingly, his evaluation of white ape strength rising a little in his heart. Guchen looked at the crowd coldly. He knew that he couldn't act rashly. This was the immortal spirit continent, not the Kunlun continent. There were many people stronger than him here. He could not afford to be hot-headed and ignore the consequences. Xiaojing and the others were true disciples of the 13 celestial sects. Many experts who had surpassed the celestial tier were willing to fight for them. Right now, the best way to resolve this matter was to prove his identity, and Guchen was a direct descendant of the Gu clan, so there was no doubt about his identity. However, he was in an awkward situation. He couldn't use the heavenly overbearing bone, and no one in the Gu clan knew that there was a clansman like him wandering outside. His identity as an imposter had already been confirmed, and there was no point in explaining further. Right now, he should be thinking about how to get out of here. Guchen was no longer a hot-blooded young man. When he was questioned like this in the past, he might have fought back and taught Xiaojing, Nun Ma, and the others a lesson. But now, he would only consider the big picture. He had fought against a strong enemy like Huangfu Wuji, and he had fought a battle of wits and courage with the bamboo-hatted man. A self-righteous person like Xiaojing was nothing in his eyes. Xiaojing's tricks to play with people's hearts were not worth mentioning in his eyes. The most important thing now is to get through this. Explanations are not important at all. The most important thing is to find someone to guarantee my safety. Light flashed in Guchen's eyes, and he quickly turned his attention to Punlai Island Master. It was obvious that Punlai Island Master wanted to protect him, and he could guarantee his safety with his authority in the Punlai Immortal Island. Most of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators here came from the various islands of the Punlai Immortal Island, and the forces from other continents followed the lead of the 13 immortal sections. Punlai Island Master might be able to protect him, but he probably wouldn't want to offend the 13 immortal sections. Therefore, if he wanted to get out of here, he would have to rely on Xiaojing and the others. Understanding this, Guchen pretended to be angry out of humiliation, and a surging aura rose from his body. Xiaojing, don't go too far. He attacked with a thunderous palm strike toward Xiaojing. Xiaojing wasn't surprised, instead, he was delighted. He had hoped that his opponent would attack first so that he could teach him a lesson. Moreover, he was unwilling to admit that his understanding of spiritual spells wasn't as good as his opponent's. Now was the chance to avenge himself. Without flinching, he met Guchen's palm strike head-on. Boom, their palms collided, and Guchen was forced to retreat again and again from the impact. During this process, he forced the blood in his body to flow in reverse. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated more than 10 steps before stopping. His face instantly turned as pale as a sheet as if he was severely injured. After forcing back Guchen, Xiaojing laughed and said in a disdainful tone, "I'm surprised that you're weaker than I thought. How dare you pretend to be a member of the Gu family with such little strength?" The cultivators froze for a moment and then burst into laughter. They didn't expect that Guchen, who had lasted the longest in the landscape returning to nature painting and comprehended the most spiritual spells, would be so vulnerable. It seemed that one's comprehension ability and true strength couldn't be equated. When the true disciples of the celestial sects saw this, their eyes were filled with disdain. Their original intention to settle the score with Lin Fan instantly faded. "I'm surprised that he can't even take one palm strike from Xiaojing." Ding Yao shook her head, thinking that she had been blind to see that this impostor was only strong in appearance but weak in reality. It's degrading to pick a fight with him. The disciples of the other immortal sects shook their heads, and only Wang Qian of the Taihao immortal faction looked at Guchen with sympathy. Guchen pretended to be pale, but his body was fine. He knew Xiaojing's strength after a brief contact with him, and he didn't take him seriously at all. Facing the disdain and mockery from the crowd, his eyes were extremely calm. Having been through great storms, he didn't care about this momentary loss. Although Xiaojing was in the limelight now, he would get even with him sooner or later. Seeing that the impostor couldn't withstand one blow, the other cultivators were satisfied, and they stopped being aggressive. At this moment, Punlai Island Master finally spoke. Everyone, although it's wrong to pretend to be someone else, the judgment of the landscape returning to nature painting won't be false. This young friend indeed won first place in the competition. This old man established this ocean and sky banquet and comes up with a topic once every 10 years. It's all for the sake of not sticking to a single style of selection. This young man is talented. Even though he made some mistakes, he has been punished. We should give him a chance, right? Since the island master had asked for mercy, the cultivators who didn't have any interest in Punlai Island all chimed in. Island master, we admire your noble character and magnanimity. Despite his low moral character, this young man is indeed smart. Island master, you cherish talents as always. Since Island master doesn't mind, we won't object. Hearing their words, Punlai Island master looked at the other direct disciples of the major immortal factions led by Xiao Jing. Little friend Xiao, what do you think? Xiao Jing's face darkened. He wanted to teach Guchen a lesson and kick him out of Punlai Mountain. Then, he would get the reward. However, from Punlai Island master's tone, he didn't want to pursue the matter of Xiao Jing's impersonation. Now that everyone respected Punlai Island master's decision, he couldn't say no even if he had a powerful background. Besides, he had avenged himself in the previous battle. If he continued to be aggressive, it would seem like he was making trouble for the reward, and he would be laughed at by others. Of course, Island Master has the final say. He thought about the pros and cons and bowed slightly, looking refined and courteous. Seeing that Guchen was taught a lesson by Xiao Jing, the other direct disciples of the immortal factions gave up on the idea of making things difficult for him and agreed. Thank you for giving face to the old man. I believe this little friend will reflect on his mistake after this incident. Punlai Island Master walked to Guchen's side and patted his shoulder affectionately. It's best to correct one's mistake. Don't waste your talent. Thank you for your help, Island Master. Guchen looked calm. He didn't thank the Island Master for the lesson because he knew that he didn't do anything wrong. He was just in a disadvantageous position. Seeing that Guchen, who had just been humiliated by him, was so calm, Xiao Jing had an inexplicable sense of foreboding. However, what's done cannot be undone. Since he had already given up on targeting the other party, there was no more reason for him to do so, and no one would stand on his side. The ocean and sky feast ended dramatically, and Punlai Island Master's reward was won by an overseas independent cultivator who pretended to be a disciple of the Gu family. Moreover, Tiandao Sec's Xiao Jing had defeated the overseas itinerant cultivator with a single palm strike during the Feast of the Sea and Sky, making him famous on Punlai Immortal Island. While many people praised him, they also felt sorry for him. After all, the overseas independent cultivator had used some despicable methods to win the test set by Punlai Island Master. The reward should have been given to this direct disciple of Tiandao faction. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators leave Mount Punlai one after another. Before leaving, they still talk about the whole banquet with relish. As soon as the banquet ended, Priestess Ma, Zhuang Fan, and the other 6 rogue cultivators approached Xiao Jing with fawning smiles. In their opinion, they had helped Xiao Jing. Even if he didn't reward them generously, he would still treat them differently. Zhuang Fan originally felt that he owed Guchen a little, but when he thought of how he had been a lone cultivator for so many years and had never had much of a future, he finally managed to climb up the tree that was the Tiandao sect with great difficulty. He really couldn't miss this opportunity, so he was as enthusiastic as Priestess Ma and the others. Although Xiao Jing had taught Guchen a lesson, he felt that something was wrong when he saw Guchen follow Punlai Island Master into the Punlai Pavilion. The more he thought about it, the worse his mood became. He should have won the game, but on second thought, he realized that he didn't gain much from it. He had always been the one scheming and playing with others, but this time, he had a vague feeling that he had fallen into the opponent's trick. While he was feeling agitated, Priestess Ma's ugly face came up to him and pretended to be friendly, which made him feel nauseous. Slap, he slapped her casually, which made Priestess Ma's smile disappear and the expressions of the other independent cultivators change. Daoist Xiao, why did you? Priestess Ma looked incredulous. Do you think that you can befriend me by saying a few words? Mud will always be mud, don't even think about it. His tone was very heavy. Then, he left with the other direct disciples of the other immortal factions. The 7 of them betrayed Gu Chen to win Xiao Jing's friendship, but they didn't expect to be humiliated by him. They were ashamed, angry, and embarrassed. They really wanted to teach this ungrateful guy a lesson, but when they thought of the words Tiandao sect that he represented, they felt despair. Brother Xiao, why are you so angry? They are just some nameless nobodies from a barbaric place. Attacking them will only make us lose face. Ding Yao caught up with Xiao Jing and said with a smile. Humph, it's not because of them, Xiao Jing said unhappily. The many direct disciples of the immortal factions couldn't help but look at each other. Then why was Xiao Jing unhappy? It seems that Brother Xiao cares about the reward from that Punlai Island Master. Come to think of it, we all returned empty-handed. Not only that, but we also let that overseas independent cultivator benefit from it and exchanged cultivation experiences with him. Ding Yao's words made everyone unhappy again. Humph, that guy should leave Punlai Mountain after taking the reward from the island master. Why don't we set a trap and capture that brat and split the reward evenly? Right, because of this brat's identity, the island master didn't announce what the reward was. Brother Xiao, you should know the specific situation, right? Everyone looked at Xiao Jing simultaneously. Previously, he showed that he was determined to get the reward, so he must have some inside information. The reward is a great evolution fruit, Xiao Jing said gloomily. Great evolution fruit? No wonder Brother Xiao came to the Sea and Sky banquet this year. Everyone suddenly understood, and at the same time, their eyes revealed some excitement. This great evolution fruit was indeed a good thing, especially for cultivators who were at the peak of the heavenly being realm. Humph, that brat used despicable methods to fake his identity. If we capture him, we will be doing justice for the heavens. Several people immediately discussed how to stop Gu Chen outside and take away his reward. Sorry everyone, there is only one great evolution fruit. I am not interested in your proposal. Hearing this, Wang Qian shook his head and simply left. Next, the group of people discussed a more sensitive topic. Since he didn't want to participate, it was best not to listen. Wang Qian and a few others left, and the remaining direct disciples were led by Xiao Jing and Ding Yao. We will guard different areas of Punlai Mountain. Let's make it clear that no matter whose area that impostor enters, the great evolution fruit will be split evenly. Only one person can eat the rare fruit, so the person who offers the highest price will get it. At the same time, he must compensate the others. Ding Yao suggested, and everyone expressed their agreement. What if he stays in Punlai Mountain and doesn't come out? I heard that the Punlai Island Master always treats talents well. In the past, many people who won first place in the Sea and Sky banquet ended up staying in Punlai Mountain. Don't worry. I have a plan. Xiao Jing curled his lips as he thought of something new. What plan? We can't offend Punlai Island Master. He is a master of the heavenly abode realm, and even seniors like us have to respect him, Ding Yao reminded him, afraid that Xiao Jing would act recklessly. Don't worry. I'm not stupid enough to mess with Punlai Island Master. Have you forgotten which force that kid impersonated? His words intrigued the others. You mean, the Gu clan isn't something that just anyone can impersonate. That brat is using the Gu clan's name to swindle people outside. As long as we exaggerate a little and inform the Gu clan of this matter, they will definitely send people here. If that kid keeps hiding in Punlai Mountain, Punlai Island Master will have no reason not to hand him over when the Gu family comes. Xiao Jing sneered, and the others shuddered at his plan. If he left Punlai Mountain, he would be robbed by them. If he stayed, he would run into the Gu family. The overseas independent cultivator was really miserable. Following Punlai Island Master, Gu Chen entered Punlai Pavilion with an honest-looking young independent cultivator who had performed well in the previous competition. Punlai Island Master cherished talents. Although this independent cultivator's performance was not as good as that of Gu Chen and the other true disciples of the immortal factions, he still stopped him and asked if he was willing to join Punlai Mountain. The young independent cultivator's name was Miao Fugue. Hearing Punlai Island Master's words, he knelt down 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, agreeing to join Punlai Mountain. They followed Punlai Island Master into the pavilion. Punlai Island Master talked with them amiably and asked about their backgrounds, looking very kind and amiable. Feeling flattered by Punlai Island Master's concern, the honest Miao Fugue told him everything he knew and even the backgrounds of his 3 generations of ancestors. Guchen was neither servile nor overbearing. He told Punlai Island Master what he had told Shuang Fan. He said that he was an overseas independent cultivator who didn't belong to any sect or family. Hearing his words, Punlai Island Master said to Miao Fugue with a smile, "In the future, you can stay in Mount Punlai with peace of mind. There are many good places on the mountain. I believe they will be helpful to your cultivation. Many thanks for Island Lord's great kindness." Miao Fugue said gratefully. After settling Miao Fugue down, Punlai Island Master looked at Gu Chen and took out a jade box, handing it to him with a smile. "This is the reward for this year's Ocean and Sky Banquet, the Great Evolution Fruit. It can point out the right path and help people gain enlightenment. You'll know the specific effects after you try it." "Thank you, Island Master, for your gift." Gu Chen gratefully received the jade box with both hands. Punlai Island Master not only helped him out of trouble but also kept his promise and rewarded him. He had to admit that Punlai Island Master was as noble as the rumors said. "It's getting late, and you've gotten yourself into some trouble. Why don't you stay in Mount Punlai for a few more days and lay low for a while?" Punlai Island Master persuaded Gu Chen out of kindness. Gu Chen hesitated. "Won't this cause trouble for the Island Lord?" "Hee, little friend, you're welcome. It doesn't matter. You can stay here. If you're willing to join Mount Punlai, the old man welcomes you with open arms." It was hard to refuse Punlai Island Master's kindness, and it was indeed unsafe to leave now. Therefore, Gu Chen nodded and agreed. "All right, you should all be tired after a long day. Have a good rest." After making arrangements for them, Punlai Island Master let them go to rest. He didn't act too warmly or coldly. Gu Chen and Miao Fugue left and went to their residences under the guidance of the disciples of Mount Punlai. After they left, Punlai Island Master, who had been smiling a moment ago, sat on the chair with a cold and numb expression. Gu Chen moved into the Punlai Pavilion. After making sure that the great evolution fruit he got was safe, he ate it that night. He wasn't afraid of being stolen, but he was afraid of being remembered. Knowing that he would be in the eye of the storm after winning the prize today, he decided to eat the fruit in case of an accident. After swallowing the great evolution fruit, Gu Chen soon understood why Punlai Island Master said that this fruit could help him find the right path. His body didn't have any reaction when the fruit entered his stomach, but his head felt warm. Meanwhile, the experiences he had accumulated during cultivation were magnified in his mind. Even the cultivation experiences that the direct disciples of the major immortal factions had told him during the day appeared in his mind. After eating the great evolution fruit, information exploded in his mind, countless pieces of memories gushed out and rearranged themselves. The difficult body tempering when he was at the physical body realm, the crazy journey to the forbidden forest to unseal the orifices and be reborn. The birth of the power for the first time, the battle against the lords in the Nirvana realm, and the thrill of breaking through the gate of immortality. When he was trapped in the prison in Frostless City and was on the verge of death, his soul transformed into his vital spirit and underwent a qualitative change, the details and feelings that Gu Chen had experienced when he had broken through each realm in the past replayed in his mind, making him re-examine his own cultivation career. The great evolution fruit couldn't increase one's essence force cultivation or rebirth. Its only function was to awaken one's deep memories and help one reorganize and understand one's own Tao. This was what Gu Chen needed urgently since he was already at the peak stage of the heavenly being realm and was still confused about the Dharma realm. That night, he fell into a strange state of Tao enlightenment. He tried to find his own Tao by combining the information he learned from others about the next realm. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Still under the influence of the great evolution fruit, Gu Chen's mind was in a mess, and he couldn't figure out what to do. At this time, the Punlai Pavilion Master sent someone to find Gu Chen. He realized that he was too obsessed with the Tao enlightenment realm and almost lost his mind. Since he couldn't see his own Tao now, he decided not to think about it. He washed his face, changed his clothes, and followed his disciple to see the Punlai Pavilion Master. When he arrived at the main hall, Miao Fugue was also there. The Punlai Pavilion Master saw Gu Chen's frown and said with a smile, "Young friend, are you confused after eating the great evolution fruit?" Gu Chen nodded solemnly. The great evolution fruit is very magical. It stimulated many problems in my cultivation that seemed simple before, but I never thought about it. Don't worry, you have to take it one bite at a time. It's normal for you to be confused now. You'll be fine after some time. If there's anything you don't understand, you can discuss it with the old man at any time. The Punlai Pavilion Master's words were friendly. Guchen started to think. He really did have a lot of questions about cultivation that he needed to ask someone. With the Pavilion Master's realm, if he was willing to teach him, it would be a good thing for him. Alright, if you have any questions about cultivation, you can discuss it with the old man later. The old man asked you to come here today for another matter. Both of them immediately listened attentively. In fact, the old man obtained a cultivation technique by chance recently. It's a little interesting, but this cultivation technique has limitations on cultivation level and age, so the old man can't use it at all. It's a pity to throw this cultivation technique away. I think the two of you are quite talented. As individual cultivators, you probably don't have any good cultivation techniques in the past. If you're interested, you can give it a try. As he spoke, he took out 2 identical jade slips and handed them to both of them. Seeing that the Punlai Pavilion Master was actually rewarding them with cultivation techniques, Miao Fugue was extremely excited and repeatedly thanked him. On the other hand, Guchen was much calmer. After thanking him, he shifted his gaze to the jade slips. At the beginning of the jade slips were the 3 big words Immortal Ascension Technique, which must be the name of this cultivation technique. Just from the name, one couldn't tell which type it belonged to. This cultivation technique came from an ancient relic, so it must be somewhat special. After you try to cultivate it, if you have any questions, you can ask the old man, of course. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Your foundation is already quite good. If the cultivation technique is not suitable, I won't force it. Just do as you wish. The Punlai Pavilion Master smiled from ear to ear and then added. By the way, you can try to cultivate this Immortal Ascension technique on the spot. If you have any questions, you can ask the old man. Although the Punlai Pavilion Master spoke in a suggestive tone, he was a person of virtue and prestige. Since he had already said so, how could the two of them not give it a try, especially when he said that this cultivation technique came from an ancient relic? Even Guchen was interested. The two of them opened the jade slips and carefully studied them. This Immortal Ascension technique was very strange. There were only a few lines of introduction about the cultivation content, and the rest was only a human meridian diagram. The meridian diagram depicted the circulation route of this cultivation technique. It looked ordinary, but upon closer inspection, one would find that the entire diagram seemed to be moving, and one couldn't help but be attracted to it. Some of the human meridians described on the diagram were unheard of, but the circulation of the cultivation technique needed to pass through these meridians. Some tiny and inconspicuous meridians in the human body were taken to be useless meridians by other cultivation techniques and were dispensable. But when it came to this cultivation technique, it took a different path and took them to be the door of profundity. Guchen fell into deep thought as he read on. His intuition told him that there was something strange about this cultivation method. What do you think? You should have finished reading this cultivation technique. What do you think? Pavilion Master Punlai asked with anticipation in his eyes. I've never heard of this cultivation method before, but it has an unusual attraction. I would like to try cultivating it. Miao Fugue said without hesitation. As an independent cultivator, his original cultivation technique was mediocre. Now that he was rewarded by Punlai Island Master, he paid extra attention to it. Satisfied, Punlai Island Master looked at Guchen and saw that the latter was deep in thought. What do you think, little friend? Guchen slowly closed the jade slip and pondered deeply. This cultivation technique is indeed special, but the human meridians it involves are too complicated. Some of the circulation routes are different from the mainstream cultivation techniques. Is there any risk in cultivating this technique? Punlai Island Master's pupils contracted imperceptibly, but he nodded with a smile. That's right. This cultivation method is indeed very different from the mainstream cultivation methods. But considering that it came from an ancient ruin, and that the cultivation methods of ancient cultivators are very different from those of the present, there's nothing strange about it. It's said that there were many immortals in the prehistoric era. It's not like now where there are no immortals in the world. Yearning appeared in Miao Fugue's eyes, and he became more enthusiastic about the immortal ascension scroll in his hand, thinking that this technique might bring him some miraculous encounters. There are no more immortal masters on the continent? Gu Chen was surprised. Knowing that Gu Chen came from a remote region and didn't know much about the history, Punlai Island Master explained with a smile. The last immortals are the ancestral masters of the 13 immortal sections 30,000 years ago. They moved to the immortal spirit continent from the heaven burial continent. Since then, no one has broken through the bottleneck of the grotto heaven realm and stepped into the shedding immortal realm. The heaven burial continent referred to the Kunlun continent. 30,000 years ago, the immortals came from beyond the heavens and buried the entire continent. That was why the people on the immortal spirit continent called it this name. In the immortal spirit continent, the cultivation realms after the heavenly being realm were Dharma realm, grotto heaven realm, shedding immortal realm, and Tao-seeking realm. In the current era, there was a gap in the grotto heaven realm, which surprised Gu Chen. Why did this happen? No one knows the reason. The most common explanation is that the environment has changed, and the essence energy is not as suitable for cultivation as it was in the prehistoric era, Punlai Island Master said. Gu Chen's eyes flickered. Does this have something to do with the war on the heaven burial continent? Punlai Island Master shook his head. That's not the case. The war on the heaven burial continent happened only 30,000 years ago, which is the ancient era. The ancient era happened 300,000 years ago. It seems that after the ancient era, the environment became less and less suitable for cultivation, and the number of immortals on the ancient sky yellow star decreased. For example, the patriarchs of the 13 immortal sects from 30,000 years ago could already be considered extremely talented if they were able to become immortals during that era. Unfortunately, they disappeared too early. It has been a long time since anyone saw the glory of immortals. Gu Chen originally thought that the war on the Kunlun continent had damaged the essence energy of the ancient sky yellow star, but that was not the case. Where did the ancestral masters of the 13 immortal sects go? Based on what Island Master said, they didn't die because their lifespans ran out? Gu Chen's interest was piqued. When cultivators become immortals, they are different from all living things. They might not have a lifespan as long as the heavens, but they can easily live for tens of thousands of years. Not long after the ancestral masters of the 13 immortal sects brought their inheritances from the heaven burial continent to the immortal spirit continent, they disappeared. At the same time, the ancestors of the Gu clan disappeared. No one knows whether they are dead or alive. I'm afraid that only the upper echelons of the 13 immortal sects and the Gu clan know the truth. As for the fact that there have been no immortals in the world for a long time, no one can guarantee that they really don't exist anymore. Maybe it's just that our horizons are too low and we don't have the luck to see them. Punlai Island Master spoke very cautiously. He was a grotto heaven realm expert, a first-rate expert in the immortal spirit continent. However, when he mentioned immortals, he was still filled with reverence. When Gu Chen heard these historical anecdotes, he could not help but let his imagination run wild. Alright, the idea of immortals is too vague. You are still young. You just have to be down to earth and cultivate well. You can study this immortal ascension art well. If there is anything you don't understand, you can come and ask the old man. By the way, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Punlai Island Master interrupted Gu Chen's thoughts. His eyes lit up when he heard this. Gu Chen and Miao Fugue asked each other some questions, and Punlai Island Master answered everything he knew like an amiable and respectable senior. He didn't hide anything from them just because they weren't his disciples. After talking for a while, Gu Chen felt enlightened, and his mind became much clearer. In the next few days, Gu Chen often visited Punlai Island Master to ask him questions about cultivation problems. Punlai Island Master imparted knowledge to Gu Chen and only asked him about the progress of the Immortal Ascension Scroll occasionally. Gu Chen tried to cultivate the Immortal Ascension Scroll after he returned, but he found it strange and didn't study it deeply. After all, even though the Immortal Ascension Scroll was a powerful technique, it couldn't compare to the nature of Heavenly Time Scroll that he was cultivating. Right now, he should focus on making breakthroughs in his cultivation instead of a technique that he didn't know the depth of. Gu Chen didn't think it was a big deal, but after Punlai Island Master asked him about his progress several times, Guchen's attitude gradually changed. With a sharp mind, Guchen clearly sensed that this respectable senior was losing patience with him. In the beginning, he thought that he did something wrong and didn't think about the cultivation technique. After all, Punlai Island Master had said that he wouldn't force them to cultivate the Immortal Ascension Scroll. However, after staying on Punlai Mountain for 7 days, he became vigilant when he saw Miao Fugue again. Miao Fugue had been cultivating the Immortal Ascension Scroll wholeheartedly. When Guchen saw him again, he found that Miao Fugue's temperament had changed. Originally, he was a very honest person, but when they met again, his words and actions had become somewhat frivolous. Daoist Miao, what's wrong? Eyes were the windows to a person's soul. When Guchen saw Miao Fugue for the first time, his eyes were clear, but now they were filled with an unusual fanaticism, making Guchen feel uneasy. Nothing's wrong with me. What are you talking about, Brother Gu? Miao Fugue frowned at Guchen's concern. Brother Miao, your temperament seems different from before, Guchen said after some consideration. Oh? It must be because I made progress in my cultivation. Miao Fugue chuckled with confidence. It's not that I want to say this, but Brother Gu, you should also work hard. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets if you are kicked out of Mount Punlai one day. Guchen was surprised to hear this. Why would Brother Miao say that? Miao Fugue's expression immediately became somewhat mysterious as he whispered. Although the outside world says that the Island Lord cherishes and treats talents well, look at how many people live in Punlai Pavilion. Guchen carefully recalled that he had only met a dozen or so people in the pavilion over the past few days. The Island Master has a long lifespan. He has held the Feast of the Sea and Sky many times. It is said that every time, he will invite some talented people to Punlai Pavilion. But there are so few people here. It's obvious that most of them have been driven away. Do you really think that the Island Master only cherishes talents and has no other motives? Guchen's heart trembled. Brother Miao means, in my opinion, the Island Master is probably looking for a suitable candidate to inherit his legacy. The Immortal Ascension technique is a test. Whoever succeeds in learning it will be recognized by the Island Master. I don't belong to any sect. It was not easy for me to win the Island Master's favor. I must work hard and strive to inherit his legacy. That's all I have to say. Brother Gu, take care of yourself. Miao Fugue finished speaking and left, but Guchen fell into deep thought because of his words. If what Miao Fugue said was true, then it was understandable that the Punlai Island Master treated him coldly. After all, he didn't focus on cultivating the Immortal Ascension technique. However, Guchen didn't think it was that simple. If the Punlai Island Master wanted to find a suitable successor, he could have said it directly. Why did he have to hide it? Guchen frowned and thought for a while. Then, he made a decision. If the Punlai Island Master wanted to accept a successor, then he wasn't the right candidate. He wasn't interested in the Immortal Ascension technique, and he hadn't solved the problem of his broken overlord bone. He couldn't stay here for long. Since the Island Master was treating them so politely, Guchen didn't want to ask him for advice. He thought it was time to leave Punlai Mountain. The Island Master was looking for a successor, and it was not nice of him to occupy the position even though he didn't want to. Therefore, Guchen decided to say goodbye to the Punlai Island Master. As for the kindness he had shown him recently, he would find a way to repay it in the future. To his surprise, when Guchen said goodbye, the Punlai Island Master refused him. My young friend, you don't have to worry about anything. Just stay in my Punlai Pavilion. The Punlai Island Master's smile was still gentle, but his tone was non-negotiable. Guchen tried to say something, but the Punlai Island Master found an excuse and left. In the next few days, Guchen felt that everything changed. First, the Punlai Island Master avoided seeing him and only sent someone to ask him about the progress of cultivating the Immortal Ascension technique as if he had to cultivate it. Second, Guchen began to feel that he was being watched in secret, which made him feel uneasy. At this point, he realized that something was wrong. He was a guest of the Punlai Pavilion, but he felt like he was in a prison. There is something I must find out. Under such circumstances, Guchen secretly sent out the white ape to gather information. The disciples of the Punlai Pavilion only stared at him and didn't notice that the white ape had left for a day. How did it go? When the white ape returned, Guchen asked immediately. Squeak. Squeak. The white ape danced with joy and told Guchen all the information he had gathered. Hearing this, Guchen's heart sank. A few days ago, Miao Fugue said that there were too few people in the Punlai Pavilion, which made Guchen pay more attention and send the white ape out to investigate. It turned out that many people had been invited to the Punlai Pavilion during the Ocean Sky Feast. These people were not disciples of big forces. They were invited to Punlai Pavilion because they won the questions. They were some young individual cultivators with potential who were favored by the island owner. The disciples of big forces left soon after entering the Punlai Pavilion, and some of them were famous on the continent. However, it was strange that none of the young independent cultivators who were invited to the Punlai Pavilion were famous. Not only were they not famous, but few people had seen them since they entered the Punlai Pavilion. Many people said that they had been cultivating in the Punlai Pavilion, but the truth was that there were very few people in the Punlai Pavilion. The characteristics of these missing people were obvious. Some of them were talented in cultivation, and they were all independent cultivators with no families or families. Guchen felt a chill run down his spine when he learned about this. Recalling the kind smile of the Punlai Island master, he felt that there was a strong sense of conspiracy in it. No matter what the truth is, I must leave Punlai Mountain as soon as possible. In the past, the independent cultivators who had been invited to Punlai Pavilion had gone missing, which made Guchen anxious. He had thought that this amiable elder, who was eager for talents, seemed to be hiding some unspeakable secrets. Regardless of Punlai Island Master's intention, Guchen had no interest in pursuing it. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. There are many people secretly watching me, so I can't leave directly. I must be fully prepared. Guchen knew that he had only one chance. If he failed to escape, Punlai Island Master would probably remove his disguise. However, he couldn't afford to provoke a heavenly abode realm master, so he had to leave Punlai Island before the master noticed. In the next few days, Guchen sent White Ape to figure out the situation inside and outside of Punlai Mountain and prepare a suitable escape route. He began to show his interest in the Immortal Ascension technique and even went to find Miao Fugue to discuss the problems he encountered while cultivating the Immortal Ascension technique with him. After a few days, Punlai Island Master finally met him again, still looking like a friendly elder. Guchen didn't mention leaving again. Instead, he showed that he wanted to stay in Punlai Pavilion to deceive Punlai Island Master. In order to win the Master's trust, he had to start cultivating the Immortal Ascension technique. After all, a heavenly abode realm master wasn't easy to fool. Considering that Miao Fugue's temperament changed drastically after cultivating this technique, Guchen kept an eye on him and cultivated with extreme caution. However, he soon found something amazing. He was extremely talented in this technique. The key to cultivating this technique was to open up countless tiny meridians in the body. It was extremely difficult, but he made rapid progress in cultivation. He started cultivating much later than Miao Fugue, but he soon caught up with him. This made Guchen feel bad, afraid that some hidden danger would appear in his cultivation. It was hard to hide the progress of cultivation. Seeing Guchen's outstanding talent, Punlai Island Master was delighted and treated him more kindly. He treated him better than any other disciple in Punlai Mountain, and Miao Fugue's treatment was much worse. This made Miao Fugue feel both envious and jealous. Gradually, his attitude towards Guchen changed, and his words were filled with sarcasm. After entering Punlai Pavilion for only half a month, Miao Fugue had turned from an honest individual cultivator into a hot-tempered and insatiable person. Guchen saw everything, and his heart felt even colder. He didn't know what kind of strange cultivation technique the Immortal Ascension technique was. Perhaps Miao Fugue's change wasn't completely related to the Immortal Ascension technique, but he knew he had to leave. After staying in Punlai Pavilion for 20 days, Guchen had slowly gained the trust of Punlai Island Master. At this moment, Punlai Island Master went out. Guchen realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After hearing the news, he immediately returned to his room. Not long after, he came out of the room and went to find Miao Fugue. All of this was seen by the Punlai Mountain disciples in the dark. He stayed under everyone's nose for a whole day without arousing anyone's suspicion. However, no one knew that during this period, another figure had sneaked out of Punlai Pavilion with the white ape and left the island where Punlai Mountain was located. While the Punlai Island Master wasn't here, Guchen finally left Punlai Mountain after 20 days with the clone of Punlai Island Master to distract others. He soared into the sky with the white ape and flew in the direction of the continent. He breathed in the air of freedom and felt very relaxed and at ease. It was a torture to face an unfathomable cultivator and be on guard against his sneak attacks all day long. Soon, he flew 250 kilometers away. At this moment, his clone was still talking and laughing in Punlai Pavilion, and no one noticed anything unusual. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. The coastline of the immortal spirit continent was close at hand, and he was about to land. Hey, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. I thought I wouldn't be able to wait for you. At this moment, a young man wearing luxurious clothes and a purple-gold crown walked out of the void and looked at Guchen with a teasing expression. It's you, Daoist Xiao. Guchen narrowed his eyes. Xiao Jing was in a good mood when he saw Guchen. He and the others had guarded the area around Punlai Mountain for many days, but Guchen hadn't left yet. The Gu family hadn't sent anyone over after receiving his message. He had thought that the 20 days would be wasted, but Guchen happened to come to the direction he was guarding. It was a prey that came to him. Hand over the great evolution fruit. Xiao Jing said coldly in an authoritative tone that left no room for negotiation. What if I say no? A smile appeared on Guchen's face as he glanced around. This place was close to the coast, and there were many cultivators coming and going. If they fought here, it would attract attention. If he wasn't careful, the fact that he secretly left Punlai Pavilion might be exposed, and all his previous efforts would be in vain. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly if he wanted to fight. It seems like you've forgotten the palm strike from last time, Xiao Jing said with a sneer. While they were confronting each other, a boat of people passed by and was surprised to see them. Huh? Isn't that Xiao Jing from Tiandao sect? The other one is the imposter from the Ocean Sky Feast. What are they doing? It looks like they're going to fight. This boat of people came from a small faction on Punlai Island and happened to attend the Ocean Sky Feast that day. Therefore, they immediately recognized the two people who were the center of attention on that day. Seeing that the two were about to fight, the people on the boat couldn't help but watch from afar and gloat. That imposter is in trouble. I think Xiao Jing from Tiandao sect is not willing to lose the reward that day and is trying to get back at him. If it weren't for Punlai Island Master's plea that day, that imposter would have been killed by Xiao Jing with one palm strike. It seems like he won't be so lucky today. Since Guchen couldn't even take one palm strike from Xiao Jing that day, everyone thought that he would lose without a doubt. Guchen noticed that there were cultivators who had stopped to watch from afar. There were also people further away who had noticed the commotion. He could not help but frown. He had to end the battle quickly. He didn't want to return to Punlai Mountain no matter what, so he lost all patience with Xiao Jing who was blocking his way. F***ck off. Guchen moved as fast as lightning and fiercely slapped Xiao Jing with his palm, exactly the same as that day. Hey, idiot! Didn't you learn your lesson last time? Xiao Jing looked at him with disdain and slammed his palm as usual. Boom, their palms collided, and Xiao Jing's expression changed drastically the moment the two palms collided. He felt like he was hit by a huge ancient mountain, and he couldn't fight back at all. Crack. Due to his carelessness, he didn't put up much defense against Guchen's palm, and the bones in his arm were shattered. Thud, thud. Thud. How is this possible? He had a look of disbelief on his face, and the group of busybodies who had been waiting to see Guchen embarrass themselves in the distance all opened their mouths wide. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. The imposter who couldn't even take one palm strike from Xiao Jing had actually crushed Xiao Jing in a mere 20 days. How could they know that one of Guchen's arms had a divine strength of 100 million kilograms? Xiao Jing was courting death by fighting him in close combat. Previously at the Feast of the Sea and Sky, he was just pretending to be weak. I don't have time to waste with you. I'll give you 10 seconds. Guchen's eyes turned cold, and golden crows flew out from the sun in the sky, crossed the void, and turned into sun-true fire, which landed on Xiao Jing's body. Xiao Jing's whole body was instantly covered by the golden flames, and he let out a painful roar. Don't look down on me. He was angry, and rays of white light surged out from his body. The white light was very gentle, and it emitted a mysterious aura. Once it came into contact with Gu Chen's Sun True Fire, the Sun True Fire was extinguished. Gu Chen was slightly surprised. The Sun True Fire was very powerful, and it would never stop until it burned its target, but it was actually dissolved by Xiao Jing so quickly. You lowly overseas itinerant cultivator, I'll let you know the power of my Tiandao sect's Great Evolution Dao 49. One of Xiao Jing's arms was limp and weak because of the fracture, and his whole body was still burning in pain. At this moment, he was furious. As soon as he finished speaking, the white light around him fluctuated like ripples, and then at the edges, flames actually leaped out. The flames were golden, and they were obviously Gu Chen's Sun True Fire. Go! Xiao Jing raised his other hand and pointed at Gu Chen. Instantly, waves of Sun True Fire flew toward Gu Chen, and even the space was burned and distorted by the flames. What kind of Dharma art is this? Gu Chen was quite surprised. In a flash, his move had been learned by Xiao Jing, however, he didn't panic. When the waves of flames formed by the Sun True Fire approached, a cold moon suddenly appeared in his eyes. Crack, crack, crack. As soon as the true sun fire got close to him, they were all frozen and turned into ice cubes. How could that be? What kind of spell is that? Xiao Jing's face darkened. He was surprised that Gu Chen could control such a powerful fire, but he didn't expect that he could also freeze it. After Gu Chen got rid of the flames near him, he took a step forward and appeared behind Xiao Jing in an instant. So fast. Xiao Jing's pupils constricted. In that short exchange, the ultimate skill that the other party had used did not seem like something an itinerant cultivator would possess. Freeze. As Gu Chen said these two words softly, rays of cold moonlight gushed out of his sleeves and engulfed Xiao Jing in the blink of an eye. The Sun Moon refining secret art had reached the large success stage. Even during the day, it was easy for him to use the Moon In Soul Ice. Ka ka ka. Before Xiao Jing could react, he was turned into an ice sculpture, his face frozen eternally. Count yourself lucky. This is my first time in the primordial spirit continent, and I don't want to kill. Gu Chen murmured. Considering Xiao Jing's identity, he decided to let him live. He turned around and was about to leave when the frozen Xiao Jing suddenly moved again. The white light from before surged out of his body again, and a mysterious aura seeped out of the ice. Then, the ice on his surface quickly evaporated, and he returned to normal with a sinister smile on his face. Die. He attacked Gu Chen again. This time, layers of cold moonlight surrounded Gu Chen, trying to freeze him. What a terrifying spell. Gu Chen's expression changed. He had a deep understanding of the Tiandao sect's heritage. The Great Derivation Dao 49 was able to simulate his true sun fire and Moon In Soul Ice in just 2 short exchanges. The 13 immortal sects were indeed not simple. You are not my match. Because I am the heavenly Dao, and all laws are under the control of the heavenly Dao. Xiao Jing's eyes were as cold as the heavens. The Tiandao sect called itself the heavenly Dao, and its teachings were extremely powerful. Is that so? I'd like to see if you can learn this move. A sneer appeared on Gu Chen's face. With a single thought, the moonlight surrounding him suddenly burned in unison. It kept changing between yin and yang, ice and fire, and kept clashing. This is, Xiao Jing's pupil shrank. Gu Chen did not respond. The ice and fire clashed with each other, and soon turned into 2 pure air currents, one black and one white. They whistled and circled around Gu Chen's body. Go. His voice was like spring thunder. The yin and yang qi turned into a divine sword and slashed down at Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing's expression changed drastically. In the face of danger, the protective Dharma treasures on his body all lit up. Boom boom boom, he was hit by the yin-yang 2 right sword and fell from the sky to the ground. He fell into a pit and vomited blood continuously. Impossible. Impossible. One power is hard and yang, and the other is soft and yin. How can they be fused together? His face was filled with disbelief. The light of deduction in his eyes continued to shine, but he seemed to be unable to calculate anything. Instead, his internal injuries worsened, and his face became as pale as paper. Looks like you can't just imitate any power. Gu Chen's lips curled up. He activated the Yin-Yang 2 right sword and slashed at Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing screamed and threw away his hat and belt. His clothes were stained with blood as he fled in all directions. This scene caused the cultivators in the distance to suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't think that a true disciple of the Tiandao sect could not defeat the overseas cultivator who pretended to be a member of the Gu clan. Not only did he not win, but he was also being crushed. They were both in the heaven realm, but the difference was so great that it made the cultivators' scalps go numb. Looks like that kid was hiding his strength at the feast of the sea and sky. His true strength is unfathomable. Not only is his comprehension shocking, but his strength is also so strong. Even if this kid is not a member of the Gu clan, if he joins any force, he will be raised as a true disciple. The cultivators discussed and were deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. Gu Chen saw that he had taught Xiao Jing a lesson and that more and more people were gathering in the distance. If this continued, it would be difficult to escape. Thus, he waved his sleeves and the Yin-Yang 2 right sword disappeared. I'll spare your life this time. Behave yourself. Gu Chen didn't want to offend a force like the Tiandao sect the moment he arrived in the primordial spirit continent. He warned coldly and then flew into the sky. Everywhere he passed, all the cultivators avoided him, not daring to stop him. When he turned into a shooting star and disappeared into the sky, Xiao Jing crawled up from the ground, his body covered in injuries. His face was filled with hatred. He didn't expect this overseas cultivator to be so strong. He had suffered a huge loss, seeing that he had become a joke and that this matter would soon spread, damaging his reputation and shaming the Tiandao sect. Xiao Jing was about to go crazy. I won't let you off. No one can escape the judgment of the heavens. I will find you and tear you into pieces. Gu Chen set foot on the coastline and flew all the way, leaving Punlai Immortal Island far behind. The primordial continent was very big, much vaster than the Kunlun continent. He stepped into a big region called the Qingyang region. The terrain of this region was mainly plains and forests. There were many cultivator cities on the plains, and there were many blessed lands in the forests. Most of the cultivation sects were gathered here. The Qingyang region had frequent trade with the islands near the sea. It was said that the Green Refinement Immortal sect and the Purple Sun Immortal sect of the 13 immortal sects ruled this region. As soon as he stepped into the Qingyang region, Gu Chen changed his appearance and changed his route several times to avoid being tracked. He left the Punlai pavilion without saying a word, worried that the Punlai Island master would find him for this. He wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble as much as possible. Half a day later, he landed by a remote lake and rested for a while. At the same time, he began to consider his next course of action. He came to the primordial continent to break through his cultivation and extend his exhausted lifespan. The second reason was to repair the heavenly overbearing bone. His grandfather had already told him that if he wanted to, he only needed to travel for several days to get there. However, after these days of understanding, he realized that the Gu clan was much more powerful than he had imagined. The reason his grandfather left the Gu clan back then was a little strange, and he couldn't help but worry. Gu Chen never liked to pin his hopes on factors beyond his control, so he was considering if he should break through his cultivation first. When he was stronger, it would be safer for him to go to the Gu clan. After coming to the primordial continent, the heavenly decay no longer existed, and Gu Chen had reached the peak of the heavenly being realm for some time. In addition, he had recently taken the Great Evolution Fruit and had the guidance of the Punlai Island Master, a Grotto Heaven Realm Master, so Gu Chen had a great understanding of his future cultivation path. Above the heavenly being realm, there were 5 realms: Dharma, Dharmakaya, Grotto Heaven, Shedding Immortal, and Tao Seeking. Dharma realm was to open the hidden latch of heaven and earth and condense the Dharma of heaven and earth. At this realm, one could mobilize the power of the laws of heaven and earth on a large scale. Dharmakaya realm was to combine the physical body, vital spirit, and Dharma into one. At this realm, one's physique was beyond the scope of ordinary creatures. At the Grotto Heaven realm, one could open up a small world in their body and have their own source of power. They were strong enough to shatter the void. The Immortal Shedding realm, as the name suggested, was the realm of immortals. In the current immortal spirit continent, it was said that no one had reached this realm. As for the Tao-querying realm that was even higher than that, even immortals had become extinct. Naturally, no one knew about the profoundness of this realm. If the 5 realms of celestial being were the transformation from a mortal to a cultivator, then the realms above Dharma realm were the transformation from a cultivator to an immortal. Among them, the realms of Dharma realm and Dharmakaya were the foundation. In layman's terms, the so-called Dharmakaya was the body of the laws. There were many special constitutions in this world. Be it the complete body or the extreme organs, they were all seen as some kind of manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth in this world. In essence, special constitutions were the lowest form of Dharmakaya. Special constitutions could summon the wind and summon the rain at the sky-human realm, but as the cultivator advanced to higher realms, the influence of special constitutions on cultivation would decrease. When a cultivator combined the corporeal body, primordial spirit, and Dharma body into one and reached the level of Dharmakaya, he would be far above ordinary special constitutions. Special constitutions were at most the incarnation of some kind of law fragment, which still needed to be developed and evolved. Dharmakaya, on the other hand, could already mobilize the power of the laws to an extremely high degree. It was clear who was superior and who was inferior. Special constitutions, Dharmakaya, immortal body. The entire process of cultivation could be said to be the pursuit of sublimation of the corporeal body, constantly jumping to a higher level of living beings. Among them, the stronger the Dharmakaya, the higher the chance of transforming into an immortal in the future. And the strength of the Dharmakaya was largely determined by the Dharma body. Therefore, the Dharma body that Guchen was about to break through could be said to be of utmost importance. It was related to how far he could go on the path of cultivation. In the immortal spirit continent, in order to be able to condense a powerful Dharma body, many disciples of large sects would deliberately suppress their own realms so that they could accumulate enough in the celestial being realm. Only then would they be able to make a breakthrough. Be it Xiao Jing, Ding Yao, or Wang Qian of the Tai Hao celestial sect, they were all in this realm. The more talented one was, the higher the requirement for their future Dharma body. Then, how could one condense a powerful Dharma body? Guchen had already learned from Punlai Island Master and the core disciples of the various celestial sects that the strength of the Dharma body was closely related to the cultivation technique, the individual's constitution, and the environment. In this aspect, the immortal spirit continent had never come to an accurate conclusion. It believed that the strength of the Dharma body was the result of the interaction of various factors. The only thing a cultivator could do was to recognize his own path of cultivation. The clearer the path, the better it would be for condensing the Dharma body. After eating the great evolution fruit, Guchen reorganized his entire cultivation life. With the guidance of Punlai Island Master, he already had an idea. He was confident that if he wanted to, he could break through to the next realm in 10 days to half a month. If he did that, the problem of his lifespan would be solved, and he would be more confident when he went to the Gu clan. However, this realm was so important that it affected the long term of cultivation, and it made his heart waver. The biggest problem now is related to my bloodline. Will the broken heavenly overlord bone affect the condensing of the Dharma body? Grandpa said that the cultivation method of the Gu clan is different from that of ordinary cultivators. Maybe the path of transforming into an immortal body doesn't suit me at all. Guchen found that his biggest problem was that he didn't know enough about his bloodline. If he made the breakthrough without a clear understanding, he might regret it forever. Forget it. I'll go to the Gu clan's realm of unbounded desolation first. As for returning to the clan, I'll make the breakthrough first and act according to the situation. After thinking for a long time, Guchen made a decision. He immediately went to the nearest city of cultivators, planning to find someone to ask for directions to the realm of unbounded desolation. By now, he had escaped from Punlai Mountain for a day. The moment that Guchen arrived at the city gate, his expression changed because he saw a wanted order for him. In the surroundings, there were quite a few cultivators gathered under the wanted order, discussing about him. This overseas independent cultivator is really despicable. Punlai Island Master generously accepted him into the Punlai Pavilion, but he killed a disciple of Punlai Mountain and stole the Dharma treasure before leaving. Exactly, he's simply ungrateful, despicable, and shameless. Punlai Island Master has a great reputation and a wide circle of friends. He has great influence on Punlai Immortal Island and the realm of Green Sunday. This independent cultivator is really stupid. He stole the Dharma treasure, but can he escape? I heard that the cultivation sects of all the islands under Punlai Immortal Island have been mobilized to catch this ungrateful brat. Not only that, the Green Refinement Immortal Sect and the Purple Sun Immortal Sect have also given the island master face and sent their disciples to investigate his whereabouts. Within a day, Guchen had turned from an unknown rogue cultivator from overseas into an ungrateful wanted criminal that everyone wanted to beat up. The Punlai Island master has gone to such extremes. Guchen's expression turned dark. He hadn't attacked any disciple of the Punlai Pavilion, and it was nonsense to say that he stole Dharma treasures. He had thought that the Punlai Island master would only get angry if he left quietly, but the Punlai Island master slandered him and mobilized a great force to search for him. Hypocrite! Hearing the cultivator's condemnation of him, Guchen was enraged, feeling disgusted by the hypocritical mask of the Punlai Island master. Although the Punlai Island master had been plotting against him, Hao Ren still respected him since Hao Ren had done him a favor. But now, that respect was gone. Taking a deep breath, Guchen listened to the discussions about him for a while and then entered the city expressionlessly. Fortunately, he had changed his appearance and put the white ape into the beast-raising bag so that he wouldn't be recognized easily. He followed his original plan and entered the city to ask for directions to the realm of unbounded desolation, deciding to leave the Qingyang realm as soon as possible. The Qingyang realm was close to the Punlai Immortal Island and had prosperous overseas trade. It was still under the influence of the Punlai Island master. As long as he could leave this realm and enter the inland, the crisis would be resolved. Soon, Guchen found the directions to the realm of unbounded desolation. Before he could leave the city, he saw many rainbows flying over and gathering in the city. It is suspected that a fugitive has appeared in this city. Lock it down immediately. All cultivators in the city must wait for investigation. The cultivators were from the Green Refinement Immortal Sect. Guchen knew the leader of the group, a direct disciple of the Green Refinement Immortal Sect who sat at the same table as him during the Heavensea Feast. Soon, the cultivators of the Green Refinement Immortal Sect surrounded the small city and began to search, which made Guchen feel uneasy. My whereabouts are exposed? How can it be so fast? Hao Ren's mind was in turmoil, but he looked calm on the surface. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. The cultivators of the Green Refinement Immortal Sect were all holding Dharma mirrors in their hands. The Dharma mirrors seemed to be able to see through the disguised people. They carried out strict checks on the cultivators in the city, especially those who moved alone. Their efficiency was very high, and they soon found a place not far from Guchen. Guchen's eyes flickered. At a certain moment, the shadow under his feet wriggled, but no one noticed it. You, accept the inspection. The disciples of the Green Refinement Immortal Sect approached. Just as they aimed their magic mirrors at Guchen, Guchen suddenly threw a punch, rumble. Under the super-emphatic killing punch, the magical mirror shattered and the disciples of the Green Refinement Immortal Sect were sent flying. Swish swish swish. The rest of the Green Refinement Celestial Sect disciples reacted immediately. They descended from the sky and surrounded Guchen. At this time, Guchen also returned to his original appearance, his white hair dancing in the wind. Brother Zhao's judgment is indeed correct. Imposter, I've caught you. The direct disciple of the Green Refinement Immortal Sect sneered, I didn't expect that you would be treated differently by the Punlai Island master. Instead of cherishing it, you became a thief. Are all independent cultivators from remote regions like you so short-sighted? Guchen narrowed his eyes. Xiao Jing. You found me so quickly. Is it because of him? He wanted to probe further, but the direct disciple waved his hand impatiently. Take him down. Instantly, a group of disciples of the Green Refinement Immortal Sect moved together. Most of them had reached the celestial realm. Fortunately, there were no Dharma Manifestation Realm masters among them. Get lost. Guchen's voice was like thunder as he smashed the sun-embracing moon-cradling hammer around him. Instantly, the air surged, and all the enemies were pushed back. Just as Brother Xiao said, this guy has been hiding his strength. The direct disciple of the Green Refinement Immortal Sect raised his eyebrows. He raised his hand, and a green longsword flew out from his sleeve and slashed at Guchen. Boom! Guchen didn't even try to dodge. His body glowed with boundless golden light, and he actually broke the flying sword with a single punch. He broke a level 4 Dharma treasure with his bare hands? The shock in the direct disciple's eyes deepened. On the Kunlun continent, due to the limited experience and artifact-making skills of the cultivators, the Dharma treasures were only divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. However, the artifact-making skills of the cultivators on the immortal spirit continent were much better than those of the previous generations, and their horizons were broader. The Dharma treasures were divided into 7 levels, and above them were the legendary immortal artifacts. Dharma treasures, talismans, and elixirs were the same. Level 4 Dharma treasures were heaven-grade Dharma treasures. Based on the artifact-making skills of the immortal spirit continent, this green sword was comparable to a heaven-grade superior-grade Dharma treasure in the Kunlun continent. However, Guchen broke it with his bare hands. This scene caused the inherited disciple to have scruples, and Guchen also took advantage of this gap to soar into the sky. Swoosh, he turned into a long rainbow and fled into the distance. Don't even think of escaping. The direct disciple came back to his senses and realized that he had been stunned. He felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation and quickly chased after Mo Wuji. A large group of people chased after Guchen, and the lockdown of the small city was lifted. The cultivators who had witnessed the battle were discussing it. Heavens, he broke a level 4 Dharma treasure with his bare hands. That rogue cultivator's physique is really terrifying. Is he a body cultivator? I heard that he defeated Xiaojing from the Tiandao sect when he landed. Looks like the rumors are not groundless. The cultivators whispered. At this moment, in a remote corner of the city, a burly bald man strode out of the city. After identifying the direction, he flew towards the northeast region. The bald man flew into the sky. At this moment, the beast-raising bag on his waist glowed, and a white monkey head popped out. GG. The white ape cried out angrily. Stay in the beast-raising bag obediently for the next few days. If you follow me, you'll be a big target. I hope that my clone can attract the attention of all the pursuers so that we can leave the Qingyang region smoothly. Guchen sighed. He hoped that things would end here and that the Punlai Pavilion Master's anger would subside. However, when he thought of the green-smelting immortal sect's direct disciple mentioning Xiaojing, he couldn't help but feel gloomy. Disguised as a bald man, Mo Wuji flew less than 50 kilometers in the northeast direction and encountered another group of cultivators searching for him. This time, it was the cultivators of the Purple Sun immortal sect. They stopped people in this area and interrogated them carefully. It seemed that they were very sure that Guchen was in this area. Guchen discovered the patrolling cultivators one step ahead and was lucky enough to avoid them. However, his heart still sank when he saw their formation. His clone had caused a huge commotion and was fleeing in a different direction. Logically speaking, the people of the Purple Sun immortal sect should have chased after him instead of strengthening their guard here. However, they seemed to be very sure that he was in this area and sent more and more teams to search for him. Seeing this situation, Guchen realized that his position was probably being tracked. What kind of method is that guy using to track me? If I had known earlier, I would have gone all the way and killed him. A cold light flashed in Guchen's eyes as he thought about the enemy's possible divine abilities. The first thing that came to his mind was the fated clan's location. Now that his heavenly overlord bone was broken, the ability to block the heavenly secrets might have weakened or been lost. The Tiandao sect's orthodoxy seemed to have cultivated some divine abilities of the fated clan. Of course, he wasn't sure. He had only seen the tip of the iceberg of the primordial spirit continent, and he didn't know how many terrifying Dao techniques and divine abilities there were. No matter how Xiaojing tracked me, he can't pinpoint my location accurately. The range of error is about 100 kilometers. I must break out of the encirclement before more enemies arrive. Otherwise, the situation won't be good. Light of deduction flashed in Guchen's eyes, and he quickly made a judgment. He spread out his spirit consciousness, memorizing the locations of all enemies within a radius of 100 miles. He chose to avoid them, running away at his top speed. Using this method, he escaped more and more, but he gradually found it harder and harder to avoid them. Along the way, he encountered more and more cultivator cities and sects. These people all received wanted orders and joined the search network, making it more and more difficult for him to avoid them. At noon the next day, he accidentally exposed himself. Caught him. Take him down. Take him down and let the Punlai Island Lord deal with him. The various cultivators chased after Guchen. Guchen fought and fled at the same time, like a street rat. After a few days, the road to the unbounded desolation region was completely cut off. He ran in circles in the Xinjiang region to avoid being hunted. Almost every time he stayed in a place for more than 2 hours, a large number of cultivators would arrive and search everywhere. This endless pursuit made Guchen feel extremely aggrieved, and at the same time, he noticed something unusual. Although there were many cultivators chasing after him, including cultivators from Punlai Island and the Xinjiang region, there seemed to be a tacit understanding and no Transcendence Realm experts appeared. His whereabouts were locked on and exposed several times. If a Transcendence Realm expert or the Punlai Island Lord appeared, he would have been caught long ago. This puzzled him, but he didn't have the time to think about the reason for it after being on the run for days. After fleeing for 6 days in the Azure Sun region, Guchen was physically and mentally exhausted. He lost his way and walked aimlessly. Suddenly, the sound of waves came from ahead. He raised his head and saw the blue sea and blue sky in the distance. Unknowingly, he had returned to the Punlai Immortal Island. His face grew grim as he realized that he was getting further and further away from the realm of unbounded desolation. Ha ha ha, look at your sorry state. How pitiful. Suddenly, mocking laughter rang out. Guchen looked to the east and saw that Xiaojing was flying toward him from there. At the same time, the true disciples of the 13 celestial sects were guarding the west, north, and south. They had surrounded him. It seems like you already knew that I would come here. Guchen said coldly. Not bad. How does it feel to be chased around like a stray dog? Xiaojing's eyes were filled with the joy of getting his revenge. He was very unwilling to accept his defeat at the hands of Guchen. Fortunately, he had been following Guchen and setting a trap for him over the past few days, which had worked. In his eyes, Guchen was like a turtle in a jar. Under his manipulation, Guchen was gradually caught in the net. Today, it was time to reap the rewards. The current situation was indeed disadvantageous to Guchen. He had been on the run for days and was in poor condition. Xiaojing had been waiting for him to exhaust himself and had joined forces with others to deal with him. 1, 2, 7. Only 7 from the 13 celestial sects? Guchen counted the number of true disciples surrounding him and curled the corner of his mouth into a disdainful smile. The disdain in his words made the eyes of the true disciples from the other sects turn cold. Ding Yao from the Moon Palace said coldly, sharp-tongued. You're about to die, and you still don't know how to repent. What did I do wrong? Guchen raised his eyebrows, his spine as straight as a pine tree. How dare you ask such a question? Ding Yao's pretty face was full of contempt. First, you pretended to be a member of the Gu clan. Second, you're ungrateful. You killed a disciple of Mount Punlai and stole a Dharma treasure. Third, I shouldn't have offended a true disciple of an celestial sect and robbed you of your good fortune. Before Ding Yao could finish, Guchen interrupted her. He looked at the 7 people surrounding him, and his eyes gradually turned cold. First, my surname is Gu. Second, I've never killed a disciple of Mount Punlai, and I've never stolen anything from Punlai Pavilion. Third, I have no grudge against you. What does it have to do with me that you're not as skilled as me? You talked and laughed with me at the table. Now that you're angry, you want to attack me because I don't belong to any sect. You want to treat me like a soft persimmon. Unfortunately, I, Guchen, am not that easy to bully. When Guchen finished speaking, White Ape had already come out of the beast-raising bag and roared at the sky. Roar. His roar was deafening, and his body rapidly grew to a height of 1,000 feet. These days, he had been constantly being chased, and the reason was something that Guchen had never done. Not only was he aggrieved, but White Ape also could not hold it in any longer. Now, with Xiaojing as the leader, the 7 true disciples of the celestial sects had actually blocked Guchen's path. This had finally triggered his ferocity. He had been restraining himself, not wanting to cause too much of a commotion when he had just arrived at the celestial continent, but it was clear that this place was not friendly to him. Humph, such arrogant words. I'll beat you into a dead dog first. Xiaojing sneered. The other 6 true disciples of the celestial sects did not take Guchen seriously either. The 7 of them were all at the peak of the celestial realm. If they still could not take down the other party, it would simply be a joke. At the same time, the 7 of them attacked, all kinds of magical powers and spells poured out. Guchen and White Ape were fearless as they faced the attack head-on. They had experienced countless dangerous battles in the Kunlun continent. Although these 7 people had powerful celestial sex inheritances, in terms of ruthlessness, they were actually not as good as many of the people they had fought with. In Guchen's view, these guys were just flowers that grew up in a greenhouse. They looked good, but they were actually very fragile. Guchen activated his battle instincts and used the Yin-Yang 2 right sword. One sword strike was mighty and mighty. White Ape used his demonic ape body to rampage, and his methods were much more straightforward. He directly grabbed an celestial sect disciple and smashed him to the ground. When the 2 sides met face to face, the imagined situation of Guchen and White Ape being defeated did not happen. The true disciples of the 7 major celestial sects were stunned. The 2 sides fought for an hour, causing the mountains to collapse and the ground to crack. The surrounding area was full of commotion, but they still could not take down Guchen and White Ape. Guchen's killing spree, using his powerful body and terrifying sun-moon refining secret technique to contend against the true disciples of the various sects, leaving everyone in disbelief. Where did this imposter learn all of his secret techniques? I've never heard of them before. This thought appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. After exchanging blows, they were sure that the other party's secret techniques were not inferior to the immortal sect's inheritances, but his techniques had never been seen on the continent, so they couldn't see through them at all. Xiaojing. Tell me, how did you lock onto my position? Guchen's white hair fluttered as he charged at Xiaojing. His murderous aura had materialized, something that could only be tempered by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Xiaojing was terrified. He had thought that he had underestimated Guchen, but he didn't expect that even after gathering so many companions, they still couldn't stop him. Facing Guchen's aggressive gaze, he clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. He definitely wouldn't tell the other. Seeing that he didn't speak, Guchen punched out. This punch was soft, without any murderous aura, but a vast and mighty aura of time spread out. The power of time enveloped Xiaojing, and in the next moment, his youthful appearance began to age at a speed visible to the naked eye. My face, my hands. Xiaojing noticed that his face was turning old, and his hands were shriveled and withered. He couldn't help but panic. Law of time? The other true disciples' expressions all changed, as if they had seen a snake or scorpion. They didn't expect that this overseas wandering cultivator not only had the terrifying sun-moon refining secret technique, but also had control over techniques related to time. How could there be a wandering cultivator like this? Just who was he? No, Xiaojing turned from a young man in his prime to a white-haired old man. He couldn't help but tremble with fear in his heart. He was afraid that he would never recover, and he was even more afraid that Guchen had a backup plan. If you still don't answer, Guchen was preparing to continue attacking ruthlessly, but from the direction of the archipelago, a large group of cultivators swarmed over. Protect the true disciples of the immortal sects and capture this impostor thief. Brat, don't be rude to the disciples of the immortal sects. Those who came were the cultivation sects of the various major islands of the Punlai deity island. They came in groups, and their numbers were extremely large. Moreover, behind them, Guchen could faintly feel an aura that surpassed his own. Guchen's face darkened. He was afraid that if he continued to cling to Xiaojing and the others, he would be surrounded and unable to escape. White Ape, let's go. Guchen could only say that. At the same time, he let out an earth-shattering roar in the direction of the sky full of cultivators. Pop, with this roar, he unleashed a sound wave attack. All the cultivators that swarmed over immediately felt their blood flow fluctuate, and their heads felt as if they had been struck by lightning. For a moment, they swayed and swayed in the air, seriously affecting the cultivators behind them. Taking advantage of this gap, White Ape and Guchen fled towards the direction of the sea. Don't run. Restore me to my original state. Xiaojing roared hysterically. He had turned into a lifeless old man, which was worse than killing him directly. Guchen disappeared at the border of the sea and the sky. The cultivators of the islands who rushed over saw the 7 true disciples of the immortal sects being seriously injured one by one and shuddered. The strength of that overseas itinerant cultivator had far exceeded their expectations. He was only a few years old, but he could actually single-handedly defeat so many true disciples of the 13 immortal sects. Such talent was probably rare even in the entire immortal spirit continent, right? Everyone realized that although that young itinerant cultivator was now the target of public criticism, it was already something to be proud of. If this matter were to spread out, it would also shock the various regions. Gu Chen and White Ape fled to the sea. The sea was far vaster than the land, and there were far fewer people, so they would encounter fewer pursuits and encirclement. Although he had defeated the true disciples of the 7 major immortal sects, Gu Chen was not unscathed. On the contrary, the consumption was extremely shocking. If this continued, he was afraid that even if he did not die in the hands of others, he would die of exhaustion. He flew to a deserted island to temporarily rest and reorganize, hoping that the enemies would not come to him so soon. When the sun was setting, a figure appeared on the beach, walking slowly toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen only noticed his appearance when he was about 300 meters away from him. As soon as Gu Chen noticed him, he shuddered. "Island Lord, how have you been?" Gu Chen greeted in a heavy tone. The person in front of him was dressed like a scholar. He had white hair and a youthful complexion, and his eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. It was the Punlai Island Lord. "Are you done? You should have gone back with the old man." The Punlai Island Lord was as gentle and elegant as ever. He reached out a hand to Gu Chen and pretended to forgive him as if he was still the respected elder. However, Gu Chen only felt disgusted when he saw the Punlai Island Lord's appearance. "A melon that is forcibly picked will be sweet. Island Lord, you can go find someone else. Why won't you let me go?" Gu Chen gritted his teeth and said. With the Punlai Island Lord's identity and status, the Punlai Island Lord had sent so many people to hunt him down by framing him for murder and theft. "You might have some misunderstandings with the old man. As long as you repent sincerely and go back with the old man, I'll let bygones be bygones." The Punlai Island Lord didn't answer Gu Chen's question directly. He was so shrewd that he hid all his true thoughts under a smiling mask. "What if I don't want to?" Gu Chen's eyes were cold and fearless while the white ape bared its teeth at the Punlai Island Lord, ready for a big battle. "If you don't want to, you can continue to run until you give in. One day, you'll understand that some things can't be resisted. Since you can't resist, you'd better obey," the Punlai Island Lord said mildly. Hearing his words, Gu Chen suddenly understood. "It seems that many people have been hunting me, but none of them is above the Dharma manifestation realm. This is your order, Island Lord." Gu Chen revealed a self-mocking smile. He understood that the Punlai Island Lord had made such a big effort to force him into this desperate situation so that he would give in and return to the Punlai Pavilion willingly. The Punlai Island Lord needed someone to cultivate the strange immortal ascension scroll, and he was the most suitable candidate. The cultivation technique emphasized spirituality, and it was impossible to force him. That was why the Punlai Island Lord chose this method to make him give in. "You should feel honored that the old man is willing to do so many things for you." The Punlai Island Lord stopped smiling and didn't refute. Gu Chen fell silent. Looking at the Punlai Island Lord and the immortal spirit continent in the distance, his laughter turned sorrowful. "I didn't expect that everything here is so unfriendly to me when I'm new here. I didn't kill anyone and didn't do anything wrong, but I'm being hunted down by everyone." The Punlai Island Lord looked at Gu Chen expressionlessly. In his eyes, Gu Chen was only complaining to the weak. "If I give in here today, what Tao am I cultivating? If I can't even pass the Punlai Island Lord, what right do I have to step into the immortal spirit continent?" Gu Chen's eyes gradually turned crazy. He had reached the end of his patience and had nowhere to retreat. "Then, what do you want to do?" the Punlai Island Lord asked emotionlessly. He didn't want to pretend to be kind. "Since you want to fight, let's fight." Gu Chen would rather be hunted down endlessly than compromise with Punlai Island Master. Punlai Island Master used all kinds of forces to suppress him, trying to force him to give in, but the result was the opposite of what he wanted. "Stubborn. It seems like you haven't suffered enough." Seeing Gu Chen's resolute tone, Punlai Island Master looked disappointed. If so, you can continue to suffer. The old man will patiently wait for you to change your mind. He turned and walked toward the ocean, his cold voice echoing on the island. You will eventually understand that if you don't obey the old man, you won't even have the chance to step on the immortal continent again. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared from the surface of the ocean. In the distance, there were countless streaks of light speeding over like lightning. It seemed that new enemies had discovered his tracks. With a dark expression, Guchen gritted his teeth and flew toward another direction with the white ape, fleeing for his life again. Over the next few days, Guchen hid in the vast sea. Meanwhile, the major sects of the Punlai Immortal Island organized a huge search network to search for his whereabouts. Catch the imposter. Catch the thief. Catch this ungrateful thing. They chased after Guchen relentlessly. Their pursuit of him seemed to have turned into a carnival, their enthusiasm never waning. They had never understood Guchen and didn't care about the truth of the matter. They just wanted to kill him. Under such circumstances, Guchen didn't even have time to rest while he fought and fled for days on end. 5 days later, physically and mentally exhausted, he escaped to a remote island and collapsed on the beach due to exhaustion. "Kid, are you okay?" When he regained consciousness, he heard an old voice. With a tense expression, he almost thought that another enemy had come to his door. He was about to attack when a pair of experienced hands handed him a bowl of hot porridge. The murderous aura on his body instantly vanished, only then did he realize that the person in front of him was just an ordinary old fisherman. The old fisherman seemed to have been exposed to the sun and wind every day, so his skin was especially dark. When he smiled, he revealed a mouthful of teeth that had been blackened by smoke. He did not have any cultivation and was just immortal. This was rare in the immortal spirit continent. Everyone here cultivated, so it was much more difficult to see mortals than cultivators. Guchen's guard immediately dropped. An old man who was not aggressive was not a threat to him. "Drink something, child. You seem very tired," the old fisherman said to Guchen kindly. "GG." White Ape called out from the side with a worried look on his face. Guchen suddenly fell on the beach, and it couldn't wake him up no matter how hard it tried. It was not until the old fisherman who lived by the beach found him and brought them hot porridge. "Thank you, uncle." Guchen had not eaten mortal food for a long time. Perhaps it was because he was too tired, but the fragrance of the porridge increased his appetite. He picked up the bowl of porridge and finished it in a few mouthfuls. As the soup entered his stomach, he felt his body regain some strength. "Don't worry, there's more." The old fisherman chuckled. He led Guchen and White Ape into the small courtyard by the sea where he lived. There was indeed a big pot in the courtyard. The fragrance of porridge filled the air, and there were shrimp and other things floating on the porridge. He served a few more bowls of porridge for the two, and they finished it all. When his strength had recovered a little, Guchen finally had the time to look around the island. "Uncle, do you live on this island alone?" he asked with slight surprise. The old fisherman was already very old. Guchen could feel that his body was filled with an aura of death. It was clear that he was nearing the end of his lifespan. It was really dangerous for a centenarian like him to live on this deserted island without anyone to rely on. "So my son is here, but he has been out at sea for a long time." The old man replied with a smile. "How long has he been gone?" Guchen glanced at the layout of the courtyard. The old man had clearly been living alone for a long time. "About 50 years. He was about the same age as you when he left." The old man looked at Guchen with a kind gaze. It seemed that he missed his son more and more because he did not have much time left. "He didn't come back after so long? Where did he go?" Guchen was shocked. This son was really unfilial. He actually left his old father to live alone on this deserted island. He went to the mainland. He said he wanted to learn immortal cultivation. "I wonder how he is now." When the old fisherman mentioned his son, his heart was filled with longing. Guchen was silent. The old man looked lonely and did not have many days left to live. It was really pitiful. "Child, why do you look so tired? Did you encounter some difficulties?" the old fisherman asked out of concern. Guchen did not answer directly. This was just a mortal old man. Telling him about his experience would only increase the old man's troubles. Guchen chatted with the old man casually. The old man was very talkative and seemed very happy. He had lived alone on this deserted island for too long. It was rare for him to have someone to talk to. Guchen was worried that the enemy would come to him soon. He wanted to leave quickly so as not to implicate the old fisherman. But he could not bear to look at the old fisherman's eyes. The old fisherman looked at him as if he was looking at his own son. Obviously, he missed him too much. Guchen could only accompany the old man to talk more and seize the time to have a rest. This time he was lucky. No enemy came to the old fisherman's residence for a night. The old fisherman's life was very simple. They talked about nothing more than the story of fishing when he was young and how smart his son was since he was a child. Through the old fisherman's description, Guchen knew that his name was Ling Ping and his son was Ling Fuan. A lifetime of blessings and peace. The old man had the simplest wish for his son, but unfortunately, his son had a lofty ambition. When Ling Fuan was 18 years old, 1 year younger than Guchen, he resolutely went to the sea alone to find the way of cultivation on the mainland. He left for 50 years and never came back. Listening to the old fisherman, Guchen knew that Ling Fuan was probably dead. The world of practitioners was extremely cruel. It was not easy for mortals to climb up. But he did not tell the old fisherman about this. He just listened to his nagging silently and occasionally said a few words. He stayed on the old fisherman's island for more than a day. At noon the next day, some practitioners finally came to him. "We are the practitioners of the Golden Lights Cave, one of the 72 caves under the Punlai Immortal Island. Shameless thieves, why don't you surrender?" A group of dozens of cultivators surrounded the small island. Seeing this, the old fisherman looked at Guchen worriedly and said, "Child, are the enemies here? Run. Don't worry, uncle. I'll be fine." Guchen comforted him gently and rose into the air. "Let's leave this place and fight. Don't disturb the old man," Guchen said coldly to the cultivators of Golden Lights Cave. "Huh? You're a thief with a bad character. Now you know how to respect the old and love the young? Cut the crap. I think you're looking for a chance to escape. Let's take him down." The group of cultivators of Golden Lights Cave did not care about what Guchen thought and started to fight. Guchen was furious, but he could only fight with the group of cultivators in the sky. Both sides had celestial realm masters. Their fight caused a lot of noise. In just a moment, the island below was filled with sand and rocks, and grass and trees were all broken. Guchen tried to move the battle away from the island. After a while, he successfully killed 6 cultivators. The others were terrified and fled in panic. Guchen did not chase after them. He had too many enemies. If he killed them all, he would only be tired. Saving his strength was the wisest choice. After finishing off the enemies, he returned to the island immediately to bid farewell to the old man. However, the situation on the island made his expression change. Although he had tried to move the battle away, the battle between celestial realm cultivators was like a natural disaster to mortals. All the houses on the island had collapsed. The old fisherman was unfortunately crushed by the collapsed wall. Blood flowed from his legs and he lay on the ground, unconscious. He was clearly dying. "Uncle." Guchen immediately rushed up and picked the old man up. He tried to feed him medicinal pills. "Don't waste medicinal pills. I don't have many days left to live." The old fisherman looked serene. He looked at Guchen and forced a smile. Guchen was sad. Although they had only known each other for a day, the old man was very kind to him, reminding him of his family. He had never thought that life was so fragile. Just a collapsed wall could easily take away a mortal's life. "Don't be sad. I'm actually very happy. If you hadn't come, I'm afraid I would have died alone on this island. Thank you for listening to me for so long." The old man's words made Guchen even sadder. White Ape, who was next to him, had tears in his eyes. "Uncle, do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" Guchen asked seriously. He wanted to do something for the old man. "I have no desires in my life. The only thing I am worried about is Fuan. I'm worried that he won't be able to find me when he comes home one day." So, please build me a grave and bury me on the cliff by the sea. That is the place he stayed the most when he was young. When he came back, he would see me, the old man go. The old man said. The old man's eyes gradually fade. Knowing that he had left, Guchen left with a little regret. The old man hadn't been able to see his son, who had left home for many years, until his death. Guchen's arrival had given him some comfort. Guchen felt sad. He fetched some wood from the island to make a coffin and placed the old man in it. Then, he buried him on the cliff by the sea according to the old man's instructions. It was a wide view and the fairy continent could be seen from afar. He couldn't help but think that perhaps when the old man's son was young, he sat here and looked at the fairy continent. Finally, he had the idea of going out to sea. Guchen buried the old man and set up a tombstone, the grave of Elder Ling Ping, erected by Junior Guchen. Uncle, have a safe journey. After the burial, Guchen stood in the same place for a long time to mourn. White Ape was not as lively as usual. He silently prayed for the old man. 2 hours later, the practitioners of Golden Light's cave who had escaped previously came back. This time, they brought more helpers. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of people. White Ape, let's not run anymore. Guchen lowered his head and sneered at the corners of his mouth. Hearing this, a trace of blood appeared in White Ape's golden eyes. We hid everywhere, trying to calm this matter down. However, more and more people came to kill us. Even the innocent people were implicated. This was an undeserved calamity. The crime they accused me of was completely groundless. Since we can't run away, let's fight back. The Punlai Island Master wants me to surrender. I will make him regret it. When Guchen raised his head, his eyes had turned completely dark purple, looking demonic and ruthless. At this moment, he seemed to have become the overlord of the past again. His body emitted a shocking murderous aura that soared into the sky and changed the color of the wind and clouds. There are 36 islands and 72 caves under the Punlai Island Master's banner. All of them follow the lead of the Punlai Island Master. They are the main force chasing us. I will turn these places into mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I will let them know that I, Guchen, am not to be messed with. With his white hair flying in the wind, Guchen flew into the sky toward the hundreds of cultivators who were charging at him. Roar! White Ape also let out a furious roar and followed closely behind. They forcefully carved out a bloody path. Flesh and blood flew everywhere they passed. No one could stop them. Stop him. We must catch this brat today. Capture this brat alive. Kill the other giant ape. A large group of cultivators blocked the sky and bombarded Guchen and White Ape with Dharma treasures and spells. In such a situation, Guchen kept howling into the sky. The sound waves rolled out and spread to an extremely distant place. Is this guy crazy? What's his name? Guchen's behavior was very abnormal. Many cultivators were inexplicably flustered, and their attacks became more ruthless. After all, they had the advantage in numbers and a large number of celestial realm experts. After the initial losses, they gradually controlled the situation. In the distance, more cultivators heard the news and came, covering the sky and covering the earth. Guchen's white hair danced in the wind. Facing the layers of enemies, he showed no fear and only glanced at the surface of the sea occasionally. At a certain moment, when Guchen was surrounded by no less than 500 cultivators, the waves suddenly surged. From the bottom of the sea, the continuous roars of strange beasts could be heard, causing a large number of cultivators present to tremble. What's at the bottom of the sea? They could not help but gulp. The next moment, long tentacles suddenly reached out from the bottom of the sea and bound one of the celestial realm experts. Let go of me! Let go of me! The cultivator was flustered and struggled with all his might. However, he discovered that the tentacles that bound him were filled with poisonous gas and had a shocking corrosive power. In a short moment, his body was melted. Swoosh! 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 Then, countless tentacles reached out from the bottom of the sea. One after another, huge and ferocious octopus monsters emerged from the bottom of the sea and roared at the sky. They were the 300 giant octopus monsters created by the man with a bamboo hat. After Guchen arrived at Punlai Island, they were released to the bottom of the sea. Now, they were summoned back by his voice. They had a body that could almost infinitely heal itself. They could easily release poisonous gas that could kill a city. Even celestial realm cultivators were helpless in front of him. Kill them. Don't leave a single one alive. Gu Chen's eyes were as cold as ice as he ordered the 300 octopus monsters. 300 feet long octopus monsters broke out of the water, spewing poisonous smoke from their mouths. Their tentacles were like an inescapable net, surrounding the enemies. Originally, it was Gu Chen who was trapped. But after the appearance of the 300 octopus monsters, the situation instantly changed. The huge monsters roared unceasingly. As they waved their tentacles, cultivators were constantly dragged into the sea and corroded by the poisonous smoke. Cultivators from various sects fell from the sky like dumplings, their faces full of fear. The situation had been completely reversed. Gu Chen flew to the shoulder of the gigantic white ape and coldly watched the 300 octopus monsters wantonly slaughter the cultivators of Punlai Immortal Island. Screams, cries, and cries of despair filled the entire world. The group of people who had been majestically shouting to kill Gu Chen a moment ago had all died in the mouths of the monsters. After a while, the cultivators in the sky had all been killed or wounded, and only a few had managed to escape. The seawater had been dyed red, and broken pieces of corpses floated in the air. However, all this was not enough. Gu Chen knew that if he did not thoroughly hurt the enemy, the pursuit would be endless. He had white hair and purple eyes. Sitting on the shoulder of the 1,000 feet tall white ape, he pointed in the direction of Punlai Immortal Island. Let's go. At his command, the 300 octopus monsters set off a monstrous wave towards the nearest island of Punlai Immortal Island. He would bring a reign of terror to Punlai Immortal Island. He would make the enemy pay 100-fold for the injustice they had suffered these days. Peach Blossom Island was a famous island in the sea region of Punlai Immortal Island. The peach blossoms on the island were in full bloom all year round, and the scenery was unique. 3 small sects were located on this island. Among them, the Peach Garden Cave was the most famous. Today, a cultivator from the Peach Garden Cave was standing on a mountain peak and looking into the distance. Suddenly, he saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. From a distance of several dozen li, he saw a monstrous wave surging towards Peach Blossom Island. At first, he thought that it was a tsunami. But when he got closer, he discovered that there were actually several 100-feet-long octopus monsters inside the wave. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them. They roared and charged toward Peach Blossom Island in an overbearing manner. What's going on? The cultivator's face paled almost instantly. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. But soon, he understood that everything was real, because he saw that in the center of the group of monsters, there was a 3,000 zhang tall white ape treading on the water. That white ape looked very familiar, and on its broad shoulders stood a white-haired, purple-eyed young man. He looked like a demon god, surging with murderous intent. Did that imposter come for revenge? His expression instantly turned into one of panic. A few days ago, he had also participated in the encirclement of the white-haired rogue cultivator, so he recognized him and his spirit beast at a glance. He had never expected that when he was wanted by the entire Punlai Immortal Island, the other party would actually take the initiative to look for him. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The cultivator felt a chill run down his spine and fled into the Peach Garden Cave in a panic. As for the entire Peach Blossom Island, the sound of a warning horn quickly spread. The cultivators on the island immediately organized themselves, and the defensive formation of the island was fully activated. At this time, the army of monsters had also arrived. The poisonous smoke they spat out from their mouths sealed off the area within a radius of several hundred li. Can the formation block it? Seeing the army of monsters charging at them aggressively, the legs of the cultivators on the island trembled. It should be possible, right? The others said uncertainly. As soon as they finished speaking, the dozen or so octopuses that acted as the vanguard had already rushed up to Peach Blossom Island. Crack! Crack! Under the attack of the group of octopuses, the defense of Peach Blossom Island was instantly broken. Roar! The white ape waded to the beach, stretched out his hand, and pulled out a huge reef. Boom! He raised the reef with both hands and smashed it into the Peach Garden Cave. For a moment, the earth shook. Help! Run! The white-haired rogue cultivator and his demonic ape are here for revenge. Under the joint attack of the white ape and the group of octopuses, the fortifications on the island could not withstand a single blow. All the cultivators fled in panic. However, they were still a bit too slow. The octopus's poisonous smoke had sealed off the sea. As soon as the fleeing cultivators rushed in, their bodies were immediately corroded. Even a Heaven Realm expert could only last for a few dozen breaths before being trampled into a pile of mud by the white ape. The army of monsters quickly flattened the entire Peach Blossom Island with an unstoppable momentum. This island that was once full of beautiful peach trees had turned into a living hell. All the sects on the island were uprooted, and the surrounding seawater was completely dyed red. Guchen looked at all this indifferently. The army of monsters did not stop at all. After destroying Peach Blossom Island, they rushed towards the nearest island, Zhouji Island. On this day, the residents of many places on Punlai Island saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. A white-haired, purple-eyed young man was like a demon god. He brought along a group of monsters that had never been heard of, and stirred up trouble everywhere on Punlai Island. Wherever he went, blood would flow on the sea, and countless cultivators of the sects would flee. It was only when he had destroyed more than 20 islands in a row that the entire Punlai Island reacted. What followed was fear and regret that spread to the depths of their bones. No one had thought that a rogue cultivator, who was wanted and chased by the whole world, could launch such a counterattack when he was forced to a dead end. The 300 octopuses were unheard of, and the cultivators who had fought with them were helpless. No matter how they fought, their injuries would quickly heal. As a result, the sects of the islands lost a large number of cultivators, and many sects were even completely wiped out. Only then did the cultivators of the islands begin to regret, realizing that they had provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked. They had forced a person to a dead end, and in the end, he turned around and retaliated against them at all costs. For a moment, because of Gu Chen's counterattack, the sects of the islands were in a panic, fearing that their sects would be the next target of the monsters. All the sects that had participated in the encirclement of Gu Chen felt like they were treading on thin ice, and they couldn't wait to get rid of Gu Chen as soon as possible. No. That white-haired rogue cultivator is too terrifying. If we don't act now, the sects will suffer heavy losses. Now that things have come to this, we can't care about Punlai Island Master's advice anymore. If we don't act now, the next attack by the monsters will be on our islands. Because Punlai Island Master had ordered that experts above the Dharma manifestation realm were not allowed to attack Gu Chen, some of the sect masters and elders of the major sects had restrained themselves. But seeing that a simple pursuit had turned into a precarious situation for their sects, they couldn't stay calm anymore. After some discussion, 10 Dharma manifestation realm cultivators from various sects decided to join hands to solve the problem of the white-haired independent cultivator once and for all. Behind them, some Dharma manifestation realm seniors began to contact Punlai Mountain, trying to get the Punlai Island Master's forgiveness. Island Lord, this child's destructive power is too strong. Please forgive our sects for having no choice but to kill him. Several Dharma manifestation realm masters entered the Punlai Pavilion and nervously informed the Punlai Island Master of the sect's decision. Although the sects of Punlai Immortal Island respected the Punlai Island Master and regarded him as their spiritual leader, the sects didn't belong to any alliance or force. Hearing the decision of the sects, the Punlai Island Master's usually gentle face turned gloomy. The old man understands. The old man just cherishes talent and wants to give this kid another chance. But since he is so stubborn and has fallen into the evil Tao, he should be dealt with as a huge threat to the sections. The Dharma manifestation realm masters heaved sighs of relief at the Punlai Island Master's words. The Island Master was indeed reasonable and considerate. With the Punlai Island Master's forgiveness, the team of 10 Dharma manifestation realm cultivators set off immediately. The news spread across Punlai Immortal Island immediately, calming the cultivators of various sects who had been living in fear for days and making them secretly excited. With 10 Dharma manifestation realm masters, the white-haired independent cultivator would die for sure. The news also spread to the Qingyang realm and the direct disciples of the 13 immortal sects who stayed by the sea. Since the day when the direct disciples of the 7 major immortal sects besieged Gu Chen but failed, they were unwilling to admit defeat and kept an eye on Gu Chen's movements. Xiao Jing, in particular, had been defeated by Gu Chen twice and turned into an old man. He hadn't recovered yet and was on the verge of going crazy. Using his advantage of locating Gu Chen's approximate location, he informed the sects of Punlai Immortal Island, hoping that they would kill him. It would be best if they heard that he died as miserably as possible. However, he didn't expect that after so many days, he didn't die. Instead, he stirred up huge waves in Punlai Immortal Island. A lone cultivator without a sect could actually destroy dozens of Punlai Immortal islands in a row, causing all the major sects to sink into fear. They had grown up in the Immortal sect and had seen many geniuses of their age, but they had never met such a terrifying person. Thinking of his magic of unknown origin, everyone realized that he was a great threat and wished for him to die as soon as possible. Xiao Jing, Ding Yao, and the rest were overjoyed when they heard that a team of 10 Dharma characteristic realm cultivators had set off to suppress the other party. At this moment, "Brother Xiao, he's here. He's here." The true disciples of the Gue Yuan Immortal sect excitedly entered the place where everyone was staying. "Who's coming? But my senior martial brother finally arrived?" Xiao Jing's eyes lit up. He had been struck by Gu Chen's Heavenly Emperor's time fist and had yet to recover, but he did not intend to seek help from Gu Chen. A few days ago, he had sent a letter back to the Tiandao sect, asking for help from his senior brothers Wu and Qiu. With his strength, if he was willing to help, his body would quickly return to normal. No. It's not someone from the Tiandao sect, it's someone from the Gu clan. The Gu clan finally sent someone. The Gue Yuan Immortal sect disciple hurriedly explained. Xiao Jing looked disappointed at first, but then he became excited. The Gu clan is really slow. We reported to them that someone was impersonating the Gu clan's successor for so long, but they only thought of sending someone to deal with it now. But it's better than nothing. This time, that imposter will definitely die. There are 10 Dharma characteristic realm cultivators besieging him, and the Gu clan's successor attacking him from behind. Oh right, who did the Gu clan send? Do we know him? Xiao Jing thought of the key question. The eyes of the Gue Yuan Immortal sect disciple revealed deep reverence. Yes. Everyone knows the one who came. It's the female overlord of the Gu clan, Gu Lianyue. When the true disciples of the Immortal sects heard this name, their expressions changed. The big shot was here. Above the sea, 300 octopus monsters were scattered around, protecting Gu Chen tightly. Surrounding them were 10 cultivators whose auras were as vast as mountains and seas. They were currently approaching. A moment ago, they suddenly stepped on the air from all directions, their auras firmly locked onto Gu Chen, making Gu Chen feel a strong sense of crisis. A total of 10 Dharma characteristic realm experts. The Punlai Immortal Island really thinks highly of me. In the face of an unprecedented great enemy, Gu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, awe-inspiring and fearless. When he began to counterattack the sects of the Punlai Immortal Island, he was already mentally prepared. Therefore, when faced with a great enemy, his heart was calm, and only his eyes burned with the flames of war. Gu Chen? You imposter, you're going to die, and you still want to pretend to be the Gu clan's successor? A Dharma characteristic realm expert sneered. I'm not going to change my name or my surname. My name is Gu Chen. If you don't believe me, that's your business. Gu Chen responded indifferently. Don't talk nonsense with him. We've already obtained the island lord's forgiveness. Kill him. This kid has brought great losses to the Punlai Immortal Island. It'll be difficult to quell the public's anger if we don't kill him. Many of the 10 Dharma characteristic realm experts had suffered heavy casualties from Gu Chen's attacks, so they hated him to the bone. In the sky behind the 10 people, countless cultivators stood on the clouds, watching the battle from afar. For them, today's battle was a demon-slaying battle. As long as the white-haired itinerant cultivator didn't die, the Punlai Immortal Island would never have peace. At this point, they had already forgotten who had forced the other party to this point. They only saw themselves as pure victims and Gu Chen as the devil. If you want to fight, let's fight to our heart's content today. The majestic blood energy in Gu Chen's body soared into the sky. His state had long been restored to its peak. The 300 octopus monsters had been the main reason for the attacks in the past few days, so he and the white ape had gotten enough rest. Overconfident brat, I'll teach you how to be a human today. 10 Transcendence Realm experts stepped forward together. Their auras were connected, and just the aura that they gathered together was enough to suffocate people. Guchen felt the blood energy in his body become stagnant under the pressure of the 10 Dharma characteristic realm experts. He couldn't help but let out a long roar. Attack! He ordered the 300 octopus monsters. They opened their bloody mouths and spat out poisonous smoke at the 10 Dharma characteristic realm experts. The 10 experts circulated their cultivation at the same time. Behind them, a shocking Dharma characteristic appeared. Everyone's heaven and earth Dharma idol was different. Some of them were in the form of a strange fish, floating in the sea. Some of them were in the form of weapons, releasing rolling golden chi in all directions. The smallest Dharma characteristic of the 10 was hundreds of feet wide. It protected each of them, turned into a stream of light, and rushed into the poisonous smoke. Sizzle the poisonous smoke that could even corrode celestial realm experts was unable to break through the protective Dharma characteristic of the 10 people. The 10 Transcendence stage cultivators attacked together, and the sky was filled with the light of magic treasures. The magic treasures that they took out were all rank 5 magic treasures. They were extremely powerful, far from what ordinary celestial stage cultivators could contend against. The magic treasures passed through the octopus monsters and descended on Guchen's head. Guchen's eyes narrowed. The magic treasures had reached rank 5, and they had already surpassed the heaven-grade magic treasures of the Kunlun continent. Even with his strong physical body, he was not confident of taking it head-on. In the face of danger, he flipped his hand, and a golden longsword appeared in his hand. Roar! As soon as the Kunlun Emperor's sword appeared, golden dragon phantoms emerged from the blade, emitting boundless dragon might. If there was one weapon that Guchen brought from the Kunlun continent that could contend against a rank 5 magic treasure, it would definitely be the Kunlun Emperor's sword. The Kunlun Emperor's sword came from the Kunlun ruins. It was not forged by the cultivators of the Kunlun continent, but it originated from outer space. Back then, Huangfu Wuji could only activate a little of the Kunlun Emperor's sword's power, and he was invincible. The current Guchen was only stronger than Huangfu Wuji back then. At that moment, with the Kunlun Emperor's sword in his hand, his entire aura changed. Clang! A loud sword hum resounded through the clouds. Guchen's sword froze hundreds of kilometers, that golden sword light swam out, and the 2 tier 5 magic treasures bore the brunt of it. Crack! Bang! The 2 powerful magic treasures were like paper, instantly breaking into 2 when they encountered the sword gleam. How is this possible? The 2 magic treasures were connected to the minds of the 2 Transcendence stage experts. The 2 of them felt as if they were struck by lightning. They tasted sweetness in their throats, and blood flowed from the corner of their mouths. At that moment, the other magic treasures had already closed in on Guchen. 2 beams of light erupted from his eyes. Spacetime rotation. The space within 30 meters around Guchen was completely distorted, and he had turned into a hazy shadow. All the magic treasures rushed in, but they rushed out of the distorted space. Some of the magic treasures collided with each other, while others landed in front of the cultivators who were watching the battle from afar. For a moment, the cultivators from the various sects were drowned by the light of the magic treasures. Amidst screams, some were injured, and some died. What a powerful spatial spell. The pupils of the 8 Transcendence Realm Masters constricted. They heard that this white-haired itinerant cultivator knew time spells and caused Xiaojing of Tiandao sect to suffer a great loss. Now that he was proficient in space spells, it seemed like it wouldn't be as easy to take him down. Stop them! Guchen released sound waves from his mouth and commanded the 300 monsters to chase after the 10 Transcendence Realm Masters. Although their heaven and earth Dharma idols could withstand the poisonous fog for a long time, it was still very difficult for them to be entangled by the octopus monster. Under Guchen's command, the 300 octopus monsters waved their tentacles wildly, covering the sky and earth. Most of the Transcendence Realm experts were entangled and couldn't escape for a while. The Kraken can't be killed, and they have to be careful of the poisonous gas, so it's difficult for them to use their full strength. Imposter, die. Only one of the 10 managed to break through the defense line of the octopus monsters in time, rushing towards Guchen at lightning speed. The heaven and earth Dharma idols rotated behind him. The Dharma idols was a lush forest, and the smell of plants was extremely thick. He cultivates the law of wood? Gu Chen's expression was cautious. Transcendence Realm Masters could already mobilize the power of laws in a large area, and the Dharma idols were their strongest manifestation. The power of laws was far more terrifying than ordinary spells, and it was enough to hurt his body. Fire counters wood. I'll let you have a taste of the true sun fire. With a thought from Gu Chen, the true sun fire was summoned from the void, turning into three-legged golden crows that flew into the opponent's heaven and earth Dharma idols. The thick wood energy was ignited when it encountered the true sun fire, and the forest quickly turned into a sea of fire. The Transcendence Realm Master's brows twitched. Humph, insignificant tricks. He immediately mobilized more power of the law of wood, and the forest in the Dharma idols grew endlessly, and the wildfire couldn't burn it all. Although the true sun fire wouldn't stop until it burned its target, it was facing the pure power of the law of wood. Even if fire countered wood, when the wood energy was strong enough, it could still reverse the situation. Gu Chen saw that the true sun fire was gradually dispersed and weakened in the forest that was constantly growing again, and his eyes revealed a grave expression. The opponent's heaven and earth Dharma idols were expanding, trying to include him. Go. The Transcendence Realm Master raised his sleeves again, and a total of 7 wooden nails turned into streams of light and flew out. With the support of his heaven and earth Dharma idols, the power of the 7 wooden nails increased greatly, and they aimed at different parts of Gu Chen's body. Humph. Gu Chen snorted coldly, and the Kunlun the arch sword in his hand trembled. 7 to 8 5-clawed golden dragons drilled out and circled around his body. Ding, 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 ding. Like rain falling on a banana leaf, the 7 wooden nails landed on the golden dragon phantom, causing the phantom to collapse one by one. Gu Chen also took 2 steps back. Although he had withstood this attack, he realized the huge difference in cultivation level between him and the opponent. They were a major realm apart, and the opponent could use the power of the law of wood at will. If this battle continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Moreover, there were still 9 enemies, and they would soon break free from the monster octopus. How could he deal with them? Roar. White Ape realized the danger Gu Chen was in. He opened his palm that covered the sky and the moon, grabbing at the Dharma characteristic realm expert. This demonic ape. That person's face was full of fear, and he suddenly activated his heaven and earth Dharma idols. Countless vines drilled out from it and wrapped around White Ape's palm, making it difficult for him to move. I'll cripple your arm. The other party's eyes turned cold, and he casually took out another Dharma treasure. It was a sharp sickle, and he tried to cut off White Ape's entire arm. How dare you? Gu Chen was furious. Suddenly, a tornado appeared in his palm, and he threw it out. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the tornado left his palm, it rapidly expanded, bringing with it a strong airflow. It swept into the opponent's heaven and earth Dharma idols, sweeping countless plants into the sky. The vines that wrapped around White Ape's arm were all twisted to pieces. Destroy. Gu Chen slapped his palm, and the sky changed color again. Bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air and descended on the opponent's Dharma idols. Rumble. Rumble. For a moment, electric snakes danced wildly, and the storm raged. The true sun fire that had been split apart by the Dharma idols encountered the strong wind, and it immediately burned like a prairie fire. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire fueled the wind. The Dharma idols were instantly set ablaze, and no matter how hard one tried, it could not be extinguished. Not good. The cultivator's expression changed drastically. He sensed that his Dharma idols were collapsing, and his scalp went numb. When Gu Chen saw that the wind elemental Dharma spell and the true sun fire were so powerful, he was overjoyed, and he stepped forward. Swish. He was afraid that the other party had a Dharma treasure to protect them, making it difficult to kill them in one blow. Therefore, he didn't use powerful killing moves like the sun-embracing moon-cradling hammer and super-accent killing fist. Instead, he used the Heavenly Emperor's Time Fist. The power of time was all-pervasive. It was not something that ordinary Dharma treasures could resist. Rumble, the Heavenly Emperor's Time Fist flew out lightly. Gu Chen's fist exuded a colorful glow. It looked magnificent, but in the eyes of the Transcendence Realm Master, it contained a fatal killing intent. The inner armor he wore almost instantly burst out with a bright light, trying to block this punch. But just as Guchen had guessed, the power of time was difficult to block. The mighty power of time descended on the Transcendence Realm Master. His flesh and blood withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his black hair turned into white strands. Under such circumstances, the power in his body rapidly weakened. The tottering Transcendence finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed. Die. At this moment, Guchen revealed a sinister smile and raised the Kunlun, the arch-sword in his hand. Clang, with one sword strike, the Transcendence Realm Master's body was split into two. Even his primordial spirit could not escape in time and was crushed by the Kunlun, the arch-sword's dragon might. His corpse fell from the sky. This scene fell into the eyes of many cultivators watching the battle from afar. It made many of them feel a chill in their hearts. Dead, a Transcendence Realm Master actually died in the hands of a Celestial Realm cultivator. How could this be? The expressions of the 9 Transcendence Realm Masters who were still fighting the octopus monsters turned cold. For the first time, they realized that there was a risk of dying in this battle. They originally thought that it would be easy to take down the other party with the 10 of them working together. Who would have thought that the other party had endless Dharma spells and actually killed one of their companions? Guchen's white hair fluttered in the wind as he looked at the 9 Transcendence Realm Masters around him and roared. All of you come. No matter how many of you come, I'll take them all on. Similarly, since you dare to come here, you must be mentally prepared to die. Even if you're just watching from afar, if I'm not happy, I'll still take your lives. After he finished speaking, he suddenly looked towards the crowd of cultivators in the north. Within the crowd, he saw a few familiar figures. It was Zhuang Fan, Taoist Priestess Ma, and the others. They had testified against him on Mount Punlai. They did not expect that he would be surrounded and killed today, so they came to watch the show. Run. Seeing that Guchen seemed to have noticed them, Taoist Aunt Ma, Zhuang Fan, and the others' expressions changed greatly. They turned around and wanted to escape from the crowd. Guchen smiled disdainfully and stretched out his palm in their direction. Boom, the seawater suddenly surged up and down, turning into monstrous waves. Each wave was stronger than the last, and they crashed towards the large group of cultivators in the north. He turned around again. 2 tornadoes appeared in his hands, and he threw them into the sea in the south. Suddenly, a waterspout that connected the heavens and the earth appeared, sweeping towards the cultivators in the south. He pointed at the sky in the west. In just a few breaths, dark clouds covered the sky. Silver snakes rolled in the clouds, and world-destroying lightning struck down. He waved his sleeve again, and a black smoke came out of his sleeve. It flew towards the east and expanded rapidly, and there were vague demon screams in the smoke. The black smoke spread out and covered the entire eastern sky. In the smoke, demons moved around and captured the cultivators of various sections. This move was related to Huangfu Wuji's fallen demon wings. After Guchen ate the spirit fruit formed by the fallen demon wings, his body had the supernatural power related to the nether demon. He combined it with the dark elemental spiritual spells that he mastered to form a terrifying killing move. He had learned a total of 800 spiritual spells from Punlai Island Master's landscape of returning nature painting, which involved various laws. Now that he had mastered them and used them according to the local conditions, he instantly brought about a terrifying natural disaster in all directions. Is this kid crazy? Seeing that Guchen didn't use his full strength against them but attacked the cultivators in the distance, the 9 Dharmic characteristic realm masters shuddered in fear. It must be noted that most of the cultivators who came to watch were from their sections. Since the other party had diverted his attention to deal with them, it was clear that he wanted to increase the damage to Punlai Immortal Island. His hatred for the sects of Punlai Immortal Island had reached an extreme level. If they let him escape today, there would be a great calamity in the future. We must kill this kid as soon as possible. The 9 Dharma characteristic realm masters didn't hold back anymore. 3 of them finally broke free from the octopus monsters and charged at Guchen. However, Guchen had used a large-scale spiritual spell, and huge waves and raging storms were everywhere. They couldn't get close to him in a short time. White Ape, get ready to run. Seeing the chaos around him, Guchen whispered to White Ape. He attacked the surrounding cultivators. Although he wanted to take revenge on Punlai Immortal Island, he also wanted to create more chaos. If these people densely surrounded this part of the sky, there was no way he could escape. After killing a Dharma characteristic realm master with great difficulty, Gu Chen had already realized the gap between him and the Dharma characteristic realm. He couldn't defeat the remaining 9 experts no matter what, so he should find a chance to escape. At the same time, he also hoped that the huge loss he brought to Punlai Immortal Island would make them hesitate and give up the idea of chasing after him after he escaped successfully. In the chaos, Gu Chen's purple extreme eyes flickered frequently. He found the best escape route and soared into the sky with White Ape, who had returned to his original state. He broke out of the encirclement like an arrow released from a bow. Before he left, he activated the Kunlun the Arch Sword with all his strength and struck at the 3 Dharma characteristic realm masters who were rushing over. Boom! A golden sword radiance of several dozen meters covered the sky, making the already chaotic sea even more dangerous. The 3 Dharma characteristic realm masters' movements were greatly affected. Gu Chen's entire body was wrapped in starlight. In the face of danger, he unleashed the stars and moon striding steps to the extreme, displaying the magnificence of supreme footwork. He quickly escaped the chaotic battlefield. A bunch of useless things. So many of you, but you can't even catch a young brat. At this moment, a thunderous voice suddenly came from the sky. A blue-robed old man descended from the sky and pressed his hand into the void. In an instant, the surging waves on the sea calmed down, the gale stopped blowing, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the black smoke evaporated. With just a lift of his hand, he broke all of Gu Chen's spells, allowing the bright and clear world to reappear on the chaotic battlefield. Gu Chen's footsteps stopped abruptly. A chill spread from the soles of his feet to his spine. A Dharma body realm master. After the 10 Dharma characteristic realm masters failed to take down Gu Chen quickly and even caused more casualties, the Dharma body realm masters of Punlai Immortal Island finally couldn't hold back and made their move. This was no longer a big realm ahead. The enemy was 2 big realms stronger, and his body had long transformed into a Dharma body. He was no longer an ordinary living creature. A Dharmakaya powerhouse had arrived. The newcomer was the island master of Punlai Island's East Court Island, known as Immortal Luo Fu. Once he appeared, the chaos that Gu Chen had painstakingly created immediately ceased. The huge waves and hurricanes receded, saving many fleeing cultivators. Immortal Luo Fu has made a move. Great, now that white-haired wandering cultivator is dead for sure. Even a Dharmakaya powerhouse has been alarmed. That kid is too scary. But luckily, he won't be able to cause any more waves. Many spectating cultivators rejoiced and felt lingering fear at the same time. If it wasn't for the Dharmakaya powerhouse, who knew how many casualties there would be today? Senior Luo Fu, we were careless and underestimated the enemy. The 9 Dharmakaya powerhouses couldn't help but feel ashamed when they saw their senior make a move. So many of them had gone to deal with a Heaven Realm brat, but in the end they still needed the help of a senior powerhouse. It was too embarrassing. If Immortal Luo Fu hadn't made a move, that imposter would have escaped. That would have been a real joke. Thinking of this, the 9 Dharmakaya powerhouses looked at Gu Chen with anger and resentment. Gu Chen stood on the spot as if he was walking on thin ice, unable to move because he had been locked down by this Immortal Luo Fu's aura. Under his divine sense, the other party was as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. He stood there as if he was one with heaven and earth. Brat, you've really caused a great disaster. Immortal Luo Fu looked at Gu Chen with an unfriendly expression. With his realm, it was actually beneath his status to make a move against a Heaven Realm brat, but the situation just now was too dangerous. If he didn't make a move, Punlai Island would suffer heavy losses. He hadn't made a move for many years. Now that he was forced to make a move by a brat, it really wasn't something to be happy about. Gu Chen took a deep breath, gripped the Kunlun Emperor sword, and pointed it at Immortal Luo Fu. He had no way out. No matter how strong the enemy was, he could only choose to fight to the end. White Ape also understood the situation and bared his teeth. The new gray vertical line between his brows was actually twisting at this moment, as if some power was about to break out of the seal. In this life and death crisis, it and Gu Chen's fighting spirit had reached its peak. Your courage is indeed commendable. Unfortunately, you don't know how big the world is, and how insignificant you are right now. In the high sky far away where no one noticed, Punlai Island Master murmured to himself expressionlessly while standing on a cloud and watching this scene. The sword in your hand seems to be quite extraordinary. This monkey is not simple either. Luo Fu's eyes flashed with greed as he looked at the decisive Gu Qin. Since he had made an appearance, how could he not get some benefits? He had just noticed that the sword in his opponent's hand was quite extraordinary, but he actually couldn't see its grade. He was a little tempted. Needless to say, the white ape must have possessed a powerful bloodline. Snatch your sword, snatch your spirit beast. Perfected Luofu quickly made up his mind and grabbed with his hand. An unparalleled force rushed toward Gu Qin. Before he could stab with the Kunlun the arch sword, he was sent flying backward and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Perfected Luofu didn't use any fancy spells and only suppressed Gu Qin with his overwhelming cultivation strength. Hee, I'll take this spirit beast. He conjured a giant hand and grabbed the white ape tightly. The white ape struggled with all its might, trying to break free, but it was firmly restrained by the hand. It was a hand of order formed by the pure power of laws. In the face of absolute power, it was unshakable. Let it go. Gu Qin roared. Yin and Yang Qi gushed out of his body and turned into the Yin Yang Tu right sword, slashing toward Perfected Luofu. Clang, Perfected Luofu flicked his finger, and a spiritual light appeared. The Yin Yang Tu right sword, which had always been successful, was forcefully defeated, too powerful. The strength of the Dharmakaya realm had reached the highest level. Even Gu Qin's most powerful secret technique couldn't have any effect on him. Clang, however, Gu Qin refused to give up. He held the Kunlun the arch sword with both hands and stabbed at the hand that grabbed the white ape, trying to help the white ape escape. Right now, he had already given up on escaping. He only hoped to help the white ape escape, however. Perfected Luofu's eyes were filled with mockery as he waved his sleeve. A strong wind rose in the void, blowing Gu Qin a few times. At the same time, his Kunlun the arch sword flew out of his hand. Perfected Luofu waved his hand, and the Kunlun the arch sword landed in his hand. With just a glance, he couldn't bear to part with it. Good treasure. What is the origin of this item? Could it be a celestial weapon? He was pleasantly surprised. Holding the sword in his hand, he realized that the hidden power of the sword was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The joy only lasted for a moment. He quickly restrained his expression, afraid that others would also discover the secret of the sword. One must know that if this sword really reached the level of a celestial weapon, it would be comparable to the treasures of the 13 immortal sects. Once people knew about it, who knew how many cultivators would come to snatch it? When he thought of this, his eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Gu Qin again. No matter how this kid obtained such a sword, the secret of the sword would not be exposed as long as he was dead. His hand technique changed, and his fingers turned into dragon-capturing claws. He grabbed at Gu Qin's head, wanting to tear open his head and destroy his primordial spirit. Roar! At this moment, the monkey that he had grabbed with his void hand suddenly moved. The vertical gray line between White Ape's eyebrows opened at this moment and turned into a gray pupil. Along with its roar, a strand of a horrifying aura erupted from the third eye between its brows, and it swept towards the surroundings like a gale sweeping through the autumn leaves. Boom boom boom. The void hand condensed from the pure power of the laws had actually been forcefully destroyed. How can this be? Perfected Luofu was greatly shocked, and his hand that was grabbing at Gu Qin could not help but pause. Ah! While he was distracted, Gu Qin rushed over without a care for his own safety. He was like a white-haired ferocious beast, and the sun and moon appeared in his hands. This sun-embracing moon-cradling hammer used up all the remaining strength in his body as it smashed heavily toward Perfected Luofu's avatar. Bang, 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 bang. Perfected Luofu's avatar overflowed with rays of light. The power of laws protected his body, so it was not a big deal. When a cultivator reached the Dharmakaya realm, their physical body was far stronger than Gu Qin's unburning golden body. There was a difference of 2 realms, so how could Gu Qin easily injure him? Even if he was fine, Perfected Luofu's hair was disheveled from this unexpected attack, and he was in a somewhat sorry state. In a rage, he sent Gu Qin flying with a kick. Damn you, how dare you be so disrespectful to me? The aura around his body flared up, and he wanted nothing more than to tear Gu Qin into pieces. Roar! At this moment, the white ape that opened his third eye suddenly rushed toward Perfected Luofu. He opened his mouth, and his incomparably sharp teeth bit down on Perfected Luofu's shoulder. Rip! damned beast. All of you deserve to die. Thoroughly enraged, he shook off the white ape and opened his palm, forming a giant palm that blotted out the sky. This palm was condensed from the pure power of law and covered a radius of several thousand feet, including both Gu Chen and the white ape. He had decided to deal with the spirit beast as well. With such a stubborn nature, it would be difficult for him to tame it. It would be better to just kill it and use its corpse as materials. Under this palm, even the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. All the cultivators in the distance had difficulty breathing under the pressure of a Dharmakaya powerhouse. Is it over? Seeing that he could no longer resist this attack, Gu Chen's eyes filled with despair. He hugged the white ape tightly and used his back and chest to protect it. At this moment, Senior Gu, that person is the one pretending to be the descendant of the Gu clan. It seems that you don't have to do anything. He's already finished. Xiao Jing, Ding Yao, and the other true disciples of the immortal sect accompanied a slender woman in purple who looked to be in her 20s. Seeing that the Dharmakaya expert of Punlai Island had already made his move, Xiao Jing gloated. The purple-clothed woman saw Gu Chen from afar. She saw him protecting a monkey in his arms and saw his resolute and unyielding face. The next moment, she suddenly walked out of the crowd. Before she arrived, she had already raised her hand. A golden flying dagger was born in her palm, emitting an incomparably domineering pressure. Then, with lightning speed, it traversed the void and slashed at the sky-covering giant palm that was about to fall on Gu Chen's head. The flying knife flashed, and the huge palm that covered the sky collapsed in an instant, turning into a surging energy storm. At this time, the woman in purple also stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of Gu Chen. With a casual wave of her hand, the storm dissipated without a trace of harm to Gu Chen. Who are you? Immortal Luo Fu asked angrily and fearfully when he saw that his attack was instantly broken. The woman in purple ignored Immortal Luo Fu as if he was nothing in her eyes. She only looked at Gu Chen. What's your father's name? Her voice was calm. Gu Chen raised his head and looked at her. She had a pair of long and slender legs, and her pretty face revealed a heroic spirit that was rarely seen in ordinary women. Her skin was the color of wheat, which was rare among women. She gave off a valiant and formidable-looking feeling. 7 Absolute Tyrant Saber. Gu Chen recognized the divine ability that the other party had just used and knew the other party's identity. My father is Gu Tianming, and my grandfather is Gu Yuan. Gu Chen answered truthfully. The white ape in his arms had fallen into a coma because it had forcibly opened its third eye. Gu Chen was in urgent need of help. When the woman in purple heard Gu Chen's reply, a rare hint of gentleness appeared on her heroic face. Understood. Wait here, she said. You are from the Gu clan. Gu Chen wanted to ask about her identity, but he was interrupted by her domineering and unquestionable answer. What do you mean by not caring about the clan? In terms of seniority, I am your elder sister. Remember, I am Gu Lianyue. Then she turned to look at spiritual master Luo Fu with a disdainful smile. A dignified Dharmakaya cultivator is bullying a child. When spiritual master Luo Fu heard this, his expression changed and he gritted his teeth. Who are you? Do you know this impostor? At this moment, Xiao Jing, Ding Yao, and the others hurriedly flew over. Before they even arrived, their voices had already spread far away. Senior Gu, what's going on? Why do you want to save this kid? This kid is pretending to be the descendant of the Gu clan. He deserves to die. When Gu Lianyue heard everyone's words, she looked around. She saw the 9 battered Dharma manifestation experts and the countless cultivators of Punlai Island. Finally, her gaze landed on spiritual master Luo Fu. Then, her cold voice echoed across the entire place and into everyone's ears. Who gave you the guts to attack my Gu clan's bloodline? To attack my Gu clan's bloodline, Gu clan's bloodline, her voice reverberated and everyone who heard it, including Xiao Jing, Ding Yao, Zhuang Fan, Priestess Ma, and the others in the distance, were all dumbfounded. Spiritual master Luo Fu's pupils constricted at this moment and he blurted out in disbelief. You are from the Gu clan? You said he is of the Gu clan's bloodline? Ding Yao quickly came back to her senses. Senior, the person in front of you is Gu Lianyue of the Gu clan. It is absolutely true. Gu Lianyue, When spiritual master Luo Fu heard this name, the shock in his eyes became even greater. If he remembered correctly, this was one of the publicly recognized top 10 geniuses of the immortal spirit continent. She was one of the two most famous people of the Gu clan's younger generation. Due to her domineering ways, she was known as the female overlord. He didn't expect the Gu clan to send her to Punlai Island. He didn't expect this kid called Gu Chen to not be an imposter but the true descendant of the Gu clan. How? How is this possible? Xiao Jing and the others were dumbfounded. They never expected that the imposter they thought was the true descendant of the Gu clan. At this moment, they couldn't help but think of what Gu Chen had said. He had always insisted that his surname was Gu. We've kicked a metal plate. Xiao Jing's expression was as if he had eaten a fly. He had hoped that the Gu clan would send someone to punish the imposter Gu Chen, but from the looks of it, it was the complete opposite. That guy is really from the Gu clan? Nun Ma, who had once accused Gu Chen of being an imposter, was now filled with panic. Who would have thought that things would take such a turn? Gu Lianyue stood beside Gu Chen. With this female overlord of the Gu clan, whose name had shaken the entire immortal spirit continent at such a young age, most of the cultivators of Punlai Island were stunned. Even if he is of the Gu clan's bloodline, it is true that he stole from Punlai Pavilion, and it is true that he destroyed all the sects of Punlai Island. He brought great losses to Punlai Island and killed many cultivators. We can't just let this go, right? Spiritual Master Luo Fu clenched his teeth as he looked at Gu Lianyue. He didn't know how far she would go to protect Gu Chen, but he didn't want to let her off so easily. Even if this female overlord of the Gu clan was in front of him, she was only in her 20s. If he gave in to her, it would be too shameful if word got out. Moreover, if he let Gu Chen off, he would have to return the other's sword. This made him even more unwilling. Hearing spiritual master Luo Fu say this, the surrounding Punlai Island cultivators immediately felt a bit of courage and spoke up. That's right. This Gu Chen killed the innocent, we can't let him off lightly. Can the descendant of the Gu clan do whatever he wants? The crowd was enraged as they verbally accused Gu Chen, unwilling to let things end here. Xiao Jing saw that so many people were denouncing Gu Chen and realized that this was an opportunity. Senior Gu, although this Gu Chen is a member of the Gu clan, for the sake of the Gu clan's reputation, you should deal with him impartially. He clenched his teeth and suggested. Hearing this, Gu Lianyu glanced at Xiao Jing with a smile that wasn't a smile and then looked at the other cultivators. Did I hear wrong? You're saying that this little brat brought such a huge loss to your Punlai Island? Are you saying that your Punlai Island is full of trash? Even a little kid can turn the world upside down. Her words were not pleasant to hear and didn't give anyone face. The Punlai Island cultivators couldn't keep their expressions after hearing this, especially the high-level cultivators. They also knew that this matter was too shameful. So many sects, so many cultivators, and even law phase experts had been mobilized, but there were still such large casualties. I don't care how many of your people died, and I don't care if your accusations of him stealing are true or false. What for the sake of the Gu clan's reputation? What impartiality? This is simply absurd. Let me tell you, my Gu clan has always been the most protective. This Gu Chen person is under my protection. If you have any dissatisfaction, come at me. As her words fell, a supreme and domineering aura surged out from her body and swept towards the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boom, the cultivators within a radius of several hundred miles directly bore this extremely domineering aura. Instantly, countless people's eyes rolled back and they fainted, directly falling from the sky. Plop. Plop. Large numbers of cultivators fell into the sea in a daze and were swallowed by the waves. The innate aura instantly cleared the area, most of the cultivators fainted and fell into the sea. The lucky ones might be found on the beach after waking up, while the unlucky ones might be eaten by the fishes. There weren't many cultivators who could remain conscious. Only immortal Luofu, the 9 Dharma phase experts, and the true disciples of the major sects were left. Even if they were still standing, many of them were on the verge of collapsing. Even their souls were trembling under the aura's deterrence. Bring it on if you're dissatisfied, Gu Lianyue's meaning was clear. She didn't care about what was right or wrong. She wouldn't argue with them. She would fight with her fists. Little girl, don't be too arrogant. This is Punlai Island. Immortal Luofu's expression was ugly. Gu Lianyue's actions were like a slap to his face. He wasn't afraid of her cultivation. In his opinion, even if this little girl was talented, he was also a Dharmakaya. How could he lose to her? He spoke nicely only because he was afraid of her Gu clan identity. But she didn't care about him at all. Give it to me. Gu Lianyue ignored Immortal Luofu's subtle warning. She only stared at the Kunlun monarch sword in his hand and said 2 words coldly. Seeing that she still wanted to take back this sword that was suspected to be an immortal artifact, Immortal Luofu couldn't bear it anymore. This person brought great casualties to my sect. This sword should be used as compensation. You can take him away, but the sword and the spirit beast must stay. This was related to his own interests. Immortal Luofu decided to try even if he offended the Gu clan. If the sword in his hand was really an immortal artifact, then it didn't matter if he offended the Gu clan. At worst, he would just abandon his family business and leave Pulai Island. The ocean was so vast. He didn't believe the Gu clan could cover the sky with one hand. I'll say it again, give it to me. Gu Lianyue seemed to know Immortal Luofu's thoughts and said word by word coldly. Don't push your luck. Immortal Luofu was furious. His entire body surged with the aura of a Dharmakaya realm. Gu Lianyue's lips curled up in mockery. She stretched out a hand like lightning, her palm bone was golden in color and emitted a domineering aura. The entire space seemed to freeze when she grabbed at the void. Gu Qin was shocked when he saw this. Tyrannical ether bone, his opponent's palm bone was actually a tyrant bone. Didn't tyrant bones only grow between the ribs of the chest? With this grab, Daoist Luofu's aura was like a mouse encountering a cat, and it retreated into his body like a tide. How could that be? I can't even cast a spell. His eyes were filled with shock as he discovered that under that extremely domineering power, his cultivation was completely suppressed, and he couldn't cast any spells at all. Whoosh, Gu Lianyue clenched her fingers and the Kunlun the arch sword flew into her hand. At the same time, she did a clean roundhouse kick. Whoosh, Daoist Master Luofu was sent flying by her kick. His chest caved in and blood spurted out of his mouth. So powerful. As expected of one of the top 10 prodigies. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jing, Ding Yao, and the others felt their blood freeze. Knowing by reputation was not as good as meeting in person. A dignified master of the Dharmakaya realm could not even withstand a single blow from Gu Lianyue. Gu Lianyue's ability was worthy of her great reputation. No wonder she could be ranked alongside their senior brothers and sisters on the Heavenly Sons list. Gu Lianyue defeated Daoist Luofu in one move. Then, her eyes filled with heroic spirit looked at the 9 transcendence experts. With this glance, the 9 of them were scared out of their wits. Spare us. Senior, spare us. We know our wrongs. Even Daoist Luofu wasn't a match for her, so how could the 9 of them have any courage to resist? In the distance, some cultivators who weren't affected by the domineering aura gasped when they saw this scene. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Gu clan's female overlord was too domineering. Bullying my clansman is unforgivable. She was expressionless as she waved her hand. Golden 7-Ju Tyrant sabers flew towards the 9 transcendence experts. Xiao Jing and Ding Yao were so scared that their faces turned pale. Looking at the female overlord's attitude, she would kill anyone who offended Gu Qin. Even if they had the support of the celestial sect, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. Puchi! 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 The 7-Ju Tyrant sabers danced in the air. Even when the 9 transcendence experts used their heaven and earth laws to block it, they couldn't slow it down. For transcendence realm experts were directly cut in half at the waist. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. The remaining 5 were much luckier. When the 7-Ju Tyrant sabers were about to kill them, someone made a move. A ray of azure light shrouded the void like a thin mist and stopped the remaining 7-Ju Tyrant sabers. The flying sabers that could cut through anything fell into the green light like a cow falling into a swamp. They actually disappeared very quickly. Gu Lianyue couldn't help but look up. She saw a white-haired old man wearing a scholar's robe descending from the sky. Little friend Gu, listen to the old man and stop. How about it? The person who came was Pulai Island Lord. He stood there without any trace of smoke or fire, but he was more intimidating than anyone else. Island Lord. The severely injured Luo Fu spiritual master looked excited. He knew that the female overlord of the Gu family wouldn't be able to do whatever she wanted now that the Island Lord showed up. No matter what, Punlai Island Lord was a heavenly abode realm master and a top-tier master recognized by the immortal spirit continent. Seeing Punlai Island Lord, Gu Chen's eyes revealed hatred. He was the culprit of all this, but now, he appeared as a peacemaker. It's Punlai Island Lord. I apologize for my lack of manners. Gu Lianyue looked at Punlai Island Lord and said in a polite tone, but her expression showed that she was fearless. I want to ask you something. I heard that our Guchen killed your disciple and stole a Dharma treasure from Punlai Pavilion. Is it true? If it's true, I'll go back to my tribe and inform the elders of my tribe. They will come and investigate this matter thoroughly and give you justice. Hearing Gu Lianyue's words, Punlai Island Lord's pupils contracted imperceptibly. This little girl, others might think that Gu Lianyue was giving him face, but how could he not hear the hidden warning in her words? A junior dared to threaten him in public. The Gu family was indeed as overbearing and arrogant as the rumors said. He was enraged. Because of this woman, all his plans were messed up. He stared at Gu Lianyue for a while and saw her calm expression. Then, he looked at Gu Chen. No. It was just a misunderstanding. I've investigated it. It wasn't Gu Chen who killed and stole the Dharma treasure, it was another disciple of my pavilion. The old man came here to clear Gu Chen's name and solve this dispute. I didn't expect that little friend Gu would make the first move. Punlai Island Lord said expressionlessly. He lied without blushing or panting. Hearing his words, not only were the cultivators of Punlai Immortal Island shocked, but Xiao Jing and the others also looked gloomy. They had hoped that Punlai Island Master would help them, but it seemed that he had decided to compromise. It made sense. After all, Punlai Island Master was powerful, but he couldn't compare with the Gu family which had a lot of businesses. I see. It's good that it's a misunderstanding. Hearing his words, Gu Lianyue nodded with an indifferent expression. She gave Punlai Island Master a way out since she knew that it wouldn't do her any good if she didn't forgive him. The elders in her family had told her not to provoke this person. A mutual compromise between the two sides was the best outcome. Looking at Punlai Island Master's sanctimonious face and his lies, Gu Chen's eyes turned bone-chilling. He was rational and wouldn't expose Punlai Island Master's true colors, but he swore that he would make him pay one day. Since it's a misunderstanding, the conflict with Punlai Immortal Island is resolved. Now, it's time to solve another issue. Gu Lianyue turned to look at Xiao Jing, Ding Yao, and the others, and her words terrified them. Sister Gu, Zi Yan and I are like sisters. Ding Yao said immediately. Senior, my senior brother and Gu Zhaixing are good friends, a direct disciple of the Gue Yuan Celestial sect said immediately. Gu Lianyue glanced at the guilty people coldly and then fixed her eyes on Xiao Jing. I don't care about the others, but this fellow Daoist Xiao of Tiandao sect. She said with a sneer. On her way to Punlai Immortal Island, especially when she passed by the Qingyang realm, she had heard about everything that happened here. Xiao Jing of Tiandao sect was the one who added fuel to the fire. The reason for their conflict was simple. Her cousin, whom she had never met before, had stolen the prize of the ocean and sky banquet. In her eyes, Xiao Jing was despicable and tried to kill others just because he wasn't as good as them. Xiao Jing, who was somewhat famous among the younger generation of Tiandao sect, had a good talent, but he was evil and liked to scheme against others. Senior Gu, I didn't get any benefits, but I'm in this situation. Xiao Jing knew that he had been seen through by Gu Lianyue at a glance, so he said in a panic. His current condition was indeed quite miserable. After being struck by Gu Chen's Heavenly Emperor's time fist, he had become a half-dead old man. If he did not recover soon, it might even result in a disastrous outcome for his future cultivation. He had been trying to scheme against Gu Chen, but he had never been able to gain any advantage. You've schemed against me time and time again, so you're reaping what you sow. However, just because you're miserable doesn't mean that your crimes are forgiven. For the sake of the Tiandao sect, destroy your own cultivation and I'll spare your life. Gu Lianyue's casual words caused Xiao Jing's face to turn ashen. The other immortal sect disciples also trembled. Cripple his own cultivation, for cultivators, this was no different from taking their lives. To think that Gu Lianyue wouldn't even give face to the 13 celestial sects, even Gu Chen was shocked by his cousin's valiance. No matter how powerful the Gu clan was, the 13 immortal sects shouldn't be too weak, right? To be honest, he was very grateful that she had supported him, but he didn't want her to offend too many people because of this. Senior Gu, for the sake of my senior brother's Xianxia being a prodigy like you, please let me go. Xiao Jing trembled all over. Under the fear of losing his cultivation, he lowered his voice and completely threw away his pride. If you don't want to do it yourself, then I'll do it. She stretched out her hand. Xiao Jing screamed in fright and turned to flee. Where can you run to? Gu Lianyue waved her hand, and a golden 7 absolute tyrant saber flew out. Without a doubt, this saber could even kill a Transcendence Realm expert. It would be a piece of cake to deal with Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing screamed hysterically and ran in a panic. However, how could he compare to the 7 absolute tyrant saber speed? He was about to be cut down by the saber. Ding, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. The figure gently stretched out 2 fingers and firmly clamped down on the 7 absolute tyrant saber. What? This scene was too sudden, and the surrounding cultivators were all shocked. Gu Lianyue's face also revealed a rare solemn expression. Gu Chen looked at the person who suddenly appeared. This was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He had short silver hair, a pair of long and thin eyes, and a harmless smile constantly hanging on the corner of his mouth. He wore a loose black robe, and the 2 fingers that clamped down on the 7 absolute tyrant saber looked slender and slender. It was hard to imagine that such a person could easily block the Gu clan's innate ability. Zhuqianqiu. Ding Yao and the other direct disciples exclaimed. Unexpectedly, the Tiandao sect's Qilin's son, Zhuqianqiu, who was ranked with Gu Lianyue on the Primordial Continent's prodigy list, was also here. Senior brother Zhua, you're finally here. Save me, save me. When Xiao Jing saw Zhuqianqiu, it was as if he had grasped onto a life-saving straw. He was wild with joy. He had already written a letter to his senior brother to help solve the problem of his aging body, but he didn't expect him to come so timely. Zhuqianqiu smiled and ignored his junior brother beside him. He only looked at Gu Lianyue. Ms. Gu, my junior brother is immature. How about letting him go? Gu Lianyue looked at Zhuqianqiu with a grim expression, but her tone didn't soften. Your junior brother is narrow-minded and despicable. He will be a disaster if you let him live. Why do you want to help him? Or do you see yourself in him? Her words were sharp, and Gu Chen sensed that Gu Lianyue and Zhuqianqiu seemed to have a conflict. My junior brother is indeed in the wrong. How about this? I'll ask him to apologize to the person beside you, and we'll let this matter go. No matter what, Xiao Jing is my junior brother. If someone destroys his cultivation strength here today, I won't be able to explain it to my master. Zhuqianqiu said politely as if he was negotiating. Gu Lianyue's expression changed as she looked back and forth between Zhuqianqiu and Punlai Island Master in the distance. Zhuqianqiu was troublesome, but Punlai Island Master was even more dangerous. Okay. Ask him to kneel and apologize. At this moment, Gu Chen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Everyone turned to look at him. Gu Chen didn't know how powerful Gu Lianyue was, but he could see the situation. Xiao Jing was just a good-for-nothing, and there was no need to take the risk for him. Moreover, he was hit by his emperor's light fist, which was no different from being destroyed. Seeing that Gu Chen agreed, Gu Lianyue's expression softened a little. Okay. Ask him to kneel and apologize. Xiao Jing's face turned livid. Now that his senior brother was here, he had someone to rely on. He didn't want to kneel in front of so many people. How embarrassing would it be if others knew about this? Senior brother. He immediately looked at Zhuqianqiu with a pleading expression, hoping that he would support him. Junior brother Xiao, a man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Go and apologize. There's nothing embarrassing about it. It's better than letting Ms. Gu take your life. He smiled at Gu Lianyue as if he was trying to please her, but it made Gu Lianyue even more uncomfortable. Xiao Jing's face turned as white as a sheet. Since his senior brother had said so, he had no other choice. Completely disheartened, he walked up to Gu Chen, knelt down heavily in front of him, and uttered those 3 words in a suppressed and humiliated manner. I was wrong. The 3 words stabbed Xiao Jing's heart and almost exhausted all his strength. After speaking, he was so dispirited that he didn't even have the courage to look up at the people around him. His scheme against Gu Chen didn't give him any advantage at all. Instead, he got himself into trouble. After Xiao Jing's apology, the matter was settled. No one could have imagined that such a grand operation to exterminate the demons would end in such a manner. The impostor they had thought was not an impostor, and the theft was not true. Who should they complain to when so many islands of Punlai Immortal Island were destroyed and suffered so many losses? The sober cultivators of Punlai Immortal Island felt as if they had eaten a bitter pill, and they couldn't say anything. Ms. Gu, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, how about I treat you to a meal? Xianxia said elegantly. There's no need for a meal. My cousin has been away from home for many years, and the seniors in the family all want to see him. They asked me to bring him back as soon as possible. I see. What a pity. Xianxia looked regretful. Gu Lianyue turned to the exhausted Gu Chen and asked, Are you okay with it? Can we go now? Yes. Gu Chen nodded. Her frown eased, and she looked in the direction of Punlai Island Master. Island Master, everyone, we'll be leaving now. Punlai Island Master revealed a kind smile. Okay. Have a safe trip. He glanced at Gu Chen. Although he looked gentle, Gu Chen could sense the coldness hidden deep in his eyes. If not for the Gu family, Gu Chen knew that this Punlai Island Master wouldn't let it go since he was too shrewd. Gu Lianyue flew up into the sky and left. Gu Chen followed her while whistling. Under his whistling, the 300 octopus monsters gathered and turned into a flood in the ocean, following them closely. They had powerful self-healing abilities, which was why the attacks of the Dharma Manifestation Realm Masters couldn't kill them. Wherever Gu Lianyue and Gu Chen passed, many cultivators would make way for them, their eyes filled with deep reverence. The Gu clan's female overlord's actions today made them realize just how powerful the rumored Gu clan was. Even a master of the Dharmakaya realm like Immortal Luofu could not withstand a single blow from her, and she was merely the leader of the younger generation of the Gu clan. An hour later, Gu Chen and Gu Lianyue were already far away from the Punlai Immortal Island, stopping briefly on a deserted island. The 2 cousins, who had never met before, looked at each other without saying a word. Although they appeared to be very united in front of outsiders, in the end, the 2 of them were only strangers. Gu Chen had never grown up in the Gu clan, and for a long time, Gu Lianyue did not even know that she had such a cousin. Thank you for your help. I will definitely repay you. Gu Chen was the first to break the silence. He held the white ape in his arms and solemnly promised. If Gu Lianyue had not appeared today, not only would he have died, the white ape would have died as well. He had taken a trip to the gates of hell and finally understood how vast the primordial continent was, and how weak he was now. Since you are a disciple of my clan, I naturally will not sit by and do nothing. Gu Lianyue threw the Kunlun Emperor sword back to Gu Chen. Gu Chen sheathed his sword and did not dwell on today's fiasco. He asked after pondering for a while. After thinking for a while, he asked, Miss Gu, how is my father now? Gu Lianyue had asked for his father's name today, and once she got the answer, she immediately confirmed her identity. This meant that she knew of his father, but his father had grown up in the Kunlun continent. How did she know? The only explanation was that his father had traveled overseas and successfully reached the primordial continent, then returned to the Gu clan. After coming to this conclusion, Gu Chen only wanted to know how his father was doing as soon as possible. Hearing Gu Chen take the initiative to ask about Gu Tianming, Gu Lianyue's originally normal expression became somewhat complicated. We can ask about this when we return to the clan. We still have to hurry. Why? Gu Chen's expression froze. He only wanted to know about his father's situation. Answering this question should not take up too much time. Although you look rather similar to your father, I can't be sure that there are no problems with your identity. When you return to the clan and your identity is recognized, you will naturally know everything you want to know. Gu Lianyue's words sounded like she was brushing him off, causing Gu Chen to frown. Did something happen to his father? I know you have many questions and are wary of me. Otherwise, you would not have called me Miss Gu, Gu Lianyue said indifferently. after all, we just met. It is normal for you to have concerns. I am the same on this point. I hope you understand. Gu Chen nodded. Although the other party was holding back, he could see that she did not have any ill intentions. If my senses are not wrong, there seems to be a problem with the tyrannical heavenly bone in your body? She changed the topic. Gu Chen's pupils shrank, but he did not deny it. It has been broken for some time. It has been broken? Gu Lianyu was shocked when she heard this. Although she had sensed that the tyrannical bone in his body was strange, she did not expect it to be this serious. How is this possible? If the tyrannical bone has been broken, how can you still have this cultivation? She grabbed Gu Chen's hand and felt his pulse without any explanation. When she felt his pulse, a look of disbelief appeared in her eyes. Such vigorous life force, then, her eyes lit up again and turned golden. She stared at Gu Chen. Death Qi is entwined between your brows. Your lifespan is clearly approaching its end, but your body is filled with vitality, and your talent is extraordinary. The way she looked at Gu Chen changed. She did not understand what this cousin of hers had experienced. How could a normal person's body be so abnormal? The heaven burial continent is suppressed, and this brat's tyrannical bone has been broken, but he still cultivated to this level. Gu Lianyu's heart was in turmoil. On the way to Punlai Deity Island, she had heard a lot about the situation. She knew that Gu Chen had won the Sea and Sky Banquet's reward and had turned the Punlai Deity Island upside down with his own strength. He had even killed a Transcendence Realm cultivator, displaying shocking talent in the eyes of ordinary people. However, even so, she did not think much of it. Not to mention the fact that it was a piece of cake for the primordial spirit continent's top 10 geniuses. Even among the second-tier geniuses, many people could do it. Her Gu clan's bloodline was extremely powerful, so it was not a big deal to be able to do this. Instead, this cousin of hers was only in the celestial realm, which was somewhat unsatisfactory. However, now that she knew that Gu Chen's tyrannical ether bone had been broken long ago, and considering the special situation of the Kunlun continent, her thoughts completely changed. To have such strength even after losing the tyrannical ether bone, this cousin of hers was probably not mediocre, but a peerless genius. If he had the same cultivation resources and conditions as his peers in the clan, it was hard to imagine what he would have achieved. Miss Gu, what's wrong? Gu Chen couldn't help but ask when he saw Gu Lianyue's strange reaction. Gu Lianyue shook her head. I'll erase the heavenly path vital energy on you first. Heavenly path vital energy? Gu Chen narrowed his eyes. You're from the heaven burial continent, so it's normal that you don't know the spells of the Tiandao sect. Xiao Jing probably stuck a strand of heavenly path vital energy on you, so no matter where you hide, he can sense your location, Gu Lianyue explained. I see. Gu Chen suddenly understood. Heavenly path vital energy is formless and intangible. It's hard for normal cultivators to detect it. If this vital energy lingers on a person for too long, it can even affect a person's luck, causing bad luck, and damaging their Dao heart. Apart from that, it has many other terrifying uses. It's hard to describe. Gu Chen felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. Xiao Jing was really vicious. He had actually used such a dirty trick on him. However, that Xiao Jing isn't proficient enough yet. His Heaven's Path Xinqi is only effective at tracking. If Xianxia were to make a move, he would be able to use the Heaven's Path curse on you from afar. In fact, he might even be able to lure you into doing what he wants without you noticing and design a way for you to die. He can be like the heavenly path and control a person's life and death. Gu Lianyue's eyes were wary when she mentioned Xianxia. The heritage of the Tiandao sect is truly terrifying. Gu Chen thought of the great derivation Dao 49. It was also a terrifying spell that could imitate his moves in an extremely short amount of time. Of course. The Tiandao sect uses the power of the heavenly path to cultivate. Every cultivator's ultimate goal is to become the heavenly path and rule the world. Right, the reason the heavenly path rules of the heaven burial continent were tampered with was because of the Tiandao sect's ancestors. Gu Lianyue remembered that Gu Chen came from the heaven burial continent. This would give him a deeper understanding. Miss Gu, from your conversation with Xianxia, you seem to have a conflict with him? Gu Chen thought of this. That's what Xianxia is, a very dangerous person. Remember to stay away from him. As for conflict, the Gu clan and the Tiandao sect have always had it, Gu Lianyue said with a cold smile. Oh? What did he say? The Tiandao sect's orthodoxy seeks to become the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, while my Gu clan is born to defy the heavenly Tao. The ideals of both sides are in conflict. As Gu Lianyue spoke, she grabbed the edge of Gu Chen's hair with one hand. This grab didn't seem to catch anything, but Gu Chen felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Alright, I have already removed the heaven's path Xianxia from your body. In fact, if your tyrant bone had not shattered, you would have been able to do it yourself. Gu Chen felt relieved and thanked him again. We should be on our way. What about your pets? Gu Lianyue looked at the 300 octopus monsters on the surface of the sea. Gu Chen hesitated. The kraken was too big, and it would cause a lot of noise wherever it went, so it was unrealistic to bring it along. However, after experiencing the Punlai Immortal Island incident, he realized that it would be a pity if he just let them go back to the ocean. Fine, I'll lend you a cosmos sack. Just remember to return it in the future. Gu Lianyue turned her hand and took out a black bag. A cosmos sack, similar to a storage ring and a beast-raising bag, has a certain amount of space inside. However, a storage ring can only store items, a beast-raising bag can only store spirit beasts, but a cosmos sack can store both, and the space inside is extremely vast. Gu Chen took the cosmos sack and scanned it with his divine sense. He found that the space inside was like a secret realm, boundless. This artifact is absolutely priceless, but Gu Chen didn't hesitate and just thanked her and accepted it. In any case, he already owed Gu Lianyue a big favor. It doesn't matter if he owes her a little more. He will repay it all in the future. Only those who can't afford to repay will be afraid of owing others favors. Trust and friendship will be born from the exchange of favors. Gu Chen used the cosmos sack to collect all the 300 kraken monsters. He had to say that this treasure was really useful. It only took him a dozen breaths to finish all this. When he was done, White Ape woke up in a daze. Although he had collapsed earlier, he was fortunately safe and sound. The strange thing was that the gray vertical line between his eyebrows had now completely turned into a vertical eye, but it was tightly closed. Let's go. We have to pass through several large regions to get back to the clan. The journey is not short. Gu Lianyue urged and summoned a silver dragon that was hundreds of feet long. Gu Chen stepped on the silver dragon with White Ape and set off with this cousin he had just met. One of his main reasons for coming to the primordial continent was to return to the Gu clan's ancestral land. Now, he was finally going to the Gu clan. The current situation was different from what he had originally planned. He didn't know what was waiting for him. Now, he could only take it one step at a time, Qingyang region, in a courtyard belonging to the Tiandao sect. Thank you, senior brother. I will never forget your kindness. Xiao Jing bowed to Xianxia, who was sitting on a chair, his face full of excitement. At this time, he had actually recovered his youth. His face was ruddy and glossy. He didn't look like he had been hit by the Heavenly Emperor's time fist at all. Oh, no need to be so polite. I also gained something. Xianxia said calmly. He grabbed a wisp of colorful light with his fingertips and was carefully examining it. The power of the law of time. That kid named Gu Chen has an extraordinary inheritance of the Tao of time. It's exactly what I need, he murmured and couldn't help but lick his lips. There are 50 in the Dian number, and 9 out of 40 are used. That kid might have the one that I've been searching for. His eyes flashed with the light of deduction. After a long time, a devilish smile appeared on his face. Looks like I have to understand this new member of the Gu clan well. I'll pull him into my chess game and see what kind of changes he can stir up. Punlai Pavilion. Punlai Island Master had just returned from outside. As soon as he returned to his residence, his expression became very gloomy. He went all the way into the depths of Punlai Pavilion and finally arrived at an unknown space. In front of him, there were white bones piled up into a mountain. No one knew how many years they had been here, but each of them had resentment that couldn't be dispelled. That kid is actually a member of the Gu clan. Why? How is this possible? After so many years, his physique is the most suitable that the old man has ever seen to become an immortal. However, if he has the overlord bone, this situation shouldn't have happened. The immortal physique and the overlord physique are opposites. How can these two possibilities appear on the same person? Punlai Island Master's eyes gradually turned red. Because of Gu Chen's identity, his original assumptions had all been overturned. Who cares about the overlord clan? The old man will get this kid sooner or later. I must figure out the secret on him. After so many years, it seems like it's time for the old man to travel to the continent. The immortal spirit continent was divided into 7 territories, and the realm of unbounded desolation was the largest of them all, with the densest primeval forests. Since it was called the Great Desolation, it was naturally a place where poisonous insects and ferocious beasts ran rampant. Not many cultivation sects could survive here. Somewhere in the realm of unbounded desolation was the most mysterious and powerful ancient family on the immortal spirit continent, the Gu clan. Today, after a long journey and thousands of mountains and rivers, a silver flood dragon finally stepped into the realm of unbounded desolation. On its majestic head, a heroic-looking female warrior with tanned skin sat casually, her black hair fluttering in the wind. Behind her, on the broad back of the silver dragon, a white-haired young man floated in the air. Strangely, even though the wind was howling in the air, his white hair didn't move at all. Not even a corner of his robe was affected by the wind. The white-haired young man was naturally Gu Chen. He and Gu Lianyue had been traveling on the road for more than 10 days. In these 10 days, the two of them had gone from strangers to acquaintances, no longer having the awkwardness of meeting for the first time. Neither of them were talkative people, so other than the occasional conversation, Gu Chen spent most of his time cultivating. After the bitter battle on Punlai Island, especially with the experts of the Transcendence and Dharma realms, Gu Chen was deeply aware of his lack of strength. Therefore, he cultivated even more diligently than before. He was now at the peak of the celestial being realm. If he had wanted to, he could have tried to break through the bottleneck and condense the Dharma idol, which would have greatly improved his strength. But in exchange for a wider path of cultivation, he forcibly suppressed his cultivation and focused on cultivating the second heaven secret skill and the Heavenly Emperor's Time Fist. The Heavenly Emperor's Time Fist was the ultimate skill of the Heavenly Emperor, broad and profound. After he forced himself to grow, he had a deep understanding of it, so his progress was rapid. He had encountered a lot of trouble when he first started cultivating the second heaven secret skill, Heavenly Tremor, but with his comprehension and the stimulation he had received these days, he finally got on the right track. He could already control the force field around him, and cast a gravitational pull that was much stronger than ordinary gravity spells. He found that using gravity in conjunction with his strong physical body could cause unexpected damage to the enemy. Although he was still at the peak of the celestial being realm, with the improvement of the Celestial Emperor's Time Fist and the second heaven mystic technique, his strength continued to rise. Gu Chen was very curious as to how far he could grow without a breakthrough in his cultivation. We are only 2 hours away from the ancient town of the Great Desolate where my Gu clan resides. At this time, Gu Lianyue's voice suddenly entered Gu Chen's ears. When Gu Chen heard this, he opened his eyes from his meditative state. There was a solemn look in his eyes. They had finally arrived at the Gu clan. He was about to step into the place where his grandfather had grown up and meet a large group of people who shared the same bloodline as him. Gu Chen could not help but recall the rough situation of the Gu clan that his grandfather had told him before he left the Kunlun continent. The Gu clan was divided into 6 branches, and after countless years, it had become a sizable clan. Their branch was originally the direct line of descent of the clan, belonging to the main family. However, because of the continuous decline of many generations, about 50 years ago, when only his grandfather was left, the branch family launched a coup and replaced them. After that day, they became a branch family, and the direct line became a branch family. The current main family was the branch that launched the coup back then. The person who presided over the clan meeting and rejected his grandfather's direct line of descent was called Gu Xuanwu, and Gu Xuanwu was the current clan leader of the Gu clan. Back then, his grandfather went overseas, partly because he was suppressed by some people from Gu Xuanwu's branch. In the end, he became disheartened and left his home. Therefore, now that Gu Chen wanted to return to the clan, the one he had to be most wary of was Gu Xuanwu's branch. Although his grandfather said that Gu Xuanwu was an upright person, and the situation back then was complicated, Gu Chen still kept an eye on him. And in the clan, according to his grandfather, the most trustworthy and most likely to help him was Gu Yao's branch. Gu Yao was the person with the highest seniority in the entire Gu clan, and was the clan's great elder. Back then, when his grandfather was still young, he was already the great elder. When their branch was stripped of their direct line of descent, Gu Yao spoke up for them. However, the other 4 branches all supported Gu Xuanwu, so in the end, his grandfather's direct line of descent status could not be guaranteed. It was because of Gu Yao and a portion of the clan that his grandfather was at ease to let him return to the Gu clan. According to Gu Chen's understanding along the way, this Gu Lianyu belonged to Gu Yao's branch. She should have been specially sent to protect him. This cousin of his was currently the most trustworthy person in the Gu clan. Before reaching ancient town of Great Desolation, Gu Chen had already analyzed the basic situation of the Gu clan, and had also determined his own position in his heart. This time, when he returned to the Gu clan, he could not mention that he was once a direct line of descent. Instead, he had to return to the clan as a branch family disciple. This way, the main family would lower their guard against him, and he could also win a good impression. His purpose in returning to the Gu clan was not to fight for the illusory direct line of descent status that he had lost decades ago, but to enter the ancestral land and repair the damaged Tyrant heavenly bone. Secondly, it was to find his father. Regardless of which of these 2 purposes, he needed to obtain the consent of the current main family. Thus, he had to lower his stance. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and a towering mountain range appeared in front of him. Ho! The silver flood dragon beneath him let out a thunderous roar, transforming into a bolt of lightning as it charged forward. The space in front of him actually distorted, and after a moment of dizziness, Gu Chen discovered that he had already entered the mountain range. On top of several mountain slopes, there was an ancient building complex, faintly forming the scale of a small town. Ancient town of Great Desolation, he had arrived at the place where the Gu clan's 6 branches had lived for generations. Gu Chen could feel the presence of a large number of people there. Xiao. After the silver flood dragon returned, a long rainbow quickly flew out of the ancient town, arriving in front of Gu Lianyu and Gu Chen. He's here? It was a middle-aged man, and he stared curiously at Gu Chen. Gu Lianyu nodded her head, and he immediately soared through the air, his speed reaching the limit. Not long after, the entire ancient town of Great Desolation resounded with the crisp sound of a bell. From the various residences in the ancient town, a large number of Gu clan disciples walked out, rushing towards the same building. Seeing this, Gu Chen's expression became a little more serious. Don't be nervous, the number of people in your branch has withered. Now that you have returned, according to the rules, you must be received at the clan's ancestral hall. All the members of the Gu clan's 6 branches are present. Gu Lianyu explained, and Gu Chen nodded his head. All the members of the Gu clan went to the same ancient building. Presumably, that was the ancestral hall. An hour later, all the members of the Gu clan in ancient town of Great Desolation had arrived at the ancestral hall. From the elderly to the 3-year-old children, there were no exceptions. Some gazes were friendly, some were hostile, but most of them were curious. Gu Chen's expression did not change as he walked unhurriedly to the hall. His handsome appearance and slender figure made many people's eyes light up. In particular, his white hair and the nimble little monkey sitting on his shoulder made people feel even more special. This kid is obviously Gu Yuan's grandson. He looks so much like him in the past, haha. He looks so young. Did he come all the way from the Heaven Burial continent alone? It must not have been an easy journey. Many clansmen discussed. The journey was long, so the people present did not know what had happened on Punlai Island recently. The information they had received from the immortal sect disciples that someone was pretending to be a descendant of the Gu clan. When the clan heard that the young man pretending to be a descendant of the Gu clan was called Gu Chen and that he had come from overseas, they immediately paid attention. Great Elder Gu Yao immediately decided to send Lianyu to investigate the matter. If he really was a fake, he would be killed on the spot. If he really was a member of the clan, he would be brought back to the clan for examination. Although there was no examination, Gu Chen's appearance was quite similar to his grandfather's when he was young, so some elders immediately confirmed his identity. Gu Chen listened to the discussions around him. Most people did not have any ill intentions towards him, so he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his grandfather was right. Although he had left the clan because of some disputes, blood was thicker than water. Many years later, his grandson had returned to the clan and received the goodwill of the majority of people. Reporting to clan leader, Great Elder, I have brought Gu Chen. Gu Lianyu spoke to the two people sitting in the main seats in the hall. Through her words, Gu Chen immediately understood who the two people in front of him were. The white-browed, white-bearded, kind-looking one was Great Elder Gu Yao. The other person, who seemed to be middle-aged and had a dignified appearance, was the Gu clan's current clan leader, Gu Xuanwu. Branch clan Gu Yuan's grandson, Gu Tianming's son, Gu Chen, Greet's clan leader, Great Elder, and all the elders. Gu Chen solemnly bowed to the elders present. When Gu Xuanwu heard this, his gaze softened a little. Even Gu Yao couldn't help but smile. His evaluation of this junior he was meeting for the first time instantly rose significantly. This kid's EQ wasn't low. You've traveled a long way and must be extremely tired. We should let you rest, but according to the rules of my Gu clan, we must first test your bloodline. Gu Xuanwu said in an indifferent tone. I understand. May I know how to test it? Gu Chen asked respectfully. The method is quite simple. You just need to display the tyrannical bone divine ability. This, Gu Chen's eyes revealed an awkward expression. What? Everyone looked at him. I won't hide it from all the elders. The tyrannical firmament bone in this junior's body has already been broken due to some reasons. It's difficult for me to use my abilities. As soon as Gu Chen's words fell, everyone was shocked. The tyrannical firmament bone is broken? How could this be? This kid's bearing is extraordinary. He doesn't look like he's crippled. TSK, I'm dying of laughter. This Gu Yuan's family is really trash. That Gu Yuan hasn't awakened the tyrannical bone in his 20s, and that Gu Tianming only awakened it in his middle age. This grandson is even more ridiculous. Even his tyrannical bone is broken. Gu Chen noticed that after he said that the tyrannical bone had been broken, some people in the crowd showed deep disdain. They didn't even hide their disdain for his bloodline. This made him sullen in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. He had already set his position. He wouldn't easily let others see through his true thoughts. The tyrannical bone is broken. This isn't a small problem. Let the old man take a look. Gu Yao stood up and walked in front of Gu Chen. He placed an old hand on Gu Chen's shoulder. Gu Chen didn't struggle and let the elder examine him. Gu Yao's divine sense entered Gu Chen's body. He quickly sensed that the golden tyrannical bone in front of his chest was full of cracks. His expression became very serious. What happened? The tyrannical bone is actually broken to this extent. And it seems like you only have half a year left to live. Gu Yao asked with concern. As soon as these words came out, many people looked at Gu Chen with sympathy. He was still so young, but he only had half a year left to live. It was really a pity. Gu Chen didn't want to mention the war in the Kunlun continent. The people of the immortal spirit continent couldn't understand what happened there, so he answered ambiguously. Because of some accident, the tyrannical bone was broken. As for the problem of lifespan, I believe it can be solved when I break through. Gu Chen's words sounded very weak to the people around him. Many people shook their heads. The heavenly tyrannical bone was the source of the Gu clan's power. The tyrannical bone was broken. The damage was huge. Not to mention breaking through, it was already a blessing to not become a cripple. Gu Yao wanted to continue asking about the details, but he realized that there were too many people and it wasn't the right time. So he stopped and turned around to look at the group of clan elders. Although Gu Chen's tyrannical bone is broken, the tyrannical blood still flows in his body. There's no doubt about his identity. When the clan leader and the elders heard this, they all nodded. This way, they could be considered to have verified Gu Chen's identity. After confirming that there was no problem with Gu Chen's identity, coupled with the fact that the tyrannical bone in his body was broken, many people in the clan became closer to him. Some of the female elders in the clan even felt pity for him. He had been wandering around since he was young. When he finally returned to the clan, he was a sickly person with only a few days left to live. No matter how they thought about it, they felt that this child had suffered too much. You've just returned to the clan. Do you have any requests? No need to be polite, just tell us directly. A female elder said. Her words immediately attracted the approval of many clan members. That's right, that's right. You have to take good care of this child. God knows how much he has suffered overseas. Wandering alone outside without the protection of my Gu clan, he must have been bullied quite a bit. If anyone has bullied you, you can tell us. The clan will uphold justice for you. Many people spoke up. When Gu Lianyu heard these words, her expression became strange. Bullied, God knows how much damage this brat has brought to the Punlai deity island. How could anyone bully him? It was obvious that he had bullied others. She didn't say these words in her heart. At present, Gu Chen's tyrannical bone was broken and he didn't have much time left. Who in the clan would believe that he had turned the Punlai deity island upside down by himself? When Gu Chen heard the female elder's words, his eyes showed gratitude. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. At that moment, he didn't hold back and directly stated his main purpose of returning to the Gu clan. Now that my tyrannical bone is broken, my only wish is to enter the ancestral land. End of chapter 551. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.